This young man is currently participating in the beginner trial on the demon planet with his team. The trial sounds very simple: survive on the demon planet for 5 minutes to automatically complete the mission. But facing this beast-faced human, I doubt even a minute is possible to survive. The story is that 50 years ago, a giant celestial body called the Devil Star suddenly appeared very close to Earth. What's remarkable is that after the appearance of the demon crystal, the plants and animals on Earth suddenly transformed into monsters called beast gods and began destroying everything across the world. However, during this desperate time, the survivors unexpectedly discovered that many mysterious teleportation circles appeared on Earth. The first explorers who ventured into the demon crystal discovered that this planet seems to be a surreal digital world where humanity can change their classes into various professions. After changing class, everyone has stats, equipment, and skills that can be upgraded, and also gains powerful attributes. The reality Jiang Kai is facing is actually the first trial for new explorers who have just changed classes. Now, he is the only survivor left, but in front of him is an abyss, and Jiang Kai has no way out anymore. Facing the beast man, slowly approaching, Jiang Kai was completely at a loss, but he truly did not want to accept his fate. Could it be that you sacrificed everything just to reach the demon crystal, only to have no choice but to accept your fate? No, he won't accept it. Instead of sitting here waiting for the beast to take his life, Jiang Kai decides to risk everything for his family to seize his only chance to survive, and so he made a very risky decision to jump into the abyss. As he fell, Jiang Kai saw the beast-faced man rushing to the edge, staring at him intently, but he could no longer chase after him. Suddenly, a sign appeared in front of him with a message: because your behavior closely resembles that of a gambler. Congratulations on activating the chance to partially accept the hidden profession. You have successfully changed your class. Congratulations on becoming a glorious hidden profession called the gambler. After some time, Jiang Kai woke up by a forest sign, coughing hard and struggling to sit up. But at this moment, Jiang Kai sensed that something was off because even though he had fallen from such a high cliff, he didn't seem to be injured at all. Moreover, the wounds from the beast-faced person's weapon have completely healed. Din Zhang. The system screen has appeared again, explaining that because Jiang Kai successfully transformed his class, refreshed his basic attributes, and essentially revived his blood pool, he is no longer injured. In front of the screen, a beautiful girl with long white hair like a waterfall suddenly appears. Jiang Kai seems to recognize her as an AI intelligence coexisting with the demon spirit, and she does not deny it. Then she began to introduce to Jiang Kai the profession talent he had just awakened. The gambler. That talent is called double. It allows the system's rewards or punishments to trigger a double effect and has a chance to activate a super double effect. When this effect is triggered, the reward or punishment will increase tenfold. Because Jiang Kai activated the double talent and received this talent himself, he now has 2 professional talents, which means he will receive the second innate talent of the gambler. Jiang Kai is extremely shocked. An ordinary person only has 1 innate talent, yet you managed to unlock 2. What kind of divine blessing is this? The second innate talent Jiang Kai received is called Super Critical Strike, which modifies his critical damage to be 200 times higher. His initial critical rate is set at 0. E. Then, Jiang Kai's information window also opened. Currently at level 1, he has 4 strength points, 8 stamina points, 12 agility points, 12 mental power points, and no defense points. Jiang Kai was once again stunned. Normal people usually only get around 20 attribute points after class change. But you reached 36 points, because the double talent can double the usual attribute points after class change. That AI girl explained. Jiang Kai's eyes lit up. If that's the case, then in the future every time you level up, the Devil Crystal will surpass others. Normal people gain 10 attribute points per level, but you get 20. So, leveling up for Jiang Kai is like 2 levels for others. And he also has an ultra-rare critical hit talent. Normal people's critical hits only deal double damage, but yours are 200 times more powerful. Although the current critical hit rate is only 1%, if it can be increased in the future, your damage will be incredibly terrifying. Overall, Jiang Kai is very satisfied with the profession he just received. I really took a huge risk to escape from the beast-faced man and ended up winning big. At this point, Jiang Kai remembered something. Earlier, when that monster shot its weapon at you, the weapon fell with Jiang Kai into the abyss, and now it's lying at the bottom of the river nearby. Before, You only thought about changing your class quickly and going to Kwai Tin to earn money for your older brother's kidney transplant surgery. Because on the demon spirit, no matter how weak your profession is, it's easier to make money than on Earth. But I didn't expect that I would accidentally become a hidden, powerful profession like a mysterious beast. So Jiang Kai might be able to quickly earn money to treat his eldest brother and let the whole family live in happiness. Thinking that, he pulled out the beast face's spear stuck in the river. And at the same time, Jiang Kai also received a new notification. After successfully changing your class, your next task is to complete the beginner mission called Peace and bring it to St. Yao City within 7 days. Changing your class is just the first step. Next, completing this rookie challenge is the biggest goal. Within 7 days, Jiang Kai must reach the final destination of the trial zone, St. Yao City. But success will be full of difficulties. First, you have to get through that trial zone filled with monsters. If you get defeated, it's considered a failure and you'll be teleported back to Earth. Although dying on the Demon Star doesn't mean dying on Earth, and your body isn't injured and can log back in. Doing so comes at an unimaginable high price that only the wealthy can afford. Anyway, to teleport here, Jiang Kai has already spent most of his fortune. The rich have countless chances to try again. But someone like me with no money at all has to go through it once and for all, with no second chance. So Jiang Kai was extremely tense, gripping his weapon as he slowly advanced. Then suddenly he heard a scream. The owner of that scream seems very familiar, if Jiang Kai isn't mistaken. He steps forward a bit more and indeed confirms he's not mistaken about the person. The person shouting wildly is your good friend of many years, Yuan Zhu. He's surrounded by 6-armed snakes. And since Yuan Zhu fears snakes the most, his expression makes sense. Jiang Kai didn't rush forward immediately because the Lukhan Sa has very potent venom. If bitten, both humans and animals would be forced to go sell salt. Moreover, there are 3 of them now. And after weighing the situation, Jiang Kai finally sees the opportunity to rush forward. Master, don't be afraid. I'm coming, Jiang Kai shouted loudly. And only then did Yuan Chu turn around, surprised to find that he could meet his brother right here. Kai, why are you here? That's the only thing Yuan Zhu could think of right now. Even calling out to Jiang Kai to not worry about him and to run because it's too dangerous here. While Yuan Zhu, tears and snot running down his face, looked at Jiang Kai. He was ambushed from behind by a green serpent. Luckily, Jiang Kai reacted quickly, immediately throwing the spear in his hand at it, aiming right at the snake's head, pinning it to the tree behind. Truly a precise and deadly strike. Vian Chu stared in shock, unable to believe that his own pawn could effortlessly eliminate the 6-legged snake like that. Actually, Jiang Kai had planned this all along. He used Vian Chu to attract the 6-armed snake's attention, then circled around behind them to attack. This method is very effective, as evidenced by you having taken down one. But now the other 2 are targeting you. Ignore this and keep moving forward. Jiang Kai still rushes ahead to recover his weapon. Yuan Zhu was so scared that he wanted to run away, feeling that this situation was truly hopeless because those snakes were very fast and agile. But Jiang Kai's agility is not to be underestimated. Under Vian Chu's worried gaze, he easily dodged the attack from the remaining 2 venomous snakes. After changing classes, Jiang Kai's attributes doubled, with agility at level 1 but comparable to level 2. So the level 1 green 5-headed snakes are not as fast as him, which is why he was able to perform the quick escape just now. If that's the case, defeating them is probably only a matter of time. With that in mind, Jiang Kai spoke to Yuan Zhu. Chu Tu continued to attract their attention. Yuan Zhu immediately obeyed. And by this time, Jiang Kai had also successfully retrieved his weapon. The 2 of them worked together seamlessly. And before long, all 3 6-path serpents had been defeated. Vian Chu still finds this hard to believe. He was only supposed to distract the snakes, while Jiang Kai easily took them down. After neutralizing the threat, Jiang Kai let out a relieved sigh. Clearly, having a profession focused on speed and agility with low strength, yet he still managed to defeat a level 1 monster instantly. It seems that the spear found from that beast-faced human is a good piece of equipment to boost strength in the beginner area. The legend says that newcomers can only be killed by monsters, not kill them. What exactly did you do? Kai, the owner, suddenly approached from behind. Then Mr. Action. Tram took Jiang Kai, because he is my best friend. I didn't want to hide it. So I told him about how I was lucky to switch to the gambler profession, and how my new attribute surpassed even the level. You must not tell anyone about this. Okay. Jiang Kai. Be careful. The guildmaster looked confused for a few seconds when he heard the words, gambler. Then quickly regained his usual cheerful demeanor and boasted to his friend, martial artist. A profession focused on strength. At level edge, the owner has 8 points of stamina, 8 points of strength, 5 points of agility, and 5 points of mental power. Jiang Kai suddenly realized why the innkeeper could resist for so long against the attack of the 3 snakes. Martial artist is one of the top 5 professions in their Holy Illusion Kingdom. No one knows how many professions exist in the Demon Crystal. But all explorers who enter this planet first go through a class change. What you become after the class change usually depends on the materials you buy before logging in. Normally, wealthy people spend tens of millions to buy powerful class change materials. Bringing that item to the demon planet allows you to directly change your class to top tier ones. Like a martial artist similar to the guildmaster, or a soldier, or a demon prince. On the other hand, poor players can only buy the cheapest class change materials. These class change strategies are very weak, and even the resulting class is random. They probably can only unlock professions that sound useless, like beggar or beggar. After hearing that the master had become a warrior, Jiang Kai felt both happy and a little worried. So he asked, but just one material to change to a warrior costs 50 million. Master, you're not charging such high interest, are you? He. It's not that simple. It's a long story. I'll explain everything to you later. The owner replied, knowing that my friend isn't in debt. Jiang Kai felt lucky and asked the shopkeeper to quickly gather the 3 snake corpses because I heard these things can also be sold for money. At the Demon Spirit, many things can be exchanged for money. And Jiang Kai also wanted to use this method to earn money to support the Hoa family. Items obtained in the demon realm, such as monster corpses or equipment, will turn into cards when dropped. Explorers will collect them and sell them. Moreover, judging from the recent battle, your gambler profession seems to be even stronger than a warrior. So Jiang Kai felt that his own money-making potential wasn't bad either. They had just collected the snake corpse when suddenly a third person appeared. The owner initially thought it was a monster attack, instinctively pressed behind Jiang Kai. But it turned out the newcomer was just a seemingly fragile and harmless-looking girl. Excuse me. Hello? And also, the other person stuttered, probably because they were nervous. My name is Tunan Nan. It's very difficult for me to pass this trial alone. May I join your team? Even though the other person looks harmless and pretty, Jiang Kai is not someone who falls for girls easily. You know yourself that it's already difficult to protect yourself. So bringing a girl like this would only be an extra burden on them. So Jiang Kai was already planning to refuse. Unexpectedly, Tunan Nan tried to persuade him by revealing that she was a doctor. Not strong in attack, but able to heal the team members. For example, if she encounters a venomous snake like the green viper again, she can use its venom to enhance their weapon's attack power. Please, I beg you, don't abandon me. Tunan Nan's eyes are almost welling up with tears. After hearing her, the owner's eyes also lit up with admiration. Facing a girl who can both heal wounds and poison like this, it's only natural to admire her a little. Jiang Kai considered signing the contract, as doctors are one of the 10 high-level professions. And in the novice trial, healing is indeed very important. For example, when you fell into the abyss, if you hadn't been saved by the transfer skill in time, you probably would have died already. So in the end, Jiang Kai still agreed to let Tunan Nan join his team. He introduced himself and the owner to her briefly. As for Norn, after finding a temporary safe haven, she seemed very touched and kept thanking them repeatedly. Hey, brother, you only changed your heart because of lust. Right, the young master whispered into Jiang Kai's hand. You know this bastard is just teasing me, but I still really want to fight him. At the same time, in the data research room at Demon Spirit, number 18, base in Jiangzhong City, Saint Yao Kingdom, Earth. Professor Li was using a wristwatch to precisely locate the explorers on the Demon Crystal with excitement. I hear that most of the watches on the market today not only can be used to search for various types of star data, but also have many other rich functions. The more advanced the watch, the more features it has. Professor Li, what is the current situation with the new recruits? And how is my sister doing? A trainer for rookie trials suddenly entered the room. It was me. Lam Lam, also Noan's older sister, and Professor Lai immediately stepped back after checking. According to the current positioning of the rookie training clock, many new recruits have already been eliminated. My sister Nuan, as I just checked, has already formed a team with 2 others. After hearing this, Lam Lam felt extremely anxious. As expected, her sister, out of fear, sought others to cling to. Earlier, she repeatedly told Noan not to form a team with newcomers because in the beginner trial, the more people gathered, the more likely they were to attract monsters. About 3 minutes later, Professor Lee confirmed that Lam Lam's worries were correct, because next to Nuan and Jiang Kai, 2 more beast-faced humans appeared. After hearing that, Lam Lam trembled all over with tension. Just one beast-faced person was enough to destroy a newcomer. What chance does her sister have to survive with 2 of them? Death on the demon spirit realm may only be equivalent to our character dying in the game, causing no physical harm to the real body on Earth. But the ultimate real death experience on the demon spirit realm can cause a severe psychological shock to a person. Many new recruits have gone insane after returning. And to Noan is so timid that Lam Lam fears she won't be able to handle this shock. So, she prepared to take her sister out for psychological counseling. However, just as Lam Lam, turned to leave, Professor Lee announced that her sister was still alive somewhere on Demon Spirit. What surprised him even more was that the 2 beast-faced humans had already been eliminated by their team. This news caused a shock throughout the entire research room. Not just Lam Lam. Back 3 minutes ago, when the 2 monsters just launched their attack on their team. At first, their reaction was to run for their lives, and Jiang Kai was no exception. But he quickly realized that running away wasn't the solution. The agility of the Orb Masters was no match for him, and they would soon be caught up by the 2 monsters. So Jiang Kai decided to stop and let the other 2 run ahead, while he stayed behind to face the monsters. In fact, this was a very risky move. Jiang Kai wasn't sure he could defeat the 2 beast-faced humans, but if he didn't try, all 3 would die. With that in mind, he grabbed his long spear and bravely charged at them. Jiang Kai's attack was perfectly accurate, but the strength and health of this monster were not to be underestimated. He couldn't finish it with a single strike, and instead, he was grabbed and thrown forcefully against a nearby rock. He barely had time to breathe before facing attacks from 2 beast-faced humans, his body in great pain and unable to move, only able to watch as they closed in on him. Damn it. Am I going to be killed? Is my rookie record just going to end like this, not far away? The Guildmaster and Nuan also witnessed this scene firsthand. Although Noan tries to hold back, seeing Jiang Kai in danger, she also wants to turn back and save him. While the village head, despite being much stronger than her, is trembling all over uncontrollably. At the same time, in the Jiangzong City residential area on Earth, the mother of the owner was welcoming a mysterious guest, the one who had provided him with the materials to upgrade to a martial outfit. As she poured water for the guest and kept talking non-stop. I don't know why you value my son so much. He looks tall and strong but is actually very timid. If he were on Demon Star and faced a monster, he probably wouldn't even dare to fight. That man took the cup of tea from the Mother Alchemist's hand and calmly replied, "Yes, Mother Alchemist. When her son faces danger, he is even more afraid than ordinary people. But I see that sometimes, no matter how scared he is, as long as he sees someone in need of help, he will never be afraid of dying and will rush in." In fact, what this man said has been proven true, because the boss, when witnessing himself cornered, finally overcame his fear and pushed forward. Your big body standing in front of me, even though you're still trembling, surprisingly makes me feel safe. Kai, is it because I'm a coward that you put me in the back to protect me? We are brothers, and brothers must stick together if one wants to die. I will die with you. With that, the owner summoned all his strength and punched forward with all his might. It seems that all the fear and panic of the boss were transformed through this punch, and it achieved an effect even Jiang Kai couldn't have foreseen. Your main character really knocked down the beast-faced man with just one strike, even though the damage dealt was minimal, showing how fierce the control of the martial artist profession can be. Immediately after, Jiang Kai felt an incredibly soothing sensation, as if warm water was flowing through his body, and you realize that Noan is healing your wounds. When she turns back, Jiang Kai immediately becomes tense. What am I Noan? Why are you turning back? She's not a fighter. This could be very dangerous. Ignoring your words, no one still doesn't back down. Her profession is a doctor, so no one cannot abandon her injured patients. Even though she is truly terrified. Thinking back to that year, no one's father fought bravely and sacrificed himself because there was no medical support during the beast attack. She doesn't want anyone else to endure that situation again. Now that Jiangkai is her teammate, he also needs support. So how can she leave him behind and run away alone, with no one's full assistance? Jiangkai's wounds healed at an incredible speed. He suddenly smiled helplessly, realizing that both teammates are people who don't know how to fear death. But even now, even if the three of them work together, their damage probably won't be enough to take down the beast-faced person. The commander is trying to hold on, while Jiang Kai is trying to figure out a way to escape this predicament. So you actually managed to come up with that. Jiang Kai suddenly remembered what no one had said when she persuaded them to join the team. No one. You once said you could die from snake venom. Right, yes. No one replied nervously. So you can treat the master and also inject snake venom into my weapon at the same time, Jiang Kai asked, as he took out the corpse of a green snake and handed it to no one. In fact, no one has never done these two things at the same time. But for her teammates, she tried once. This is their only option. If it truly works, they will have a chance to win. Now Jiang Kai can no longer withstand the beastman's attack. But the warrior profession of the guildmaster is suitable for that. And he is doing a good job. Moreover, your attack isn't strong enough to kill that monster, but no one can buff it with poison. From this perspective, the three of them clearly form a standard combat team in the game, including tank, healer, and main damage dealer roles. Not long after, the poison death process was complete, and Jiang Kai immediately grabbed his buffed weapon and charged forward with unstoppable momentum. That's right. So what if you're new and weak? You will break all prejudices and lead your teammates through this trial. Chuzu, bring me a human-faced beast. Jiang Kai shouted loudly. The battlemaster received the information and immediately gathered his strength to deliver a punch similar to before, causing the beast-faced person to feel dizzy for a few seconds. His punch was perfect, and while the beast was dazed and dizzy, Jiang Kai charged forward and stabbed it fiercely with his poisoned weapon. Like that, with perfect coordination. They truly succeeded. With the support of the Orb Master and now, Jiang Kai defeated one of the humanoid monsters, and the remaining one, seeing this, glared at the three of them and roared. In front of the monster's gaze, the three of them still stood there with determined eyes, wanting to kill the remaining one. An idea suddenly came to mind. Our coordinated team really works now, even if there's one more. We can handle it. Before the thought even faded, both the monster and Jiang Kai's team charged in, signaling another fierce battle to begin. Yuan, the master of the demon. Jiang Kai attacks. Nuo heals. The battle is fierce. They shout together. We can also defeat them perfectly. Over here. Professor Li and Talam Lam are also extremely surprised, watching the monitor and saying, "What?" The data from the wrist-mounted device shows they really did kill two humanoid beasts. But how could three of them take down a single beast capable of slaughtering an entire group? Professor Li also broke out in a cold sweat and analyzed. Indeed, according to the data from the watch, Now currently has no ability to kill, and her team's weapons are only level 1 and very weak. Therefore, the only person who could have killed the monster is the team member named Jiang Kai. But strangely, his occupation cannot be identified at the moment. In the observation room, a group of people was standing there, and on the large screen, images and information about Jiang Kai were being displayed. Zhang Kai, Malay, 18 years old, residing in Jiangtrungtan Alley. Profession Kuai Tin. I don't know. Tulam listened carefully and said with a slightly surprised look, not being able to identify the profession. How is that possible? Thoughts kept flashing through her mind. She managed to kill the two humanoid beasts but still couldn't identify the profession. Who is this newcomer really? The scene shifts, and after defeating the two monsters, the system sends a notification to Jiang Kai. Player Jiang Kai collects the level 2x2 humanoid face beast, and the three of them happily rest on the ground after the battle ends. No one, she said excitedly. We did it. We succeeded. The owner also smiled broadly and said enthusiastically, I didn't expect Kai to stay so calm and adapt. He's so cool. No one sat up. her eyes full of confidence as she continued. Now that we have the strength to face the face people beasts, we can surely reach the end of the trial safely. The master of the villa agreed with her plan and kept quiet. Both of them could directly reach the end of the trial. The two of them were chatting excitedly, and only then did Jiang Kai sit up and speak slowly. No rush, as there was still plenty of time before reaching the holy wine point. We're not in a hurry. As soon as the words finished, the landlord and Now both stopped their evil plans and looked at him with puzzled expressions, not understanding why. Jiang Kai, with a determined look, said his thoughts. Don't worry. Everyone knows that after passing, the challenge points are awarded. And if you can rank in the top 3 on the leaderboard, the army will reward you with equipment. I heard that the army rewards very good equipment, which greatly helps the development of beginners in Kwai Tin. He opened his system, looked at the monsters he had collected, and said, now we have the strength to kill monsters, and killing them can earn points. The more points, the higher the chance to rank on the leaderboard. So why don't we go fight monsters to earn points, and then receive rewards from the army? The boss and Nornern were a bit surprised because they didn't expect Jiang Kai to think like that. A few hours later, night had fallen, and the 3 of Jiang Kai were still searching for monsters in the forest, not yet reaching their destination. Vitrung lao kovehoi matkienyan. Ko lan tieng, voijiong dieu, ho ng hoak. Kai. Quang fap ne qua ka. That su ko the kiem diem kong. Ju toi kong, he so nyung go lai, bat toi tu hut nu luk huan san yu vei. Standing among the snakes, each one with bloodshot eyes and a tongue flickering like a whip. They could pounce and tear me apart at any moment. The landlord's eyes were slightly teary, his voice trembling. Could I really die or not? Jiang Kai on the branch looked down and replied, the master is brave. You are a martial artist, capable of both attacking and defending. On the nearby branch, Nuo is also focused on activating her healing ability. And Jiang Kai continues, mentioning that Nuo can heal us at any moment. The snakes behind our master suddenly lunged at him, and Jiang Kai's voice rang out, wanting to die. He charged forward to unleash his strength and defeat the snakes. But he didn't finish his sentence. It's not that easy. The 3 snakes are defeated instantly, and the system displays a notification 3 level 1 green constrictor snakes have been killed. Current experience is 10 out of 100. Standing among the green king cobras, he clenched his weapon with both hands, thinking to himself that according to the rules on the demon planet, only the one who kills can gain experience from the prey. Since only I can defeat the monsters right now, everyone decided I should gain experience alone first. The snakes opened their mouths wide, with sharp teeth and long tongues, rushing toward me. Jiang Kai charges into battle with the snakes, using all his strength to defeat them one by one. His thoughts racing. Let me level up first, to strengthen my power and ensure the safety of the team. A day later, in the forest, Jiang Kai and his team finally defeated all the green constrictor snakes. Jiang Kai, exhausted, slumped to the ground. The system notification appears, congratulating explorer Jiang Kai for reaching 100% experience, leveling up to level 2, and activating the double level up effect, granting double attribute points after leveling up. Explorer Jiang Kai, a gambler at level 2, looked at his attribute display and said, great. Fighting the green king snake all day, finally reaching level 2. The owner and Nuon were happy for you as they saw you level up. And Nuon raised her hand in admiration and said, Jiang Kai, congratulations on finally leveling up. The landlord also curiously asked, come on, tell us what your attributes are like after the level up. Jiang Kai happily replied, my attribute points increased by 20. Now, my total attribute level 2 is 56, so it's pretty good. To Noan and the guildmaster both stared in shock, their eyes wide as if struck by lightning. And the guildmaster had to ask again, how much? The guildmaster with wide eyes opened his attribute panel to look again at his own stats. The explorer guildmaster, your profession is martial artist. Level edge. And you said, oh my god. I knew that leveling up could only increase strength. For normal people, leveling up increases physical strength, agility, and mental power by only 10 points. But you get up to 20 points. The total attributes of the Orb Master are 26 points. To Noan also opened her attribute panel to check. Explorer. Her profession is doctor. Level edge. And she also spoke up. with a total attribute of 56 points at level 2. It seems to be on par with level 4 now. Truly terrifying. To Noan's total attributes are 12 points. Gyeongkai explained to them that it was nothing. Just the nature of the profession. My profession can double the rewards for leveling up. Punishments. And bonuses. But punishments can also be doubled. So please keep this secret for me. Nuan stepped closer to Gyeongkai, clapping her hands and saying that, although she didn't understand, she felt the profession was very powerful. And the guildmaster also commented, saying it's even cooler than my martial arts skills. The three of you are talking when AI Brain suddenly appears and tells Gyeongkai that players reaching level 2 will gain an occupational skill. But because of the double activation of the gambler's talent, he will receive 2 skills right away. Gyeongkai, hearing that, was also a bit surprised and replied, so the skills gained at level 2 can also be multiplied. Then I now have 2 profession skills. The landlord and Nuan looked even more surprised, with the landlord shouting out loud, saying your skill can also be multiplied. That's so powerful. AI Brain continued. That's right. The first professional skill is the Demon Archer card throw, which is depicted as a hand holding a card. Below the profession, the skill, Ghost Card Throwing, when throwing items, will include a 20% penetration effect. When throwing card-like items or item cards, the piercing effect increases by 200%, but mental energy consumption doubles. Skills can be upgraded. The second profession skill is Focused Demon Eye, a profession with an eye symbol and 2 red pupils. Devil Eye Focus increases vision and tracking ability by 50%, but consumes 100% more mental energy and can be upgraded. Gyeongkai looked at the display screen and said, are these long-range skills? Although he still didn't understand how to use them, but it seemed that the gambler profession suited him quite well. Gyeongkai nodded again and said, all right. Now I'm stronger. We can go farm experience at a higher level. Noan squinted and nodded. The master standing behind her crossed his arms and tapped his foot impatiently, while the young master was acting up again. Cut to 2 days later. In the observation room, in front of the large screen, Lam is standing there observing. Professor Lee approached from her side and spoke. Teacher 2. It's been 2 days already. I didn't expect your sister to still be alive. Lam looked at him with a cold gaze and replied, is that so? She smiled and continued. The new team can still survive. It seems that Gyeongkai still has some strength. Suddenly, the two of them heard hurried footsteps approaching. So it's Officer Lam, he pointed and shouted loudly. The person in charge of the newcomers. Beware. The trial for the newcomers is about to become dangerous. Please set up a perimeter immediately. As soon as he finishes speaking, everyone turns to look at him with worried expressions. Officer Lam continued, noticing that once again, the enemy had sent infiltrators into our novice area. And this time it was a large-scale incursion. After he finished speaking, he saw a man enter and immediately salute with a formal stance. Then the man walking in called out to everyone. So, the man who just entered is the highest commander of the Jiangzhong Central Area. Wei Ying. He paused briefly before continuing. We must prepare to respond quickly. To Lam looked at her hands in disbelief and asked nervously, a large-scale foreign invasion. Is that true? Commander Wei Ung just sighed and replied, if it were fake, I wouldn't be here either. To Lam's face was now pale as she thought to herself. It's over. The intruders from the Low Country are a group of professional attackers targeting newcomers from other countries to hinder their special profession's development. The scene shifts to the training area, where people by the fence shout encouragement. A rookie responds, we will try. Just as the rookie finishes speaking, the warning bubbles appear again. Because the rules of the novice trial ground state that high-level players cannot enter the novice trial area to assist newcomers. Therefore, newcomers can only rely on themselves through the trial. But the professional intruders from the other country are not like that. They can use the infiltrator's class abilities to enter the novice areas of other countries. And those countries have no way to resist. Moreover, they use cruel tactics to slaughter people from other countries, creating terrifying death experiences. The memory recalls a rookie who was captured by the intruders. His name is Tran Hai. He kept crying and begging them not to hurt him as they held a knife to his neck. But it was all in vain. Only screams of despair remained. Their goal is to terrorize the new recruits into fear of entering the Kwai Tin, significantly reducing the number of new players from other countries after Tran Hai is sent back, leaving his mind devoid of emotion. I'm always terrified. No. Even if you kill me, I don't want to go to Kwai Tin. To Lam clenched her fists, pounding the table angrily. Damn it. Gien clenched her teeth, her face full of fury, and said, with such a weak endurance, if she encounters those monsters. Wei Young sighed and told her to prepare psychological counseling for the newcomers, as their large-scale infiltration has already begun. Therefore, for this rookie trial, we must be prepared for no survivors. The three of Jiangkai are now walking together in the forest. Suddenly, Jiangkai turned around with a wary look and asked, "What's wrong?" The master saw his reaction and asked, "What's going on?" Jiangkai coldly looked in that direction, gripping the iron rod in his hand, ready to charge and investigate. There's something over there. The owner and Norn didn't feel anything. The owner asked, "Kai, what are you doing?" "We just passed by there." Norn also said, "There's really nothing there." Jiangkai is now using his demon eye, his eyes glowing, and he continues to say, "No." Even further away. Focusing his demon eye, he gathered his strength and hurled his iron rod into the distance. Something was there, and the iron rod he threw with considerable force flew quickly through several forests. Suddenly, a sound came from afar, and Jiangkai immediately realized something. He quickly ran in that direction, not forgetting to say, "They're here. Go check it out." The two shop owners, Yuan and Nuo, watched him run off, not understanding what was happening to him. Yuan spoke skeptically, clearly seeing nothing, wondering what they could have gained. Jiangkai isn't possessed by a demon. Right, over there in the forest. The bright moonlight shines down, and the sword he unleashed has slain a wild boar monster. When Jiangkai and his group arrived and saw the scene, a system notification appeared. Explorer Jiangkai has killed a level 2 short-lived beast, with 199 out of 200 experience points gained. Master Vien just sighed upon seeing the system notification, waiting for the ground. "Kai, are you trying to be an eagle-eyed scout? You can even see the wild boar from that far away." Norn also raised her hand with a look of amazement, and she managed to kill a level 2 wild boar. There's nothing to be amazed about. It's just the result of a few minutes of skill. A system notification appears in front of Jiangkai. "Do you want to collect one short-ranged wild boar corpse?" 19 short-ranged wild boar corpses, which can be used as weapons. Yes or no? Jiangkai quickly reached out and selected yes, then opened his system to look at the cards he had collected. He thought to himself that his current ghost card thrower skill had increased his damage capability for his attacks. The top two cards he has now are the Phantom Rider card and the Focus Demon Eye card, which doubles the scope and special effects of the telescope, allowing his attack range to be farther and more accurate. You keep looking at the cards you've just collected and continue to think, which means you can now handle long-range attacks and assassinate enemies without being detected when they are at a lower level. Jiangkai looked at the two, the owner and Noan, and said, "All right, I just need a little more experience to level up to level 3. When we arrived at the place where the monsters used to be, after hearing him say that, Noan just nodded in agreement, while the owner sighed. "I'm still at level at." Cut to a stream. The water flows quietly under the night, and in the still darkness, someone's voice can be heard. "Captain, our second team's luck isn't bad either." Jiangkai's group of 3, unaware of the danger lurking nearby, crossing this stream. Whispers continue to echo, and unexpectedly, they encounter a meal right after arriving. Something is emerging from the water, making a sound. Now a group of people appears from the stream, led by Jiang Kua, who says, "We have new toys." Jiangkai turned around cautiously, standing in front of Nao and shouting loudly, "Who are you?" Jiang Kua slowly drew out a dagger from behind his back and said, "Don't be afraid, little one. We are not bad people." He and his accomplices grinned ferociously at the 3 Jiangkai, his voice full of madness. "We just want to turn you around and hang you upside down to dry your blood, or use you as bait for the beast, so you can die slowly." After saying that, they all burst into laughter and slowly closed in around the 3 of Jiangkai. One more person gradually emerged from the water, and as he lifted his head, he grabbed his hat and said, "In short, there was only one goal this time." Jiangkai, with a look of horror, glanced over at him, a figure appearing with a mask that had a pointed beak. His eyes lit up. "He is the Crow Beak, the leader of the second crossing team." He stepped ashore and continued, meaning that your new disciples from the holy drinking sect cannot pass the trial. Noan, with a frightened look, recognized these people and said, Kai, these people, I know them. They seem to be the cross-border smugglers who kill newcomers. Both Jiang Kai and the village chief turned to look at her in shock, and the village chief immediately asked loudly, What? No one took out her watch, and the image of the crossing group appeared. I was able to check their ranks. All of her thoughts about this high-level group of people, from level 3 and above, even including the highest level, level UT, are completely empty. Kai clenched his teeth, his eyes cold, thinking to himself, there are so many people, and even a 5-star explorer. With my total attributes, I can fight against level 4. But against level 5, unless Kai's thoughts were interrupted by a voice, which, with a fierce look, said, Brothers, let's start the chase. Jiang Kai's thoughts continued. Damn it. I can only do this. Jiang Kai turned and ran, casually reminding Chu Tu and Non, the two of them in a group, to hold back for now. Chu Tu and Non, hearing this, responded while running. What? Yes, sir. Mogu and his teammates just smirked, and Mogu sneered, saying, So this is what it means to share joy and suffering together. Everyone is like this. His eyes turned red as he ordered his subordinates to kill the lone escapee, leaving the others for their army to slowly torture. The two of his subordinates responded in unison. Yes. Both Jiang Kua and Qin Han have reached the realm. Level Harum. After speaking, the two of them immediately chased after Jiang Kai, and the pursuit began, with Shich Nan and Jiang Kua following Jiang Kai from one forest to another. While chasing Shich Nan, he chuckled happily and said, That little guy runs really fast. And Jiang Kua replied, But he'll be caught soon. Suddenly, Jiang Kai disappeared from their sight. For a moment, Jiang Kai's figure disappeared, and Jiang Kua widened his eyes in surprise. The two of them had no choice but to stop and carefully observe everything around them. Jiang Kua and Si Chen turned their backs to each other, each looking in a different direction. Jiang Chua speaks. Kid, do you want to play a game of blindfold with us? Si Chen also joined in. That's it. Once we find Jiang, we'll break that person's legs first. Suddenly, Jiang Kai's iron pipe shot out at lightning speed. Shiknan drew his sword eagerly. Does this kid want to fight back? But I didn't need to pay attention to the attack from the new soldiers at all. I drew my shining spear as it shot toward me, and Shishan was thrown far away before he could do anything. Jianghua watched his teammate fly hundreds of meters away without understanding what was happening. He immediately asked, Why did you fly away? What's going on? But when he looked again, all he could do was gape. His teammate's body tensed as he saw Shihnan slumped under the tree, both hands hanging loosely, pierced through by a metal pipe. Is he dead? How is that possible? Jiang Kai stepped out from the woods, gave a slight smile, and said, 1 strike. 1 kill. Are you really a fake bait? Jiang Kai's gaze is full of confidence, and he still holds 3 feathers collected from the forest earlier. He speaks, seeming not as strong as I thought. Jiang Hua had to check his watch again, stammering in his mind. Is he really a new member of St. Yao? How could he possibly kill that 3rd-level guy? He looked at Jiang Kai's information on the display screen along with the warning. The critical hit rate was unclear, and the lethal critical hit rate was also unclear. At this moment, Jiang Hua trembled all over and pointed at him. What? I only have 45 attribute points in my 3rd year. But this new recruit has 60 points. How is that possible? Jiang Kai immediately responded to him. Why not? As soon as he finished speaking, he launched an attack on Jiang Hua, leaving him no time to react. Too fast. Jiang Kuo had already fallen to his knees under Jiang Kai, and he was unable to speak the words in his mouth. Seeing that both of them have been defeated by me, Jiang Kai finally stops thinking for a moment and succeeds. My total attributes are now equivalent to level 4, so of course I can kill level 3. I was just trying to weaken them a bit to make it easier to attack. Now I'm just a little short of reaching level 3, and based on my previous knowledge on Earth, I just need to kill the explorers to do it. You haven't finished thinking yet. AI Brain appears again and says, the person who successfully defeated the explorer can take the killer's watch. And before the explorer's body disappears, has it been confirmed that the experience from the defeated explorer has been gained? 2 level 3 explorers, each worth 100 points, and whoever takes them will cause the others to lose twice as many. Zhang Kai, hearing that, said excitedly, so I really can steal experience. And the experience gained from killing explorers is much higher than from monsters, so I only take 100 points from each of them. AI brain confirmed and then disappeared. And the system notification appeared again, congratulating you on reaching level 3. Jiang Kai excitedly looked at his information panel, finally reaching level 3, which shows on the panel Explorer Jiang Kai. Profession, Silver Gate. Level 3. He walks toward the Shich Nan and Rang Kua, crouches down to take their watches, muttering to himself. Now, the total attributes are 76 points, and level 5 only has about 60 points. Zhang Kai, holding his suring in hand, with a determined look in his eyes, said as he walked, now I have enough strength to go back and save the master. The situation for the owner and no one doesn't look very good. The master has been injured, blood constantly flowing from his arm. And no one's clothes are torn to shreds. Han kills one of the pursuers chasing the owner and Nuo. Seeing them so battered, he spoke up. A martial artist and a healer, unexpectedly encountering 2 high-level Qingyu professionals, and the person standing beside him chuckled softly. Such a skilled profession indeed. Another one, holding his sword. He looked at No one healing the master and sneered. You can keep wearing them down. No one gently wiped her tears as she asked. Master. Kay was ambushed and chased by 2 assassins. He really can't go back. Can he? The Lord clenched his teeth and endured the pain as he replied to her. Yes. Definitely. Normally, he was fond of women, but in battle. A single gaze from the forest watching the group being chased. The Lord just looked at the appearance of the encroaching group surrounding him and thought that if his friends or family were in danger, even if it was hopeless, his mind suddenly spoke up, interrupting the boss's thoughts. Those dogs are bored now. This time let's skin them alive and slaughter them in response. The boss's thoughts continued, thinking about Jiang Kai. He would definitely appear. Suddenly, Jiang Kai rushes out from the forest with twin blades like a gust of wind. Blue lightning crackling around him, launching something towards the intruders. 2 of the intruders stepped forward to deal with the leader and No, but something flew past their heads so quickly they couldn't react. Non saw the scene before her, and it was as if she recognized what just pierced through the heads of the intruders. The leader smiled and said, I knew he would come back. Mo Kwa was also a bit shocked by what he saw, and asked, Who? Where are you? Did that woman sneak back earlier if you dare? Come face me now. In the middle of the large forest, Mo Kwa turned around to look, but saw no signs or shadows of anyone, so he could only stand still in place. Mo Kwa is a bit scared, shrinking back, thinking to himself, I can't see anything at all. I basically have no idea where he is. Could it be that the sacred prophecy only grants new professions to newcomers just entering? Or else he instinctively turned and ran. Ran and ran. No one couldn't help but speak out. The team leader is running away. A figure emerges from the dark night. It's Jiang Kai, holding a steel pipe in his hand, trying to escape by hitting my disciple, his eyes full of rage. Leave the life. Lie there for me, Jiang Kai said, then threw the iron pipe toward Mo Kwa. Jiang Kai's iron pipe pierced straight through him, causing an explosion. Mo Kwa could only scream once before collapsing to the ground. The ground is now shrouded in thick smoke, with the bodies of the intruders lying sprawled on the ground. Jiang Kai hesitantly walks out of the forest, approaching Han Nuan and asking if the bandits have been dealt with, then asks how she is. Seeing her tearful eyes, finally relieved that he's back, she went to throw herself into Jiang Kai's arms, her voice trembling slightly. But mistress, he is seriously injured. I can't leave him anymore. The owner kneels motionless on the ground, his body covered in wounds, blood flowing down in streams. I open my eyes, look at Jiang Kai, and speak. Guy, I know you'll come back no matter what, but this time, I might not get to see you again. Without saying a word, he collapsed and went ahead. The owner lay on the ground. Now sat beside him, and the owner pointed thick fingers at Jiang Kai. Weak voice Kai no one. Risking everything for you two is my greatest regret. From now on, you two will have to share my burden as well. Your eyes slowly closing. You try to say the last words. You must strive to pass that trial. Hearing him say that, Noan burst into tears calling him master. Jiang Kai stepped in front of him, looked down, clenched his fists, and called out, "Master." Suddenly, you ruthlessly threw an intruder onto the master. What are you muttering about here? No one sitting beside you is also startled and crying. Pin down. The owner groaned in pain and shouted, "Who dares to die?" You look at the living person in front of you with a fierce gaze. Jiangkai explained, "I meant to lead the 6 away and only injure them. You two kill them to gain experience and level up. That way, your health will be fully restored." After hearing Jiangkai speak, Now also nodded. "Yes. In the demon crystal. You can increase experience and level up by killing explorers." The owner didn't expect this and asked, "Is there such a thing? So right now am I being tricked?" And Jiangkai just paused halfway through and then realized what he was doing. You squint and quickly change the subject. "Wasn't it them tormenting you earlier? So now we'll torment them back. Using our left hand if we want." After hearing that, the landlord and Now both laughed sinisterly together, showing them what the cycle of heaven's justice truly is. One guy lying on the ground struggling to crawl away. And the owner with a mischievous smile says, "Kai, this might not be a good idea." Jiang Kai, "Viens Shu." And Noan exchange sly looks as they look at the person on the ground. And Jiang Kai laughs loudly. "Isn't it bad in St. Hui? They call this a return of courtesy. It's a good tradition we must uphold." The boss gestures toward the intruder, and I reply, All right. A good tradition. So I must uphold it seriously." He sits up and shouts, "You evil demons! Don't step over here." The scene shifts to the Data Research Institute of the Department of Time Management, where alarms are ringing nonstop and chaos erupts inside. It's terrifying and overwhelming. A group of people wake up, their spirits unstable and shouting nonstop, causing his head to panic with fear. Just now, Than Hui had someone new come and kill us all. He was even more ruthless with us, slaughtering us all, and waking up, covered in sweat on his forehead. He sang, "My experience points were stolen, and my level has dropped." In the observation room, 2 men are standing and watching the screen. One is Huang Kai, a senior leader of the country, who, seeing this scene, cannot believe his eyes and speaks up. "What is going on here? How did you all end up like this? Could it be that a new profession has appeared in Than Hui to fight against the Thao Do Jia?" At the same time, in Tenhui country, in the observation room, Professor Li urgently said, "This is bad. Just now, the evaluation data from Nan's watch was sent over. Nan's squad must have encountered the imposters." Lam heard him say that and was very worried about her sister. "Wait, is Nan okay?" Viang was also there, holding a glass of water and nodding calmly, saying that no one has ever escaped the Thao Du Gia before, so be prepared for their deaths. Professor Li listened to him and explained, "No, that's not what I meant." He looked at the data on the large screen and then continued speaking. "I mean, according to the data displayed, Norn and the others encountered the Thao Du Gia but didn't die, and moreover, they even leveled up." To Lam and Wei Ung stared in shock. Lam, you handle people. What do you mean?" Viung frowned. How is that possible? Fighting them and not dying, but leveling up. Could it be that those monsters helped her kill the monsters? Professor Li reviewed the data on the tablet multiple times, and only after being certain did he speak. "No. Nan is only 1 level higher, so I can barely believe she killed the monsters. But according to the data displayed, she leveled up twice in a row. And if no one notices this, there's only one possibility." Both Wei Ung and Tu Lam exclaimed in shock. It was Nan and her team who had killed those monsters, causing the cup in the commander's hand to fall to the ground and spill water everywhere. Lam calls out to him, "Commander," and Wei Ung stands up and shouts, "Quickly, show me the data of Nan's team immediately." Professor Li responds, "That's it. Quickly." Rock Loi opened the tablet to show the commander the information of Jiang Kai's group of 3. Nan. The leader appears on the big screen. Jiang Kai, level unknown. Profession, it's unclear. Zhang Ting, to Nan is level 3, with a doctor profession. Jiang Tin is the team leader. Level Harum, with a martial artist profession. Wei Ying smiled happily. So he really reached level 3. If he hadn't killed the fake Thao Du, he definitely couldn't have leveled up twice so quickly. To Lam still couldn't believe it. her voice full of doubt. This is impossible. Non is a non-combat profession. The injuries of early martial artists weren't severe. Could it be that all those fake monsters were defeated by Jiang Kai? That's just too incredible. Viung laughed happily again. I am sure it was Jiang Kai. But why is his profession still unknown? What is going on here? Professor Li looked at the tablet in his hand, and then deduced. I found some information about Jiang Kai. The reason is unknown because every explorer to the Demon Crystal must carry a watch to update information. But Jiang Kai used the oldest first-generation watch. And Professor Li showed everyone an image of the watch. The first-generation watch was the first used on the Demon Planet. And you continued your analysis. However, the server for the first-generation watch stopped functioning over 10 years ago, making network connection very difficult. That's why we can't see his information. To Lam said, in disbelief. What? In this day and age, someone is still using a first-generation watch. All right. Hearing that, he also spoke up to evaluate. Not bad. That's interesting. To Lam once again asked Professor Li to bring all the documents about Jiang Kai to her, so she could find out what kind of person that kid really is. He immediately responded with a yes. Looking back at Jiang Kai's group, the landlord looked at his information sheet and excitedly said, Wow. I really leveled up and revived with full health. Noan also opened her information panel. So happy that she instinctively rubbed her hands lightly. I didn't expect. Now I can knock back enemies around me. Very powerful. The skill is activated, landing with a ground-shaking force. Noan also touched her notification screen, unlocking the doctor's heart skill. Noan happily said, I've also activated the doctor's heart skill. Now my healing ability is stronger. Seeing how happy they were, Jiang Kai raised his hand to his chin in thought and said, as expected of a warrior and doctor's professional skills. Very practical. The owner stepped in front of Jiang Kai, and he spoke in a teasing tone. Jiang Kai, you see now that I am one level higher than you. I can fight against someone like you who crosses borders. Hearing this, Jiang Kai immediately opened his profile for them to see. Thinking about something, you think reaching level 3 means you can fight cross-border fighters. Now I'm level 4. Look at my attributes. After seeing Jiang Kai's information sheet, the guildmaster was so shocked his eyes nearly popped out, and he exclaimed loudly, Huh. The guildmaster raised both hands to his head, looking like everything was crazy. When did that kid level up to 4? Wasn't that level 2 just now? Nan's eyes also filled with admiration for you. She added, and with a total attribute score of 96. You're already equivalent to an 8th level explorer. Jiang Kai looked at them and calmly replied that when he was fleeing earlier, he had killed 1 transgressor, level 3. And upon arriving here, he killed 5 more, which is how he reached level 4. After hearing that, Yuanzu's face was filled with rage and frustration. How are you more showy than I am? I can't take it anymore. Nanan stepped in front of Jiang Kai and asked Kai, what do we do next? He looked at her and then said, next. He paused for a moment before making a decision. I heard that the team leader said they are the second crossing team. So, next. So we're going to kill Team 1 now. Right. Both the villain and Non asked loudly together. Huh. Half a day later. Somewhere in the novice area of the forest, a group of people was walking back and forth, and a loud laugh echoed what a joke. In the forest, a group of somewhat savage-looking people are talking, and a person hanging on a branch speaks. Team 2 has been wiped out by the newcomers, something they wouldn't even dream of in their sleep. With the person below having spiky hair, sharp teeth, he continued speaking. That's right. Or else, let them rest in peace. This guy's name is Dan On, a level 5 member of the first crossing team. A tall man with a tattoo on his arm and a scar on his cheek. He reminded everyone not to be careless, since their superiors had mentioned this, and we should be cautious. His name is Teet Ba, the leader of the first border crossing team, level 8. Someone spoke up, sounding disdainful. What kind of style is that? Even the biggest rookie in the area is only level 5, but our entire team is level 5. Here we fight gods and kill gods. Here we fight Buddhas and kill Buddhas. Another person also chimed in. That's right. Meanwhile, Jiang Kai's group of 3 is hiding in the shadows. Watching this group, no way. Kai. The border lord sat on the ground watching them leave, his voice a little hesitant. Are you sure you want to fight 9 level 5 border crossers, Nuo Nuo? Feeling scared. Speaks up to dissuade him. Or should we just leave? Zankai, hiding behind the corner of a tree, still observes the group, softly reassuring them. Don't be afraid. With my current abilities, even if we don't know, protecting you and having you retreat isn't a problem, especially since we won't kill them. They will attack our new citizens. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiangkai rushed out, gripping his iron pipe tightly with both hands. As he ran, he said, so instead of passive defense, it's better to strike first, before the 2 pillars and Nornorn could react. Kai rushed out. They shouted loudly. Hey! If you... The Bahan turned around and looked back, his eyes full of suspicion. Someone was rushing toward him, and he clenched his fists tightly, warning his team to be careful. There's someone coming. This group also turned to look, and Da Nan took out his watch to check Jiang Kai's information. Han sneered with satisfaction and said, I've checked. It's a new level 4. Ha-an, standing beside him, also spoke cautiously. A level 4. Just surviving here is good enough. How to level up? Maybe it's the guy who killed the second team. Tiyashiba then smirked maliciously. Not bad. This is a major discovery. Immediately, Han raised his hand to command everyone in the group to stay alert and pursue. Capturing Han would be a great achievement. As a bunch of crazed people charged forward while responding to him, yes, Jiang Kai runs ahead to lure them, then turns back to look behind him. Frowning in thought, things aren't good. The border crossers still know how to maintain their formation. The previous plan was to lure the enemy first, wait for the master to find an opportunity to use the earth-dispersing move to knock everyone away, then seize the gap when the infiltrators were thrown out to kill them all. But the enemy's formation is too long for the master to break through in one strike. Jiangkai kept running while thinking that the intruders were still chasing him from behind, so leaving a few border crossers might let them escape. But even so, we have some cards up our sleeve. Jiangkai suddenly stopped running, thinking further, just in case we need to kill all the border crossers. He stomped on the brake, spun around, and with one hand pushed against the ground. He poured all his strength into the metal pipe in his falling hand. He aimed straight at the chasing crowd, blue lightning enveloping his entire body. As he wiped toward the crossing group, he made a bold decision, likely needing to use all his strength to break through. Jian An and the dark figure lead the chase. Seeing Jiangkai turn back to wipe towards them, the 2 men stagger back, as if they can't believe their eyes, wondering why he turned around. Seeing Jiangkai approaching with the iron pipe, Jian An, holding a knife, furiously shouted, Where are you running to? Little brat. Are you so scared you can't run anymore? He swung his knife, slicing through Jiangkai's arm with a cocky look on his face, and suddenly regained his composure. His arm was slashed by Jian An. Blood immediately splattered everywhere. Jiangkai clenched his teeth in pain, and he only coughed once. Jiangkai thought to himself again, no, not close enough, then turned around and ran headfirst away, shouting loudly as he kept running. Seeing the group of people crossing the border appear to have gathered together, Jiangkai thought to himself, they are all together now, the shadow in his hand holding a knife. Speaking out, stripping him, Jiangkai rushes towards the shadowy figures, thinking to himself that he's still not close enough. He swiftly dodges all their attacks with skill. Tifan saw the scene in front of him and called out, What are you doing? But it was too late. In front of him, Jiangkai had already closed the distance, holding a metal pipe and rushing toward Tifan. He suddenly broke out in sweat. How could our level 5 and level 4 kids avoid all those attacks? The Black Shadow then took out his watch to check again, then shouted loudly, Captain, it's not right. He kept looking at the continuous alerts on the screen before speaking again. At first, there wasn't enough time to check his attributes, but just now I used the high-grade watch to check again, and I found that although his overall attributes couldn't be clearly identified, I was able to determine his speed and agility. Jiangkai rushed forward, his body covered in blue light, his eyes glowing, as the Dark Shadow's voice echoed again, almost within the 30-point range. Tikba was stunned and stammered in disbelief. What 30 points of agility? Jiangkai, Ngevai, Kungkwai, Zhaolai, Gam, Lon Hoi, Toidanyinyam, Roifai, Kong, Tok Kwa Twai, Konchua Twai, Vinta, Kune An Kao On Toi Nye U Vai, Lem Sao. Toi que the chan duokan. Titba froza. Raising his hand to defend. Watching Jiang Kai pass by one person after another. He thought to himself, this can't be right. The watch is very hard to misread. If that little brat is really that quick, then isn't he just pretending to be chased by us? Master Thiet only then realized he had been fooled and shouted loudly, no. We've fallen into their trap. Scatter now. His witnesses froze in shock, and one of them asked, what? Jiang Kai stands among the fleeing crowd, his eyes glowing. He sneers coldly and says, a bunch of fools finally realize it. But now your formation has been tricked into one group by me. At this moment, before he could finish speaking and run, a bolt of golden lightning appeared above the crowd, and Jiang Kai continued speaking. It's too late now. The leader from above charged down at the gathering crowd. His body enveloped in a blinding golden light. He launched an attack, delivering a powerful kick. Immediately, a huge explosion occurred, throwing the crossing team members far away, and they could only manage a cry of "A." Seeing this, Jiang Kai smirked and said, well done. True 2. Next, Jiang Kai's people released streaks of blue lightning, holding short blades in both hands as they used to eliminate members of Team 2. Jiang Kai, taking advantage of the momentum after the attack from the boss, ran and said, let me handle it. As he finished speaking, the crossing team members of Team 1 lay scattered on the ground. Jiang Kai stopped. The blue sparks on his body gradually faded away, and he let out a sigh of relief, having cleared everything in one go. The boss saw this and roared in fury, killing all 9 level 5 players. Kai, you've gone too far. The system now sends a notification to Jiang Kai, stating that Jiang Kai, the adventurer, has killed 5 level 5 enemies. He gained a total of 2,000 experience, making Jiang Kai's adventure house the top in the novice area, reaching the highest level. Level Ut. You look at your profile and smile softly, finally reaching level 5. Inside, you think to yourself that killing one high-level adventurer increases your level by 1, but you gain experience twice as much. As a level 5 adventurer, I can now loot 400 experience points. Nuan looked at Jiang Kai with admiration, unable to hide her amazement, and let out a cry. Kai, you're level 5 now. I heard that level 5 is the highest in the novice village. The guildmaster also added, wow, you're in first place now. Jiang Kai calmly turned around and replied, it's nothing a daring adventurer kills for experience, that's all. I left the 4 survivors with their remaining blood levels. You should also finish up and grab some experience. No one agreed enthusiastically, and the guildmaster also asked, Kai, what's your next move? Jiang Kai looked into the distance and said, in the past, to improve his combat ability, he would kill monsters to gain points for upgrades. And now he has already killed enough. I will lead you to defeat monsters and earn points. Once you have enough points, we'll reach the final destination. Alright? The boss is also full of confidence. He touched his muscular arm and said, finally, it's our turn to hunt monsters. Jiang Kai, viens shu. And no one continued their monster hunting journey in the forest after defeating the cross-border group. Jiang Kai, walking ahead, warned everyone to pay attention. Near the destination, they might score many points, but the closer we get to the end point, the more terrifying the monsters become. Even beginner boss areas. We must be very careful. Jiang Kai leads the way. The head of the group follows at the back, and both are extremely alert to everything around them. Noan followed behind Jiang Kai, nodded in response, and suddenly the 3 of them were terrified by the scene before their eyes. Soon a humanoid beast lies on the ground, its body no longer intact, eyes bulging out in a terrifying sight. Seeing the human-faced beast lying on the ground, Now stammered in fear. It was the corpse of a human-faced beast. The owner of the estate couldn't help but speak up upon seeing this scene. They had many bite marks on their bodies, suggesting they were killed by something that bit them. Jiang Kai, stay calm and activate your demon eye to observe your talent. Focus your demon eye, and for a moment, strange characters appeared in Jiang Kai's eyes. You just looked at the corpse of the humanoid beast on the ground and said that earlier from afar you saw a golden light here, as if a golden monster killed these 2 humanoid beasts. No one then asked, a golden creature, unaware that something was quietly watching them from behind. Suddenly a golden power appeared, and the orb master still hadn't realized that it was right behind him. He continued to mutter in amazement. What kind of creature could kill those two humanoid monsters? That thing isn't targeting us. The corncob cannon fires lightning bolts that attack Noan, and Jiang Kai, hitting them before they can dodge. And Noan can only cry out in pain. What is that thing? The owner tries to raise his hand to block his body, forcing himself to open one eye and shout loudly. It's a metallic creature. This thing is really targeting us. After attacking, it immediately rushed towards Jiang Kai, who was still standing still without reacting, only opening his eyes wide to observe. Yuan Zhuo painfully clutches his injured arm and warns Jiang Kai. Be careful. That thing is highly toxic. It bit someone. Watch out or you'll get bitten to death. Jiang Kai throws down the tube and reaches for the golden light, while Noan, and the owner see this one with worried eyes. The other stunned as they both look towards him. Jiang Kai also froze for a few seconds, realizing he had caught something with his bare hands, and it turned out to be a fat mouse tightly held in his hand. The owner was stunned. What? It's that fast. Yet Jiang Kai and Nuan caught it with their bare hands. Jiang Kai looked at the mouse in his hand and said, Hey, you guys think it's fast, but it's just a fat mouse. The mouse in Jiang Kai's hand immediately squealed in anger. You bastard. The slow and fat one who was just scolding. Getting caught is just my mistake. Jiang Kai looked at it scolding me, and he just gave a slight smile. This mouse still isn't giving up. So I, while speaking to you, will let go of the mouse and see if you can escape. Suddenly, its eyes shone with a golden light, mouth wide open, daring to look down on me. It charged at Jiang Kai with streaks of golden lightning. The owner saw this and quickly cupped his hands over his head in a defensive gesture. Jiang Kai, kid, what are you doing letting go? It's the one that bit those two face monsters to death. Jiang Kai once again catches the mouse with his bare hands, then releases it calmly and says it's okay. It's too slow for me. Jiang Kai kept repeating the action, catching the mouse then releasing it, continuously chasing it in his hand. Yuan Zhu saw this and looked stiff. Jiang Kai, you're so quick. Noan covered her mouth with her hand, her face full of admiration. You're amazing. After a few minutes of catching the mouse, the little mouse finally raised the white flag and surrendered, nestled comfortably in Jiang Kai's hand. The tiny mouse was subdued. Jiang Kai looked at the mouse resting in his hand and said, This mouse has been tamed by me. It won't run anymore. Yuan Zhu looked at the mouse Noan in Jiang Kai's hand and was also stunned. Jiang Kai caught a pet just by quick reflexes. The three of them turned back to look at the bodies of the two humanoid monsters lying on the ground. And Jiang Kai said again, I don't know if this little mouse can be tamed into a strategy, but picking up the bodies of the two humanoid monsters is also very profitable. Jiang Kai places the little mouse on his shoulder and looks at Noan, and the owner, continuing to say, Noan, you two are already level 4 without the FB mouse. Each of you take one, and keep hunting monsters, while there's still time before the trial ends. Noan saw the chubby little mouse on Jiang Kai's shoulder, her eyes shining brightly. She nodded and let out a soft sound. So adorable. The guildmaster looked extremely dejected and said, Compared to Jiang Kai, a martial artist like me is nothing. Cut to a scene deep in the forest, where a person is slowly making their way forward, leaning on a staff. He wears a round blue robe that covers his face, revealing only a bit of his hair. He seemed to see something in front of him, smiling broadly and saying, It's here. Finally arrived. After so long, we've reached the end of the novice zone. In front of him now is a massive city. This is St. Base City. He steps up the stairs one by one towards the top, as the city gates open and a group of people armed with spears gradually emerge. The three of them walk down the stairs and approach the person in the round robe, and the leader steps forward to greet him. Congratulations on passing the trial. New recruit. We are the guides for new explorers, welcoming you to officially become an adventurer of the Empire. This is Ha Dao, the guide for newcomers. Ha Dao went over and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. But unfortunately, someone has already taken the top spot before you. But rankings don't matter. The fact that the newcomer passed the trial is already impressive. Ha Dao just finished speaking. He quickly lowered his hand from his shoulder and saluted. Commander, I am indeed not the first to arrive here. He raised his hand to show the cards he had collected, his voice full of pride. But what does he rely on to think I am not number one? The three of them were amazed to see him with so many cards. With Ha Vai standing behind Ha Dao, he spoke up. What? The ranking is based on points. And with so many monster cards, you can earn a lot of points. Ha Dao also chimed in. Someone like you could kill that many monsters. He slowly pulls down his hood from his round shirt, laughs loudly and arrogantly, and dismisses it. As a blonde-haired man, he loudly declares, I am the second young master of the Hoang family. As the future senior of the Huyen Vu Guild, I had already undergone special training before I arrived at the Demon Spirit. Hearing this, second, young master Hoang Vai and Ha Dao became even more astonished. He spoke again to confirm. What? The Hoang family owns the Huyen Vu Guild. Ha Vai also interjected. The Huyen Vu Guild is one of the top 10 guilds, so it's not surprising for a big family. Ha Dao also turned to congratulate him. So, congratulations. If you keep earning points, you'll not only be first in this trial, but also possibly be in the top 10 of the saints to be. Hoang Vai spread his arms wide, looked up at the sky and laughed loudly. Fine. Today Huang Vi, will take it easy here. Winning first place in the trial is just the beginning for a newcomer. Just give me a little time, and the demon spirit will become the era of Hoang Vi. Transitioning scenes. Deep inside the novice training area, Jiang Kai's group is still searching for monsters in the forest. Jiang Kai glanced back and continued, wondering if he was scared off by this little mouse. No way that could happen. No one is walking behind you. Only paying attention to the chubby little mouse sleeping on your hat. The little mouse is in love. But suddenly a loud noise rang out, causing Jiang Kai and the others to turn around and look back. Something made them a bit scared. A sharp claw suddenly appears on the ground. Jiang Kai's eyes widen as he exclaims, This is the invisible wolf. A pack of fierce wolves is approaching the three of them. At this moment, a giant wolf finally stepped out, its paw releasing a stream of blue energy as it moved. This giant wolf, with gray and white fur and a scarred eye, is the boss of the newcomer zone. The shadowless Wolf King, Jiang Kai, Noan, and Vian Chu are standing back to back, their faces shifting from tense to pale. Jiang Kai realizes this wolf. He shouts loudly, We're doomed. This is the boss Ku Tan Thu, Invisible Shadow Wolf. King, turns out no monster is us, entering the boss's territory. The pack of wolves has now surrounded the three of them, and all three of them say together, We're trapped. Master Vian looked at Jiang Kai with tears in his eyes and said, Jiang Kai, I've heard that the Wolf King is the strongest creature never defeated in the newbie zone. Facing it means only death. What can we do now? Jiang Kai clenched the iron pipe in his hand and thought to himself, Right now there are too many wolves here. If I run alone, I can escape. But the masters can't. So I guess only death is the only option. After thinking, he immediately charged forward and loudly told the two who were still standing, frozen in place. Master, non, we can't escape. Only killing the Wolf King can break the encirclement. Together, they coordinated to kill the Wolf King. And upon hearing Jiang Kai's words, the two agreed. Jiang Kai rushed forward, and here the master used his strength, striking the ground with a powerful blow. Watch me now. The punch from the leader immediately caused a massive explosion, with electric sparks shooting straight into the sky, stomping the ground to shake the earth. The wolves were knocked back by the blow from the boss, and Jiang Kai, seeing this, also praised him. Not bad at controlling. Master, Jiang Kai. At this moment you continue to give instructions to Norn, but now add poison and the green toxin into the weapon. You listen to your command and then act accordingly. I understand. Now it's your turn. Jiang Kai. Use both skills at once. As you prepare, shout out, I am here. The demon eye focused, the demon hand flying. Jiang Kai unleashes a powerful beam of light. With a single strike, Jiang Kai unleashes a beam straight at Lang Vuong. The wolf howls loudly, baring its sharp fangs, glaring at Jiang Kai's group with an angry look. The three of them. Noan, the owner. Jiang Kai gaping in fear. Jiang Kai shouting loudly, What? I can't break through Lang Vuong's barrier. At this moment, Lang Vuong bites down with his sharp jaws and charges toward the three people, while the other wolves, seeing this, also bare their sharp jaws and rush in. The three of them are attacked by the wolf pack. Noan is injured, and she stammers loudly. This is not good. Lang Vuong orders the pack of wolves to attack collectively. While the village chief is using his powerful arm to try and separate an old wolf, he fought back while asking, "Hitting Lang Vuong didn't work. Is there any other way?" Jiang Kai is no better off. He's also fighting against the wolves. And he begins to think, I can't go on. Lang Vuong's defenses are too strong. Now the wolves are surrounding me, and I can't kill them all. Suddenly, the chubby mouse on Jiang Kai's hat was awakened by the commotion, and it started to shout, "Get out!" Seeing the wolves rushing toward him, its face twisted, and it quickly identified the culprit, those wolves. Jiang Kai is still doing his best to fight off the pack. At this moment, the little mouse suddenly becomes fierce. Its body starts to glow with fire. Its teeth clenched tightly. This is the fiery egg trap. The small mouse immediately charged forward, and this golden light power struck again to defeat the wolf pack. It opens its mouth wide, its fierce eyes spewing fire as it rushes to bite and tear at Lang Vuong, who can only roar in response. Seeing this, Jiang Kai was amazed and thought, that mouse bit through Lang Vuong's skin. Realizing this, he immediately used the focused demon eye. He immediately realized the wounds on Lang Vuong's body and thought to himself, so this mouse caused those injuries. Good. Earlier, his defense was too strong, so the attack failed. But now Lang Vuong's skin is torn, and attacking the wound interrupts Jiang Kai's thoughts as he quickly holds the mouth of a wolf, while his other hand immediately activates his skill. You put all your strength into the dart flying towards the Lang Vuong. And at this moment your thoughts continued. Lang Vuong's defenses will become useless. The spear shot straight at the Wolf King, making it roar loudly, and the small mouse on its back was also knocked off onto the ground. It works. Jiang Kai continues to cast his next skill while firing 3 short beams, thinking to himself, indeed it has an effect. So now I just need to keep using the focused attack with the demon eye, and I will definitely succeed. Under Jiang Kai's continuous attacks, Lang Vuong was wounded, blood staining its fur red. Jiang Kai's final strike caused Lang Vuong to explode. A critical hit 200 times stronger. The explosion was so huge that even Noan, and the guildmaster had to look. Noan raised one hand to cover her eyes and said, what Jiang Kai used was one strike. The guildmaster also had no words of regret. After killing the invisible Lang Vuong, Jiang Kai stood there executing the person, and the system notification appeared again. Congratulations to explorer Jiang Kai for defeating the rookie zone boss, the invisible Wolf King. Jiang Kai couldn't believe his eyes. That's right. It hasn't triggered a critical hit after so long, so it's normal to trigger one now. Seeing the Viper King fall, the wolves immediately scattered like headless snakes. Retreating backwards, the wolf pack turns and runs away. Noan notices and calls out Jiang Kai, look, the wolves seem to want to run. Jiang Kai then asked both of them, Master, Nuo, can you still fight? Both replied in unison. Yes. Jiang Kai said, then it's fine. After saying that, he charged forward full of energy again, now without Lord Lang's command. This pack of wolves is just fish on a chopping block. The owner also gritted his teeth and said, remember how they fought against us earlier? All 3 of them said in unison, don't let them go. Kill them. The 3 of them charged together towards the wolf pack, coordinating seamlessly, with Jiang Kai and the owner attacking, while Nuo supported them from behind to heal their wounds. When the wolves were sprawled on the ground, they finally laughed loudly in celebration. So the battle was over. Looking at the wolves lying on the ground, the master happily said, I didn't expect us to be able to defeat the beginner zone boss. No one cheered happily. We're really too powerful. Jiang Kai turned to look at the 2 and said, I left a lot of low-health void wolves earlier. Hurry up and add more points of contribution. No one nodded. And the guildmaster also asked, so what happens next? Jiang Kai replied that we currently have a lot of points. So next, of course, is to go to the final destination. A few hours later, when morning came, the 3 finally reached their destination, where many people were bustling around in lively noise. The owner of the Jade Stone looked at the passers-by and asked, is this our Holy Diu Kingdom territory in the spirit world? No one also cheered excitedly. That was really impressive. Jiang Kai, hearing them, also joined in the fun. Of course, the Holy Dew City is the biggest hub for the people of the Holy Dew Kingdom in the spiritual realm. Suddenly, the little creature jumped from Jiang Kai's hat and ran away. And no one noticed. She quickly told Jiang Kai, that little creature is running over there. Jiang Kai saw that and calmly said, "It's okay. That's its freedom. If fate allows, we can meet again." The grand reception hall for newcomers is bustling with people coming and going. Ha Dao, leading Jiang Kai's group, cheerfully said, "Congratulations on passing the test. I am Ha Dao, the guide for newcomers. And now all the newcomers who passed the gate are here." Jiang Kai looked at him and said, "Officer, may I see the rankings of the newcomers who have completed the trial?" Ha Dao replied, "Of course." From afar, Huang Vai had already seen them. He smiled sinisterly. "Quite fitting, isn't it?" He walked up to Jiang Kai, pointed at the watch on his wrist with a smug look, and said, "I didn't expect my carved men to also participate in the trial. How about I show you the rankings?" Jiang Kai saw his face turn grim and unhappy. Thinking to himself, "I didn't expect Huang Vai to come so early." Huang Vi opened the ranking board, proudly saying, "I am the top scorer, and you all have also secured first place perfectly. But it's just counting down from the bottom." A group of others also mocked Jiang Kai, with Liang Wen leading the way, his tone full of sarcasm. "Hurry and look at these useless guys. With such achievements, they still dare to ask why." Followed by Ha Dao, who also laughs loudly and joins in. Even less than a fraction of these useless people. Jiang Kai's cold eyes looked at Huang Vi as he thought to himself that his sister had come to Hontin to earn money for him, had gone to Huang Vi's house to work, and that this scoundrel had also harassed her many times. Furthermore, Huang Vi often exploited his brother's illness to humiliate him. Recalling the times he was beaten by Huang Vi and his henchmen, you can only lie on the ground, gritting your teeth and enduring the pain. While after each blow, Huang Vi sneers and laughs mockingly. "Your brother is a sick dog, and you are just a weakling. It's okay. Master, let me advise you to clean up that filth properly." Seeing everyone start to draw their guns, Jiang Kai stepped forward and said, "I apologize to everyone. I want to inform you that the rankings will be rearranged soon because we have already taken the top 3 spots." Huang Vi and the others burst out laughing as if they heard a joke. Huang Vi pointed to his head and said, "Are you crazy or what? 3 people occupy the top 3 spots. Just by talking." He just smiled and said, "Officer, I think these people are sick." Another member of his group also spoke up. "That's right. Maybe only mental health treatment can help these 3 fools." Jiang Kai turned and said, "Master, no one. We don't need to pretend anymore." Nuan listened and nodded. The owner of the villa touched his watch and said, "I've been waiting for this moment. So let's flip the cards." When the master's watch started, thousands of monster cards appeared, and Huang Vi and the others were stunned. Huang Vi. He was unwilling, grinding his teeth. "What did you say again?" His eyes looked at the pile of cards as if they were about to fall out. How could there be so many monster corpses like that? Not only humanoid monsters, but also many Vo An Lang. No way. I also saw the Void Shadow Wolf King. Huang Vi. I can't believe this. Han said angrily. "What's so funny about this? You guys are all useless. How could you have killed so many monsters? Is there even a Vo An Halang Vuong? How could this happen at all?" Jiang Kai didn't bother to look at him. Just sneered, "Whether it's real or fake. The rankings have already told you everything. Everyone check the leaderboard." Whispers keep spreading. "Look, the rankings have really changed, so their points are real after all." Huang Vingen clenched his teeth and opened his own watch to check. How is that possible? Moreover, they really did take the top 3 spots. Jiang Kai calmly put his hands in his pockets, smiled, and said, "Do you think that's all there is to it?" He stepped forward a few steps and asked, "Officer, if you manage to eliminate the imposter." Jiang Kai suddenly threw out a bunch of watches and asked if that would earn him extra points, seeing the watches in front of him. Hadao was very surprised and then said, "This is a fake time thief's watch from the country of Loma." Huang Vi and the others were stunned. "What do you mean fake time thieves?" Huang Vi laughed maniacally and said, "You've all been exposed. How can a rookie defeat a fake time thief?" Sure enough, it's a bunch of liars. He spread his arms wide and spoke loudly for everyone to hear. Moreover, in this trial, there is no such thing as a fake thief. Has anyone here encountered a fake thief? A group of people who heard him say that also raised their hands in agreement. No one. They haven't met anyone at all. He then pointed at Jiang Kai's group and continued. "Look, Your Excellency, how many people are witnesses like this? Besides them, basically no one has encountered a fake thief. They must be lying." I plan to recommend canceling their achievements and thoroughly investigate them. Ha Dao was momentarily at a loss for how to judge and could only utter one word. Here. The crowd around began to pressure him, urging him to handle it seriously and quickly punish these liars. Someone suddenly stepped out from the crowd and spoke. Don't worry, everyone. The fake Thao Do is real. We just didn't have time to inform you yet. Huang Vi, hearing this, also stood frozen. The person stepping out is Luo Jun. You are the deputy commander of Jiangzhongcheng Military District. Deputy Commander Luo Jun, dressed in a white suit and wearing glasses, steps out followed by two others. He slowly said, At first I was very surprised to hear this, but the level of requirement demanded that I personally praise the three Jianghai. This proves that it is completely true. Huang Vi and the others broke out in cold sweat upon hearing that. Ha Dao and another person both exclaimed, What? That's Lo Tuan, the deputy commander of Zhang Trongthun. All the big shots and influential figures have already arrived, proving that they are indeed the ones who know about those fake guilds. Huang Vi could only manage a few words at this point. Is that really true? Luo Yun, I came to your side to tell you that the army, in order to encourage you, has decided to increase the reward level for your equipment to resolve the fake bandit threat. The people outside could only respond in unison. Huh. Lo Tuan looked at Jianghai, smiled softly, and continued. Originally the reward for second place. The reward for second place remains, with the three of you at B level advancing to A level, and the reward for Jianghai's first place moving from A level to level S. Zhanghai, Yuan Zhu, and Nuo all cheered happily. Yuan Zhu laughed loudly and said, Is that true? Nuo also smiled brightly. This is wonderful. Jianghai nodded and thanked them. Thank you. The people outside were stunned. One of them raised both hands to his head and stepped back. He shouted, What do you mean? The reward changed from level A to level S. Even Hai Dao was stunned when he heard that. Just starting the excavation and already having such equipment, Jianghai is now imagining in his mind his demon spirit class, where he stands on the podium teaching, with equipment ranging from grade S to grade F. F being the lowest quality and S the finest. Generally, equipment of B and C quality is already quite good, while A and S level gear are rarer and what most explorers dream of obtaining. Huang Vi stood outside listening, clenched his fists tightly, trembling with anger, gritting his teeth with blue veins bulging. Even the veins are bulging. He thought, even if Jianghai gets an S-rank reward, it doesn't matter. But now he dares to drop me to fourth place. Huang Vi was furious. His face flushed red, shouting loudly, This isn't fair. There must be something wrong with this tournament. What right does that guy Jianghai have to surpass me? At this moment, Jianghai looked at him with a cold gaze, speaking slowly, each word clearly stopping him. Huang Vi, the army has confirmed it. Why don't you believe it? And I also warn you not to bother my family. A person in armor shouted to stop him, but was too late. Huang Vi. He didn't hear anything and drew his sword, full of challenge. What's wrong with what I said? Your whole family is just a bunch of lowly commoners. He stood in front of Jianghai, continuing to insult him and his family. Your older brother is just a sick dog, and your sister is just a servant girl. You're just a bastard I beat up in a corner. Today, how dare you step on my head? Jianghai's face darkened, and he remained silent. Huang Vi, wielding a fierce dagger, charged at him, shouting loudly that your slave girl sister is still working for my family. You dare to anger the old man. Do you believe there will come a day I will bring him out? Before he could finish speaking, he was cut across the body by Jianghai, tearing a large wound on Huang Vi. And before he could react, blood splattered everywhere. Luong Van and Hai Dao were also shocked by the scene, exclaiming, What's going on? Noan, and Vian Tru also spoke up, seeing that Jianghai was aiming at Huang Vi. Luo Jun stood outside watching the scene with a faint smile and a look full of complexity, thinking to himself, has he already made his move? Seeing Jianghai severely injure Huang Wei, the crowd around, watching eagerly, especially Liang Wen, was extremely excited. Huang Wei was now collapsed on the ground, trembling all over, and someone outside the scene immediately spoke up. Huang Vi comes from the Huang family, one of the 10 major guilds in the country. Zhanghai, do you dare to lay a hand on him? Huangvi, exhausted and sweating, clenched his teeth as he covered the bleeding wound on his chest, and asked sharply, Zhang, do you dare to attack me? Do you know what you'll have to face? Hai turned around, still holding the iron pipe, and looked at him coldly as he replied, You bastard. You spread rumors about attacking my family. Do I even need to know who you are? Hai looked at him now, and even he couldn't help but feel fear. Hai stepped closer, saying as he walked, On this face, family is the most important thing to me. As long as someone dares to threaten them, the people outside watching your actions can only stay silent and say nothing now. You stand in front of Huangvi with the iron pipe raised. Hai looks down at him and clearly says each word. No matter who they are, I will definitely strike. Furthermore, upon seeing your action, Huangvi trembled and raised a hand to block. Trembling and wide-eyed, Hai didn't hold back and directly stabbed the iron pipe in his hand toward Huangvi. I will also kill that person. Huangvi cried out in pain as the iron pipe pierced through his body. When Hai pulled out the iron pipe, Huangvi had already died. The system then sent a notification. Explorer Hai successfully killed Level 1 Explorer Huangvi, earning 6 experience points. Do you choose to loot? Hai narrowed his eyes and looked, speaking in a deep voice. Only 6 experience points can be stolen. Is the noble family so poor? Teacher Hai has killed Huang Wei, and the onlookers outside are also extremely terrified. One of them shouted, What? He dares to kill the young master of the Hoang family. Even though he was killed on the Devil Star, but still managed to survive. But the Hoang House's Mystic Vortex Guild is a huge power. Another person also shouted, This guy is also too bold and reckless. Luo Yun, with his hands in his pockets, looked at the boy from behind, silently assessing him. Not bad. This kid may be a bit naive, but without integrity. He's still the person his superior wanted to meet. Seeing the chaos unfold, Luo Jun cleared his throat softly and said, Everyone. Huang Wei was the one who attacked first. Hai was just defending himself. This matter should come to an end now. Yes. Thank you. Commander. The editor looked at Hai with a gaze full of admiration. Hai just had a shock. Nan also spoke up. Looking cool. Outside, a few people are standing in a hut. The group of 3, Hai, Lo Tuan, and Nan stood inside the hut, with 3 mysterious boxes in front of Hai. Non, and the Bienshu. Luo Jun crossed his arms and said coldly, We've been waiting a long time. This is the special military equipment awarded to everyone. Open the box and see for yourself. Hai replied, Thank you. Nanan reached out and opened her box. A radiant light emanating from inside. A gem radiating a brilliant light floats in front of Nan. And she happily says, This is a life jade. A piece of equipment even beginner doctors dream of. Lo Tuan saw her so happy and nodded. The vitality of the life gem increased by 15 points, also boosting healing and potion-making efficiency. Very good. The owner tried on the armor, which was lightweight, and happily raised his hand to show off. Look at this. Mini Zabijap. So cool. Luo Jun smiled, clapped his hands, and said, The chest armor. Nam T's defensive ability increased by 16 points, and it can also reduce 16% of damage taken, making it a high-quality all-around equipment. This is so useful. Non, who is standing behind, is curious and urges Hai to open it quickly, and Hai nods in agreement. Zhanghai mohopgua guomindra, ang sang choi loi fatra, dap thang vel mat kao, truok mat kao, mot bozuan kiem gom chin kai chong chi kap. He thong hinra, chuzamjin chang bi, kanzamjin. Luo Jun saw that. He raised his hand to think for a moment and said, So we need to appraise it before we can see the equipment. The owner also excitedly said, An appraisal card is needed, so it must be very valuable. Luo Jun took out something like a piece of tape, holding it up as he said, Yes. High-quality equipment usually requires an appraisal card for identification. I happen to have a few that can help you with the appraisal. As soon as he inserted the appraisal card, Hai's reward information immediately appeared: a reincarnation relic, an S-rank weapon, upgraded, 9 energy points, 9 piercing force points, 9 agility points. With special effects, each time you use the pursuit weapon, the chance of lethal damage and lethal damage itself will increase by 10%, up to a maximum of 90%. And after triggering a lethal strike, all pursuit reward effects will be reset. Seeing the information panel, Luo Jun spoke first. Huh. So it's a critical hit weapon. Huh. For someone with low attack power, even with critical hits, the damage isn't high. This S-level weapon doesn't seem to be better than an A-level one. Hearing that, the editor-in-chief was stunned and asked, "Who? Officer, isn't this a bit of a scam for my brothers? So Officer Lo, can Jiang Kai's equipment be exchanged?" Luo Jun put his hands in his pockets and continued. "It's troublesome, but I can help you try to apply." Hearing that, Jiang Kai immediately refused. "No need to change. I want this one." Everyone was stunned by Jiang Kai's words. Jiang Kai picked up a sword and examined it, thinking to himself how this equipment couldn't possibly betray him. "This is clearly a top-tier gear perfectly suited for me. You should know that my critical damage is now not just double, but 200 times that of an ordinary person, as long as I land a critical hit. Even the Shadow Assassin and the Wolf King can't stop me, but it's a pity that my critical hit rate would be very low against strong enemies. I might even die without landing that critical strike, and then I wouldn't have a chance to show my power. But in my previous life, each move had at least a 10% chance of a critical hit, and by the 9th strike, it increased to 90%. So a critical hit was almost guaranteed. You raise the divine sword high, pride on your face, and then continue to think, even saying this is a perfect divine weapon for those who love gambling." Lo Tuan saw that Jiang Kai was determined not to change, so he just nodded slightly. "All right then, if you like it. There's no need to change it. After passing the trial, you can return to Earth if you want." Luo Jun walks over to Jiang Kai, pats him gently on the shoulder, and then slowly says, "Jiang Kai, I just want to remind you that someone might come looking for you from now on. I sincerely advise you to be careful when you return home." Hearing the chief officer's reminder, the three of Jiang Kai, Yuanzu, and Nuo Nuo stood frozen, watching his figure as he left. The scene shifts to the Holy Wisdom Kingdom on Earth, in the Chipmunk district of Jiangzhong, where Jiang Kai is happily riding his bicycle home. "I never expected I could pass the novice trial so smoothly. I wonder how their brother would react if he knew about this. Next, I will take the big brother and An Tu away from here, leaving the palace as soon as possible." He looked up at the old building, now dilapidated after many years, with trash piled up and stinking all around. And he continued to think, from now on, we won't have to live in the squirrel zone anymore. Big brother's body will be taken care of properly, and Atu won't be disturbed anymore. You holding your phone in your hand, gazing into the distance as if looking into your and your family's distant future. Jiang Kai keeps thinking everything will turn out fine. Jiang Kai parks the car and goes upstairs, opens the door and calls out Big Brother. "Tuang." He smiles and wipes his eyes, then enters the house and continues calling. "I'm back now. Everyone guess how my new recruit trial went." In your house, a group of strangers appeared in the living room, each with a sinister look on their face. The man sitting on the chair sneers as he looks at you and says, "Finally, someone has come home after a whole day. I heard you were quite impressive in the novice trial today. You weren't prepared and stammered. Are you Hoang V's brother? Huang Dat. What do you want to do?" A sudden thought flashed through your mind. Oh no. Why are Hoang's people here so quickly? Before he could finish thinking, a hand pushed him forward, while the two on either side held his arms tightly, forcing Jiang Kai to kneel down. "Jiang Kai, you trying to resist, but you can't, because these two have you restrained." Hoang Dot stands up, looking down at you, holding a baseball bat, one hand in his pocket, and says, "What about it? I don't know if you know, but my younger brother was killed by you on the moon, and now he's back and being taken for psychological treatment." "Right. You know, only people from the Hoang family are allowed to bully others. No one has ever dared to bully Hoang Ra before us." Jiang Kai stared fiercely at him as Hoang Dot, now like a madman, had bloodshot eyes. "Seeing you smile so ruthlessly, if you make Hoang V obli for a month, you better log out for good. You damn dog." As soon as he finished speaking, he swung the baseball bat down on Jiang Kai's head without blinking. Jiang Kai's eyes widened. His teeth clenched as he looked at him, but he couldn't fight back because he was being restrained by two men. Suddenly, Jiang Kai's house door was kicked open, the door flying out and hitting the two captors holding him. causing them to pain and release Jiang Kai's arms. "Who the hell are you?" A tall man appears beside you, followed by Tu Lam Lam walking in. And the man speaks. "Jiang Kai, I told Yuan to remind you to be careful when you get home." "So it was Veong," he said while smoking a cigarette. "Why didn't you take it seriously?" Tu Lam Lam walks in, holding up a piece of paper and speaking sternly. "Do not move. This is military business." The group, including Hoang Dat, is stunned to see Wei Ung, and one of them speaks up. "What? It's Senior Commander Wei Ung from the Gyeongtrung Military District." Hoang Dat saw that he was also stunned. How could such an important figure come here? Wei Ung raised his hand to take the cigarette from his mouth, his face fierce and determined. "We came for Jiang Kai. Today, you've messed with someone you shouldn't have." Hoang Dat heard that, and for a moment his face turned as black as a pot. He didn't expect Wei Ung to come for Jiang Kai. He gritted his teeth and said, "Commander, coming for Jiang Kai. How is that possible? What status does that kid have?" Jiang Kai at this moment slowly leans against the wall, awkwardly stands up, and suddenly a thought flashes through his mind. What? A high-ranking character like the senior commander of Jiangzhong City is doing all this for me. Finally, under the pressure of the army, Hoang Dat had to bow and admit his mistake, with 2 large guards standing behind him watching over him. Honestly a bit, the 3 of us, Zhang Kai, Wei Ung, and Tu Lam Lam, stood outside the corridor looking down. And now Jiang Kai spoke to thank the commander and everyone for coming to save him today. Though he didn't know why everyone was here, Wei Ung spoke up to interrupt. "Don't be tense. We came to see you for a reason. Your performance in this rookie trial, along with Yuan Zhu and Tanoa Noan, was very impressive. Do you know that after you left the front line, the guild leader and Tu Noan were invited to join the army, and we came here also to invite you. After all, wait a moment." Wei Ung took the medicine from his pouch, exhaled a cloud of white smoke, and then continued. "You're also a new profession." Hearing him mention the words new profession, Jiang Kai slightly stiffened, not understanding how Wei Ung knew about his situation. Tu Lam Lam turned around and looked at him, saying, "Zhang Kai, do you know what it means when a new profession appears? Currently, explorers of the Kwai Tin profession have many specializations, and each explorer undergoes a class change every time they level up twice. Each time a class change occurs, the explorer's attributes and skills will change, with some becoming stronger and others weaker. Currently, many class changes in the late game are basically useless. So to find a stronger strategy, the army has always been exploring new classes." Miss Tian slowly stepped towards Jiang Kai and said, "What you currently possess seems to be a very powerful new profession. So Jiang Kai, do you agree to join the army using this new profession?" After Tu Lam Lam finished speaking, everyone fell into deep thought, and Wei Ying suddenly broke the tense atmosphere with a comment. "Don't worry. We have no intention of forcing you. Before we came here, we investigated your family and learned about your brother's illness." Tu Lam Lam then spoke again, saying that as long as you agree to join the army, they will not only protect your family but also take full responsibility for your brother's medical expenses. Hearing this, Jiang Kai still kept his lips pressed tightly together and did not respond, while Wei Yun and Tuo Lam Lam left, leaving Jiang Kai standing alone in the corridor. As they gradually left, Wei Ying still said one last thing before leaving. "So, wasn't it because you went to the Devil Star to pay for your brother's medical expenses? If you agree, go to the army to register tomorrow." To Lam also left a message. "Just find me then." Watching the 2 figures walk away, Jiang Kai seemed to have made a decision, and he spoke up. "Sorry, I refuse to join the army." The 2 guards and Tu Lam Lam were all shocked by your decision. Lam Lam turned around and asked why. Jiang Kai continued, "I know joining the army is a good thing, but that applies to professions that will definitely develop strongly in the future, like the martial artist of the Lord and Noan's doctor. You put your hand on your back with a determined look. But I am different. I am a new profession. I remember when I discovered that being a demon supporter was a new profession. Wasn't it also valued by the army back then? At that time, the army heavily supported the ghost, which was at its peak, until the army realized that the ghost would be useless if they continued to develop. Isn't it true that the demon beast was abandoned by the army? Just look at its current state. Transformed into a demon beast. Its ending no different from a beggar. Thinking of my happy little family, I continued. I was just too excited this time, unprepared. I didn't expect the Hoang family to act directly without hesitation. We must quickly move away from the area under their control. I really appreciate everyone's help. But the three of us have been living and relying on each other for over 10 years. Giankai clenched his fist to show his determination. We are more used to holding our own fate than relying entirely on others' protection. Lam Lam heard that and immediately shouted loudly. But right now, people are in a critical situation. Your new role might bring significant change to all of humanity. Humanity needs you now. How can you think that way? Giankai turned away, trying to avoid her gaze, and replied, I'm not that great. I just want to protect my family and live safely. Lam Lam heard that. She still stubbornly wanted to say something else. But Wei Ung had come over, placing his hand on her shoulder to stop her from speaking, and left. I understand what this little one means now. Wei Ung had been smoking a new cigarette for some time, holding it between his fingers, and then slowly spoke to Jiangkai. Habits formed over decades can't be changed overnight. But Xiaoxi, you must know your brother doesn't have much time left. The new medicine in your case has already used up 2/3. You flick the cigarette ash down and keep going. And in this apocalypse, fighting alone won't be effective. Then let's make a deal. He looked at Jiang Kai and smirked, saying that for the next month, the army will continue to protect you from the harassment of the royal guards. If you can raise the money for your brother's surgery and prove your ability to protect your family within a month, I will agree to your refusal to enlist. But if you can't raise the money, the army will cover your brother's medical expenses to help him survive. But afterward, you'll be required to enlist for the inspection. Lam Lam was stunned to hear that, because she didn't expect Wei Ung to think so deeply. Wei Ung and Lam Lam once again stand before Jiang Kai, who smiles as if willing to follow his father's wishes. He responds, Fine. I agree. In the city, it was already dark, and Jiang Kai was alone at home. He began to think again, facing the extremes from the military. And he had to return to Martin quickly to earn money for his brother's surgery. He wrote a note for his brother and younger brother, then left again. Big brother, thank you watching. Everyone are still working overtime. I have passed the test and will return to Martin first. He left the house on foot, walking through streets filled with homeless people and addicts. As his thoughts raced, compounded by the threat from the royal family, the three of us can't live in a place like this anymore. We need to move to an area with higher security to stay safe. So this time returning to Martin is a tough mission. But next time I will definitely come back here with enough money. Giankai returns to Holy Wisdom City. Martin, Holy Wisdom City. Coming back here. This place is still very crowded with people. Giankai has changed into a new set of gear. And as he looks at his outfit, he thinks that after passing the rookie trial, the adventure on Martin officially begins. Just changed my outfit in the quarantine zone, and finally can earn money by fighting monsters in Martin. He silently looked up at the wooden sign hanging above his head that read Guild, and then thought, new players wanting to make money on Martin must join a guild, because the monsters on Martin are so powerful that you would basically die if you fought them alone. All new explorers must join a guild to form a team to battle the monsters. In the end, the guild is a large team. After joining, newcomers can follow team members to fight monsters and increase their survival chances. So let's see if there's a guild I can join. You open a door excitedly and step into a room. Hello? I want to join the guild. The purple-haired girl sitting at the reception desk is named Tu Huyen. She responds to Jiang Kai. Sorry, Mr. Jiang Kai, you are currently unable to join the guild. Jiang Kai asked her again. Why? She pointed to the marked photo of him and explained that because he offended the royal family, he is now blacklisted by most of the guilds. After hearing that, Jiang Kai was stunned for a few seconds. So if nothing else happens, from now on, you can only challenge the demon spirit alone. The scene shifts to the safe zone outside St. Yao City's recruitment area, where Jiang Kai walks alone. Many eyes are watching him, and he pats his head as he walks. What's going on? Offending the royal family. No guild dares to accept me. I've taken the mountain path. Does that mean it's already over before it even begins? Suddenly, a person dressed in patched clothes approached from behind and called out to him, worried about this guest, who was unsure which area to go to for fighting monsters. Jiang Kai nodded quietly. Jiang Kai turned around. It was a girl. She was an explorer. Ho Nian, a fortune teller by profession. At level Husong Kilens. She winked playfully at Jiang Kai and said, I am a fortune teller. It can be calculated for the best person, costing only 100 demon crystal coins per time. Kai looked at her and could only hold back his laughter. Kai immediately turned around and walked away, casually waving his hand and apologizing. I am an atheist. Han quickly reached out and called him back. Wait. She hurriedly reached out and said, please don't leave. I can offer a discount 80, 30, or I can give you a free reading as a special startup offer. When Kai heard the words free, he immediately spun around 180 degrees with a cheerful attitude. Standing in front of her, he said, free, huh? Then I'll bother you. I'm still very superstitious right now. Nan saw how quickly he changed, so she could only look away in surprise, thinking to herself that free of charge was just a trick. This guy is really stingy. She opened her skill bag, gritted her teeth, and took out her talisman, thinking to herself, oh well, just treat it as practicing her skills. She raised her talisman, and it immediately started to glow as she muttered some characters under her breath. In a moment, glowing lines of characters appeared neatly before the lake. As she looked at them while speaking to Kai, guest, you are now facing danger. If you don't want danger to get involved, I advise you to leave. Look straight ahead at the lake. Now you can see the Royal King Cave and the Royal King Mountain Cave. Kai listened to her and raised his hand to hold it, his face serious for a moment. Danger. This is indeed real because the royal family is targeting him. It's just a safe zone, with rules against killing. So the royal family dares not touch me. I think about the blood basin, where strange creatures appear around, and two monsters are holding weapons in their hands. The scene here is like a giant furnace. Volcanoes erupting with rivers of lava flowing across the land. This is the destination for novice adventurers from level 1 to 10 training in the Hoi Ruk Bin Wen. But it's likely that the royal family will send someone here to kill me. So I can't do that either. Tai Bin Sundao is a place with green mountains and clear waters, with both mountains and rivers. But it's only for explorers level 15 and above. If I go there now, I will definitely die. Kai snapped out of his thoughts. He looked ahead at the King of the Mountain Cave and thought, what about this King of the Mountain Cave? This is a dangerous zone for levels 10 and up. With my current strength, I can just barely enter. The King of the Mountain Cave probably wouldn't expect this place either. Alright. After thinking it over, I've finally made my decision. If the royal family won't let me join the guild, then I'll fight the demon crystal alone for you to see. The kingdom of Kok is my top priority. I just finished thinking and immediately ran off, only turning back to leave a message for Ho Nyan. Thank you very much for your guidance. Ho Nyan, still confused, simply raised her hand to greet Kai. After a while, realizing something, Ho Nyan widened her eyes, gaping. She froze. Wait, why is he going to the king alone? I said you need a team to go with you. And what kind of place is the kingdom of the Koks? Anyway, a newcomer like him going there is just asking for trouble. She said that, then packed her belongings into her bag, ready to leave. This has nothing to do with me. Just don't revoke my 5-star rating. The scene shifts to the royal city. Kai has arrived, and what he sees before him is lush mountains and flowing waters. Kai looked around, thinking to himself, so this is the royal king's nest. I wonder what kind of monster is here. Suddenly, a roar from behind Kai made him turn his head with a wary look, alert to any movement. From the direction of the roar Kai just heard, a beast with sharp teeth is opening its mouth wide and emitting powerful roars. A giant mutated gorilla with its long fangs is fiercely attacking a group of people, who seem to be overwhelmed by its assault. A boy with neatly tied blonde hair is still holding on, shouting encouragement to everyone and trying to keep going. The system displays information about this giant gorilla along with alerts. Monsters. Veteran fighters. Level 11. Strength. 172. Physique 68. Agility 142. Mental power. 13. Defense. Tres. When suddenly one of their team members speaks up, this black monkey is level 11. And we're already level 10. Just a little more and we can take it down. Attack even harder. Everyone, let's rally our spirits and get into position. Alright. At this moment, Kai has arrived where the roar came from, hiding behind a large tree to observe the situation. Seeing them, he instinctively muttered to himself, so this is the adventurers' combat team. It's really intense. And it seems like the monsters here are very strong. I don't know what kind of creature I'll face. Suddenly Kai realized something. His eyes widened, and he turned around to see the 3 pairs of eyes of the monsters, all staring intently at him. Kai quickly jumped back to defend himself. Is it really happening now? Just talking nonsense. And trouble arrives immediately. He checked his watch, which warned of serious danger from the 3 monsters ahead. The level 12 giant beast is dangerous. The level 13 is even more dangerous. And the level 14 is extremely dangerous. The squad earlier on has finished defeating the level 11 giant beast. The system notification also appeared, indicating that the Heavenly Sword Squad has eliminated the level 11 giant beast. They cheered happily, finally winning. We're so awesome. One person gave a thumbs up to the blonde-haired guy, who cheerfully said, Team leader, we level 10 can fight the level 11 crystal core without losing any members. Can I brag a little about this achievement without looking bad? The blonde-haired boy grins smugly. His name is Tuan Jiat. Of course. See who's the team leader. Before they could finish speaking, a loud noise drew their attention, and when they turned around, they were all horrified by what they saw. The 3 dark orbs are chasing Kai, who is running with all his might while dodging their attacks. And he's thinking to himself that he must have entered their territory by mistake. Wu Hong saw the monsters rushing this way and shouted loudly, Captain, over there someone is fighting those 3 black orbs. The situation is also tense, and each of them is of a higher level than the ones we just fought. So when I hear the worry in their voices, we have to go help that person. Tuan Giat, hearing what they said, was also frightened and said, These fools. That guy must have attracted all 3 monkeys at once, and now one of them is hard to kill. We'll definitely die if we go there. It's best if we run now, Tuan Giat said and turned his back to walk away. A black orb echoes far away, and the system notification appears again, defeating the level 12. One black orb is Kai, who used the Curse of Fate to destroy the black orb. Having defeated Kai happily, he secretly thought to himself, this is good. Each time he uses the Fate Pursuit, the death rate increases, and by the 5th attack, it will finally deliver a super deadly blow. Everyone in Tuan Jiat's group was stunned by the scene. Unable to believe it, Tuan Jiat stared wide-eyed and then spoke. What? We have to go all out just to kill one level 11 dark orb. It seems that even the bystanders are just watching. Yet that little guy is all alone. Tuan Jiat continued. In just a few seconds, one level 12X was defeated, and seeing their teammate killed by Kai, the remaining 2 became even more frantic and launched a relentless attack on him. Kai ran forward while looking back, holding a spear in his hand, silently thinking, one more to go. He threw the spear in his hand, with immense power, to strike a dark crystal. The black crystal exploded in an instant, and the system notification rang out again, eliminating the level 13 X1 black crystal. Kai happily believes that he will kill the last dark crystal, and he cheerfully says, this is intense. This time, with just one attack boosted by a 10% critical chance increase, the super critical strike was triggered. Tuan Giat's group outside watched as he continued slaughtering another black crystal. Their expressions became even more incredulous, and Tuan Jiat's mouth opened wider than before as he stammered, Diko, you killed another one. The last dark crystal still didn't give up the chance to kill Kai. It continued to chase him crazily. Kai, running desperately forward, thought to himself, good. Now there's only one left. Tuan Jiat also broke out in a cold sweat and said, this is the strongest level 14 black orb here. I can't believe he can kill it. Kai glanced back, his mind racing. Now he only had 3 charges of the deadly attack left, but his divine power and stamina were nearly exhausted. About to run out, he poured all his strength into the 3 piercing darts, secretly thinking that the only way was to go all out before being caught by it, trying to increase the chances of a deadly strike. Thinking then, he used his strength to break the 3 pursuit tokens into many pieces. Kai turned back and used all his remaining strength to launch the 3 deadly darts, accompanied by blazing red lightning, towards the last black orb. Determined to see who would die first, the black orb also lunged at him, but was blown up by the 3 pursuit attacks, and it only managed to scream a few times. Kai saw the black orb explode and cheerfully shouted, it's done. I used all my weapons in one shot. That was truly a deadly strike. The black orb fell right where Tuan Jiat's group was, and they opened their mouths in shock once again. The system announced that the level 14-1 black orb was eliminated, and Tuan Gyat's group's faces changed from white to green. Everyone exclaimed in unison. He really managed to kill all three. A group of over 10 people would struggle to take down these 3 black orbs. So who could this be? Jiang Kai approached the black orb, let out a relieved breath, and thought this monster wasn't as hard to defeat as he had imagined. Jiang Kai collected 3 soul cards of the black orbs and looked at them thoughtfully, now that he had 3 bodies in his hands. It seems going alone isn't too difficult. After thinking, he ran off. But Tuan Gyat chased after him and couldn't catch up. Tuan Gyat stood frozen in place, shouting, "It's over. The great god is gone. We should have formed a new alliance if we had met the great god like this." He was like falling into despair, crying out loud, "Because at the beginning, you didn't let me go to summon the great god. I really regret it to death." The 3 martial artists, watching his state, were speechless and didn't know what to say. They only thought, isn't he the team leader? Switching scenes. We arrive at the wasteland plain, where a crowd is gathering below. One person suddenly speaks out. Am I seeing things, or are there really 3 warriors? A soldier and a doctor. Then someone else spoke up. Is this the famous Eagle Squad from the Royal Guild of Huyanvu? Seeing someone from this team choking a girl. The hissing sounds are increasing. Why did they come to this beginner area of the wasteland plain? She's so strong. Pai Hu in this team. She's the doctor of this squad. Watching the martial artist pressing tightly on the girl's neck. She suddenly shouts. She snapped and said, "We've already circled the plain for Tan, but we still haven't found that Jiang Kai." The warrior. Level Hus. Soldier. Level Hus. Trung Hai. The one choking the girl also spoke to ask, "I heard that the person who saw Jiang Kai most recently knows where he is. Tell us quickly." The person being choked is none other than Hon Han. Miss Ho Kan. And the voice then said, "What do you want to do by finding him?" Another girl in the group also spoke up. "She is Hong. Isn't she someone everyone knows?" Van Thi, standing nearby, also curled her lips into a smile and said, "That guy Jiang Kai has offended the royal family. So we have to go and seek revenge on behalf of the royal family." She used both hands to force her way through, looking at these people with a contemptuous gaze. And she replied, "So Jiang Kai went to the king's cave. Then you all can go there and find him." When Trung Hai heard her say that, he let go, causing Hon Han to fall to the ground. He looked at her with a tone full of threat and said, "Fine. But if anyone dares to deceive us, when we come back, they will surely be dead." The bystanders, overhearing the conversation, started discussing. And a girl who heard this said that the bird response team is actually the top team among the level 20 explorers of the royal family. Another person continued, "If they mess with such a strong team, that Jiang Kai is definitely going to die." Hon Han sat on the ground, holding the yin-yang 5 elements talisman in her hand. She coughed a few times before replying to the 2 of them. "So strong. For those who lack morality, even a fortune teller can't predict everything." Her eyes turned cold as she continued. "I secretly checked their fortunes earlier and did some calculations. When they come to find Jiang Kai this time, the result is very likely to be..." Hon Han paused for a moment, looked at the 8 trigrams and the skull that appeared, and simply said, one word, "Die." 1 day later, at the king's tower, after a day of monster hunting, Jiang Kai looked at his profile and happily said, "Great. I've killed 16 black wolves and finally reached level 6. Zhang Kai. An explorer with the profession of gambler. Level hat. Attributes strength, 24. Defense, 0. Physique 28. Critical hit rate 0. Baffinger E. Agility 42. Critical damage, 20. Baffinger Lin. Mental power, 42. Experience points, 85. Senbai. Right now Jiang Kai is standing on the corpse of a black crystal, looking at the black crystal card in his hand and thinking, "I heard that the corpse of this black crystal can be sold for a very high price. But getting it out won't be easy. But somehow we still have to bring it along. That way Kaka's medicine will be much easier to get." Jiang Kai is still standing there thinking when a voice calls out behind him, "Kid over there. Do you want to join our hunting team, Jiang Kai?" Hearing this, immediately turns around. In front of you is a small team also out hunting, led by a man wearing a full-body cloak. His name is Hongdat. One of them spoke up. "Our 3 teams are hunting the elite Hak Vian, and if we win, we'll get its essence as a reward." Hung Dat raised his hand to invite you and asked, "Are you joining?" Jiang Kai replied, "A hunting team, but I don't have one. I'm just going alone." Hung Dat looked at you warmly and said, "It's okay. We happen to need one more person." They led you up a tall mountain, overlooking 4 sleeping elite monsters. Have you seen it yet? The monster, the former elite level 15 black beast. Its rank. Over there are 4 elite black beasts, and inside their lair is its protective treasure, another person continued. But these 4 are very strong, and we only have 3 teams, so we need you to go and lure them out. Team 1, Team 2, Team 3. Hung Dat then spoke up. Just lead one of them away, and then our 3 teams will split up to deal with the other 3. When you return, you can take a share of the treasure. Jiang Kai heard the words, "Protect the sun," and thought carefully. Protect the sun. Elite Sao. I heard that there are many good things in the Yang Report Elite. Maybe I can even get more than the monster's essence. I have to find a way to take it. His eyes grew cold. But when facing powerful elite monsters, he had to fight in a group, yet they forced him to go alone to hunt one. Obviously, they don't want me to come back. This way, the 3 of them want to take the water dragon from all 4 teams. But now that we've set foot on the boat, if we don't cooperate, we probably won't make it. Jiang Kai smiled confidently. You reply, "Okay, I agree." The group cheer excitedly and then begin to act. All right then. Let's do it like that. Everyone in the groups. Pay attention. They slipped down from the cliff and moved forward while responding in unison. There. Led by Jiang Kai. The 4 Hakvien woke up at the commotion and roared as a warning when they saw someone attacking them. Hung Dat, standing from afar, shouted to Jiang Kai, "Little brother, hurry up and act." Jiang Kai also took action immediately and responded. "Okay, you launch an attack at one of the black wolves to draw its attention." Hung laughed triumphantly. "Not bad at all. That kid really did it," he shouted. Then one less group of demons to deal with. The Hakvien also responded to his shout and charged forward. Now I can handle one group and one enemy safely. Everything is in my hands. His comrades also moved up to fight the Hakvien. The crazy Hakvien scream wildly, their attacks causing deafening explosions. Jiang Kai runs while gasping for breath. This was too calculated. Behind, a ferocious beast is relentlessly chasing after him. Its claws now want to catch him. And this elite beast's attributes are probably many times greater than a normal one. If I were just an ordinary explorer, I would definitely be dead by now. Jiang Kai suddenly slammed on the brakes, no longer running away, but directly turning around to face the demon. But, like lightning, Jiang Kai strikes at the Hakvien. I'm not just an ordinary explorer after all. The Hakvien roars in pain as the attack hits, blood splattering from its body. Jiang Kai leapt back. The Hakvien froze in place after being hit. Then a flash of light erupted where it stood, and it exploded instantly. Jiang Kai jumps up and stands on the fallen Elite Level 15, X1 Black Beast. With the system displaying the message, "Eliminate the powerful Elite Black Beast." Jiang Kai smiled happily, thinking to himself, "This is too easy. I didn't expect just one supercritical strike to be enough to take down this elite demon beast." He frowned and looked ahead, still wearing a triumphant expression. Then, it's Duong's turn to take advantage of them. Over there, the others are still fighting hard. Some are pulling their teammates back to treat wounds, while others are circling around the black crystal. Everyone was shouting encouragement, urging each other to hold on a little longer, promising that once they finished, Duong would share the loot. Seeing the tough battle, Hung Dat clenched his teeth and snorted coldly, unaware that Jiang Kai had been standing behind him for some time. You strike him with a blow, but it's a surprise attack. Hung Dat only manages to shout before collapsing, and Jiang Kai quietly steps into the cave alone. You go deeper inside, following the direction of the climbing vines, and see a shiny sword lying on the ground. Jiang Kai is delighted. Surprisingly easy to get in here. And look, there really is a precious Duong. It's worth the effort after all. Jiang Kai reached out to take the Duong and relaxed, feeling it was worth the effort to lure a level 15 elite Hakvien. Suddenly, a faint cry echoed in the cave, and something suddenly pressed against Jiang Kai's shoulder. It was a demon beast above his head, eyes wide with fury, while it grinned wickedly and drooled in a terrifying manner. Jiang Kai also sensed its presence. his body stiffening and breaking out in a cold sweat. The demon leapt down, punching fiercely at where Jiangkai was standing. But Jiangkai dodged just in time. He was stunned. What? There's even a level 20 elite dark beast in the cave. Didn't they check before fighting? The monster grins eerily again. A former elite level 20 demon beast. Special and dangerous. After regaining his composure, Jiangkai gradually understood the situation. He stood in front of the cave entrance, then flew up to face the dark creature, throwing a punch. So there was no choice but to fight. The demon was hit in the eye and chest by Jiangkai's attack, but remained unharmed. Jiangkai frowned, surprised by this demon, unable to cause any wounds even when aiming at its eyes. The eyes of the black beast are bright red, round, an elite-level earth element dark beast, with a defense of 23 points. The current attack cannot penetrate its outer surface armor and deal damage. Jiangkai frowned, clearly worried and uneasy, as the piercing point of the death curse was only 9 points, but its defense is 23. So is this one like the Wolf King? Meaning I have to break through its defense first before I can deal damage. The black beast suddenly jumps into the air, raising its hands high, and Jiangkai can't react in time. It immediately threw a large rock down from above, causing a loud explosion and the ground to crack open into many pieces. Jiangkai was directly hit by its attack, coughing violently, covered in wounds, struggling to open his eyes, blood and pain soaking into him. This is too much. The consequences are too severe. Am I going to die? Hakvian quickly lifts Jiangkai while he's unconscious. If he dies in the Quitin, he'll be punished and won't be able to log in again for a month. He brought Jiangkai in front of him, then chuckled softly. If it's like this, isn't it just losing the exclusive victory deal with the Hoi position? At this point, Jiangkai has no strength left, breathing heavily. So I wonder if I'll end up dragging you and my sister into this, forcing you into the military. He closed his eyes and helplessly said that if he was in this moment, it would be extremely difficult. Then his mind went dark. A voice echoed in Jiangkai's empty mind. Wake up now. Your memories are returning. And he saw a figure rushing by. That voice kept urging him to wake up. Jiangkai saw himself as a child, covered in wounds, being carried by someone. That's the big brother, holding you in his arms, running and crying out loud amid the smoke and gunfire. You must not fall asleep. You have to stay awake. Big brother gasped for breath from the fight. He will definitely save us. Jiangkai looked at him, his face also covered in wounds. Around you, the blood-red sky is filled with death, and monsters roar endlessly in a terrifyingly desolate scene. Big brother shouted through tears, determined to get us out of this battlefield. This was exactly 10 years ago on the Beast God battlefield. Once again, your mind went blank. This time Jiangkai woke up, still held in the black ghost's grasp. And he suddenly realized what? How could I have slept? The black orb opened its mouth wide and took Jiangkai in. But he was still motionless in its hand back on the Beast God battlefield. The boss could save himself and his sister. Jiangkai struggles to open his palm, a blazing red light shooting out from his hand. So how could I? You open your eyes wide, your body swelling with strength, the red hue spreading everywhere. Jiangkai is close. He can't just collapse here. The black creature swallowed you whole before you could act, grinning happily because it just had a hearty meal. But immediately, a beam of light shot out from its eyes. Its face changed color, and before it could react, blood splattered everywhere, and the area around its head was only blood splattering out. The demon beast collapsed to the ground, no longer moving. Jiangkai supported himself and stood up, destroying the elite level 20x1 Earth attribute demon beast. He secretly rejoiced. Success. Because although this black crystal's outer defense was very strong, there was no barrier inside its mouth. You slowly lifted your hand from the ground, so just attacking its mouth would pierce through its barrier, just like when you killed the Wolf King. Jiangkai struggled to stand up, covered in wounds, then suddenly remembered something and called out to the bright sword. Jiangkai turned to look at the bright shining sword still lying neatly on the rock, smirking, finally back in his hands. Half an hour later, the people outside had also eliminated all the black-clad enemies, and they shouted, "It's won, there's a big lake, and thanks to that kid leading a boat there. Otherwise we would have been wiped out." Another person agreed, "So that little guy must be dead by now." Hung Dat. Upon hearing that, Thought, well, if he's dead, then wouldn't we be left with half of it? They gathered in front of the shop, excited to go in. Let's go. Bao Duong must be inside our team. This is going to be a big win. Hung Dat suddenly stopped, his eyes wide in shock. There is nothing left in the cave now. It's pitch dark. Only the sound of wind howling. And the sword has been taken away. Hung Dat couldn't believe his eyes, shouting in frustration. What's going on? Where's Bao Duong? Why isn't Bao Duong here? This can't be happening. A guy hurriedly raised his hand and said to Han Ta, Boss, I just remembered. Earlier during the fight, I think I saw that kid sneaking into that cave. Hung Dat looked at him in shock and said, What? Why didn't you tell me earlier? The person who just spoke is a bodyguard. Hesitating and uncertain, I thought at the time it was an illusion because I didn't think Han could survive. And the others were also stunned. What did you say? Everyone else also started to panic. Captain, isn't our battle already pointless? We've spent so many days on this mission, as you can see. Even though we didn't find the treasure, you still have to pay us. And you still owe me several months' salary. Hung Dat angrily shouted at the top of his lungs, veins bulging on his forehead. I can't believe we were outsmarted by that kid after all this. He roared, losing control, somewhere in the kingdom of the king. Jiang Kai's voice echoes. This is the way to escape those people. He stands in the forest, opening the electronic screen. Then, the Duong with 3 sharp claws appears. Let's see what's inside the treasure Duong. As soon as the orb opened, Jiang Kai's eyes lit up. The orb shone with dazzling light, filled with countless gems and pearls. And in the center was a piece of armor. Jiang Kai's eyes lit up with joy. Amazed at how many minerals there are and that there's even equipment included, Jiang Kai took the armor out of the orb. The value of the minerals and equipment in this demon crystal is worth thousands of times more than the monster's corpses. I'm going to be rich. While wearing the equipment, he suddenly saw something hidden among the gems. It was a glove with a metal ring on the back of the hand, featuring a flame-shaped emblem in the middle. Another piece of gear. Jiang Kai took a look at it carefully, then put it on his hand. The glove is brand new. Jiang Kai couldn't help but wonder what kind of equipment this glove was, an attack type or something else. I'll try wearing it to see. A sudden beam of light enveloped him. And, after putting it on, his body felt naturally lighter and more agile. Could this be a gear that boosts strength and speed? Jiang Kai looked at the land ahead, testing it for a moment, then clenched his fist as 3 claws shot out from his glove. He swung his arm, claws sweeping forward like a gust of wind. Suddenly the claws burst into flames, blazing brightly, and he kept slashing forward. Jiang Kai frowned in thought, noticing flames appearing on the flying sword. Could this be a common fire enhancement accessory for weapons? You recall how different types of fire affect monsters. In Kui Tin, there are many kinds of flames, with some capable of causing various wounds to opponents during battle. You remember the image of the monster being attacked. And moreover, normal flames cause very little damage and can't be used for fighting, only for cooking. And the monster in your mind looks fierce. Is this ordinary fire? Are you just scratching your butt for me? Jiang Kai raised his hand, looking displeased. Could it be that from now on, this is only good for grilling meat? Suddenly, a deafening scream interrupted your thoughts. What was that sound? And then there was the crash of Hakvian's hand hitting the ground. Then came a series of growling sounds rushing towards Jiang Kai. An alarm system. Monsters. 4 elite level 18 Earth attribute Hakvian with prime elemental strength. Special and dangerous. Jiang Kai jumps back secretly, thinking, isn't this a good thing? Just tested the move with this glove. You wipe your claws forward. Just dealing with one earlier and already exhausted. Now, there are 4 of them. So hurry up with those claws. This time, burning even more fiercely than the first. Jiang Kai aimed at the mouth of a creature opening its jaws, focusing only on attacking their mouths, just like he did before when he killed one. But the 3 claws that hadn't reached the mouth were bitten off by the Hakvian, unable to break through the defense, and no damage was dealt. Jiang Kai's eyes widened in alarm. It's dangerous. The 4 black beasts immediately swooped towards Jiang Kai, who turned and ran for his life. These creatures surprisingly knew how to hold their breath to block attacks, growling angrily and frenziedly chasing after him. Moreover, even if they open their mouths, the life-seeking in my hand isn't enough to kill all 4 of them. Jiang Kai nervously thought, am I going to die here today? Just then, the fire from his claw earlier ignited, burning a patch of the Hakvien. The remaining Hakvien also suffered the same, each flame taking away 10 health points. Jiangkai was a bit surprised, glancing at them. Why weren't the flames burning them all? The flames continued to spread rapidly over the bodies of the Hakvien, burning into their fur. And suddenly the leading Hakvien's eyes widened in shock as the flames flared up fiercely. In the next second, the flames engulfed it, and the system showed a deduction of 2,000 health points, accompanied by the roar of agony within the fire. The Hakvien's eyes widened as it could no longer escape the sea of flames and could only roar in pain. The flames grew larger and larger, and the Hakvien completely collapsed, with the system repeatedly notifying -2,000 health points. The other Hakvien standing behind were stunned and dared not move forward. Jiangkai was running while looking back, and he was just as stunned. What is this huge fire all about? Sparks from the large flames drifted with the wind toward the other black soldiers. The remaining 3 black soldiers also quickly caught fire and were engulfed in flames. As 4 large fires converged into a terrifying scene, Jiangkai suddenly stopped running, knelt down to observe. Those Hakvien, why did they suddenly? The flames gradually die out, revealing the image of the black core falling to the ground. And Jiangkai is devastated, everyone is gone. The system displayed the message. Eliminate the ancient Hakvien earth element, Essence X4. And Jiangkai stood upright. That's right. I saw the fire demon deal 10 damage earlier. Then suddenly, it became 2. Linlingning. What's going on? Collecting the remnants of the Hakvien elemental stone of the earth type 4. He couldn't help but wonder if it was not just X200 times 10 stars. Jiangkai looked down at the shiny glove, raising both hands with a mix of doubt and excitement. Could it be that this glove, which normally releases flames, also somehow receives my critical X200 damage? Moreover, this type of fire can also spread and burn through the crowd. He remembered the image of the black stone gradually catching fire, realizing that normal fire damage is quite low. But if a monster has no fire resistance, the damage can silently penetrate its defenses. Jiangkai raises his hand, hovering in the sea of flames, losing 2,000 health points every second, and will directly turn into a fire formation. This equipment truly is a divine weapon that deals damage exclusively to me. You sneer, a confident smile on your face. Now there's no need to worry about breaking through the defenses anymore. So I can do it. The image of the forest engulfed in flames appears. Then the entire night, the mighty Hakvien at the king's palace. Each explosion echoed alongside the screams of the black soldiers, witnessing the darkest moments of their monkey lives. One by one, the black soldiers were defeated. They had never seen anyone able to roast them into frogs with just ordinary flames. Under the bright moonlight, the Hakvien fled in panic from the sea of flames, while Jiangkai walked steadily, and none of them saw anything with a blood-red blade attached. A series of black soldiers collapsed to the ground, motionless, because the ruthless butcher master would not spare any of them. Jiangkai walks through the sea of flames, his arms wide as fire continues to pour out from them. He laughs loudly, surrounded by smiles. Treasures are unguarded. On the second day at the kingdom's peak, the ground was still smoldering, and patches of grass had been completely burned away, leaving only the endless mountains behind. Jiangkai's scar has healed too. He's feeling relaxed and satisfied. He looks at the map and happily says, in just one night he defeated over 10 black vipers and finally leveled up. Display screen showing Explorer Jiangkai's class. Gambler. Level. Stats. And Strength. Arshaba. Defense. No. Physique. Censure. Critical hit rate. Lean. Baifanji. Quick and agile. Sishaba. Critical damage. Ars. Bafingerlin. Mental strength. Sishaba. Experience points. Bashawu. 000%. Jiangkai gazed at the item in his hand, which resembled a talisman, and now the fire damage of the gloves was unbeatable within level 20 for area damage. Jiangkai looked up at the screen, which now displayed a series of images of the black orb and the duong, along with 10 refined duong treasures and a bunch of other black orbs. I'm sure you could sell it for a lot of money. You suddenly fell into deep thought, a look of longing on your face. Jiangkai stands alone in the vast grassland with the wind, but playing alone in the Demon Star feels a bit lonely. I really miss the days fighting alongside my master. No one. I'm worried. I don't know what's happening to them right now, but they have an army backing them up, so I stop and say with a lonely voice that it's better to struggle than to do nothing. Somewhere in the king's castle, the commander looked upset and shouted, "Why is there nothing here at all? Who killed all the black guards in the king's castle, huh?" He bowed his head and cried, "It's been a few days at the royal city, and I haven't met any orcs yet. How can I keep wandering like this?" Nornorn sighs and recalls how much better it was when Jiang Kai took us to hunt monsters. A voice suddenly speaks behind them, the guildmaster and Nornorn, saying, "Don't speak such sad words, that is the player." Li Bu, with a warrior profession, level Harmensnjolts, standing with his hands on his hips, speaking in a commanding tone. The reason you can encounter monsters right from the start is because you're in the beginner trial zone. With your current level as newcomers, this is a high-level monster area. Li Bu frowned, his expression serious. If Jiang Kai brought you guys to the kingdom of Chiochi, it might turn out really badly. That's why I specifically took the time to bring you here for an experience. And it's not just to listen to complaints. He shouted loudly, "Let's go. Keep searching for the black stones." And after hearing this, the two owners and Nanan stood straight, clenched their fists, and placed them over their chests. Given the situation, Li Bu just left, and they secretly cried inside. But I still think of Jiang Kai. I feel the same. 3 days later, the people of Chuanghai stood in front of the corpses of many black monkeys. And he spoke, saying it was strange that after a few days at the king's cave, he could only find these ordinary black monkeys. Then he swung his sword down with a crack, grinning triumphantly. Just a few ordinary black stones. For us, it's as easy as eating cake. The guy next to him, Van Tui, thumbed his nose at me and laughed loudly. Huang Vishao told us to kill Jiang Kai. But it's like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Suddenly a voice rang out behind them. Someone killing one. Just like that. Trunghai flinched and raised his eyebrows as he looked back. A few days ago, we saw a great master kill 3 black wolves in one go. Quite a heroic scene. Yes, that moment was truly impressive. Trunghai was not very surprised. Instead, he looked down on it, thinking, "Killing 3, is that supposed to be impressive or terrifying to you?" Tuan Jiat sat on the cliff, clicking his tongue, eyes still closed as he enjoyed himself. Ignoring them, Chuang Hai raises his hand, and the electronic display shows Jiang Kai's picture. "Forget it. Let me ask, have you ever met this person before in here?" Tuan Jiat glanced quickly and immediately recognized the person in the photo. Pulling it closer, "Yes. That's the great god I mentioned, who killed those 3 black officers." And when Chan Qing saw Jiang Kai, his eyes lit up instantly, super handsome. Luang Kuang loudly questions, "Are you all blind? Look carefully. This guy is only a 5th level guard." Trong Hai sneered and said, "That's right. Don't try to talk nonsense just because you're jealous of us." Tuan Jiat threw the core of the fruit he just ate on the ground, turned around, and left. "If you don't believe it, go find this great master. We just saw him leave the king's temple. I still need to ask that elder a word." Trunghai. "Ge vai lien no, mot nu koi man ro. Ikak moi la jiang khai, jiang ogande, sao han rutan kiem vuo kam sung dat. Kanamagwoi tien vifiat ruok." Everyone's eyes were bloodshot as Luang Kuang spoke. "Let's go. I've been wandering in this miserable place for days. Now it's time to give Huang Vi a proper explanation." Trong Hai still kept that savage smile. "All right. We can finally kill that kid." Trong's face shows worry. It seems they want to settle the score with the Grand Minister. While Nuke also displays a helpless, resigned expression. The aura of the Great Master is like that of a hermit seeking to escape vulgarity. The mysterious grandeur of these people is often seen as a target in those comic stories. Tuan Jat agrees. That's right. At that moment, many people gathered at the exit of the king's refuge, and an unhappy person spoke out. "What bad luck. Why didn't we even encounter a single black guard on this trip to the king's refuge?" A guy with a scar on his mouth spoke up, saying he heard there was a forest fire that burned everything down, so they had to wait for the trail before moving in. And the troublemaker behind him agreed. "That's right. Anyway, everyone has to wait and won't worry about being wiped out by someone." At this moment, the mass murderer passing by is Jiang Kai, who still happily walks while looking at the screen. "It will take me 3 days to defeat all the black wolves and reach level 10. Plus I'll earn 19 top-grade Yang reports. so I should head back to the Holy Wine City to sell and get some cash first. Your screen shows Explorer Elder Gyankai. Profession Gambler. Level Ts. Attributes Strength 40. Defense None. Et Physique 44. Critical Rate 0. Biffinger E. Quick and Agile. 66 Critical Damage. Archer. 000% Mental Strength. 66 Experience Points. 332 out of 12. Babe. A voice rang out. The big head called your name. Jiangkai. Stop right there. Jiangkai was a bit surprised. Glanced back to see who it was. It's Trunghai's group. They caught up. Trunghai pointed in Jiangkai's face and said, "You've been hiding for so many days. Making us find you really easy." The people around are whispering. Isn't that the Eagle Squad from the Hoang Jia Huyen Vu Guild? And what did this kid do to provoke such an elite team? Jiangkai issued a broad command. Huang Ya. Which Huyen Vu Guild are you from? Are you sent here by the Hoang Jia faction to find me? Cheng He slowly drew his sword, still with a sinister look on his face. As if he had forgotten, has he really forgotten whom he insulted during the novice trial? Followed by a lowly scoundrel daring to provoke young master Hoang V. The other three also drew their weapons. Ready to fight. We're here to take your life. At this point, Jiangkai also refused to back down and was ready to fight. Jiangkai bowed his head, focusing his strength. But it was Hoang V who attacked first. I was only defending myself. Are you sure you're going to strike me? Trunghai rushes forward. I don't care who is right or wrong. Hong Yan also charges forward, showing a cruel face. Do you know how much the young master Hoang Vi will give us if we kill someone? Jiangkai stretched out his fiery claws and calmly replied. So what if that's the case? If you only care about profit and not right or wrong, you send the pursuit command towards them. And the blazing pursuit rushes forward like lightning. Jiangkai responds calmly. Then I don't need to hold back. The command spirit streaked past, and the Trunghai group dodged neatly, each only caught by a little fire. The system showed a deduction of 10 health for each person, but Trunghai still remained proud, which was truly ridiculous. There's not even a scratch. Could it be that this tiny flame is a skill of yours? Hongyan laughed loudly. Now I really doubt how the weakling like you managed to kill that trash. The crowd started to comment, laughing at Jiangkai. Turns out he's just an ordinary flame. With damage like this, it's really embarrassing. I thought it was really powerful. But this is just like lighting a cigarette for someone else to smoke. Jiangkai still maintains a confident look, slightly smirking. Is it funny? The damage caused by my flames is a bit small right now. But what if I could make this fire do even more damage? Trunghai looked down. His armor was on fire, and he was stunned. Then the flames burst out fiercely, engulfing him completely, and he screamed in pain. The remaining three people also looked stunned, sweating and showing fearful, confused expressions, calling out to Trunghai. Squad Leader A. Trunghai screams in despair, just like Hak Vien, his vitality now continuously decreasing by 2. Ling Ling Ling, what is going on? Why is the damage from the fire so high like this? His allies outside are also starting to catch fire. They are both confused and scared. Immediately, they, like Trunghai, were engulfed by the sea of flames, screaming in despair and agony. They shouted desperately, trying to escape but couldn't. And I feel the same. The flames grew stronger and stronger, blazing fiercely. And very quickly, their figures disappeared from sight, leaving the sky ablaze with a fiery red. The system displays a message. Explorer Jiangkai has eliminated the Eagle Squad and can now claim the experience points of the squad. Min Hian and the others outside the scene watch in shock. What is going on here? Trunghai collapsed in the fire. Jiangkai stepped toward the dying flames. All right, if you really want to hastily offer your heads to me, you smile, looking down at Trunghai, who was still arrogant a moment ago, but now collapsed at your feet. I guess I'll accept this act of filial piety then. Everyone around immediately started to panic. What the hell is this? Kid, you've already wiped out the entire Eagle Squad. This is the level 20 elite group. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes burning an entire team with just normal fire, I would have thought it was all staged. They were so shocked they kept swearing. What kind of character is this kid really? Jiangkai calmly drew the skill he had just fired and started stealing experience. Someone is searching for information about Jiangkai through an electronic record. Why can't his watch evaluate his attributes? Level 12, attribute exceeds the allowed range. Evaluation failed. Others are stunned. Isn't that unfair? How can this be possible? The guy revealing the information opens his eyes wide, sweat pouring down his forehead. I understand now. He stammered. Could it be that he is the fire god, able to hide behind props to prevent outsiders from probing? The others also drew their weapons. The fire magic grandmaster. That's right. It must be him. He is the fire god. Giankai is still calm now, feeling great, and has leveled up twice. Explorer Jankai. Profession gambler. Level Tizenketu. Attribute strength, 48. Physique, 52. Agility, 78. Mental power, 78. Defense, 0. Critical rate, 0. Baffinger E. Critical damage, 20. Baffinger Ling. Experience points 1,716 out of 12. Babe. You lift your head and ask Eyebrain softly, by the way, Eyebrain, why can't they see my attributes? Eyebrain looked at him. A confident voice echoes. Because your dual gambler talent has too many additional attributes, making the attributes between you and others of the same level too different for outsiders to assess through their watches. Jiangkai coldly glanced back. So what, he turned and walked away, leaving the stunned crowd behind. It's better if they can't find out. To avoid attracting outsiders' attention, at the Holy Devil Crystal, which serves as a trading hub for items, Jiangkai stepped in and said hello. I want to sell some things. Teller Thon Nya is slumped over the counter. Nguyen is still sleepy. Welcome, customers. Please proceed with your transaction. Jiangkai sighed inwardly, thinking that only one person came all day long. Today's efficiency was the lowest ever. Still, you keep smiling. All right. I have a lot of items, so please just tell me the price. Thanya looked up, her face full of disappointment. How much could someone like you sell? I guess at most. Then suddenly, her eyes widened in shock. In front of her appeared numerous images of the dark agents that Jiangkai had eliminated. Look, I have about a dozen photos of those powerful dark agents here. Thanya was so shocked she stood up suddenly. Zhangkai che minguai. Duate. Len hua vai moke. Hanglot hin. Angzuat hin. Voso. Tôi con cô 19 viên duong tin anh nua này. Jiangkai leans his head among the photos and asks, Sorry, can you still see me, I want to ask? What is the total amount these items can be sold for? Thon Ya gazed at these items without blinking. Could this guy be from a shooting range corporation? Others sell them one by one. But how could he be selling them in baskets like this? Then she shook her head and regained her composure, while Thon Ya slammed her hand on the table. Her excitement completely different from before. Please don't worry. It just so happens that I am the top buyer here. Let me handle the calculations for you today, she thought to herself. So he's a wealthy tycoon, even if I have to risk everything. I must make this deal happen. Jiang Kai smiled. So please go ahead. A number displayed on the calculator. Ibai Basher. Ling Ling Ling. Thon Ya flipped through the stacks of paper, surprised to realize that this wealthy man's physical bodies here could be sold for 10,000 yuan each, and his spiritual essence and internal items could be sold for 170,000. She paused, her hips wide apart. So your total sales amounted to 180,000 demon spirit coins. Jiang Kai's eyes lit up, unable to believe the huge number. 180,000 demon spirit coins. Jiang Kai was thinking to himself that 10,000 demon spirit coins equal 10,000 Dio coins, with demon spirit coins being the currency of the demon realm, where one demon spirit coin can be exchanged for 10,000 Dio coins. So, this time the value reached 1.8 million, enough to cover my brother's medical expenses. You walk down the street, hands in your pockets, eyes closed, looking very relaxed. Now, the fish incident with the chief caretaker to the big brother has been resolved. I no longer need to enlist, and this time I can return to Earth and arrange for my brother to be hospitalized. Suddenly, a voice called out to him. Wait, I am Honhan, the fortune teller from before. Jiang Kai turned around and saw Honhan rushing over, panting heavily. From before, I told you to go to the King's Cup. Right, you must have gained a lot, and even killed a few rude fools. Jiang Kai immediately realized this and smiled. Going to the king's court has truly helped me a lot. Thank you very much. Honhan raised a finger in front of him. So could you fulfill a small request of mine? Without hesitation, Jiang Kai agreed immediately. Of course. You've helped me so much after all. Go ahead and say it. Honhan hesitated. That is... Her face flushing red and a thin layer of sweat forming. She pointed at herself with a shy smile and said, It's me. Honan. I want to join your team. I hope you will let me stand shoulder to shoulder with you and fight from today. Jiang Kai immediately turned away with a displeased look. Refusing, Honhan was surprised by the quick rejection. Why did he leave so suddenly? Are you always so straightforward? Honhan's eyes turned sad. She sighs. Just as I expected. Still the same as before. A character the army considers useless. How could anyone be like that? Honhan's voice was gloomy as she walked away. I know you're someone who likes free stuff. Right, do you want to equip yourself with what I have? This is for you. Since it's the last time I'll log into the virtual world. Jiang Kai froze. You turn around and look at Honhan with a confused expression. So this is the last time. Are you also poor? And are you planning to permanently go offline from the abyss? Why don't you want to keep earning money on the demon crystal anymore? Honhan avoided your gaze. Her voice sad but her lips still smiling. I want that too, but I just can't do it. In the end, which team would want a useless person who only knows how to fortune tell in a dogfight? She paused for a moment and sighed. When the army recognized that Feng Shui Master was a very powerful profession, I took the opportunity to gain their support for Feng Shui Masters, then successfully reached level 20 and switched to being a fortune teller. Honyan calmly explained that the initial talent of a Feng Shui Master is simply having a better sense of time. After becoming a fortune teller, the only new skill gained was fortune telling. She recalls the scene of herself and other fortune tellers being led away by soldiers. Then the army abandoned us after discovering that fortune tellers had no combat skills, throwing us aside because we were too weak and no one was willing to team up with us. Her level has remained almost the same since then. And Honhan remembers sitting alone at the fortune-telling stall, with no one to guide her to fight monsters. So every day she just wandered around in the demon city trying to survive. If I had to go back to Earth to do corpse picking or delivery work, I would stop. And the image of me carrying a sack appears, my voice heavy with resignation. At least I wouldn't be wasting my life. Hearing this, Jiang Kai felt a pang of sympathy. It must be so hard my brother's body was ruined by overwork. How could a young woman endure this? In response, Honhan simply smiled gently. What else could she do? Honhan then offered a perfect smile. On Earth I still have a younger brother and sister, and I am also the pillar of my family. So even if I can't bear it, I have to endure it. Yet that hidden smile still carries an indescribable sadness. Her smile unconsciously reminded Jiang Kai of the eldest brother. It's okay. He can endure it. Her situation startled him, and he relaxed a bit because she looked so much like him. Jiang Kai remembered when he was young. Back then, the big brother was just like this, originally wanting to develop in the demon realm, hoping to one day defeat the beast god. He was choked up, but after he took care of me and my sister, he was afraid there would be no one to look after us. So he gave up the chance to go to the demon star and ended up with a weakened body. Honan's voice interrupted your thoughts. She turned around and said, All right, do you want my equipment? If I have it, wait there for me. I'll go get it for you from this place. After all, this is before I return to the real world. I will never come back here again. Goodbye. Jiang Kai called out, Wait, let's do it next time. Honhan was a bit surprised. Jiang Kai turned around and looked at her seriously before leaving. I am Jiang Kai. I have to go offline now, but it won't be long before the next time you're online. You can find me, and we will become a team. Honhan blushed, feeling unexpectedly touched, so happy that she couldn't control her steps. Stammering, Really? Jiang Kai turned around and walked away, waving his hand. Honestly, if I were angry at you, I wouldn't have money for a lifetime. Honhan wiped her tears and said calmly and emotionally, A stingy person like you only cares about money. If you dare to say this, it must be the truth. She ran quickly and hugged Jiang Kai from behind, singing loudly, Thank you. You really are a good person. Jiang Kai, caught off guard by Honyan's embrace, is splattered with saliva and says, How can I live like this? Honyan, even if you want to keep hugging me, go ahead. Back on Earth in the slum area where Jiang Kai lives, he arrived and shouted loudly, Big brother, Third brother. From now on, you two don't need to go to work anymore. I've earned enough money. The three of them sat around the round table. Giankai crossed his arms confidently, and the eldest brother looked a bit surprised. Really, you lean on your chin with your hand, pointing at Hua Ni. Where did your second brother get the money from? Is it legal or not? Giankai glanced at the girl. What is she talking about? I earned it from the demon love. Tomorrow I will arrange for the boss to have surgery. You should also go back to school and study. Big brother feels a bit guilty. Little Jiangkai, you've been through a lot lately. Jiangkai scratched his head embarrassedly and said it's nothing, compared to how hard Big Brother has worked to take care of us. This isn't worth mentioning. Jiangkai looks at the picture of the three of them happily together and sighs deeply. Rest assured. Big Brother, you used to be the one working hard. But now that I have the ability, I will make sure everyone lives a good life. The three of them happily raise their glasses and toast together, saying in unison, our family's mutual support in this world. Cheers. Jiangkai was drinking when he heard his phone ring. He glanced over and saw some unknown numbers calling him. Pick up the phone. It's Wei Ung's voice. He's standing in the fire-ravaged battlefield. Jiangkai, your fishing mission was successful. Do you have time now? His voice was deep. Later I will send someone to pick you up to see the items. Make sure to go there. Jiangkai immediately recognized that he was Commander Wei. After a while, he arrived at the battlefield outside the safe zone of the Holy Demon Kingdom, a place where skyscrapers have become ruins and fallen apart. And a voice echoed. It is here. Jiangkai was led away by two soldiers. Looking around after so many years, is this the city I grew up in now, like this? Suddenly, the leading soldier stopped. Jiangkai looked up ahead, and in front of him was a white-haired man, his cloak billowing in the wind. Commander Wei, I wonder why you summoned me here. A roar that shakes the ground echoes, making Jiangkai gasp in shock at the loud noise. The burning buildings in front of him are collapsing, and amidst the sea of flames, a giant monster appears with three figures on its back. They swiftly dart through the air, fighting the black vulture. Jiangkai was stunned. That is a superhuman in the beast god battlefield. You are stunned by what you see before you. Now, every level 20 is a significant milestone for those exploring the demon crystal. Originally, it was divided into 6 stages, and although some explorers from level 1 to 80 can become stronger after changing their profession, their power can only be used against demon crystals. As soon as they heard the order, the three in front also started to act. But for other superhumans, when explorers reach levels 81 to 120, they must undergo a qualitative change to become superhumans. The three of them charged straight at the roaring monster with their weapons. The black gem also didn't let them attack first. It lifted its head, opened its mouth, and a burst of light appeared, preparing to strike, while its wide claws continued to move steadily. A power normally only usable on demon crystals. The leader quickly managed to block its attack with a shield. They frowned, tense and exhausted, as they faced the giant beast. Yet they managed to bring it back to earth. The three of them soared into the air, still using all their strength. They refused to give up and charged back into battle. The emergence of this surreal power is not only a major turning point in human military history, but also a challenge for humanity today in the fight against the beast gods. Jiangkai's voice became more excited, as it was the most effective tactic. At the same time, the three of them successfully launched a simultaneous attack that pierced through the monster's flesh. Jiangkai jumps forward, excitedly shouting that he's defeated it. So powerful. Wei Ung, standing nearby, remains calm. Smoking. Are you strong? You don't know. But this is just an ordinary beast god. Yet to deal with that guy, we have already lost 2 pseudo-saints. Zhang Kai. Today, humanity has fallen into a very dangerous situation. Don't stay too long in the safe zone and forget about the danger. You've already won this door battle. I won't force you to join the army. The storm clouds are gathering in the sky above, turning it dark and ominous. Vong closes his eyes, leisurely smoking his cigarette. And as for the Emperor, I will step in and remind those people not to mess with you. He looked at the surprised expression on Jiang Kai's face and then sneered faintly. Probably wondering why I valued you so much. Right. Wei Ung paused for a moment, his confident and unwavering voice, because I always trust my instincts. The rain has started to fall, a few drops lightly flickering on Jiang Kai's face as he continues to listen intently. Blinking slowly, Wei Ung slowly continued. My intuition tells me that you could become a strong person. And in the future you might be so powerful that all the saints will need your support. At this moment, the rain grew heavier, pounding down on the ground and echoing through the space. The three people who had just stood there in the dark corner were defeated, the sound of rain blending with Wei Ung's steady voice. But I know that right now you just want to protect your family. And if you join the army, you'll have to go to the battlefield, which is indeed very dangerous. Wei Ung raises the cigarette, takes another puff. But the world is in chaos, and fools are to blame. This world needs someone to stand up and fight against these monsters. Right. Wei Ung tosses the still-burning cigarette aside, his voice steady. And one day, I too will have to die on the battlefield. But as a person of the Holy Liquor Nation, he suddenly turned to look at Jiang Kai, his face filled with regret. If I could die for the country and for you, I would gladly do so. A flash of lightning strikes the ground behind Jiang Kai, but he still stands there in shock. Jiang Kai, I don't force you to choose. But if the future of the holy wine involves Yuan An, I hope you can be strong enough when the time comes. Wei Ung whispered. So fight for the holy wine. A few days later, after resting on Earth for a few days, Jiang Kai returned to the Crescent Star and arrived at the Crescent Star Holy Wine City. Jiang Kai still couldn't stop thinking about what Commander Wei said earlier. I never expected him to think so highly of me. Could I really become the person the holy wine needs in the future? Then he raised his hand, pressed the stopwatch, and thought to himself, forget it. I should focus on myself first. Those dark stones at the king's palace probably have already been looted once. The screen shows an image of the ghostly female demon, an elite-level monster with high damage potential capable of killing explorers. And its attack also has the effect of breaking the barrier, useful for ghostly physiques. Another message appears, breaking her defense. Her scream can paralyze explorers within 10 meters, causing extreme fear, and only attacks from within that range can damage her. Jiang Kai silently recited the information on the screen, staring intently at the female demon. She's a truly powerful monster. Within 10 meters, she can break through defenses and attack. But beyond 10 meters, she cannot deal damage. Then he turned off the screen, closed his eyes, and made up his mind. Jiang Kai put his hands in his pockets and walked forward confidently. This monster seems more troublesome than the black crystal. I need teammates. Over there. Hon Han is dozing off while standing in the middle of the street, still holding a sign that says, "Don't disturb me. I'm waiting for the captain." Nguyen is still rambling. "Captain, oh captain. Anyone passing by would judge and criticize. Are you that nervous?" Jiang Kai appears behind her, looking helpless and awkward. "Ho Nyan. After I go offline, you just stand here waiting for me." "Right. Wake up immediately." Hon Han turned to look at you, her eyes indifferent and her mouth constantly muttering. "Captain Jiang Kai, I knew you would come back. I've been waiting here for you for days." Jiang Kai smiled. "I remember, Captain Jiang Kai. Are you trying to drag me into fighting monsters now? I'll help you find a really strong teammate. I've found someone who can help you fight monsters really well." "So, do you need him?" Jiang Kai was delighted to hear that he was very good at helping to fight monsters. "That's great, but he shouldn't be a drunkard." A chubby boy immediately stepped forward and introduced himself, saying hello. "I am Nguyen Ngu. I am a drunkard." And there are still bottles of alcohol hanging from his waist. Jiang Kai immediately ran away, saying each word carefully, "I don't need it." Hon Han forced a smile. Is Captain Jiang Kai that honest? And Nguyen Nugu looked confused. Hon Han shouted loudly, calling after Captain Jiang Kai, who was angrily walking away. "Captain Jiang Kai, you're taking Nguyen No with you. He's used to hardship and he's very obedient." Nguyen Nu hesitated, lowered his head, and twiddled his fingers together as Ho Nyan kept chasing after Jiang Kai. "Nguyen Nu will also cook for you, give you foot massages and shoulder rubs. And he even said that as long as you agree to take him along." But Jiang Kai still looked as gloomy as ever, willing to join without expecting any spoils of victory. Jiang Kai, hearing that, widened his eyes in shock, hurriedly ran over to Nguyen Nugu, reaching out his hand, and took Nguyen Nugu's hand, his eyes shining brightly. "Hello, Comrade Nguyen Nu. I am Captain Jiang Kai. I just saw you and knew right away that you are a talented person. From now on, you are a member of our team." Jiang Kai laughed loudly, hands on his hips, punching the sky excitedly. "Today, I will lead everyone to find the spiritual language of love, from now on. We are one family. Let's go. Nguyen Ngu grimly looked at Honyan. Our team leader has some style. Gyang Kai kept shouting loudly. We are family. Honhan helpless before your betrayal. That's right. We're not family. Only when you're free does the captain act like this. And before we knew it, night had fallen. The bright moonlight shone through the trees and mountains. In the deep forest, a dilapidated wooden house appeared, shrouded in mist, marking the territory of the elite demon queen's monster kingdom. Inside the wooden house, strange ghostly noises are heard. As a hand with sharp claws performs a spell, that is a monster. An elite, ghostly female demon. Level Hoos. Wearing a torn white dress and emitting chilling screams. A figure appears on the cliff, watching the female demon. That's Jiang Kai. The little guy said softly. Everyone, this female demon is 3 times stronger than the black crystal. If we're exposed, we'll be killed. We need to speak quietly. You still haven't taken your eyes off the female demon. Whispering to yourself while observing her movements. And you must pay attention. Only an attack team within 10 meters can take her down. So we have to be extremely careful, looking for a chance to get closer to it. Hon Han hesitated. Then a broken voice echoed along with the lingering sound. Captain. Gyang Kai whispered softly. Hon Yan. Be quiet. That sound still echoes with the whining. Captain. If Jiang Kai doesn't turn around, then be quiet. Hon Han quickly waves her hands. Captain. I didn't say anything. The shouting continues. Captain. Jiang Kai loses patience and turns around. If it's not her, then who is shouting at him? That's Nguyen Gu hanging upside down on a tree branch, surrounded by empty bottles, holding a bottle in one hand and snoring loudly. Captain. Look what I found. Nguyen Gu has fallen asleep. He suddenly shouted excitedly. Thank you. I toast to the captain. Jiang Kai and Hun Han gritted their teeth. And the female demoness, hearing the noise, turned to look back. Ah. It quickly soared up and found the spot where the 3 were hiding. Jiang Kai was startled by its incredible speed. The female demoness shouted loudly. A bright light appeared in her mouth, her eyes blazing red. With 4 sharp fangs, Jiang Kai was so frightened at first glance that he shouted, Nguyen, what are you doing? Isn't it true that you said it would be beneficial for him to join? Hon Han's face is no longer bloody. I'm just saying it's a test. Jiang Kai is heavy. This is serious, the female demon shouted loudly, breaking her heart and chest, tearing the air apart. With a terrifying force that seemed to blow the 3 of them away, an invisible force struck directly at them, and Jiang Kai and Hon Han quickly sensed something was wrong. Nguyen Nu was still sleeping soundly. Jiang Kai's face darkened as the system appeared, warning of abnormal conditions and the breaking of the barrier. At this moment, the female demon had transformed her form, even scarier than at the beginning. Jiang Kai and Honan froze in front of her, truly afraid. This female demon, you're really strong. I was completely immobilized like that. Captain, we can't fight her. Maybe we should just wait to die. The demoness stretched out her hand to catch both of them, when suddenly, a cheerful voice rang out. Nguyen Nagu gently caressed the female demon. Her face flushed, her tongue lolling out. How could there be such a beautiful woman here? Is she looking for me? He quickly leapt down from the branch. Jiang Kai and Hun Han both stared in shock. Nguyen Gu embraced the female demon tightly with such force that she was pushed backward. He chuckled, looking at the female spirit on the ground. Surely fate has brought me to meet this beautiful lady. So let me love her. Nguyen Nangu gently strokes the female demon's face, praising her, feeling cold, spreading out. How could this be? The female demon's eyes darken, her mouth wide open in disbelief at what just happened. Hon Han slightly moved his hand. He can move now. The system shows the barrier has been lifted. Jiang Kai also stood up suddenly. What's going on? Why is the female spirit under Nguyen Nu's control? I see. Jiang Kai quickly calms down, clenches his fists, and the trace commands become visible. This female demon's system also needs time to recover. He must seize this chance to attack before she unleashes her second move, quickly launching knives forward to end this swiftly. The precise and swift attack of the curse pierced through the female demon. While Nguyen Nu still sat on top of her, he pouted in front of the female lover. Lydia? Let me teach you the art of the twisted tongue. Even she doesn't understand what strange situation this is. Nguyen Nu's kiss is about to touch the female lover. But she holds on tightly and can't do anything. From now on, you are his wife. However, the fire from Jiang Kai's fate spell quickly flared up fiercely, swallowing her completely. After a while, the flames died down, leaving only black smoke. Nguyen Nu escapes the fire, looking confused. Where is my wife? Jiang Kai clenches his fists, smiling brightly. Everything settled. A notification appears, gradually eliminating the level 1 love demoness. Honyan's sparkling eyes speak with admiration. The captain can actually kill a love demoness. Nguyen Nu kneels helplessly and sadly on the ground. He is indifferent, with a hoarse voice. You monsters. You actually caused my wife to explode and die. Nguyen Gu looked up, tears and snot running down his face. She was the only love in my life. Losing her, I can never love anyone again. Nguyen Ngu looked up to the sky and cried out, My dead wife. Jiang Kai whispered to Hon Han, and casually asked, Does Nguyen Nug often get so drunk that he goes crazy? Hon Han smiled seductively. That's right. Nguyen Ngu is a drunkard who can't resist drinking. And when he's drunk, he often acts silly. Saying that, she ran towards the wooden house. Excitedly, he said, Captain, let me go first to get you the treasure chest and the corpse tag of Tin An's beloved woman. Jiang Kai nodded slightly, then thought to himself, That's right. Nguyen Nu clearly was hit by the love demon's spell just now. Jiang Kai remembered Nguyen Nu's drunken, out-of-control look. But why was he unaffected at all? Moreover, he could even counterattack the female demon. The image of Nguyen Nu holding the female demon tightly and making her fly backward while still half-dressed lingered in Jiang Kai's mind. Jiang Kai watched Nguyen Nu sobbing and drinking greedily. And the thing that addicts hate most is losing control of their consciousness when drunk. But unexpectedly, this seemingly fatal flaw could accidentally eliminate the demoness's curse. Jiang Kai suddenly pursed his lips. And at that moment, Hon Han had already obtained the young. And as she turned back, she looked up at Jiang Kai. He just smiled slyly, his eyes narrowing in a twisted way. Isn't Nguyen Nu the innate divine weapon meant to suppress the demoness's destructive aura? Hon Han was scared stiff, standing frozen in place. Why did he suddenly smile so strangely like that? Just as everyone thought it was over, in another demoness's hut, a female demon was growling fiercely, identical to the one from before. A sudden shadow flickers, sensing someone nearby. I turn around. Before I can react, Jiang Kai and Hon Han rush over. It's your choice. Keep going. Nguyen Nugu. Let's go. In front of them, Nguyen Nu was grinning mischievously, and a new beauty appeared, causing the female demon to scream loudly, shattering the peace. But that move is completely useless against Nguyen Nu. A heart appears in her eyes. Beautiful lady, why are you drooling when you see me, huh? Are you craving my body right now? Once again, Nguyen Gu rushes to embrace the female demon, causing her to flail and struggle. And coincidentally, I also want her. Jiang Kai is behind, ready and steady. This skill is indeed broken again. Now I can get closer and attack. Wei Ngu Pi Nu Yo Song. Ngangahat. Come on, baby. Gap Duok Nang. Talebit Roi. Let's light up our little flame of love tonight. Jiang Kai releases a series of fire attacks towards the female demon. The female demon, confused by Nguyen Nu's actions, is caught off guard and easily falls for the attack. Just like before, the fire quickly flared up fiercely, and the female demon screamed in pain. The electronic board displayed that explorer Jiang Kai had killed at least one evil spirit female demon. Nguyen Ngu was not hit by the fire and was thrown into the air. Then he opened his eyes with blurred vision. Nguyen Nu realizes the situation, floating in the air and shouting loudly, cursing the monsters for blowing up his wife again, condemning them as a bunch of beasts. He lands on the ground head first, tears and snot streaming down his face. Jiang Kai looked at him with confidence. Very handsome. But before Nguyen Nu wakes up, go find another demon girl quickly. The lake spirit also agrees. Shout loudly. For the next 3 hours, Nguyen Ngu was once again thrown into the sky by the flames, shouting as he flew, Don't blow up my 11th wife. After a while, he sat dejectedly in front of the door, crying as my 23rd wife was blown up by these two monsters. While Jiang Kai entered the lake with a bright gaze amid the foggy glow, Nguyen Nu sat weeping bitterly again, reaching out to stop Jiang Kai. Please don't. Spare my wife number 35. Another Duong was taken out of the female demon's wooden house. Shining and heavy, Giang Kai laughed loudly, leaning on his back. Impressive. I didn't expect that with Nguyen Nu's help. He would quickly capture the 35 valuable female spirits of An, directly killing the queen of the kingdom. Hon Han covers her face. I wouldn't even dare to dream of such a feat in my dreams. Giang Kai glanced at the native, happily saying, and after killing the 35 female demon lovers of England, I immediately advanced 2 levels to level 14. Giang Kai turned to look at Nguyen Nu and then mimicked her expression. But the price to pay was just a shattered Nguyen Nugu and broken hearts. Ho Nyan. You think Jiang Nguyen Nu is really useful? Right, Ho Nyan smiled. Yes. And besides, we might as well help Nguyen Ngu train his psychological endurance after breaking up with his girlfriend. Nguyen Ngu is now crying so hard that his eyes are red. Training psychological endurance. You two are really cruel. Honan thumbs up in front of Nguyen Nu. Nguyen Ngu. This is it. He replied with a shrug. You're just a beast. Jiang Kai looked at them. And even more so, you raise 2 bright bodies. I have also collected 2 water skills. And I can learn an additional skill. The first body is shaped like dark clouds and rain. And its first skill is rainmaking technique, used by those with strong mental power to create a large-scale downpour. Jiang Kai thought of summoning rain to create a water pool to drown and wash away the monsters when the terrain was suitable. High-level mages can even create lakes and rivers from thin air, which can lead to miracles in actual combat. You hold the skill card out to Hun Han. She's level 29. Her mental strength is higher than mine. This skill is for her to learn. She's a bit surprised. A skill card. Really? Ho Nyan wiped her tears, her voice trembling as she thanked Jiang Kai for the team, finally gaining skills beyond divination. No longer just a useless fortune teller in battle, she knelt down and kept bowing her head to Jiang Kai repeatedly. Jiang Kai team, from now on, Lord Vin Vien will be my big brother. Please accept this little brother. Jiang Kai helplessly said, Don't do this. You deserve it. Hon Han finally relaxed and held up the token, smiling happily. I am no longer useless. Jiang Kai held the other token, pondering. The remaining skill is a one-time skill point for hidden professions. He looked at the card, and the information immediately appeared. This skill can activate an additional hidden profession skill, but the extra skill can only be used once and will disappear after use. After reading, he thought to himself, so what? Then activate it. And the item in his hand immediately lit up. Jiang Kai looked at the shining card in his hand, even though it could only be used once. If it was a skill only the hidden profession could activate, he had to try. Eyebrain appears. The light from the device envelops her. Congratulations to the professional hidden casino thief for activating additional skills. Pocketing at the casino. The image on the card shows a withered hand controlling 2 skulls with magic. When the casino pickpocket feature is activated, all nearby explorers focus on the gambler. It will steal 1/1000th of the total attributes of the target and add them to itself. After 30 minutes, the additional skills and attributes will be erased. Jiang Kai frowned in disappointment. Is that all the skill can do? Eyebrain nodded slightly. Yes, that's right. Jiang Kai clenched his fists in frustration. Such a precious skill could only steal 1/1000th of another person's total attributes. He kneels down with a distressed expression. I currently only have over 200 attributes in total. Someone who can only stand still. What use are these 2 things? Nguyen No, now awake, sat up and asked what had happened to him. Did I just sleep? His face was confused as he reached out and placed his hand on his back, wondering why he suddenly felt a pang of heartbreak. Hon Han approached quietly and whispered, Has the devil spirit already forgotten the person who was heartbroken and lost his 35 wives last night? Nguyen Ngu suddenly remembered, his face filled with satisfaction as he rushed to hug the other person. Nguyen Ngu immediately vomited green bile. I remember now. I'm coming. After vomiting, he cried again and apologized to Jiang Kai's team. I kept relying on you. I am an addict who can't resist leaning on others. If you are not satisfied with me, I can leave the team. Jiang Kai said nothing, took the coat and handed it to Nguyen Ngu, looked at him with a gentle smile, and said what? I am the great hero. This equipment belongs to you. Nguyen Ngu looked up at the person in front of him. Jiang Kai continued, If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know how many times I've been killed by the female demon. You are the true core of this journey. Nguyen.no looked slightly moved, blushing with embarrassment. No. Zhang Kai. I don't need it. I already said you can include me. Just the team is enough. Jiang Kai draped his arm over him and led the way. I also said I wouldn't mistreat my teammates. And I've prepared gear for Honhan too. Hearing this, Honhan immediately turned around. And at that moment, this was the image Honan saw. In Honyan's eyes, Jiang Kai is a white knight, holding a rose, tossing coins, speaking gently. Honyan, come and get your gear. Honhan and Nguyen Nu's eyes both suddenly shone brightly. Could this really be true? Both of them kowtowed to Jiang Kai and shouted loudly. From now on we will follow you. We live as your people. Die as spirits following you. Jiang Kai hurriedly tried to stop them, feeling helpless. Why are you two doing this? Then the three of them packed up and returned to the demon spirit trading area, their elegant voices rising. It's happening again, unlike the first time. She greeted Jiang Kai very warmly today, which is truly astonishing. In total, your monster and Bao Duong have earned 840,000 ghost crystals. Jiang Kai was overjoyed. That's great. So it's equivalent to Ocho. 4 million inferior holy wines. This way, the living expenses for the boss and the young master will be fully covered from now on. Jiang Kai entered the dressing room at the trading post, pondering that now he not only had enough living expenses after selling the loot, but also still had 2 suitable equipment items left. He immediately changed into new gear. A pair of dark stealth pants paired with the previously mentioned dark stealth top, designed for covert movement without detection. High-quality equipment. Level locked. Effective. Quickly increases stealth by 11 points. Strength by 6 points. And improves defense by 3 points. He can turn invisible for 3 minutes at night. So Jiang Kai puts on a high-collared coat. It reaches the waist. And the second item is the Yuling armor, which can disintegrate at critical moments and is used to avoid fatal attacks. Equipment. Spirit armor of Yulin. Grade A quality. Increases stats by 24 points. 8 strength. 9 physique. 14 mental power. Can be activated every 10 minutes. Disintegrate. Immune to a physical attack. Jiang Kai raises his hand, examining it carefully. The effect of the gloves has already been tested. The fire effect of these gloves can indeed stack on my critical wounds. Simply put, this is my divine weapon. Firing gloves with F-grade quality quickly increase damage by 7 points and strength by 6 points, allowing the attached weapon to carry normal flames and fire-based effects within a certain range. The flame spectacle will accompany the user's weapon, potentially exploding the weapon's damage points and critical damage. Jiang Kai confidently stepped outside, pulled back the curtain, feeling much stronger than before. Even now, when fighting explorers level 20 or higher, you step outside with full confidence. The information panel displays Explorer Jiang Kai. Profession Gambler. Level Tizen Age. Attribute Strength 76. Defense Trez. Stamina Kusikumenta Uhdixen. Critical Rate 0. Bifengeryi. Agility 132. Critical Damage 20. Bifengerlin. Mental Power 104. Jiang Kai clenches both fists. Still confident that he will win, Nguyen Nu ran over from afar, carrying a branch on his shoulder, raising his left hand to cast a spell. Captain, you're here. I've helped improve your spellcasting a bit. Jiang Kai turned his head. Nguyen-gu. If you. Nguyen-gu was panting as he ran, gasping for breath. Let me do it. Then without hesitation, he threw the spear straight ahead to show you the effect first. Jiang Kai raised both hands in front of him. Panicked. Nguyen, what are you doing? Are you still holding a grudge because I burned your 35 wives? The Death Seeker flew right in front of Jiang Kai's eyes, just a few centimeters away, as Nguyen Nu threw the axe high and shouted, "Come back here." The spirit arrow immediately turned around and rushed back to Nguyen Nu, splitting the stick above his head in half in another moment. Nguyen Nagu raises his hand to catch the speeding Trui Men and then holds it with both hands. He speaks softly. Jiang Kai, I think you've often had to use Trui Mensch weapons in battles. That's very confusing. So I added a little more magnetic stone to the Trui Mensch for you. He carefully explained that now, when he launches it, he just needs to use magnetic stones to pull the energy back. Jiang Kai immediately became excited. Really? Then I don't have to worry about how much soul energy I have left. Nguyen No continued. And also, The soul energy being pulled back can cause damage to objects when it returns. Giankai pats Nguyen Nu on the shoulder in admiration. I never expected you, Nguyen Ngu, to be a genius master of equipment modification. Nguyen Nu rubbed his hands nervously and said, I learned all that myself. Am I really that impressive? Captain, Giankai made a three-finger gesture. Always. I dare to do it in front of the heavens. And suddenly a lightning bolt struck the clear sky. Right after Giankai, the clear sunny sky suddenly turned into a heavy rainstorm. The sky grew dark and gloomy. Completely different from just a minute ago. Giankai broke out in a sweat. Stammering. So it's like that. Nguyen Ngu also looked confused. Captain, are you trying to burn me? From afar, Honhan was jumping around in the rain. Captain, it's me. I just learned a basic rain summoning spell, although it doesn't seem to be very effective. Nguyen Yu exhaled softly. So it was Hunhan Jiangkai, reassured Hunhan. How could Hunhan's skills be useless? Look, these people are hiding from the rain because of her. You reach out to catch the rain, and if you can make the rain heavier, it will be enough to seriously hinder the enemy's movements. Giankai looked at the people hurriedly running away from the rain, some even falling over, and seriously told Honhan that at that moment, the enemy could become my reason for living, and then I could kill anyone I want. Honhan heard that, and became more confident. She laughed out loud. Really, so I can actually be useful like this? Then I will definitely work hard to master this rain-making skill. Jiangkai nodded. Keep it up. Giankai gazed into the distance with a peaceful smile, knowing that Nguyen Nu in the team could now fight bravely. And Honan's rain-making ability meant that not only she but the entire team had become much stronger. 3 people passed in front of them. 1, swearing. What the hell is this torrential rain? All our equipment brought to Bangjia Island is soaked. What should we do if the royal family blames us for being late? Giankai heard the words royal family and immediately woke up. Royal family. Wait a moment. 3 big brothers. Excuse me. Are you talking about the royal family? I don't know which royal family that is. Nguyen Ngu pulled out a sword and handed it to Honhan. This girl probably thinks you're a strange creature. Don't you go online. The person next to him, named Van Hao, said with a smile. The Huyen Vu Society of the Royal Family will send 200,000 people to Bangjia Island to hunt the king-level boss. Defeating this boss could help the nation expand its territory across the continent, Hao Vu added. So, besides the royal family, many other explorers will also come to help the stream chase away the monsters. They continued saying that this is a responsibility related to the fate of the world, such important news. And you didn't know. Jiangkai reacted harshly after hearing this. After they finished speaking, they quickly turned and left. Let's go. Don't just stand here like an idiot. Being late could get you punished. Giankai stood there, lost in thought. Is the royal family planning to hunt bosses for the country? Could it be that Huang Wei is also involved in this? Giankai lowered his head, looking passionate. Right now, the divine beasts are causing chaos on Earth, and each country can only seek the primal essence in the Kwai Tin to fight against the divine beasts. He thought about the 5 important types of essence, secret realms, equipment, mineral veins, materials, and energy. But all the essences in the Kwai Tin were already occupied by bosses. Only by defeating the boss can the nation control the land and gather the primal essence. You frown seriously, and your voice becomes more and more grave. And the monsters in the Kwai Tin are also ranked from low to high, from common to elite, general, to commander, king boss, map boss, and guardian king. A scene of hundreds of thousands of people fighting appears in his mind. Among them, the boss-level king requires more than 30,000 people to team up for a battle against the monstrous creature. They are all fighting desperately against the same monster. So how can Huang Jia lead the Mystic Martial Guild and serve the country? Huang Wei's shadow appears, wielding a sword in battle. Giankai fell silent, wondering if it was Hoang Vi who had turned over a new leaf and become a guardian leader, caring for the people of the world. You remember what the guardian said earlier. But the fallen heroes of the world also have their responsibilities. Someone in this world must stand up and fight against those monsters. Giankai clenched his fists tightly, looking at himself in the water. If Hoang Vi could do this, then maybe I should also go to Bangjia Island to dedicate myself to the country. On Demon Spirit Island Bangjia, the night sky is dazzling with stars, while below is a thick snowstorm and snow-covered mountains. Giankai's team of 3 trudges through the snowstorm, their faces pale from the cold. Junjun shivering. The team leader Hao. Bangjia Island says go. Then go. Didn't he buy clothes and shoes? All three are hugging themselves. Jun shivering. Gyeongkai's face turning pale and running nose. I didn't expect this place to be so cold. A loud shout rings out. Hey! Gyeongkai looked up and saw three figures on the cliff. Those fools from some team. Wondering if they weren't allowed on the lake surface before the battle started. Gyeongkai was a bit confused. Junjun said, It's also our first time here. May I ask why we can't go? The leader named Wang Kung, crossing his arms, raised his face and loudly asked, Why are you all newcomers? Where did you come from? As we know, the Bangjia Island is the lair of monsters below. He approaches closely, walking on the surface of the lake like that. As the ice beneath Gyeongkai's feet begins to crack and melt, little by little, Wang Kwang continued, not sure if he had disturbed the wandering mermaids below. Just as he finished speaking, a mermaid leapt up from the ice, wielding a tusk spear. Gyeongkai's group was suddenly shaken and toppled over by a monster. A bipedal mermaid, at level 22. And it leapt at Jiang with a terrifying grin. Gyeongkai grabbed Nu Wenyu's collar to help him up. Then Hunhan continued. The mermaid, up there, standing next to Wang Kwang, is Hyo Luk. He smiled. Those three are really fools. Wang Kwang shouted down. A level 22 mermaid team must be made up entirely of level 22s to be able to handle it. He continued loudly so Gyeongkai could hear. As we know, mermaids are very skilled at close-range attacks. Once caught by a mermaid, especially a level 22 mermaid, when she gets close, the mermaid grabs the spear and thrusts it fiercely at Gyeongkai, while Wang Cheng is still talking. So it will surely lead to a deadly confrontation. Gyeongkai suddenly stepped forward to block the way, and Honhan rushed to stop him. Captain, just as the mermaid smelled the spear, Gyeongkai shouted, Uling Jiangkai armor. Illusion. The mermaid hesitated. The illusion ended. Jiangkai jumped in front of it, smirking. I thought you were pretty powerful. Turns out you're just a lousy fish. He kicked it hard in the face while unleashing a blast of fire. Get out of here. The fishman burst into flames, groaning in pain, as three people on the mountain cliff watched in shock, understanding the incredible power. What? Not only did he dodge, but he also launched a close combat attack on the mermaid. Even the crazy guy with the hat named Bo Sin is stunned. Moreover, it needs a team where each member is at level 20 or higher to deal with the level 22 mermaid. Wang Kwang frowned and broke out in a sweat. But he only had a little over 10 levels. He looked up at Jiangkai standing firm below and shouted loudly, then asked what was going on. Jiangkai looked at the burned fish person and laughed loudly. After activating the core, it seemed there was no more coldness. Come back with the curse. Come back now. Jiangkai thought to himself, my current strength is already 76 points. As long as I activate the critical hit, the previously attached soul threads immediately moved, dealing at least 200 points of damage. Not to mention the additional damage from the soul threads themselves. The access points gather around Jiangkai from all directions. But even based on the lowest critical damage I calculated, he quietly calculated that with his current damage against level 20 enemies, whether they are monsters or explorers, the retrieved soul chains stored in his space pouch would definitely not withstand his next attack. Honhan ran over, holding up a card. Captain Jiangkai, I'm helping you pick up your corpse card like this. Jiangkai turned around and nodded. Thanks. Let's get to the top quickly. Jiangkai looked up at the top of the cliff and asked, so the three big brothers, do you know where Huang Wei is? The three of them were still in shock and immediately snapped to attention when they heard him call. What does the great master mean by that? How can we be called big brothers? We're your little brothers. Among all those little brothers. And Wang Kung is imitating you. Luckily, we know where Huang Vi is. So these three little brothers will kindly show you the way. Somewhere on Bangjia Island. Jiangkai walks alone, thinking to himself that he doesn't want Honhan and Nguyen Nu to get involved in his matter with Huang Wei. So he didn't let them come here. But weren't those three big brothers all saying that Huang Vi is here? And I want to find him alone to talk. But I can't find him. Suddenly, someone approached and loudly called your name. Jiangkai turned to look, with a cheerful tone. Ang Vi. Huang Vi with a helmet, hand on his sword at his waist. Face cold, Jiangkai stepped forward and said loudly, Huang Vi. After learning that you would defeat the boss for the country, I was very impressed with you, and I think we can put aside our grudges. And I am also willing to contribute a part of myself to this Bangjia island. Suddenly, a flash of light streaked past Jiang Kai's face, causing him to flinch. Hoang Vi drew his sword and swung at him, but Jiang Kai managed to jump aside just in time. Jiang Kai shouted while dodging. Huang Vi, what are you doing? I just want to clear up this misunderstanding and make peace with you. Hoang Vi missed his strike, his face darkening. Then he looked up, a strange smile on his face, and whispered, the one who killed me first should be the one to make me recover for so long. And now you say you want to reconcile. Then reconcile with me now. Hoang Vi drew his sword and said coldly, do you know how many ways I thought of to take revenge after I was killed last time? But the army ordered us not to touch you, so how could it be possible? He looked at Jiang Kai and shouted loudly. So I actively joined the battle against the king-level boss, just to use this achievement to ask the army to stop protecting that person. Jiang Kai is exhausted. Fighting the king-level boss just to do this much. Huang Wei replied, that's right. And as he spoke, he rushed quickly toward Jiang Kai. But I didn't expect you to come looking for me willingly. Forget the battle ahead. I must kill you first. He swung his sword to slash at Jiang Kai. Then used the military merit from defeating the boss to submit to the army. And Jiang Kai crouched down, barely avoiding the attack. You pushed him away and stepped back, sneering coldly. So I was overthinking. I never expected you to still be such a petty person. Jiang Kai raised his hand, flames engulfing it. But I advise you all to attack together, because sooner or later, your Eagle Hunt team will be wiped out by me. Huang Tu stood behind Vi and laughed loudly. Impressive indeed. The only reason you can eliminate the Eagle Hunt team is because of the army behind you. Huang Vu also added, now Diep Tu is above level 10 and even has S-grade equipment. Do we really need to help him kill someone? Hoang Sun said, while pressing the stopwatch and nodded in agreement. That's right. This clueless kid. As soon as the electronic board opened, Hoang Sun quickly grabbed it. Wait a moment. In front of him was Jiang Kai's information panel. How did this kid level up so quickly to level 14? Matching the young master over there. Hoang Vi was engulfed in flames. His head lifted in pain. Hoang Vi looked around, seeing his body engulfed in flames. He raised his head and wondered what was going on. Why was there fire here? The crazy black guy shouted. Struggling. Save me. Come quickly and save me. The others heard the shouting and rushed over. What is this? The fire on the young master's body isn't just normal fire. But why does it cause such severe damage? Jiang Kai stands far away, coldly saying your young master is already dead if you don't want to end up like him. Don't try to stop me. Hoang Vi still stubbornly reached out with his nearly burned hand and shouted, no, I don't want to die, as he painfully dragged himself out of the fire. The armor was burned black. My equipment can block a small amount of blood and prevent me from dying directly. But I have already. Then he shouted loudly. Quickly. You all kill him for me. Hoang Vi still refused to give up, urging them to torture him to death. As his 4 accomplices stepped forward with weapons towards Jiang Kai's face was cold, his fists clenched tightly, still wanting to keep killing. You jump forward and use all your strength to cast the pursuit command. Just right. I will use you to test the power of the strongest magnet chasing after life. Trui Mensch passing through them. They were a bit surprised, but still dodged, their eyes flashing with cunning. Hoang Vu Hua said coldly, throwing so many darts and missing once. What kind of accuracy is this? The 4 of them took turns. Levels Inatradaiv, Arshaba, Arshajo, and 32. Huang Shan sneered and added, it's not that they're all level 30 and scared stiff. Without a word, he rushed toward Jiang Kai. I stepped forward. Jiang Kai raised his flaming hand, pouted. Never heard of this before, he shouted, standing firm. About to speak when the pursuer behind him lunged forward, stabbing into his back. Flames erupted from the pursuer, billowing up quickly and spreading outward. Jiang Kai coldly watched Huang Shan being swallowed by the flames, screaming in despair. The crowd behind them was stunned. How did that dart fly back? They looked at Jiang Kai standing still. And how could this little guy at level 10 make the captain at level 32 look over? While Hoang Sun was now burned on the left side by the fire, lying on the ground. They screamed in fear, dying instantly. Jiang Kai shot forward like lightning behind them. And it didn't stop there. You raise your hand and withdraw. The attack earlier rushed toward you, but the other guy stood in front and was hit instead. The flames burst out again, making him turn pale with fear as he helplessly watched the fire spread. In the end, he couldn't escape being burned. Huang Xiao stood there, stammering, "What is this technique? Why is the damage so high?" Huang Vu was also extremely confused. Could this kid really be a master, pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger? Huang Vai forced himself to stand up and shouted loudly, "You fools! Can't you see that he is good at long-range attacks?" He shouted. "Charge together. Isn't it better if the two of you close in on him?" Following Huang Vi's order, the remaining two rushed forward and answered in unison. Yes. Huang Vi heard Jiang's arrogant laughter. Surely Jiang Kai is a stealth assassin with high damage from afar. But, if close up, then definitely. Before he could finish speaking, the two in front of him were already engulfed in flames. They all cried out in pain. No. Huang Vi knelt in helplessness, his face filled with disbelief and shock. Jiang Kai slowly steps toward him, his voice cold and hollow, full of contempt and anger for a bunch of useless trash. What's the difference? Huang Vi put his hand on the ground, trying to retreat. No way. With such overwhelming strength. How could he do that? Jiang Kai did not answer him, transforming into a sword. Our past grievances were supposed to be settled. But you truly disappointed me. Zhang Kai, holding his sword, quickly stepped toward Huang Vi and coldly said, "Huang Vi, in the end, you're a heartless bastard. You want to kill me, don't you?" Huang Vi trembled with fear. "What do you want to do?" Jiang Kai raises his sword high, with nothing else. "If you want to kill me, I can't refuse the challenge. I heard that the last person I killed left a psychological scar. So this time, at this point," he smiled cunningly, "let the darkness grow a little more." Huang Vi's eyes were both terrified and helpless. As the sword was thrust down, he shouted, his voice echoing throughout the forest. A few minutes later, Jiang Kai still stood in the forest, hands in his pockets, staring intently at the electronic board. Still the most experienced assassin killer. I didn't expect that killing 4 level 30+ enemies plus the useless Huang Vi would actually raise me all the way to level 17. But suddenly, the screen turns red, warning that because you killed more explorers and soldiers, you will face the punishment for bloodthirsty murder. Jiang Kai was stunned, confused about what was happening, when the screen suddenly displayed the bloodthirsty killer state. When in this state, all nearby players will know your location if a bloodthirsty murderer is killed. The experience gained will increase 3-fold, using 10 drops of remorseful tears to remove the bloodthirsty killer state. Jiang Kai broke out in a cold sweat. Bloodthirsty killer. This isn't a punishment title, but it seems like everyone on the demon planet keeps fighting whenever they encounter it. You remember the scene at the Demon Crystal, where receiving this punishment is like becoming a mobile experience bag that everyone can sense the location of, and you get killed every time you encounter it. When returning to normal, the system's double talent bonus for rewards or penalties will activate a double effect and trigger a super rare care part that multiplies the outcome. Rewards and punishments will be multiplied tenfold. Jiang Kai scratched his head awkwardly. And his maximum double talent could increase the punishment up to 10 times as well. This seems pretty unlucky. Then suddenly you realize and shout out that if I die once, I will lose 30 times the experience, and I might even get robbed and directly drop back to level 1. Jiang Kai ran quickly forward, speaking hurriedly as he went. "It's over. From now on, I must never go near that place again. And I also have to find a way to get those tears of remorse to remove this state." At Bongjia Island, in Huangjia's outpost area, which is also in the same forest as before, there are many tents and guards. The angry voice of a man echoes in the tent, making the soldiers nervous. "What? Huang Vi was killed by someone else. What kind of protection is this?" "That is Huang Vi's father, Huang Tong, the overall commander of the Bangjia Island campaign. He's so furious. I just shouted that the 3 of us Huang are fighting together for the country. But in the end, he died. Doesn't that make me a traitor in front of the nation? Next, what should we do?" "Brother." Huang Thong punched the table, causing it to spill water, then angrily declared, "Let's go straight to defeat the king-level boss. Once we take down the boss, we can use our military force to force the army to stop protecting Jiang Kai. He is close. And when that time comes, I will make Jiang Kai pay the most terrible price." The others in the room laughed with a sinister smile. the atmosphere filled with treachery. Half an hour later, somewhere on Bangjia Island, Jiang Kai met up with his teammates again. Hun Han asked curiously, "Captain Zhang, why do you have an extra title on your name?" Nuan shouted that you're a bloodthirsty assassin. Jiang Kai whispered softly, "Just a little bug. We can't be exposed now. Take Hun Han's hand and run." I don't have time to explain what just happened. In short, I have completely become an enemy of the Emperor. We need to leave here quickly. Hun Han was a bit surprised by the urgency. But that's not why I came here. As the three of them ran and talked, a loud sound echoed a prolonged roar. Jiang Kai stopped in his tracks. What was that sound? It still echoed across the snowy hills. Nguyen Nu Hoang nervously asked Jiang Kai, "Is that the sound of war starting? Why is it ringing out right now?" Jiang Kai guessed that perhaps the Emperor had started the war first. Honyan's face was ashen. "Captain Jiang Kai, look over there." Jiang Kai looked in Hun Han's direction, her voice trembling. "Quickly look at Ho Bang." The surface of the lake was now covered in sweat. Ice chunks floated up. Honyan whispered, "Ho Bang has actually been broken." The ice floes surged violently as if something was trying to break free. Then suddenly, a clawed foot stepped onto the ice. Then many more feet like that appeared. Hundreds of mermaids floated up from the ice lake. The three of them were stunned, and then a loud sound echoed again. This time a great force coming from beneath the ice lake. Standing tall among the mermaids is a giant fisherman, 100 times larger than the mermaids. Atop the icy peak, that giant monster is the king-level boss. The Ice Spirit human clan leader. Its level unknown. With 100% remaining health points, Hun Han stammered, "Is that the boss?" Jiang Kai looked serious. "The pressure is so intense." Nguyen's voice also trembled. "I'm scared." A loud shout rang out. It was Huang Tong's voice. "Soldiers on the battlefield. The boss Ice Spirit King, the human-level king, has already been knocked out. Everyone, get ready to fight." He is wearing shining armor, riding a beast, singing loudly as he rides, his voice echoing through the mountains. "If we win this battle, everyone will not only receive a generous reward, but also help the Holy Spirit claim the territory and protect your families from the divine beasts in the future." Hoang Thong raised his sword to the sky with a determined look. "Because of that, whether for the present or the future, we must do everything we can to win, even if it means facing death." The soldiers, hearing his words, immediately prepared their weapons. Warriors. Once the arrow leaves the bowstring, there is no turning back. Therefore, in this king-level boss battle, Huang Thong spoke even louder, officially beginning the fight. As soon as he finished speaking, the soldiers rushed to Ho Bang shouting loudly, "Charge! Kill! Kill!" Nguyen Ne, hiding behind the bang, turned to Jiang Kai and said, "Captain Jiang Kai, why aren't we going yet?" Hun Han also agreed. "With a 200,000 strong army, this is a king-level boss battle." Jiang Kai stood up, waving his hand. "No, not yet." Jiang Kai sneered to himself. "As long as the battle has begun, the royal family won't have time to pay attention to me. Let's stay and watch the king-level boss fight. It's not often we get such an opportunity." The soldiers with weapons rushed towards the merfolk, Uncle Van and Hao Tian leading the way, shouting as they ran, "Kill it!" Another loud boom echoed, causing the ice surface to crack and countless people to fall. A giant fish-shaped monster with glowing red eyes and sharp teeth floated up, an ordinary-level twin-tailed mermaid monster. Lei is only 25. Hao Thien quickly wins. His face pale, but he still tries to reassure everyone, "Don't be afraid, it's just a rotten fish. After all, we have more people, let's fight it." As he finished speaking, he was suddenly pulled with incredible force. Song Tuk grabbed him and brought him up to the open mouth full of teeth. Hao Thien shouted desperately, "Save me." Song Tuk directly put him into her mouth, biting down and blood spraying everywhere. Hao Thien shouted in pain, "Someone help me. Save me." Hao Tian's voice fell silent, replaced by disturbing chewing sounds. And others, seeing this, were terrified and retreated. "What? Fishmen eat people, that's terrifying." Hun Han covered her mouth with her hand and said, "So this is an ordinary mermaid. But to a seasoned explorer, she's so strong. And it seems like there are many more mermaids around." Jiang Kai looked serious and said in a deep voice, "I heard that as long as the boss doesn't die in this king-level battle, The mermaid army will keep appearing again and again. You've always been good at battles. So the key to this fight isn't between the 200,000 explorers and the mermaid army. Gyangkai paused to observe, and someone just skated across the ice. Then he continued. But it was a superhuman fake. With Boss Girl, 2 people cut through the soldiers, rushing forward like arrows. And the soldiers, upon seeing them, hurriedly followed. The front runner is Tuan Kiet, using his firepower, warning us to be careful. Our team of 8 has already entered the boss area. The others are also doing their best, running while gathering their strength. Bak Engan also led his team to fly toward the merperson, and all members would do their best to optimize their condition. They are armed or still unconscious, each targeting the mermaid in front of them. We should do our best to inflict maximum damage on the boss. Ho and Han couldn't help but marvel. They're really strong. This must be a superhuman. Right, Nguyen Nagu gawked, guessing that the Senza boss is about to be defeated. Only Gyangkai lowered his head, speaking in a worried whisper. No, I don't think this is going well at all. Then Gyangkai raised his head, eyes wide open, with focused demon eyes. Their skills look very powerful, but from what I can see through my focused demon eye, the merfolk still sneered with a sinister smile. Seemingly, even the boss's defenses haven't been broken. With the red warning system flashing on the screen, unable to penetrate the defenses, Tuan Kiet couldn't believe his eyes. What is this? Even the boss's defenses aren't enough. Then something suddenly shot up into the sky, and the merfolk struck down fiercely where the superhumans were standing. The ground trembled violently, ice and water splashing out to knock back those standing, some being thrown far away, and others directly struck and spitting blood. They all suddenly fell heavily to the ground from the sky. The merfolk looked at them, smiled contentedly, then let out a strange roar. Even the soldiers behind and Jiang Kai's group all shouted out. Did the boss really kill 8 superhumans in just one move? Jiang Kai gritted his teeth, staring at the fisherman. Just one attack to kill 8 people so easily. This must be the strength of a king-level boss. One person suddenly grabbed the spear and charged forward. Jiang Kai was stunned by this action. Just now, all 8 people were completely killed, and now there's only one left. Yet he dares to charge forward. Hon Han shouted loudly. Don't go. He directly faced the fisherman, who also did not hold back, throwing the trident at him. The witnesses shouted out. It's over. Another person is dead. He suddenly stopped, sharply sliding the spear tip across the ice and then thrusting it forward. His spear tip touched the trident's tip, unleashing a tremendous force, catching the fisherman off guard as his attack was halted. Once again, the soldiers and Jiang Kai's group exclaimed in surprise. What? This person can actually withstand the boss's attack. He tightly grips his spear, cold and detached. And that boss was just a sacrifice made by my teammate earlier. He looked up, his eyes full of determination. And Yen Jiang said, Do you still think we would just let you kill our flag? This is the legendary superhuman shooter, a soldier profession, with the title of the #1 powerful figure in the mysterious martial arts guild. The fisherman pulls back his spear, and Tuang Fong slowly walks toward him. Today I represent the brothers who have fallen. Above, a notification appears showing talents and blessings from the dead. Activating, for each fallen superhuman comrade nearby. Your strength increases by 25%. Without hesitation for a second, Tuang Fong quickly jumps over the fisherman, rushing behind him, and yells, Catch him. The fisherman couldn't react in time to Tuang Fong's speed, so he quickly stabbed his spear into him, unleashing a surge of electricity that broke through the boss's shield. The fisherman's wound started bleeding heavily, and he looked at him with a pained expression. Jiang Kai was surprised but also excited. He's really strong. Could this person actually break through the boss's defenses? Nguklong, one of the soldiers below, was deeply grateful, because this great hero had hope to defeat the boss. Hoang Thong, watching from afar, also sneered triumphantly. Does anyone really think our Huyen Vu society is weak? The superhumans just killed were part of our plan to boost Tang Fang's strength. Now, Tang Fang is overflowing with vitality, and his entire body is radiating enormous power. Hoang Thong's voice remains steady because Tang Fang has already become a powerful fighter capable of fighting 10. And after adding the blessing from the deceased, his strength increases by 200%. Tuang Fang charges forward again, his eyes blazing with intensity. Now he alone can stand toe-to-toe with a squad of 20 superhumans. Tuang Fong moved so quickly that the merfolk couldn't keep up with his movements, leaving deep cuts in the ground wherever he passed. Huang Thong glanced over. So as long as the battle proceeds without surprises, this fight will be won. Honhan shouted loudly to cheer them on. Keep going. We will definitely win. While they were not paying attention, a level 32 elite sea monster appeared behind them, with Hoang Dot holding an electronic board showing a bright red warning sign, shouting to Hoang Thong, "Watch out. A huge number of merfolk are suddenly approaching from behind Bangjia Island." Hoang Thong was terrified. "Does that mean a large army of sea merfolk has been summoned here?" Hoang Dot hurriedly replied. "Yes. I fear there are hundreds coming, and they are all elite sea monsters above level 30. Hoang Thong was momentarily at a loss, only managing to shout, "This! Over there!" Tang Fong is still fighting hard against the merfolk. Now he can focus on battling the boss because the battlefield has been stabilized. Hoang Thong's tone is serious. The battlefield is now divided into 5 zones based on the levels of the merfolk, namely Common, Elite, General, 18 Dod, and the boss. He continued speaking, his voice still showing clear concern, with each area having a large force assigned to fight the mermaids, resulting in a balance being maintained on the battlefield. Hoang Thong stopped, his voice trembling as if the rear had been broken and the battle situation was turning chaotic, making him doubt that the missile could kill the boss. He immediately thought of the scene of tens of thousands of people crying and begging for help, while in reality, Liangbai, 000 of us would die here. A faint blue glow appeared on Hoang Thong's forehead, and he shouted at Hoang Dot, thinking it would take at least 30 minutes to kill the boss. "I don't know how much longer these mermaids will take to reach the battlefield." Hoang Dot hurriedly operated the electronic board to check. At most, the electronic board flashes with numerous warnings and red dots, indicating a large number of mermaids approaching, he said in horror. "About 10 minutes at most." On the other side, Giankai's pursuit demons are flying swiftly through the air, targeting a merman. Giankai rushes past it, smashing it down, one hand raised to ignite the pursuit demon into flames. Explorer Jiangkai has killed the mermaid spirit Ying X1, and the lake goddess is hiding in fear behind a large rock. "Captain Jiangkai, why are there suddenly so many mermaids? Let's quickly get out of here." Jiangkai turns his head, narrowing his eyes. "So now do I have to go?" Standing on the cliff, he looks down at the icy lake below. The battlefield seems to be in a very fragile balance right now. If no one stops these mermaids, the entire battle could be lost. Giankai frowned, a calculating look on his face, then coldly continued, "The royal family is our enemy. I will be very happy to see him fail. On the royal side, things are still very difficult. What should we do now?" Jiangkai continued. "But the future of the divine brilliance and the 200,000 people called to fight are all innocent." He closed his eyes tightly, unable to make a decision at that moment. Vulture's words echoed in his mind once more. But everyone must be responsible for the world's ups and downs. Someone in this world has to step up and fight those monsters. Giankai thought for a moment, then lifted his head and made up his mind, calling his 2 teammates, Hon Han and Nguyen Nu, to stay put. Under the watchful eyes of the 2 of them, Jiangkai walked away and said, "Not only that, I also need everyone to lure all the mermaids around to my place." Jiangkai raised his weapon, his eyes cold and sharp, saying, "I will handle all these sea monsters myself." Hon Han and Nguyen No were surprised by his words, both feeling that Jiangkai was being too reckless. Within just about 10 minutes, ordinary fishermen had eliminated almost all of the royal soldiers. The scene shows the captain kneeling on the ground, clutching his bleeding arm, trembling. "Stop fighting. Many explorers in the rear have already been caught by these mermaids. If they surround us too, everything will be over. So we better run quickly." Everyone else listened and started to attack, each of them wounded and pushing themselves. The soldiers began to panic. That's right. If they died, they wouldn't be able to go online for a month. If we don't make money in a month, my family will be kicked out. So let's go or everyone will die. A person in armor, with a cape behind him, steps forward with a sword. "No. There's no need to run." All the soldiers turned around. "Captain," he shouted loudly, "you guys don't let him go. It's been 10 minutes since we spotted those mermaids. And I heard they'll arrive at the battlefield within 10 minutes. He continued, eyes on the mountains. But now, no one appeared. Which means, what? The others looked on too. Standing on the ice, someone asked why not a single one appeared. And some speculated that perhaps a superhuman was acting in the rear. But no. It seems the Emperor didn't have any troops stationed there. You have fought a powerful enemy from behind the lines. But being able to stop so many merfolk must mean a very strong team of elite explorers is fighting there. Over there, Jiang Kai is being fiercely chased by the elite merfolk, and they are roaring in anger. They quickly rush to his side, opening their mouths wide. But Jiang Kai still doesn't turn his head. He just presses his lips lightly, a confident smile appearing on his face. Jiang Kai lands softly on the ice, quickly drops to one knee, then turns around to face the merfolk directly, a red light flashing in his hand. You brush past, and with a burst of force, split the merfolk in half in an instant. You're already several meters tall, and as you land, the merfolk are completely burned to ash. Jiang Kai turns around and counts. Even though he's already killed more than 20, only one at a time keeps coming. This really is slow. The system is now reporting that Explorer Jiang Kai has killed 2 less elite sea monsters. Just then, Hon Han shouted loudly, "Captain Jiang Kai, save me. I've already brought the sea monsters here." Nguyen Nug also shouted while running, "Zhang Kai, Captain, I'm over here too." Jiang Kai clenched his fists tightly, channeling his energy into his arms. "Everything else is up to me. You two should hurry and get out of here." Hon Han is worried. "Captain Jiang Kai, there are so many talented people. Can you kill them all?" Nguyen Nugu also shouted. Yes. That's right. You only killed 2 just now, and you're already exhausted." Jiang Kai brushed past the approaching sea monsters, snorting coldly. "Indeed. I only fought 1 or 2 alone earlier, so it was a bit exhausting." You quietly brushed past them, sparks beginning to ignite. Jiang Kai said calmly. "But what you don't know is that compared to solo killing," his eyes flashed with killing intent, "I prefer to fight in close combat." As soon as the words left his mouth, a deafening explosion erupted, sending rocks and dust into chaos. The information board was illuminated. Explorer Jiang Kai had eliminated 257 elite sea fishmen. Ho Nian and Nguyen Nu excitedly hug each other. "What is this? Is this the strength of Captain Jiang Kai? Oh my god. Only a little over 10 levels and already so impressive. Do you really need to show off like that?" At that moment, Huang Thong's team was close to the location when suddenly a fire erupted, shocking everyone. Why was there an explosion happening at the rear? "Dad, the marine fish people at the rear have disappeared from the locator. Could it be that the army you called has already arrived?" Huang Thong frowned. "Army A? That can't be right," he muttered. "I just contacted the army recently. How could they be here so quickly?" Then they decided to ignore it and inform everyone on the battlefield that if the army had arrived, it would reassure Tuang Fong to focus on defeating the boss. And everyone responded in unison. "Understood." Half an hour later, Tuang Fong charged with his spear, forcing the fisherman to brace against a massive pressure wave of energy. The system announced that his remaining health was 65%. The rear team is casting their spells. Looking great. The boss has only a third of its health left. We can win now. Suddenly, as the pressure surged abnormally, the fisherman burst with rage and slammed the ground, catching Tuong Fong off guard. The Imperial aura roars loudly. Be careful. When the boss loses a third of its health, it will enter its second, even more violent phase. The roar of the Imperial wind echoes through the sky, and during the boss's berserk phase, the attack speed becomes so fast that it's almost unavoidable. So right now, Tong Fong can only grit his teeth and withstand this attack. And the important thing is that he can't defeat the boss. Tuong Fong grit his teeth as he endured each furious attack, blood spilling from every blow. Everyone started to worry. It was clear just by watching him fight that he couldn't hold on much longer. The system announces that Explorer Tuong Fong has only 5% health remaining, and the entire battlefield falls silent. Could that great master be about to die? On this side, Tong Fong grits his teeth and growls softly at the beast, thinking that with such little damage, can he really kill me? Super talent. Battle armor harmony. At the same time, the fisherman also kept receiving notifications of reflected damage. Jiang Kai's eyes lit up. His armor is really strong, not only immune to damage but also reflecting it back. This must be his super talent. The entire team is excited, hopeful that we can defeat the boss. Let's keep going. Hoang Thong proudly says, I told you so. The spear is truly our secret weapon. His super talent can reflect 50% of the damage back to the enemy for 90 seconds. And at this moment, the boss is also in a phase of rapid and furious attack. The notification sounds, indicating the boss's remaining health is at 35%. And Hoang Thong Quoi triumphantly. In other words, the faster the boss's attack speed, the more its health will decrease. He smiled smugly. The boss has already lost 30% of its health in just a short time. And if this continues a little longer, the boss will be in our hands. Suddenly, the fisherman threw a powerful punch, catching Tuong Fong off guard and preventing him from raising his defenses. The force pierced through his armor and struck his chest, hitting so hard that it sent Tuong Fong flying hundreds of meters away. His body sank into the ground, forming a deep hollow, with a large hole torn open in his chest, and he was only gasping for breath. Everyone fell silent. What? Did the great god lose? The fisherman used the boss's combat skill to break the tentacle armor and counter Tuong Fong's attack. Hoang Thong was devastated. Careless. This boss's armor-breaking skill, Hoang quickly blocked it. Dad. No one dares to believe it. That skill wasn't detected. Now, the Huyen Vu Guild is in chaos. It's over. It's over. This battle depended mostly on Tuong Fong. If even Tuong Fong has been defeated, then this battle is definitely lost. And at the same time, Jiang Kai's mood also sank. The despairing ghost haunts the battlefield. Members of the Huyen Vu Guild keep shouting for help. The ace has fallen. We can't win. What should we do? Run now. In another corner, the sound of swords clashing against shields echoed sharply, as Li Biao struggled to defend himself while feeling deeply guilty. Zuzi. Nuan. I was wrong. I shouldn't have brought you two here. His overwhelming strength kept forcing him to retreat, and Li Biao regretted that he only brought the two of them here to prove he was stronger than Jiang Kai and the others. But Jiang Kai didn't lead you to your death, and I brought you here to die. I truly am a failed team leader. Before he finished speaking, he was forced down by the Haiyu people. Noan screamed loudly. Captain Lai Biu. She cried desperately. Is there anyone? Is there anyone who can save our captain? She had never felt so helpless before. I have no more spiritual energy left to heal. In the blood-stained battlefield, the boss can't be defeated now, and the army of fishmen keeps coming here. If no one intervenes, everyone will die right before our eyes. The sharp tongue of the sea naga pierced through Li Biu's shield. Everyone was begging. Is there really no one who can save us? Li Biao stared in shock at the scene before him. The bloody mouth of the sea serpent opened wide, and Li Biao desperately prayed. Is there really no one who can save everyone? Suddenly, a flash of light streaked across like lightning, sharp flames tearing through the sky and shooting out like meteors. Li Biao's eyes widened in amazement as he watched the Haiyan Gunhan in front of him explode into pieces mid-air. Fragments of the sea monster's body fell, scattering dust and rocks everywhere. Li Biao froze in shock. This is a deep voice sounded behind them. Wait. All three of them looked up in surprise. That's everyone was stunned. It's Jiang Kai. He quickly passed by them, leaving only his voice echoing in the wind. Master. Now. It's been a long time. I want to go boss hunting. Take care of yourselves. The border lord pushed away. What did Jiang Kai say? He wants to go fight the boss. Did I hear that wrong? Watching Jiang Kai's shadow, he clenched his teeth and wondered why he could clearly sense Jiang Kai's position. Noan nodded repeatedly. I feel the same. On the battlefield, the sound of gunfire mixed with continuous screams, and the two armies still clashed fiercely. Suddenly, 200,000 Xuanvu Alliance soldiers stopped all at once. Everyone was confused. Wait. Why do I feel like someone is nearby? I feel it too. I can sense it in my mind. That's the effect of the bloodthirsty assassin. The bloodthirsty assassin, indeed. Ho Nian and Wengu dropped to the ground. Captain Jiang Kai. What are you doing? Have you forgotten your current situation with that title? Then he will be targeted by 200,000 people before he can even finish speaking, as thousands of eyes turn simultaneously toward Jiang Kai, rushing forward. The bloodthirsty assassin. A bunch of warriors ready to fight. Damn it. I thought I was about to die, but I never expected to meet a bloodthirsty assassin here. Killing him will earn me a lot of experience. So before the fishermen kill me, first, Kill him, and then talk. Countless figures rush out to hunt down Jiang Kai, but just as they closed in, Jiang Kai suddenly froze, his eyes wide open. A loud explosion echoing through the battlefield. From afar, the owner of the estate looked stunned, wondering if Jiang Kai had been killed by those people. Tears welling up. Jiang Kai. A breeze brushed past, and Jiang Kai pursed his lips. It was just a move of mine. How can he still keep going without even being hurt? Surrounded by the aura of the army around him. Behind them, the crowd was thrown into chaos, some clutching their wounds, gasping for breath. How could his attack be so powerful? Isn't he just a rookie at level 10? What's going on here? Hyun and the owner of the gem looked at Jiang Kai safely and shouted excitedly. He's fine. He already took care of them. He's really strong. Bill was stunned and unable to stand, staring at the scene before him, unable to believe it was really Jiang Kai, who was surrounded by level 20 enemies, yet remained unharmed. Nearby, Hoang Da was startled and jumped up. Brother Ba. I suddenly felt that Jiang Kai, who killed Tu Vai, appeared on the battlefield, and it seems like he's heading towards the boss. Hoang is in disbelief. Zhang Kai. Why did he do this? Does he still have the ability to kill the boss? Our priority now should be how to minimize the damage in this battle. Jia Dat reluctantly obeyed, but his heart was burning like fire. And yet why did he feel uneasy inside? Why do I have a vague feeling that Jiang Kai might kill the boss? And according to his line of thought, Jiang Kai has already plunged deep into the battlefield. I only looked out for myself, but I never expected that I would end up joining the fight and helping the Hoang family defeat the boss. Wei Ung Nam's old faint voice echoed. If Saint Dieu faces danger in the future, I only hope you can fight for Saint Dieu. If you still have strength, you smirk. But who would agree to let me lead the close team here? Now the country is facing a crisis and needs more territory to acquire resources. And besides, I only happen to have a little defensive ability. Your steps keep accelerating, your figure flashing like a gust of wind. And you softly say, Intelligent AI Brain. I want to activate the one-time skill I obtained before. AI Brain appears. When Casino Pickpocket is activated, all nearby explorers who notice you will steal 1% of their total attributes and add them to yourself. After 30 minutes, the stolen skills and attributes will be permanently erased. Jiang Kai pondered silently. At first, I was just thinking about this one-time skill, which can only steal 1% of the attributes from followers. So what is its purpose? I didn't expect it to be useful in a situation like this. You're warning me that I must realize I am now in the state of a bloodthirsty killer, and almost everyone on the battlefield could be paying attention to me. The chatter about spring echoes again. Why is a bloodthirsty killer here? I can feel it too. I do. The system sounds. Beginning to steal 1% of the total attribute points of the followers. Jiang Kai thought to himself. Even though each person can only steal 1,000th of the total attributes, it's still a very small amount. But looking down at the crowd pointing at me. Look there. The bloodthirsty assassin is over there. I can feel it too. He pursed his lips. But here there are over 200,000 people. A stream of fire tearing through the sky. Your thoughts grow more turbulent, even if each of the 200. 000. People can only steal 0. Combined, it would still be an enormous number. System Notification Explorer Jiang Kai. Gambler Profession. Level Hus. Strength 30. 000 plus. Physique 20. 000 plus. Agility 60. 000 plus. Spirit 40. 000 plus. Defense Stress. Critical hit rate 0. Baffinger E. Critical hit damage rate 20. 000%. Hoang stared intently at the target. Damn it. Dad. Right now, Jiang Kai is running toward the boss. He really might steal it. Huang Thong frowned. Why is that? He pointed at the screen and said, Look. The attribute evaluation timer for Jiang Kai suddenly became terrifying. In fact, his total attributes seemed to even surpass those of Tang Fong. What Huang Thong was terrified. Jiang Kai's position is in the level 51 shark-toothed merfolk area, with sharp teeth bared and snapping, the system flashing. A level Eno Haltred's shark-toothed merfolk monster. It chases after Jiang Kai, its wide mouth open as if ready to tear him apart. Huang Tong feels dizzy, But Jiangkai doesn't even want to dodge when facing a level 51 shark-level mermaid. Hoang Tong catches a piece, although I don't know if the attributes he currently has are real. The bite of the shark-toothed mermaid is a skill that level 60 explorers must be careful of. The monster opened its wide mouth, ready to bite down. Hoang Thong calmly said, "It seems like he can only stop here," but Jiangkai clenched his fist tightly, growling, "Don't get in my way," and punched straight at the shark-toothed mermaid. Everyone was stunned. What? No need for weapons. Did he really kill a level 74 commander-level sharkman just with his fist? Is this attribute real? He won't. The shark-toothed merman collapsed, stunning the sea creatures on the battlefield. Can he really kill the boss, according to the new positioning system? Jiangkai is in the merfolk leader area, a level 74 boss-level sea monster, the leader of the sea creatures. Saw Jiangkai. It pushed aside the members of the Huyan Vu Guild and opened its mouth to unleash a sonic wave toward Jiangkai. Suddenly, he saw his hand glow, his head pounding as if it was about to explode. And Huang Dat, seeing this, shivered in fear, unaware of his own limits. When a level leader fishman roars, only special skills or equipment can make it immune. Just having attributes isn't enough. Huang Thong muttered, "That kid really doesn't understand anything. He just wants to steal the boss." The fishman leader lunged forward, his giant hand ready to strike Jiangkai. And Huang Thong coldly declared, "He's truly a madman dreaming." From afar, Now and the villa owner shouted in alarm, "Jiangkai, Nguyen Nu is still drunk after a big beer." And when they saw Jiangkai about to be bullied, their stomachs burned like fire, fury spewing from my nose. I roar and charge forward. I, Nguyen Nengu, will never be weaker than anyone in my life, Nguyen Ngu shouted as he threw punches. Thinking man, I'm not worse than my captain. Right, don't just know how to seduce my captain. Two powerful forces collide, causing Nguyen Nu and the fish commander to be thrown back in opposite directions. He took a running start, leapt back, and roared, "Can't high-quality men like me attract you? Let me give you a cross-species kiss." Nguyen Ngu holds the fish leader in her arms. "This time no one will blow up my wife," he pouted, his face blushing, and gave a quick kiss on the monster's toothy mouth, causing the fishman leader to stiffen and his fingers to twitch uncontrollably. Immediately, the fishman leader went berserk, slapping Nguyen Nu down to the ground. She looked dazed and smiled foolishly, with quite a fierce personality. But I like this about her. The system has notified that Nguyen Nu has activated the survival death dream state, significantly reducing damage taken, but causing a loss of consciousness. Hoang Thong and Hoang Dat were stunned. This is IK's general. Everyone else was also frozen in shock. Yet, they could ignore the growls of the K-level commander, and somehow withstand the attacks. How is that possible, and how could there be someone who makes the K-level leader hate them so much? Jiangkai was stunned to see Nguyen Nugu appear. Why did he come here too? Didn't I tell both of them not to follow me anymore? Just then, a piercing scream sounded in his ear. "Captain, do you really think we would embarrass you?" Ho Nan also rushed forward, raising her hands to gather energy. "Watch me now." The undefeated martial arts master. She pushed Jiang Kai back. "Captain, hurry, and leave. Nguyen Yu can't hold on much longer. The distance between him and the CA leader is too great." Meanwhile, Nguyen Ngu still chases after the mermaid leader. "Your wife from the Sia clan. I'm here again," Jiang Kai whispered. "The two of you," feeling both touched and helpless inside. "Fine. There's truly no hope for you two." On the mountain peak, Hon Han summons a lightning strike, causing everyone from the Xuanwu Guild to stop and look up. That woman actually activates a divine martial technique. What kind of trick is this? Are all those CA people going to be killed by the rain? Jiang Kai confidently ordered. "Then this place is entrusted to those two." Hon Han sneered coldly. "These people don't even understand basic physics." Someone points up to the sky in panic. "No. Everyone look up there," another person shouted. What is falling from the sky isn't rain, but a massive hailstorm. Combined with the screams, countless sharp hailstones are tearing through the wind and falling down. The chaos of screams echoes across the battlefield. This isn't magic, but a brutal ice spell. So why are they not distinguishing us? "Save us," Hoan Han chuckled happily, praising herself. As long as she exploited the extremely cold weather on Bangjia Island, Her rain-calling technique would naturally turn into a huge block of ice. I had no attack skills before. But now I can defeat 200,000 people at once. It's amazing, she shouted to Jiang Kai. Captain A. I told you. As long as my rainmaking technique can hinder the enemy's movements, the enemy will become your main target now. My ice storm has already attracted the attention of the merfolk. They can't roar and attack anymore. So you can easily kill the boss. Jiang Kai suddenly acted strange. His eyes flickering over the battlefield where all the sea creatures remained still. Honhan continued. Captain A. Remember that we are a team. You don't have to fight alone. Jiang Kai seems to have realized something. The current situation is clear in his eyes. The Huyanvu Society's regular troops defeated the mermaid leader. And in the end, he also killed a mermaid leader. While Nguyen No is crying desperately. You guys have killed my wife again. Jiang Kai laughed. That's right. Why am I only alone? Honhan Nguyen Nu A. I already underestimated both of you. The flames began to burst from his fingertips as Jiang Kai whispered. Thanks to you. You little brats. The fire shot out, turning the icy mountainside into a sea of flames. And Jiang Kai shouted loudly. I will handle them first. Hoang Thong and Hoang Dat were terrified. Realizing that Jiang Kai had killed all the level commander merfolk, the Huyanvu Society is just as confused. It took over a dozen teams to hold out until now. Lai Bill's team roared in excitement. What kind of monster is this? This is great. Jiang Kai continues to wipe quickly like the wind, secretly thinking that the attribute I have now strengthened is terrifyingly powerful. If this causes a critical hit again, not even the Heavenly King can stop me now. His steps slowed down. A surge of aura emanated around him. And finally, he reached the person in front of him. From afar, he looked very formidable. But only now did he realize who the person really was. According to the system, the fishman's current health is at 35%. Hoang Tong and his father Hoang Huo are stunned. No way that little kid really made it to the boss. Spring people. Does he really want to do it? Ho loudly shouted. Moving forward, Jiang Kai responded. Yes. Then gathered his strength and shot forward. The fishman opened his eyes in shock. Liu Bu shouted anxiously. It's over. The boss has launched another attack with fury, speed, and damage. Jiang Kai definitely can't hold on. At the same time, the fisherman launched a series of attacks. But Jiang Kai's steps were swift as he skillfully dodged each sharp strike. Jiang Kai quietly thought, the boss's speed is really fast, yet clearly slow enough to dodge. Just like the deadly move Huanvu had used earlier. Why did you choose such a fierce resistance? You jumped onto the fisherman's weapon. And Jiang Kai's lips curled up as he looked straight into its eyes. The Huanvu Society seemed to see a demon. I wasn't mistaken just now. Li Bu is stunned, not shooting at them even once. This little guy truly managed to dodge all of the boss's attacks. The team at the Pink Lake cheers enthusiastically. No wonder he's the captain, this kid. This kid is even faster than the boss. Jiang Kai runs along the blade, with sharp spikes growing from both hands. Suddenly, a flash of light appears. The merfolk used its tail behind to stab at you. Jiang Kai leapt high. Too slow. He spun around, then charged down at double speed. Get out of the way. Jiang Kai strikes its tail fiercely, causing a massive explosion in midair. As he lands, the system sounds, and the current health remaining is 25%. Brother Vu was stunned, from 35% to 25%. That other killer really took away 10% of the boss's health with a single strike. Huang Thong and Huang Dat stood frozen, but Tuang Fong would have to fight for 10 minutes. Even Lai Bu was stunned. What kind of damage is this? A loud roar echoed as the fisherman slammed his weapon into the ground and stood up. Jiang Kai Xing looked directly at the fisherman. One person. One monster. Fallen together. Huang Thong Haihum's team. What are you talking about? Tuang Fong wouldn't even dare to face the boss anymore. Li Bu is worried. And Tu, Ho Nian, and Tuang Fong all admire. So why aren't they using their full strength to fight the boss? Over here, Jiang Kai is killing the fisherman. So you finally know how to use these two legs. The fisherman takes a deep breath. It roared and sent out wave after wave of sound towards you. Shaking the entire ice mountain, Jiang Kai sidestepped, coldly saying, I won't fall for that trick again. It once again thrust its weapon towards you as you ran. The weapon of the fisherman was forced into the ground, and the earth and rocks were swept up. The Huyenvu Guild tries to stand firm, everyone panicking and attacking fiercely. This assassin is definitely dead this time. Jiang Kai laughs out loud. Dead. You all. The fisherman was startled and turned around, only to see his weapon broken earlier. Jiang Kai roared. You've used the wrong target. The fisherman gasps for breath, while Jiang Kai steps out from the dust cloud, coldly mocking. I see in your outfit. Surely you don't have a weapon, so you don't know how to fight then. The whole battlefield is in chaos. What? I wail. He really destroyed the boss's weapon. What kind of monster is he? Has there ever been a case of destroying the boss's weapon on the moon before? From Jiang Kai's hand, blazing red blades shoot out, losing patience. He says, fine. Fighting you is a waste of time. I'll end you quickly then. Flashes of fire shot fiercely at the creature, transforming from sparks into devastating bombs that burned as if to tear the creature apart. It shrugs one shoulder, growls loudly, and the system notifies that the remaining health is 15%. Jiang Kai doesn't hold back, firing a blaze that hits the other leg of the fishman. Continuing this way, another massive explosion erupts, the cry of the mermaid echoing alongside the system's voice. Now with only 5% health remaining, sparks fly and swirl in the air, circling Jiang Kai like a sunflower returning. He sneers as if to say, I was too disrespectful. Huh. Why do you still show me your contemptuous face like that? The anger flared in my eyes. I've long disliked your arrogant merfolk face. Hundreds of sparks tore through the wind, crashing down onto each of the merfolk's legs. Hoang Thong and Hoang Dat are speechless. The fishermen remain still, and Li Bu's team also hold their breath. The fisherman staggered, smoke rising from his body, a triumphant smile on his face before collapsing, as a deafening explosion echoed through the sky, and the fisherman fell onto the icy cold ground. Jiang Kai still follows with unstoppable momentum, while the mermaid's body lies in a miserable state, her limbs cut into the ground. Sprawled face down on the earth, it gasped for breath, the system's alarm blaring loudly. Current life value only 0.1%. Hoang Thong was shocked. Here, the battlefield suddenly erupts with noise. Deco. Did he really defeat the boss? And he did it without even getting hurt. At that moment, footsteps approached, and a commanding voice rang out. Lo Tuan. You said, Hoang Thong hurriedly asked our army for help. But when we arrived, why was there no need for us to intervene anymore? That is the commander of the Central City District, deputy commander of the Guard, the extraordinary Black God, and the commander of the Central City District, deputy commander of the Guard, the extraordinary Lu Tuan. Luojun fell silent. Yes. I also never expected the turning point of this battle, once again relying on the young man whom Commander Wei highly regards. He looked at Jiang Kai, standing calmly amidst the sea of fire, and gently reminded everyone that the icy rain had stopped, and it was time for the boss to settle things. Hoang Tong suddenly snapped out of it, shouting loudly. No. The boss has only a sliver of health left. Absolutely not. Jiang Kai cannot be allowed to defeat him. He ordered all members of the Huyenvu Guild to obey his command. Immediately withdraw from the battle with the merfolk, and use everything they have to eliminate that bloodthirsty assassin. Hoang Thong Giajong announced that anyone who kills the bloodthirsty assassin will be rewarded 50 million sacred wine coins. But if you let the bloodthirsty assassin steal the boss, then after the battle, don't expect to receive a single penny in reward. Before I could finish speaking, the Huyenvu Guild exploded into chaos. I don't expect the 50 million. But if I don't get paid, how will my family survive next month? That's right. I still need to pay for my treatment. Someone spoke up. No more need to worry about the merfolk now. Go quickly and eliminate the bloodthirsty assassin, or we're all doomed. Everyone agreed wholeheartedly. Tens of thousands of people charged forward. Yes. Go ahead. Eliminate the bloodthirsty assassin. The sound of footsteps pounding, crushing the ground beneath them. Tens of thousands of people, not just merfolk, rushed forward crazily, charging to kill him. And from the mountaintop, Jiang Kai saw countless figures like black ants turning back, white dust filling the sky. You frown. The royal family can't defeat boss. And now that they see I might be able to, they use this to intimidate everyone into killing me. It's truly disgusting. You look at Tuong Fong, who is still conscious. Jiang Kai helps him up and gently asks, Hey, the elder of the royal family, You're not dead yet. Are you? Tuong Fong hesitated. The bloodthirsty assassin. What do you believe I would do? You have hurt boss. Why not go eliminate him completely? Jiang Kai is indifferent. I'm good at draining monsters' blood. But who said I have to compete with you for the boss? If I steal boss, the royal family won't suffer much. But if they use the reward money to threaten him, 20,000 families will suffer. Jiang Kai helped Tuong Fong towards the dying fisherman. So you represent the royal family. Right, push Tuong Fong forward. Then now please deliver the decisive blow. Tuong Fong. With Huang. What do you mean? Kebu. Jiang Kai standing high on the mountaintop, softly urging. Come on. If you don't act, they'll behead me. Just consider it for my sake. Tuong Fong walked heavily towards the fisherman. All right. I understand now, he shouted. So thank you, and at the same time gathered all his strength to strike a powerful blow at the fisherman. It opened its eyes wide, let out a scream of unbearable pain. The system was offline. Its remaining life value was now at 0%, and the anguished cry of the merfolk soared into the sky, shaking the mountain of ice. The system alert sounds. And the extraordinary Tuong Fong from the Huyen Vu Guild has killed the boss. The king-level merman. Leaving the crowd stunned. What's going on? It's not a bloodthirsty enemy. I didn't expect Tuong Fong, the great god, to have slain the boss. The body of the mermaid shattered into fragments and was carried away by the wind. The merman soldiers panicked and jumped into the water to escape. And the members of the Huyen Vu Guild shouted loudly as the merfolk army retreated. Everyone cheered and discussed, surprised that it was the great hero on their side who killed the boss. Why didn't the bloodthirsty killer seize the boss? If so, then we have the credit. Hoang Thong only just regained his senses now. What's going on? Did we win? Did Tuong Fong kill the boss? Hoang Dat suddenly realized. Could it be that little guy Jiang Kai intentionally let him kill the boss? Jiang Kai's figure stands horizontally between the top of the mountain and the good deed in everyone's mind, with the entire battlefield echoing in celebration. So we won. It turns out that bloodthirsty enemies can be good too. And he even let the boss go. Great sense of justice. For the country and the people. That's right. Now anyone who dares to harm my benefactor will make me furious. Slim and the sacred pillar worships him. Wow. Jiang Kai's action is so cool. And also very noble. He's so handsome. Lie bilth and fuck. Hearing is not equal to seeing. Today I am truly convinced by Jiang Kai. He is the greatest hero in this battle. Hon Han grinned from ear to ear. His bloodthirsty generosity so impressive. Now you see how powerful my captain is. Don't you? Just look at who chose this captain. Suddenly, the Xuanyuan Guild changed direction completely. Now that I think about it, earlier when Huang threatened us, it was truly terrifying. They wanted us to sacrifice ourselves. But in the end, their leader failed, and now they want us to pay the price. Shouts of curses and insults rang out. Get down here. You damn capitalist. Think you're so impressive with money. If you're confident, come fight us one-on-one. I want to leave the Mystic Vortex Guild. That's right. I'm leaving too. Hoang Dat's face changed as he looked at his father and said, Father, this time it's not good. Losing 20,000 people and facing negative comments will damage our reputation. Huang Tong grits his teeth in anger. Damn it, today I will remember signing with Jiang Kai. He turns around and orders, let's go first next time. We must avenge Jiang Kai brutally. Huang Da responds, yes. After the victory, Tang Feng said goodbye to him. I am Tang Feng. I owe you a favor. He was curious, but I want to know why your attribute is like that. Jiang Kai friendly shakes hands and says, I am Jiang Kai. This attribute was changed from a one-time skill, which surprises Tuong Fong. Really? I didn't expect a one-time skill to be so powerful. Jiang Kai honestly said he's not that strong. Using everything as the end, Tuong Fong asked. So what are you? The two of them talking without noticing the ice surface gradually melting. Jiang Kai continued, explaining. I only exploited the punishment mechanism of the bloodthirsty assassin. Then suddenly, tentacles wrapped around you tightly and pulled you away forcefully. Tuong Fong shouted. Jiang Kai, you are locked tight. Unable to move. Only able to open your eyes as your body is dragged into the cold darkness, leaving behind a voice full of despair from Tuong Fong and Jiang Kai. Hon Han immediately ran over. Captain Jiang Kai. What's wrong with Captain Jiang Kai? Tuong Fong, drunk and stumbling, said. I was careless. Is Jiang Kai your captain? Honyan nodded. That's right. Tuang Fong Junjun blames himself and apologizes. So let me tell you some bad news in this situation. There's a high chance that Jiang Kai has already triggered the boss's death revenge. Hon Han was stunned. Death revenge. He gently explained that revenge death is a skill some bosses have after dying, usually very terrifying. And once a boss successfully avenges, the explorer is killed, he whispers softly. So the explorer will face an extremely terrifying punishment, with torment leading to death just the first step of revenge. And the scariest part is that those who are avenged after death in the Kui Tin return to Earth will choose to end their suffering because they cannot bear the tormenting memories. Tuang Fong closed his eyes. A dazzling red flashed in his mind. And in that moment, no words were needed. Everyone understood that such a cruel ending shouldn't have happened. She sobs. No. Don't. A cry of despair echoes down from the mountaintop. Captain Jiangkai, Zhangkai moaned in pain, so overwhelmed that it felt like his whole body was about to be torn apart by the boss. He slowly opened his eyes. I am here. I am here. Unexpectedly, you are hanging upside down in midair. Below is the smooth mermaid, with her mouth wide open, waiting for you to fall. It also stares intently at you, its tentacles twisting and penetrating through your body, even into your ears. You feel a sharp pain as something pierces into your body. After the boss fight and the attribute is used up, it will disappear. You have 20 seconds left. Prepare for the transfer of skills and attributes. The countdown begins. 20. Shizhou. 18. I realize now I am trapped by this monster's shell. Maybe it's thanks to the current attribute on my body that I haven't been killed by this thing. The countdown still echoes. Shizi. Shilou. Shiwu. You realize that if the attribute disappears, you will definitely die immediately. The phantom of the fisherman echoes with a dark cry. Killing and killing. As the system's lock flashes, and the lingering vengeful image of the boss remains, Jiangkai gritted his teeth as the illusion faded, and the counting continued steadily. Shise. Shisen. Then suddenly, a beam of light cut through everything surrounding him. Jiangkai's body falls. The counting steady. Shirar. Shiyi. Shur. Jiu. He looks at his body in shock. Because the Hu Hoa has broken free from those things, has his body returned to its original state. The counting voice rises. Ti. Liu. The fisherman screams loudly. Archidas. I want you dead. The countdown is about to end. Wu. Si. Sen. Jiangkai clenched his teeth. No. I can't. My body is too weak to escape. I can only give it my all now. He had to use his mixed attribute call. Summon. And extract the energy. He clenched his teeth, gathered all his remaining strength, and unleashed his final flames, risking everything with it. Sparks gathered into a blazing vortex. Erupting fiercely, the fireball expanded and exploded, a wave of gunfire sweeping everything away. Just as the countdown reached 2. The illusion of the merfolk gradually dissipates into smoke and bones. Jiangkai breathes a sigh of relief. Did I manage to resolve it? Suddenly, AI Brain appears and congratulates you on escaping the vengeful death of the merfolk leader and discovering the secret treasure area that no one has ever visited before. The electronic board lights up, welcoming you to the underwater kingdom of the merfolk. Jiangkai blinks, and the scene shifts to him standing in front of the aquarium door, the dark water covering everything like a cold curtain. A sound rings out. This is the secret treasure room of the Fish Lord of Bangjia. Jiangkai frowns. This is the boss's lair. AI Brain reminds you that there are 10 minutes left on the countdown until the hall is destroyed. Gather as much treasure as possible within 10 minutes and escape. I'm panicking. What do you mean? A countdown again. What will happen if I can't escape? Her voice echoes. If you don't escape, you'll die and all the boss treasures you've collected will disappear. Only by escaping successfully can you take the treasures. After finishing, AI Brain suddenly shut down, leaving him stunned. Wait. Has it already started? Jiangkai took a deep breath, ready to fight, telling himself, well, the more treasures collected, the better the chance to escape. Right. A determined resolve shines in his eyes. He can only risk it. Jiangkai gently opens the door in front of him. A ray of light pours in, illuminating his face. The door swung open to reveal an enormous treasure trove, with gold, gems, and priceless artifacts piled high. The system announces, congratulations on discovering the Mermaid Secret X3. Drinking it can increase a total of 60 attribute points. Jiang Kai took a risk and drank it all in one go. There was no more time left. So, he just drank. The system displays a digital panel. Do you want to distribute your attribute points? Jiang Kai chooses yes. And it's approved immediately, adding all points quickly and smoothly. Immediately after, he discovered another treasure. The electronic display blinking. Congratulations. You have found the rare boss treasure. Are his eyes shining like stars? That's great. There are so many treasures. And they look at least level A. So about 7 minutes left. If I go at the fastest speed, I should be able to collect them all in time. Friendly reminder. The underground treasure only exists for 90 seconds. Collect it as quickly as possible. You shout angrily. How can the treasure be assigned its own timer? The countdown immediately turns yellow. Zhou Basha Ba, Basha Ci. And at this moment, Jiang Kai quickly scrambles to pick them up. Faster. Even faster. As a result, after 90 seconds, you exhausted your strength and collapsed on the mountain of gold and silver. Gasping for breath, the system announces, congratulations on discovering the tear of remorse. Using 10 drops can remove the bloodthirsty, murderous state. Excuse me. Before the system finishes speaking, Jiang Kai suddenly stood up, tearful and remorseful. Yes, it was worth the effort to find. Give it all to me. He happily jumped around the room, excited not only for finding many treasures at once, but also for removing the bloodthirsty hostility status, which was a bit too much. Suddenly, his eyes scanned something, and he stopped at an object deep inside the wall box. He looked up and saw the glowing system frame. Congratulations. You have discovered the special class transfer recipe. Using this combination method, you can complete the special level 20 class change. After an explorer reaches level 20, they must change their profession before they can upgrade. You're surprised. Could this be the thing that can complete the special level 20 job transfer for me? Meanwhile, on the mountain. Today marks the second day since the battle ended. Next to Jiang Kai's portrait, the sound of mournful water crying echoes in the wind. It's been so long since the captain hasn't risen. He won't be like what Tuang Fong said. Hon Han and Wen Ngu kept sniffling, and even said that he wouldn't be able to escape the self-destructive outcome. Truly, fate is cruel. The captain's death was tragic. Suddenly, the two saw a rabbit's paw emerging from the cliff face. Nguyen Nu is still sniffling and wiping his nose, while Hon Han is already holding a stone, warning him, carefully, be careful. It seems like a mermaid wants to climb up and die. Nguyen Ngu also rushed up, throwing stones down with Hon Han. We will never allow any mermaid to ruin the team leader's funeral. That's right. I will stay here to guard the captain's grave. If a stone hits someone's head, the sound will echo from there. Jiang Kai shouted loudly. You crazy bastards. I barely managed to climb out of that shop. Hearing the familiar voice, Nguyen Nhu and Hon Han froze for a few seconds. Wait a minute? Why does this sound so familiar? The cheerful laughter of the three echoes across the mountain as Jiang Kai chases after them, smiling and moved. It's been so long since he last saw those two. Who would have thought it would only be a day apart? Hon Han and Wengu also hurriedly fled, their laughter blending with the cold wind, warming a corner of the icy sky. From afar, it looked like a group of friends playing, but in reality, Jiang Kai was grimly pursuing them. You rebels just want to kill the captain. Right. Do you have any idea how hard I've climbed? And how dare you hit me? Just a few minutes later, the ice mountain echoed with heart-rending cries. Ahuhu. We didn't mean to. Earth. Jiangzong City no. Shiba. The entrance to the Kuai Tin portal. A voice echoes. So what's the situation? Have you found Jiang Kai outside the border yet? Hat then nodded thoughtfully. Not yet. But we have found out the reason for Jiang Kai's attribute increase. It was because he used a one-time skill that cannot be used again. Wei Ung nodded in agreement. That's more like it. If a level 20 kid can easily generate thousands of attributes, then we, the superhumans, should just stop training. Lo Tuan interjected. But usually those who face the boss's revenge are already dead and offline. So could it be that Jiang Kai is still being tortured? The celestial god frowned. Can they be tortured for so long? I think that kid is definitely done for. Wei Ung waved his hand. No. Don't judge Jiang Kai with ordinary thinking. He sighed deeply. And you all still suggest there's a chance that Jiang Kai not only survived the boss's revenge, but also perhaps found the boss's secret treasure as well. The god of singing immediately denied it. No. It's definitely impossible. 50 years after the appearance of the demon crystal, only a few people could survive the revenge and obtain the secret treasure. But all of these people are top-tier ancient superhumans. Luo Jun also agreed. That's right. Jiang Kai has only been logged into the demon crystal for about a month. I don't think he has a chance to survive the boss's revenge. Only Officer Ying thought differently. He leaned back and said, Really? But my intuition suggests he might be. Just then, the door burst open. Lam Nam hurriedly ran in. Commander Wei was busy listing items on the trading platform. All three turned around, not yet understanding what was happening. Lo Tuan and Hat Than looked serious and asked, Who is that? Do we need to report opening a private sales space? Lam Nam shouted loudly. Jiang Kai. It's Jiang Kai. Not only did he survive, but he also opened a separate trading space on the Demon Star. With total goods worth over 400 million sacred coins, Lo Tuan and Hat Than looked shocked. What a few minutes later, everyone rushed to check Jiang Kai's booth. Lo Tuan and Hat Than are stunned. I see it now, the records show he just sold 8 kilograms of green jade ore in a few days. The value reaching 18 million sacred coins. The two of them are wide-eyed. There is also a special black and white crystal stone that was just sold for 3 kilograms, fetching 63 million. There are also powerful divine stones. Mysterious crystal stones. Divine mysterious crystal stones. Alcohol enhancement stones. And another Huangli 1 quadrant. The total value of these items exceeds 100 million. Luo Jun and the Divine Singer really sold this for 400 million, which means they could sell so many good things at once. Wei Ying chuckled proudly. I told you Jiang Kai could find the secret boss C. That name really didn't let me down. Lam Nam was still catching his breath when Wei Chi Hui suddenly approached Hoang Ra, seeming to want to say something. Wei Ung frowned. Huangza. A few hours later, at the Holy Spirit Artifact Exchange, Jiang Kai sighed. There are too many things. I have to open a separate selling spot to sell them. You look upset. This time you lost a lot of money. It feels like you got cheated. And Han Han pats your shoulder reassuringly. No mistake. Who would have such a big spoils that they can only be sold like this? Nguyenza chuckled. Is this the trouble caused by happiness? Jiang Kai suddenly remembered. Yes. I left you both a lot of good things before. Now let's share the boss's loot together. Are you serious about what you just said? Jiang Kai reveals a treasure. Oh Nian. Here is the ice crystal gem. Take it. System note. Mystic ice crystal. A level B equipment that allows you to perform skills with ice and freezing effects. Can reduce the opponent's agility if they continue to be affected by the freezing effect. It can deal freezing damage. Jiang Kai said happily. This gem has a freezing effect. Combined with the rain technique, she can create a snowstorm. Another treasure is revealed. Nguyen Gua. This shield is for you. Frost Mist Tower Shield. Level A. Defense. 30. Strength plus 19. Stamina plus Kusitoista. Agility plus 4. Effects. Using the Ice Snow Tower Shield to attack opponents can cause them to freeze for 1 to 2 seconds. But if you face an opponent with a much higher level than yours, the chance of freezing will decrease. Jiang Kai was pleased. This shield can temporarily freeze opponents when it hits them, as it has that ability. Then I also pulled out an ancient book. Excitedly handed it to the two of them. Besides equipment, I also have some eternal pages that can be used to upgrade skills. There are 2 ways to improve each profession's skill level. One is through special skill books corresponding to that skill. These skill books are usually only obtainable through monster treasure chests or special missions. The remaining item is a universal upgrade item I received from the Merfolk Lord's treasure. A perpetual paper that can enhance all levels of that skill. Jiang Kai specifically emphasized that the eternal paper is a necessary treasure. Valuable, but not available on the market or trading platforms. Once listed, it will sell out, with prices ranging from 100 to up to 500. 000 Holy Spirits. According to the strength of the skill, the number of eternal paper needed for upgrading varies, with higher level skills related to combat requiring more eternal paper to upgrade. Here, you two take this eternal paper first. And then he generously handed it to Honan and Nguyen Nguyen. Finally, Jiang Kai waved cheerfully and said, Come here and enjoy yourselves freely. My dear friends. At this moment, in the eyes of Honhan and Nguyen Nu, Jiang Kai shone like a deity. Both of them suddenly rushed forward, overwhelmed with emotion. Captain Jiang Kai, Honhan cried out. You are truly a great benefactor to us. We will pray every day to bless you. Nguyen Nu chimed in softly. That's right. Even when you die, your soul will go to heaven. Jiang Kai was so embarrassed he almost fainted. Let go quickly. This is so embarrassing in the middle of the street. A sneering laugh escaped. Zhang Kai, you even know how to be ashamed. Hoang Dat arrogantly stepped forward. A group of lower-class people oblivious to their surroundings on the street. No wonder you all are just pathetic scum. Jiang Kai raised his head. Quang Dat. Even Honhan is surprised. Who is this? Hoang Dat arrogantly continued. Zhang Kai, I warn you not to be too arrogant. Don't think that with the army protecting you, you can repeatedly oppose Hoang Ra. I am here to tell you, pretending to be arrogant. I look down on Jiang Kai, and from now on I will kill you brutally in the gang challenge, showing the army that you are a useless piece of trash, unworthy of protection. After saying that, he walks past the three of them, leaving the sound of quick footsteps on the ground. And once the army abandons you, get ready to die at my hands. Jiang Kai frowned and looked on. What is the challenge guild? What is this Hoang Dat guy talking about? Honya Small Wide explains. Zhang Kai, you don't know. The guild challenge is a competition organized by the army to select powerful guild forces. The guild challenge uses level 21 as the minimum entry requirement and is divided into tiers every 20 levels. Up to the highest level, 100, with a total of 4 tiers. Each guild will send at least one team of 5 people to compete, and they will face off against other teams of the same level, with the top 3 teams at that level being determined, because the army will reward generously the top 3 positions in each level. So every time many guilds participate, and there are powerful clans and experts like Clouds, Jiang Kai asked confusedly. But I didn't participate in the challenge. So why did Hoang Dat? He waved his hand and said, forget it. This time we found something pretty big, so I need to go offline for a while to meet my family. Honhan and Nguyen Gu agreed together. Okay, on the Holy Land of the Sacred Wine Nation in Zhongcheng, a gentle voice sounded. Jiang Kai, why did you buy so many supplements? This must have cost a lot of money. Jiang Kai happily pats his wine. Brother, didn't you just have surgery? I'm worried you can't keep up with that diet. But my older brother hesitated. Though the things I bought, also, that's too much. Look at all the packages being shipped in. He looks pale. Jiang Kai bites his lip. So much. And the older brother just laughs. As if it's nothing. He hid and said, Jiang Kai, I've already been hospitalized in the most expensive hospital. How can you keep spending money like this? I'll get discharged as soon as possible and work to help ease your financial burden. Jiang Kai stands nearby, speaking softly. You don't need to. I remember your dream back then was to become a hero and fight against the beast gods because humanity must. Right. So wait until after you are discharged, then just become an explorer. That's what makes the boss so happy. You look down sadly and say, how can I become an explorer when I am like this? And besides, going to the demon planet is too expensive. You can go alone. Jiang Kai gently taps the system, and the screen lights up showing the current balance of 419. Liu by Arshisen. Lin CC. Shilo. Jiang Kai smiled proudly and said, I told you that you don't need to worry about money anymore and that you won't have to work in the future. Boss. Panic-stricken. Zhang Kai. Where did I get so much money from? This is hundreds of millions. Jiang Kai. Here is all the honest money we've earned from the Devil Crystal. You've worked hard for me and A2 over the years. Now that I have the ability, you can live the life you want. Memories flood back of how, with my mortal body, I could still save you, and on the Beast God battlefield. What if from now on, I become a superhuman? You look straight into his eyes and say confidently, I believe we can save even more people. After a long moment, he softly asked if someone like him could become extraordinary, based only on his current body. Jiang Kai broke the apple in half and handed him one piece. You can definitely do it. Leaving the hospital, Jiang Kai sighed with relief. Finally, his eldest brother could regain his own dream. So he should celebrate after picking up his younger brother from school. A loud screech of brakes suddenly rings out. Jiang Kai startles and turns around. seeing Luo Tuan shouting loudly. Jiang Kai. Come quickly. Join us. You come to the car door? Look at me and say, Big brother Lu Tuan. You came to find me. But I'm not free right now. I still have to pick up my sister from school. Lo Tuan and Hathan calmly announced. Zhang Kai. I came to find you because of your sister. Your brother An Tu's sister, who was involved in the tragic accident. The scene of the accident is extremely tragic, with dust and smoke billowing in the middle of the road. Jiang Kai panic-stricken shouting. An Tu. The boy hurriedly runs across the street, calling his sister's name repeatedly. An Tu. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out. Hey! Jiang Kai, Froza, and An Tu was standing by the roadside, waving happily. Hey! I'm here. You tearfully hug the girl tightly and ask loudly. Are you okay? An Tu. What happened? The girl reassures him. I'm fine. It's just my ride had an accident. Jiang Kai frowns at the word accident. Tung just pointed to the person behind him. But luckily, this guy saved the day. And he even said he knows you. Tung Fong raised his hand to salute. Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai from another place. You are Tung Fong, the extraordinary person of the royal family. So why are you here? Luo Jun stepped forward with a serious expression and said, Jiang Kai, let me talk about this one important thing. I need to tell you, your sister's hearing loss is not actually an accident, the divine singer continued, revealing it was secretly orchestrated by someone from the royal family. And both looked at him sternly. Jiang Kai, you've embarrassed the royal family multiple times now, and their hatred towards you is only growing. Now they have used the achievement of defeating the boss on Vindong Island to pressure the army into no longer protecting you. They recounted that the credit for defeating the boss on Vindong Island was too great, and Commander V, under pressure from above, had no choice but to concede. But he still left you a small chance. During the negotiation, Commander Vey proposed the upcoming public competition, saying that if the royal family could defeat you in the contest to prove that your new profession is not powerful, the army would agree to their demands. V. Ung hopes that Jiang Kai will submit this time. If not, he has no reason to protect him directly anymore. And both sides have reluctantly come to an agreement. This is the limit we can push you to in this situation. And today's matter is the royal family pressuring you if you dare not compete. Your family will have to face the consequences. Each word draining the blood from Jiang Kai's body. Luo Jun clenched his teeth and apologized to Jiang Kai. The royal family's power is immense, and combined with his achievements on Vindong Island, it has caused some people to waver. So as long as they don't directly attack you like they did today, our army can only stand by and watch. The god of song lightly continued. So now you have two choices: agree to the royal family's conditions, or quickly join the army to officially receive their protection. Can the army really protect us? Lo Tuan nodded. Now Jiang Kai, your new role still has value. Just by joining the army, the commanding officer will have more ways to protect you and your family. At least for now, avoiding many dangers, he muttered to himself. First join the army. A bloody image flashed in his mind. An Tu and the elder brother being killed, and he himself tied and kneeling on the ground, screaming until he was hoarse. Big brother. An Tu. No. The cold steel helmet presses down on your head, and a cold voice says, do you think joining the army before would make you safe? You're just worthless and useless. Jiang Kai clenched his fists. No, his thoughts echoed in his mind. No, if he directly joined the army and relied on their protection. Once you become like a drunkard or a fortune teller, and your career development is poor, you will be abandoned by the army, and then your family will only be more oppressed by the royal family. You've calculated for a long time, and honestly, the royal family has great wealth, resources, Idvelderate, and power that I absolutely cannot compare to right now. But you have a talent double. As the system described, before all rewards from the system you receive will trigger a double effect. And there's a chance for a super double to activate, increasing the rewards tenfold. A rare talent indeed. Double. This actually makes my attribute points nearly twice as high as those of others at the same level. Therefore, when fighting opponents of the same level, my total attribute points and damage per hit can give me the advantage. Even when facing opponents of higher rank, if the strategy is executed properly, I can counterattack them to some extent. And because the extreme profession is new, the royal family has no idea about my true strength. Aren't all of these just unique advantages of mine? Fine. If that's the case, instead of passively seeking protection, and waiting to die. I might as well take a risk. Jiang Kai suddenly had an idea. Using this opportunity for the army to witness, to fully accept the extreme condition with the royal family and spread it widely so that everyone in Holy Dusk would know about the extreme. As long as I can defeat the royal family, the army will surely pay more attention to my new profession and continue to provide me with protection. At the same time, with everyone aware of this, if the royal family still wants to target us, they will have to consider the pressure from public opinion and the military. Lo Tuan thought he had convinced him and patted his shoulder, saying, "All right, if you have no other objections now, I will help you prepare the documents to join the army." Suddenly Jiang Kai softly called out, "Lo Tuan, big brother, you look up. The challenge match must have a team of 5. But my team currently only has 3 people. Can I borrow the master and Non from the army?" Lo Tuan was stunned. "Why Jiang Kai? What are you saying?" Jiang Kai said firmly. "I've made up my mind. I will participate in the water duel." Lo Tuan was extremely shocked. "Jiang Kai, don't be impulsive. You must understand that once you enter the fight, you will face a powerful royal family." But Jiang Kai just smiled to himself and said, "Big brother Lo Tuan, you can rest assured. I am very clear-headed now. I appreciate what you all have arranged for me. But everyone has their own path to follow. You open your hand. The path I choose is to take control of my own destiny." Then he clenched his hand, and a fierce determination burned in Jiang Kai's eyes. "I want to defeat the royal family in the guild challenge." Luo Jun continued to advise him. "Jiang Kai, you're getting too emotional like this. I think you still are." Suddenly, a round of applause broke the atmosphere. "Well done, young man. You're a bit bloodied. I support you. I'm starting to like you." Luo Jun turned around, looking confused, and Hat then hesitated. Hat then confidently sings out, "My name is Hat Then. If you can do it, even the royal family won't fear me. Hat Then, I swear I will help you with these people." The general also looked at me fiercely and said, "Jiang Kai, I don't envy your courage. Besides, I still owe you a favor. So from now on, I will continue to protect you from the royal family. If the royal family attacks your family again, just let me know." Ah Tu beside me is also fired up, singing loudly, "Cha, ah, I support you too." Luo Jun helplessly held his head. "You're no longer children. So why are you following Jiang Kai's group and causing trouble?" The singing god and the general director look at each other and reply, "Because this is who we are." "What about you?" Lo Tuan sighed and said, "Fine. I can't stop you alone anyway. And the guard commander also relies on me to help Jiang Kai more. So from now on, I will help ensure your family's safety. And Jiang Kai just needs to focus on preparing for the challenge. Is that true?" "Jiang Kai, you fold your hands into fists and speak loudly." Lo Tuan, Commander, Hat, Then, the 3 big brothers, and even the commander are all here. "Oh, Jiang Kai, thank you all for your concern today. If anyone needs help in the future, I will definitely do my best to support." After a moment, his voice, soft but clear, asked, "Are you sure you want to go see the house tonight?" Jiang Kai holds the girl's hand, revealing his face completely. "You and the big brother can't live in the slum with such poor security anymore." My steps stop at the luxurious mansion, and Tu hesitates, saying, "Hey, we're at the wrong place. This is a high-end villa worth hundreds of millions. We can't afford this." Jiang Kai casually swiped his card. How could anyone mistake it? The door slowly opened, and he softly reminded, "From now on this is our new house." The building comes into view, exquisite and serene. Tu's eyes widened. "Is this our new house?" The little girl runs around everywhere. They can't help but laugh. "Brother, this swimming pool is also so beautiful." Tingzu's voice echoes through every corner of the house. The spacious living room is truly enormous, almost bigger than our entire home. "Is this a restaurant? How many dishes can you fit on such a long dining table? Look over there. Big brother is weak, so he can practice here in the future." As she was speaking, the girl suddenly fell silent, and Tu trembled, saying, "This is," the girl excitedly shouted, "my room." "Right." Jiang Kai smiled gently. "Of course. Tu, do you like this new house?" At this moment, tears filled the girl's eyes as she looked up shyly and asked, "Do you like it?" "Brother, is this really not a dream? This place is so beautiful. Is this truly our new home?" Jiang Kai gently patted her head and said, "Yes, Tsu, this is really our new home, but this is only the beginning. From now on, with me here, you and Big Brother won't have to worry about life anymore. Our lives will surely get better and better. Good girl. She smiled cheerfully and said yes. The next day, Noan, do you think we performed so badly that the army abandoned us? Mr. Yuan tearfully said that Captain Li Bill mentioned the new captain would temporarily take care of us and told us to wait here. But how could it happen so suddenly? Noan also sobbed. I also think that's possible. The owner was moved and patted your shoulder. Jiang Kai, what is going on? Noan also nodded. That's right. Are you ready to join the army now? Jiang Kai shook his head. No, I am not joining the army. I am only temporarily borrowing 2 people from the army to cooperate in the guild challenge for 1 month only. The royal family is pressuring the military with the island Bangjia's military achievements and always trying to target me. Even using the safety of the air to threaten me. To help me, Commander Wei has put pressure on the royal family through the guild challenge. If I win, they will no longer interfere. Finally, Jiang Kai looked straight at them with fiery eyes and said, this time I must win to silence the royal family completely. Master, now will you help me? Both shouted in unison. Of course. That damn Hoang family bastard dared to touch the hero. I watched him grow up. I can't stand to see him hurt. He's just too pathetic. But then, the owner hesitated, looking hesitant. But Jiang Kai, are you sure you want to cooperate with us? Jiang Kai was surprised to hear this question, wondering how. The commander broke out in a cold sweat. The army has a sophisticated internal evaluation system, where new members undergo initial ranking and are classified from weak to strong based on their performance in battles, from level E to level SSS. And then over 2 months, the army continuously reassesses its personnel. If the new recruit is rated E for 6 consecutive months, they will be abandoned by the army. In the initial ranking, Now is a C. But I was too scared to go back to the forest and downgrade to the worst E. Bianchu and Noan whispered softly. Dang Kai, I'm afraid I'll hold you back. I feel the same. Jiang Kai remained determined. It's okay. We'll be teammates for a month. After the guild's trial ends, we'll go back. By then, I will definitely rate both of you at least an A. But both of you are still worried. Zhang Kai, are you sure? We've all just come out of the beginner area. Are you really confident you can lead us? Team leaders usually need to be at least level 15. But Jiang Kai, are you currently level 15 stars? A voice rang out. What does level 15 even mean? Hon Han proudly said. Jiang Kai team already has level 20. He's currently thinking about changing class. Nguyen nodded in agreement. That's right. Jiang Kai turned around and said, oh right. I haven't introduced you two yet. This is our new teammate. He pointed to Hon Han and said, this is Hon Han, whose profession is life sage. And he cheerfully waved hello. I am Hon Yun. I've heard about you from Jiang Kai team. He gestures to the person beside him. This is Nguyen Yu, whose profession is death demon. And he politely places his hand on his chest. Greeting the two of you. I am Nguyen Yu. En Hun Hun and Vin Tru look surprised and greet the two. The 4 of them exchange greetings happily. Then suddenly, Vin Tru and Nyon panic. Wait a minute. We just reached level 9. Jiang Kai, you're already level 20. Jiang Kai politely replied. This is nothing. Next. My goal is to help you reach level 20 before the challenge begins, which will make dealing with the royal dogs easier. Vin Tru pointed at himself. Level who's? Us. I'm not hearing things. Non used a respectful tone. If Jiang Kai can lead us, then it truly is a divine level up. Hon Han happily puts his arm around her, winks and says, others may be uncertain, but I believe Team Jiang Kai will definitely succeed. Nanan was very excited. So if we've all formed teams, do we need to come up with a team name? Jiang Kai nodded. Nanan said it made a lot of sense. Does anyone have any ideas? Nguyen Nu suggested. Why not call it the Fire God Squad? Implying the 5 of us will unleash our full firepower and talents. Everyone agreed. Jiang Kai encourages everyone to recharge today and tomorrow, as our Fire God Squad will head straight into the monster territory early the next morning. As the green leaves flutter, the X-Ich key levels of all 5 surge simultaneously, everyone shouting loudly. That's it. After a long day, everyone waves goodbye. Jiang Kai, See you another day. We're leaving now. Gyung Kai watched their backs, filled with unwavering confidence that they would succeed. The next day, the Fire God squad entered the novice training area deep within the training grounds. Gyung Kai pats the concerned officer on the shoulder and says, "In a few hours, we will reach our final destination, Saint Du City, waiting for the demon spirit cannon shot again. We will face the real challenge. Are you nervous?" He remained silent. And now, instead of feeling nervous, I just keep thinking that I might never be able to activate my innate talent or the heart of a warrior again. Gyung Kai was confused. Why? For the past 2 days, you have been performing very well. And in battle, you still always protect me, and no one. I clasped my hands together, and although I was trying my best to fight and protect everyone, a lingering fear remained inside me. But because I was worried that others might be harmed, I temporarily suppressed my fear. He opened his hand. But to truly activate the warrior's heart, I must not be afraid from the bottom of my heart, thinking that I am an invincible warrior. Then I clenched my hand again. But I couldn't do it. Gyung Kai eagerly learned that, according to what he knew, the warrior's heart of the master could provide additional all-attribute bonuses when class-changing or upgrading. Player. The owner. AD class. Martial artist. Level 1. Strength. Dark. Physique. Dark. Additionally, the warrior's heart can also grant him additional effects such as knockback, armor penetration, piercing, and sword energy contact during battle. Truly an exceptional talent. You deduce that the additional effects of the attack will change depending on the strength of courage and confidence. The current level of confidence and courage of the master is low, so he can only use his attack to retreat when pushed to the limit. The main purpose of the next level up training is to help the master continue to awaken courage, activate innate talents, and develop their profession. You remind yourself that you also need to seize the current opportunity to strengthen yourself. Having previously given Honhan and Nguyen Nugu a total of 55 eternal bills, the remaining 50 sheets can be used to upgrade your Phantom Card and Focused Demon Eye skills. You call AI Brain. Upgrade the 2 skills of Demon Card Throwing and Demon Gaze Focus. She receives the order. Understood. The Gambler's World. Gyung Kai is overjoyed. That's great. After upgrading the Card Thrower, the armor penetration effect increases by 10% when throwing items. When using the card, armor penetration increases by 50%, although the consumption has also increased by 10%. But this increase is still acceptable. AI Brain continues to add. A gambler often haunted by betting. After long training, his hands become more agile. Congratulations on unlocking the additional state of the Card Master. The Gambler's World. Gyung Kai frowns. The additional state. The Gambler's Time. And the electronic display. After entering, the Gambler's time and attack speed increase by 100%, with a duration of 10 seconds. Unable to enjoy the delaying effect of the external object. In this state, stamina and mental energy consumption increase by 220%. The cooldown is 60 minutes, and this time Gyung Kai chuckles happily, with attack speed increasing by another 100%. This does not mean the attack speed has doubled. AI Brain continues to report that the second level of Demon Eye Focus has reached its peak, with a 60% increase in visual range and eye tracking ability. When using mental energy consumption increased by 120%, Gyung Kai carefully reviewed it again. The focused Demon Eye had also been upgraded. And indeed, the range of vision and tracking ability of the eye had improved. The mental energy also increased. He asked softly, "Whose mind, so? Does the focused Demon Eye also unlock an additional state?" She replied that in gambling, a gambler not only needs skillful hands, but also the ability to confuse opponents so they cannot read the cards on their hands from their eyes. The electronic board flickers, and the cheating status affects the opponent's judgment ability through their gaze. The outcome is determined by the balance of true strength and mental power between both sides. If the opponent's mental power is much higher, the effect becomes powerless. She explained carefully that no matter how high the opponent's mental strength is, you can still unsettle them. Just the higher the opponent's mental strength, the less influence it has, even if it's so small that it can be ignored. No matter how far apart they are, there's no risk of adverse effects. GNK is satisfied. Although the effect of this mysterious ability diminishes in higher-level battles, it's still quite impressive. And I can't wait to test these 2 newly unlocked powers. 2 days later, the fire squad advanced to the mighty river. its waters rushing through the endless green forest. The whole team reports that we have arrived. This is the border between the Kingdom's Cave and Taiping Mountain Path. Also the territory of the high, long, armored beasts. 5 of them standing on the cliff top, gazing down at the world below within their sight. Bien trop. Isn't there a lot of high-long mechs in this territory? I remember high-long mechs are monsters above level 25. Right, Honhan replied. Not many, but rather, very many. The high-long armored beasts are herd animals, and there are no fewer than 100 of them in this territory. She narrowed her eyes at Bien True and said again, if I remember correctly, I heard that this place also has level 50 or higher tier high-long armored beasts, and he's quite large. A tiered beast. Bianzu was worried, as level commander monsters are quite rare. Usually among 20 monsters, there are only 1 or 2 level commander monsters, but among 100 monsters, there is a certain chance for a commander-level monster to appear. We are mostly squads below level 20. So, do we have to directly face commander-level monsters? Hearing that, I also feel a bit hesitant. Jiang Kai. When you were on Vindong Island, you could defeat the merfolk lord alone on horseback. I believe in your abilities. But this time, you're leading us. Isn't it a bit dangerous, considering the high-long armored assault level is at least level 25, and the Tin-On high-long at level 35? After all, the gap between us and you is too big. Giankai calmly explained that aside from experience upgrades, the key is to train team coordination. Killing is not difficult. For the entire team, without any upgrades, only danger can unlock our potential. Real combat is the only way to improve quickly. You're serious. And the materials for the transfer are usually found in important missions. And with all our agreements, we can't defeat the merfolk lord. I trust your abilities. But this time you lead us. For the whole team, there are no upgrades. Only danger can make people improve quickly. You are serious. And class-changing materials often appear in important missions. And with our agreement, only real combat can help people improve quickly. You are serious. And class-change materials often appear in important events. And with our agreement, only actual combat can help people improve quickly. Black Armored Dragon's treasure can appear with level 20 class transfer materials for martial gear. Quick, combat general. Everyone shout together. Level 20 class transfer materials. Honyan, the famous expert, said that team leader Jiang Kai's appearance doesn't seem to be particularly impressive. The mysterious person turned around casually. Keeping the secret for now, even if he's not powerful, he can still say such things. The fire squad is extremely excited, shouting loudly. So, what are we waiting for? Let's set off now. The whole team has quickly moved deeper into the bed. Jiang Kai softly reminded everyone. These seem to be traces of the armored dragon's activity. Everyone, be careful. All responded. Understood. The village chief leaned over to Nguyen Nugu and whispered. Nguyen Huying heard that Huying is even unafraid of the level love fairy of the ghostly female spirit. But with that kind of appearance, how can one overcome the fear in her heart? He widened his eyes, trying to overcome his fear. But there was none. At that moment, I felt no fear in my heart. The owner of the shop widened his eyes. There was no fear. Big brother Nguyen, how could you do that? Can you teach me? Nguyen Nat Na threw 2 young boys over. Just in time. He also knows that the wine we chant has effects, especially since this is a level 2 wine that I brewed after upgrading my profession skill at Trong Vinh Hong. And it works very well. Maybe it will be helpful for you, he generously reminded me. But you're a warrior, the backbone of our squad. So it's best not to drink during fights. The guildmaster nodded repeatedly. Got it. I remember now. Thank you. Brother Nguyen. Suddenly, Jiang Kai sensed something was wrong. Shouted loudly. There was something beneath the rock in front. Everyone scattered, causing everyone to jump in surprise. A loud roar echoed, shaking the scene violently. A black shadow lunged out from under the rock, opening its mouth to tear at him. The system announced. Monster. Armored Giant level 25. Jiang Kai landed lightly. At that moment, he suddenly looked up in surprise as the fierce Hai Long charged rapidly toward him. The whole team shouted loudly. With Jiang Kai. Team leader Jiang Kai. Carefully. Jiang Kai. The master. Steady. Throwing out sharp claws from his hand. You came up with a plan. Wait a minute. The boss is too cowardly to face the enemy directly. So he hasn't activated his profession's talent. Isn't now the perfect opportunity to practice? He glanced at the owner. This is a regular armored Hailong. And now the owner is a level 9 martial artist. So he can't defeat it, but isn't in immediate danger of being killed. As for me, when necessary, I can also enter a state of illusion to evade the attacks of the armored He dragon. You are determined not to stay still as the Hailong bites. Fine. Then I will make this one count, to help the master realize that he's not actually weak. Everyone panicked. Captain Jiang Kai. Hurry. Act quickly. Captain Jiang Kai is in danger. Suddenly, a figure tore through the wind and rushed forward. The owner of the mansion struck down with both hands. Jiang Kai, I'm here to save you. The deafening roar. The greed for land. Trampling down. Hailong was knocked to the ground. Everyone was stunned. Zhang Kai. Keep acting. Well done. Master. He stared intently at Hailong, who had been beaten badly. But suddenly it surged up, and the master trembled all over. What? The attack has already come. Help me. A flame struck, high, long, hard, making it roar in pain. Jiang Kai gently rubbed his hands. Master. I pierced through its weakest armor in the belly. Still haven't hit the vital spot. So I took the chance to finish it off. The Hailong growled and stared straight into the owner's eyes, trembling uncontrollably. But his hand still instinctively drew the sword, and the owner closed his eyes, summoning all his strength to stab down. The frantic calls of his teammates pulled him back to reality. Master. Master. Open your eyes and look. Everything is over now. Master. The signal sounded, killing the level 25x1 armored Hailong. The master looked down at Hailong in shock. Is it dead? He cursed in anger. Suddenly, this thing slipped through the gap, scaring the hell out of him. Then Jiang Kai, who was standing beside him, looked proud and bloodied. Zhang Kai, what were you spacing out about just now? If I had been a little slower, it would have bitten you already. Jiang Kai had to keep acting. I didn't know why my mind suddenly went blank earlier. Also, you said before that you would protect me in the future. So are you just going to stand by and watch it eat me? Master Vian hesitated. And I told you, Jiang Kai, I am a coward. Don't you know that? Remember, no one has been with everyone since then. Master. This time he was very brave, rarely daring to take the initiative against the enemy when he was with Captain Lai Bu's tiger team. Ho Nan praised. My lord, I didn't expect your move. The Earth Descent Spear. To be so powerful. His words made the villainous lord feel embarrassed. After all, he's only the third best in the world. Yet even Nguyen Nu praises him without hesitation indeed. He truly lives up to his reputation as a martial hero. Jiang Kai urged him on. All right, let's continue to the place of the armored, dragon-level general. Master. Quickly hide the body, he nodded in response. Okay. The group moved deeper into the rugged mountain area, where dangerous cliffs rose up like a slaughterhouse. All around are monsters, with the system's alerts ringing continuously. Monsters. Elite level 35 Hyliang armored beasts. The Fire God squad descends from the mountaintop. Look. There are 3 elite armored dragon-level monsters in the distance. Jiang Kai warns that they are likely guarding the armored dragon-level war general. There are too many obstructions around here, and the 3 elite armored Healy dragons nearby might have others lurking. So we must be very careful. You secretly thought that with the one-time skill, the precious equipment, I was only able to deal with many elite fish at Vin Dong Island. This time I must be extra careful. Jiang Kai orders. Wuhan, I need you to summon rain so we can mask our scent. To prevent the armored He Long from discovering us, we might need to hold it for 10 minutes. Can you do that? She nodded. All right. My rain-making skill has been upgraded, and I've trained on Vin Dong Island. Maintaining it for 10 minutes is no problem. Jiang Kai begins to outline the plan. Ho Nyan prepares to summon rain. Nuo gets the poison ready for potential use. And Nguyen Nu is in charge of protecting Hon Han and Nuo. You look at the master commanding. And, once it rains, Master, follow me into the river to stop the leaves. Remember, you don't need to attack them. Just use the electric trap to disable and delay them to help me. Leave the rest to me. The master ordered. Yes. A streak of lightning tore through the sky. dark clouds swirling and bringing down heavy rain onto the fallen leaves. A series of Hailong lift their heads in confusion and disorientation. Jiang Kai commands. Master. Now is the time. Charge forward. Amidst the heavy rain, hundreds of glowing red eyes opened simultaneously. Roaring as they charged straight at the two of them, Jiang Kai grabs their arms, and the sparks turn into small fireballs that explode fiercely, destroying the Hailong right on the hatching stage. The sky gradually clears, and the system voice rings out repeatedly, destroying the armored Hailong by locking their limbs. Let's see how effective it is in real combat. Flames burst from his body, the Hellfire Spear charging forward, sparks flying and piercing straight into the horde of Hailong. Jiang Kai grabs the arm. The sparks turn into small bubbles that explode violently, destroying the Hailong right on the stage. The sky gradually clears, and the system voice rings out continuously, killing the elite level 37x1 armored Hailong. Honyan and Nguyen Nungu are excited and thrilled, feeling that the 9 simple pursuit darts are endlessly thrown by Jiang Kai's team. This is the first time I've seen Juzi coordinate skills with Jiang Kai's team. Really powerful. Nuan is full of excitement. Truly very strong. When we test new recruits, they cooperate like that. This type of armored Hailong has such strong defenses that if not careful, its weakest spot, its belly, could be exposed. Under normal circumstances, it's very difficult to kill it. Even if the team leader tries, they won't succeed. The guildmaster pulls out his sword from the Hailong's body, and the system announces, a level 35, X1 armored Hailong has been slain. He's so excited. Leveled up. 2 Explory. Guildmaster. Profession. Warrior. Level Ts. Jiang Kai. I'm level 10 now. Jiang Kai calmly turns around and says, True. I knew you could do it. Gather the elite level 64 armored Hailong. Gather the elite level 65 armored Hailong. Gather the elite level 66 armored Hailong. The whole group happily ran to where the two were. Jiang Kai's team. Juzi. Their cooperation was really amazing. It truly increased our confidence in the Fire God team. That's right, it's been less than an hour since we started, and Truzi has already leveled up from level 9 to level 10. Nuan looked on in admiration, knowing that Jiang Kai and Juzi's teamwork was powerful, but she didn't expect their level up speed to be so fast. I want to be as formidable as that too. Jiang Kai smiled and said, Yang Tin An is probably inside the rock or a crack in this area. Come here, Noan. Let's look together. A loud cry soared to the sky. Come here. So the short Sieg. The Death Squad Fire God gracefully advanced into the stone forest. And unless something unexpected happens, the armored dragon-level general should be in this stone forest. Master Yuan is worried. Jiang Kai. Do you want to rest for a bit? You must have expended quite a bit just now. He shook his head in refusal, having expended a fair amount of energy but not to the point of being immobile. And besides, this entrance to the stone forest might not be the only one. And the commotion we caused just now wasn't insignificant. The group's footsteps continued steadily, and Jiang Kai reminded them that if it took too long, that guy might have to endure the long-arm heavy armor at another entrance to protect it. Hunting-level warlord beasts requires striking while the iron is hot. Let's go. 10 minutes later, someone spoke up. It was very quiet. Jiang Kai. Does this place really have a level warlord armored dragon? Jiang Kai activates his demon eye with focus. Strangely, no suspicious traces are found on the stone surface. You guessed wrong. It's not that you're too tense. There's an issue with where they're standing. Maybe I was mistaken. Yuan Yu spoke up. Chuzi, what's wrong with you? Why are you so cold? The owner in front keeps rubbing his arms, pacing back and forth, and suddenly I feel goosebumps rising. Hon Han is teasing him. Chutu, I think you're too tense. No one noticed. On the mountain peak they just crossed, the small rocks are sliding down. Jiang Kai suddenly woke up. No. It's not that he was overly tense. There's something wrong with where they were standing. He shouted loudly. Chutu. Honyan. Nguyen. Stop immediately. The huge tail suddenly crashed down where the group just stood. Everyone panicked and quickly ran in 4 directions as the system announced a monster. A level 58 transformed Battle Tiger Tier 6 dragon. The whole group was gasping for breath. Almost lost their lives just now. This guy's color isn't much different from the lava, and he's quite familiar with the terrain. That's for sure. Jiang Kai immediately charged forward, raising his hands to confront the beast. A large head, smooth features, detailed data. Quickly reading the system description, a level 58 Tier 4 dragon, also known as the White Dragon. About 36 years old and weighing between 2 and 2.4 tons. The round stone pillar turned pale, and the first transformed war general we encountered was a mutated creature. Hundreds of celestial flames tear through the wind and gusts, and Jiang Kai unleashes a single powerful strike, causing it to roar in extreme pain. Honhan and the round pillar stared in shock. This is incredible, finally fighting them. Even a single strike should cause significant damage, let alone two. Jiang Kai carefully considered that the mutations in beast-level war generals and their treasures are more diverse, increasing the chance of encountering top-tier items in the treasure vault. But their strength is also greater than that of ordinary war generals. Seeing the long titch glaring through the smoke, Jiang Kai pondered. The armor covering the back of the long titch level, mutated war general not only had more than 35 points of defense, but also showed severe mutation. High temperature resistance, corrosion resistance, making it very difficult to penetrate. Moreover, its chest has also developed a layer of armored scales, providing about 20 points of defense, with similar high temperature and corrosion resistance features. Everyone listened in awe. This is, before activating the defensive mode. Nuo kept reading aloud, based on previous data indicating that the level of the Lanhua battle general form of Tichlong is similar, with their mental strength around 100 to 150, and their alertness between 150 to 170. Drops of sweat fall, with a power level of 380 to 420, and a physique of 440 to 480. With each word hammered out, the beast, the warning, extremely dangerous. Before the words could be pulled back, the fierce dragon charged forward. Jiang Kai's face changed as the system kept warning about the beast, danger, and assessment. The whole team shouted loudly, "Zhang Kai, team leader Jiang Kai, be careful." Tichlong used his weapon to strike down hard on Jiang Kai, causing the ground to shake and dust to fill the air, while Jiang Kai swiftly dodged to the side. "I'm fine. Don't worry," I told myself. As expected, this guy's body resists high temperatures and has an armor. Even if the fiery attack hits fiercely, it can't cause damage to it. I can only retreat it. You land safely. Luckily, I kept my senses to dodge. My strength is around 400. If it scratches me once, I might be torn to pieces. Luckily, thanks to the secret potion I found in the treasure hall of the Mermaid Lord, my sharpness has been greatly increased. Right now, my sharpness is probably 60 points higher than it. You conclude, so as long as I am careful, I can attract its attention. If I can seize this opportunity to provoke the master. So he activates his innate talent and breaks through the armor. And then, looking at the massive Tichlong, I will go first. If I fail, I will continue to lure this armored Tichlong of the battle general level on behalf of everyone, then find a chance to escape. But if it succeeds, it might fully activate the master's innate talent. Jiang Kai suddenly shouted, "Master, save me." The landlord falls from the sky. "Zhang Kai, I am here again." Using the earth spear to attack, he strikes down hard, but the Tichlong remains unharmed. It growled coldly at the two of them, and the owner was pale, seemingly unaffected by Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai reacted quickly. "Master, run." It opened its mouth and lunged repeatedly at the Vian Chu, shouting, "This is terrifying." A huge flame blocked the attack from the Tichlong, making it stop. Jiang Kai took the opportunity to rush past. Embrace the owner. Now this level of Tichlong armored war general would definitely target him and the owner, so he had to lead it away. Suddenly, a shadow quickly passed by the two of them. Jiang Kai narrowed his eyes. Who was that just now? Over there. Nao and Honhan are shouting loudly. Captain Jiang Kai. Nguyen Nu just drank. The saliva of the level 1 transformed battle general can quickly corrode most equipment and cause flesh injuries. Jiang Kai was stunned. Something's wrong. If Nguyen Nugu really kissed Tichlong, he might end up completely shattered. Unexpectedly, Nguyen Nugu collided forcefully with Tichlong, causing both to be thrown back. He staggered a few more meters. Laughing foolishly was that Lan Hoa Tichlong. Jiang Kai was surprised. Why isn't Nguyengu considering the dragon spirit as a beautiful girl this time? Isn't he drunk? Hon Han from afar shouted loudly. I don't know. But today it seems he drank a second-grade fermented wine. And surprisingly, this new type of wine can eliminate the abnormal aesthetic disorder caused by drunkenness. Nguyen smiled blankly. As a male Qilin. Because I have been searching for a female Qilin who can be my match all this time. He blushed and pointed at the dragon before him. Today, heaven rewards those with sincerity. And I finally found you among countless dragons. The dragon beast froze, its eyes wide open as it saw Nguyen rushing towards it. My love. Let's seize this moment, so we won't waste this beautiful time. Nguyen choked on her words. Big brother Nguyen. Is he thinking he's a dragon? The fireballs are rushing toward Teach Long at lightning speed, hitting him directly and making him scream. I run over. Oh my love, Nguyen. I don't know where I came from, but I ran over to Teach Long. Baby. No one can separate us anymore. Don't be shy. Tonight I will make him even more excited. Giang Kai saw him like that, and Guen Giang was speechless. Guen Gu, in a drunken state, was too difficult to control. And if this continues, even if there is a chance to kill the Teach Long, I will no longer have the strength or spirit. He's still drunk and self-absorbed over here. Sun Sha, let me warm the broken heart of your young girl with my strong love. He hurriedly turns to look for help. Nguyen has already lost all reason, and now I can only control him while fighting the Teach Long. Only by breaking through his innate talent's armor can we get out of this difficult situation. We need you. Yuanju stared at the scene in front of him, opening his mouth in shock. So this is what it means to be completely fearless. He secretly admired him inside. Big brother Nguyen is truly like a god. Yuanju recalled Nguyen Ngu's words earlier. Overcoming fear, no way. At that moment, I was fundamentally not afraid. He was very surprised then. No fear at all. How did you do it? Can you teach me? Ending his memory, Yuanzu quickly took out a glass of beer. He picked it up, quickly drank it all in one gulp. All right. I'm here now. Cheers. Big brother Nguyen. Thank you for personally demonstrating. I've learned it. Soon after, Yuanju was back in the car. Looking dazed and smiling faintly, the system appeared, indicating you have achieved the chaotic awareness state. In this state, your understanding of their identity, strength, and situation will emerge. Immediately after, a warning appears on the screen, indicating a serious anomaly. And Teach Long is still fighting fiercely. Teach Long, already berserk, kept running towards Nguyen No. Seeing that, Noan, Ho Nyan, and Jiang Kai were all panic-stricken. Nguyen Nua, big brother Nguyen. Suddenly, Chu threw the beer cup in his hand, smashing it into pieces, then grabbed his sword tightly and charged forward. I am Chu, the strongest war god in the world. He charged with his sword and cut across Teach Long. The scene left him a bit stunned. Chu Tu, after drinking Nguyen Nu's wine, was able to break through armor with a single strike. It seems that after drinking, Chu Tu's reason has become a bit muddled. This pushed his confidence to an unprecedented peak. And this blind confidence truly activated his additional innate talent, making his attacks carry armor-breaking effects. Just like the initial Black Wolf and the colossal Dark Venerable at the pinnacle of the refinement stage, armor-breaking won't directly harm their bodies, but it can damage their armor. The more he fights, the more passionate he becomes. Our Chu is the greatest war god in the world. Anyone who dares. Before he could finish his sentence, Teach Long's tail swung over, striking the Chu with a powerful blow. He couldn't react in time and was quite affected. As soon as Vien Chu fell to the ground, Teach Long swung its tail again. Giang Kai once again fires a fireball to stop it, taking the opportunity to lead him away while he's distracted. He softly whispers, True too. Thank you. And then, at this point, he suddenly jumps high. Jiang Kai excitedly throws several fireballs and says, Let me help you avenge him. They keep reducing Teach Long's health bar rapidly, continuously draining too. Come HP eft. Seeing that, you excitedly suggest. All right, after Teach Long's armor is broken, it's indeed hard to withstand the deadly storm attack. Jutsu. This ultimate move. I'll leave it to him. Yuanzu also hurriedly grabbed his sword and stood up, shouting loudly, I am Yuanju, the greatest war god in the world who dares to mess with me. Yuanzhu clenched his sword and charged forward repeatedly, gritting his teeth as he used all his strength to unleash his attack. That scene made Now a bit worried. Zhang Kai, is Chu-Tu okay? Jiang Kai quickly reassured her. Don't worry. Zhuzi is just drunk. And the Tichlong armor has been broken. He was heavily injured by me. He's safe. After a while, Yuan Chu's sword was now covered in blood, and Tichlong finally collapsed from exhaustion. The system displays a message, congratulations on killing the level 58 mutated General Tichlong. You receive a part of Tichlong's body and the Tichlong treasure. Explore Vianchu, with his profession as a martial artist and level 15, looked even more proud because of it. Yuanzhu kept laughing. I told you, Yuanzhu is the greatest war god in the world. But he only looked cool up to this point before passing out on the spot. She laughed helplessly. It seems that Chu-Tu is completely drunk. He whispered softly. That's right. No one frowned and hesitated. Zhang Kai. Ho Nian. I feel like I've forgotten something, but I just can't remember what it is. Jiang Kai listened and stroked his chin in thought, saying if that's how she feels, then maybe I do too. She also widened her eyes and realized that maybe her sister feels the same. The space fell silent again, as the three of them suddenly turned pale and panicked. Something's wrong. Nguyen Yu. At the same time, he was crying desperately, holding the body of Tichlong. No. My beloved wife. The only one I cherish in this life. Ngu clenched his teeth in anger, rushing to Jiang Kai's group to question them. I consider you family. Yet you killed my wife. But after walking a few steps, Nguyen No had to stop. What is that smell? It's unpleasant. In the end, he collapsed on the ground from drunkenness, and the two of them immediately turned to her with judging eyes. Now. Thank you, she shyly explained. Why are you looking at me like that? Mister, Nguyen might think he's in love with Long and could attack us. So I used the water medicine I prepared earlier to make him sleep for a while. But the two people looked at Now with loving eyes. No. I mean, they were saying, well done. She happily suggested. Now. Give me some of the water medicine, so Mr. Nguyen can sleep peacefully. The effect was so strong that Jiang Kai quickly agreed. He also wanted it. And she immediately responded without hesitation. Okay. No problem. By nightfall, the whole group had lit a fire and settled down here. The two drunken fools are still sleeping soundly. Both of them sleeping deeply, each with a foot placed on the other's leg. Honyan also lay down to rest after a tiring day. Now took out a bottle of water and asked Jiang Kai if he wanted some. He paused and turned his head in confusion. Jiang Kai reached out to take the water bottle and thanked her. Not sleeping yet, she replied. Today was just too intense. I still can't believe it. Luckily, at the critical moment, the master broke through the defenses of this mutated battle general-level armored beast. He still couldn't hide his excitement while holding the water bottle in his hand. I never expected that a second-level alcohol grade like Nguyen Yu would accidentally activate the master's innate talent. Noon shyly asked Jiang Kai if in the coming days the master would activate more and more effects of the innate talent. Jiang Kai just quietly smiled to himself, honestly admitting that this kid has never been weak. What he lacks most is confidence. And today's confidence comes from the wine. In a state of chaos, only then did the courage surge, activating the armor-breaking effect. While Nguyen Gu on this side kept rambling incoherently. Honey. Kiss. He kept muttering in his sleep next to me. So bold. Your husband here is the #1 war god in the world. Jiang Kai finally concluded that maybe he needs more training. In short, I hope he can soon build genuine confidence. She replied happily. I believe he can definitely do it. The next morning, a loud scream suddenly rang out. What was that? The landlord's eyes shone with energy. And only after hearing everyone say it did I realize I was so heroic yesterday. And he was lost in thought when being teased. Nguyen Yu. I have to say, after your perception became chaotic, when you were seduced into the armored dragon form and then transformed into the armored dragon form again, it was truly something. Honhan cheerfully smiled and said, You're so brave. Her words almost made him cry. So don't say anything more. A bright treasure chest is placed on the altar, with the 5 of us gathered around it. All right. Everyone who's coming is here. Let's start opening the treasure chest. Honhan placed her hand on Jiang Kai's shoulder and suggested, Captain Jiang Kai, this is a rare treasure. I just drew a fortune slip earlier. Today's your luck isn't great. Let no one open it. I can see she's looking healthy and radiant today. Much luckier than you. Hearing that, she immediately widened her eyes in surprise. Little one. He smiled back. That's right. Honhan is the best at fortune-telling. Now. Go ahead and open it. She also stepped forward to encourage her. Nuan. Just relax and open it confidently. After all, we've already gained something from encountering the dragon spiral transformation. She then slowly accepted it and said, Okay. Noan quickly approached and opened the device. As she looked inside, the whole group gasped, and suddenly, a system screen appeared before her. Noan stopped staring at the item in her hand. This is a special phosphorus crystal essence that can be equipped on weapons to enhance the armor layer. Enhances defense. Weighs 10. Fear kilogram. Estimated value is 500. 000 divine coins. The owner also received a crystal orb, a 17 kilograms earth core, an essential energy source that can be used to build a city, valued at approximately 100. 000. Holy coins. Honhan's crystal is 48 grams of mutated blood essence, which can be used to craft, improve, and upgrade important weapons, valued at approximately 300. 000 saintly coins. Finally, Jiangkai's 3 heavenly 4 limbs bones are essential materials for upgrading innate talent levels, estimated at 210. 000 holy magic coins. And it was only then that she noticed something unusual. In front of them is a bright red crystal with mutated blood essence crystals. Not 6 grams, but one of the ingredients used to craft attribute-enhancing secret medicines. Estimated to be worth 6 million Holy Spirit coins. You immediately open your mouth in shock. 1 gram of this requires 1 million saintly coins. And it's just one of the ingredients. Nuo Hao Hung responds happily. That's right. Hearing this, Jiangkai's face instantly turned pale. Wait a minute. Isn't the mermaid clan's secret medicine I drank earlier worth hundreds of millions of sacred stones? Another item is presented. A secret medicine that increases the attributes of the body. Made from extremely rare ingredients. All the sacred elixirs produced in a year amount to less than 20 bottles, each increasing basic attributes by 10 points, costing around 150 million saintly coins. And the owner here is so happy he can't see straight. As expected from a mutated general, you're about to cry your eyes out. Turns out, I already devoured a mansion at Jingshan Lake before. If I had known, I would have seriously tasted the flavor anyway. She continued to take out another vial of water. This is holy water. Ho quickly realized that the holy water, one of the level 20 class-changing materials for doctors, requires 5 milliliters per transformation. And this place has as much as 15 milliliters. They exchange glances and calculate that 5 milliliters of this could sell for 1 million holy coins. So this water might fetch 3 million holy coins. Master Yuan is excited and can't stop. There really is a doctor class-changing material. No. You're so lucky. Anyway, even for a mutated general-level treasure, the chance of 3 extremely rare transformation materials appearing simultaneously is very slim. She thought with bright eyes that the total profit from a regular Battle Titan treasure is also around 8 million holy coins. So this means Duong's value is over 10 million sacred coins. And this scene just made him smile wryly. Ho Nyan, you look like someone who loves money right now. She smirks and turns to Jiang Kai with a teasing look. Are you sure? Do you want to see how Captain Jiang Kai looks right now? As expected, Jiang Kai was so happy he almost cried tears of joy. The treasure of Duong, combined with the transformed Teach Long War General, must have yielded over 15 million holy coins in loot. Seeing how you look, the two of them couldn't help but be speechless. So that day, the Fire God Squad, Zhongping, was able to seize one of Tich Long's lairs every day. Sometimes even 2 of Tich Long's general-level hideouts in a single day. As the number of battles increased, the attack power of the owner, combined with Jiang Kai's critical hits, made killing Tich Long's armored shell easier and easier. The only flaw is that he's quite wasteful with alcohol. After a little drink, he becomes overly aggressive. But with that kind of strength, this commander is the greatest war general in the world. 10 days later, the Fire God Squad had almost cleared out all the stronghold-level generals they could find. The system kept displaying Information Explorer. Owner. Level Hus. The Explorer. Nguinengu. Rank 20. The explorer. Non. Non. Level Tizenketu. The owner and Wengu both reached level 20. Non rose from level 9 to 12. After a long period of hard work, they decided to rest and split into groups. With each of the 5 members taking on different tasks, Honhan turned to ask, Captain Jiangkai, where do we go next? We've already passed through this place, and it's unlikely that a level general will appear again soon. At that moment, she also heard a notification from her bracelet, and immediately, Nanan dropped the food she was holding. That noise caught her and Jiangkai's attention. Nuan. What's going on? That's right. Nuan. Why do you look so pale? She nervously reported that I just received news that there is a small-scale capable guild on Lu Diem Peak. When the training encounter with the mutated Lord of the Lamenting Dead happened, they were caught off guard, and the entire team was wiped out. The remaining 4 people were all shocked and opened their mouths wide. The Lamenting Demon King, true to its name, is a hellish creature that defies gods and enters the divine realm. Extremely terrifying. The rank of the mutated Lord of the Lakthi is usually above level 60, higher than the mutated armored dragon level general, and the abilities of the mutated Lord of the Lakthi are unimaginable. Nuan recounted slowly. But that mutated Demon King also got injured and ran away to heal. So the guild being able to injure a mutated Demon King of the level of a commander is truly impressive. Honhan Susat realized that if they could defeat the mutated Chaos Demon King, it would indeed be a huge gain. But unfortunately, now their entire team has been wiped out, and the cost was too high. The owner of the villa sighed. Yes, it's a pity, Nguyen Yu said seriously. But they also did their best, waiting for Jiang Kai to ask. Noan. This news just came in. Right. Do many people know about it? She raised her eyebrows sincerely. The news just arrived. It probably hasn't spread widely yet, but some major guilds must have already heard about it, and the righteous side will definitely go to that person. At this point, Noan paused. And Jiang Kai, are you implying that you want to? Noan raised a serious eyebrow and admitted, remember, even though St. Yu doesn't allow us to seize the boss, that only applies to king level or higher, not including commander level. So there's no more doubt. Right now, no one knows how many are eager to test themselves against this injured level 4 leader-level mutant demon. Jiang Kai tentatively suggested. So maybe we should try too. And she quickly agreed without hesitation. Anyway, we've already practiced with the Tich Long mech here, and it's been pretty effective. So even if we can't steal the Chaos King, we can just see it as a new challenge. Nguyen and Jiu also happily agreed. If it weren't for Captain Jiang Kai, I wouldn't dare think we could defeat the Lanhua Tichlong mech. I'm going too. You also enthusiastically replied. Zhang Kai. I'm coming too. He kept admiring himself for a while but still wanted to go. How could our Fire God squad be missing this top general of the world? Of course, I want to go too. Seeing everyone united like that, I finally felt satisfied. All right. Jiang Kai. With both hands out. Our next target is the mutated Lakthi King. Let's go. They kept going like that until the next day. And due to the harsh weather, Yuan Yu was exhausted and had a sore tongue from the heat. Suddenly, the pillar stopped and noticed that this tree looked very special. So he quickly looked at the information board. This is a fire god tree, about 20 years old. A tree that lives over 30 years can become a divine fire tree. After killing it, there is a chance that a fire heart will appear, a material that greatly enhances the fire's effectiveness. Hearing this, he also turned his head to stare at the tree, as if he had discovered something unusual. The pillar signaled and pointed ahead. Look there. That's the Qinglong Guild team. I've met them before, and the closer we get to the destination, the more small squads we encounter. A group of people is also gradually approaching them, and Nguyen Nagu notices that there are more people. And on the other side, there is also a team. He gasped and urged. As expected, everyone who received the message has already arrived here. We need to speed up. She frowned and said, even though we arrived here faster than them from the main city, no matter how quick we are, it can't compare to the teams that have been training here all along. Jiang Kai also had to ponder for a while, and Honhan was right. Now, he didn't know how many teams were continuously advancing toward the ancient residence of the Lost King. The teams from nearby areas are surely waiting for reinforcements too. Turning around, he saw Now still refusing to leave. Her steps became unsteady, her mind dizzy. Exhausted, turns out I still can't match everyone's stamina. With such fierce competition for the boss, everyone is still persevering. I must not hold them back. Noah's vision gradually blurred, and suddenly a foot appeared before her. Jiangkai approached and handed her a water bottle. Noah took a sip and rested for a moment, thinking to herself, Chu-Tu is one of the main fighters, so she must prioritize leveling up. And Nu's initial level isn't low. Getting him to level 20 will be faster. Honhan's level has long been 29. Only Noah is at level 12. But she doesn't complain, and is still trying her best not to fall behind. She furrowed her brows in deep thought for a long time, before Noah finally forced herself to shake her head and laugh it off. Jiangkai marvels that despite being the lowest level and just a non-combatant doctor, Noah has persisted until now and is not as fragile as she appears. You don't have a faint smile. I'm not tired, but I'm really exhausted. Everyone just take a break with me for a bit. The others quickly agreed. Yes. I see there are many high-level squads here. So let's rest and conserve our strength before continuing the fight. Upon hearing that, she couldn't help but hesitate. But the 5 of them decided to stop and rest for a while. Jiang Kai carefully discussed that the demonic wind, where the Lac Thi King is located, spans an area of up to 5 or 6 kilometers in circumference. Moreover, most monsters in this area lack a clear sense of territory, and often appear to be wandering. Considering that many teams are now searching, making it difficult for us to have an advantage in speed and stamina. Honhan immediately asked directly. Team leader, Jiang Kai. What do you think? You also said it straightforwardly. I'm thinking maybe we should stop and rest for a while before continuing the search for the lost king. Do we have any special advantage over the other squads? Nu pondered and nodded. Jiang Kai's team made a lot of sense. Among the search teams full of experts, our Fire Spirit team has no reason to be the first to find the lost king. The Border Lord and Honhan looked at each other and nodded in understanding, then clenched their fists nervously and asked, I can't think of anything right now. Are we only relying on luck? Her words sparked an idea in Jiang Kai's mind. Luck, he cheerfully suggested. Or maybe, Honyan, you should cast a fortune to see if we can find the lost spirit king. She straightened up and said, How could I possibly guess that? You shouted loudly and ran over to her. Our luck. Yes. It's luck. Honyan, our team's main advantage is having her. Hearing that, she rushes over with wide eyes. Jiang Kai, do you really want me to read the fortune, or are you just asking for rain? Jiang Kai excitedly repeated. Honyan, have you forgotten? Before becoming a fortune teller, you were a feng shui master. The fallen demon king is seriously injured and hiding to rest. So where will this hellish monster choose to rest? She seems to understand. Partly it's where the air is thickest. She is exerting her strength to find the most suitable place. We can check the area with the heaviest aura near DM Lin, and then we will narrow it down. Honhan only then fully understood the information. So that's it. She turned around and blinked to demonstrate. Feng Shui is my main skill. You guys can rest now. I will calculate the possible hiding spots of the lost king. Jiang Kai cheerfully encouraged. And as time quietly passed, he stood still like a statue waiting for the result, until suddenly someone patted his shoulder. The boss approached and asked, Yet you were frightened by me. What are you thinking that makes you so serious? You even didn't notice when I stepped closer. Jiang Kai chuckled and replied, Nothing. I just suddenly thought that Now had unlocked her level 20 class change materials. Even though I knew my own class change formula, I still didn't know where to find them. You already know the formula. What materials are they? Are they rare? Jiang Kai's face suddenly turned serious. It's not that they are rare, but I simply can't figure out what those things are. I honestly tell you that I found the level 20 special class transfer formula in a secret beneath Vin Dong Island, where the mermaid boss is. And after decoding those mysterious writings, I learned that it described the water of unknown origin. Flames burning spontaneously from nothing, gentle winds remaining still, mud sinking and rising unpredictably, and metals transforming constantly. Hearing this, the pillar immediately broke out in sweat. Wait a minute. What do you mean? The source of the water is unknown and the fire burns from nothingness, Jiang Kai. Are you sure this is the formula and not some kind of joke? Jiang Kai confidently replied. There's only one copy of the formula. It definitely isn't wrong, but it's really hard to understand at all. I also wondered if the unclear source of the water was just rain. But what about the other things? He suddenly opened his mouth wide. Unclear source. That seems plausible. So, what about the fire burning from nothingness? Are you talking about the Lu Yan realm? Jiang Kai paused and asked again. The Lu Yan realm. Yuan Ju remembered seriously. That's right. The Lu Yan realm. I heard there's no fire there. But it's extremely hot. It's almost like a natural furnace. Isn't it amazing? Jiang Kai pondered with his chin in his hand. That explanation also seems quite reasonable. Suddenly a voice rang out, startling both of them. Isn't he the lucky dog who stands out on Vindong Island? Full of pride. Jiang Kai. A group of people, including a level 40 soldier and a level 40 duelist, approached arrogantly with their hands on their hips. Truly a narrow alley of fate. Their appearance confused him. Why does he say it's a narrow alleyway? Jiang Kai. Do you and those difficult people have some kind of grudge? Jiang Kai glanced at them with a not very friendly expression, not having seen them before. But judging by their confrontational attitude, they must be from the royal family. Master Yuan immediately showed his disdain upon hearing that phrase. People of the royal family. I must teach them a lesson easily. Stay calm and stop them. Don't act rashly. These people seem to be quite powerful. And our current goal is to deal with the mutated Lakthai king. We shouldn't start a fight now. I approached and asked. I'm Jiang Kai. Is there something wrong? He immediately stepped forward and asked what was going on. You previously killed my 5th Eagle team member. And then, while we were dealing with the Lord, you secretly attacked and killed young Master Hoang, flying through the air. She sneered wildly. Zhang Kai, you're really brave. Do you like to seek your own death? He couldn't help but sneer at those words. Jiang Kai never ambushed Huang Wei. Instead, it was Huang Wei himself who brought 4 followers. Yet in the end, all of them were killed by Jiang Kai without a trace. As soon as the words finished, Hoa Lian, like she was stung in a sore spot, lunged forward shouting, "The captain is talking to Jiang Kai. You dog. How dare you rebel like that?" Jiang Kai immediately reacted to this, quickly swatting it away with his hand, which only made Hoa Lian even more furious. Brother, Jiang Kai frowned, clearly unhappy but unwilling to say it directly, only describing them as incessant nuisance flies. Truly annoying. Without saying much, Phai Tuang drew his sword from his shoulder and dared to call our Huyen Vu society a bunch of flies. At first, I was planning to let you two die easily. Ga and Dongbo looked at you as if they wanted to devour you alive. Now I won't let you live. And you won't die easily. Jiang Kai clenched his fists and drew out his claws. It's clear these people have made up their minds to attack today. So this battle seems unavoidable. She and Duen Gu quickly rushed over, jumping over the wall. What are you doing? Are you planning to attack us right here? You just froze. Do they know Noan? Ga Zhan stared in shock. Noan. Isn't she in the military? Why is she with Jiang Kai? She stepped forward to explain. Right now I am a member of the Hoathan team, and Jiang Kai is my team leader. If you plan to attack him, I will definitely not stand by and watch. And he immediately nodded in agreement. That's right. But Tran beside also reminded you. Captain, after all, this woman's sister works under the guard. Now, finding the lost king is more important. Don't cause more trouble. Phai Tuang listened, then pursed his lips and fell into deep thought, finally deciding to put his sword back into its sheath. Today you are lucky I won't harm you. I didn't expect Jiang Kai. You actually like to rely on women and use them as talismans. You stare at Phai Tuang with annoyance. And before leaving, he still can't forget to smile. That's right. You really enjoy using throwing knives. Don't you? And you're not wrong. Someone like you only deserves to use treacherous weapons like that. But remember, next time we meet, before killing you, I will not only destroy your flying dagger, but also cut off your arms with a proud smile on Phi Tuang's face. Ga's words immediately made Jiang Kai's face turn dark. They just walked away, laughing loudly at your attitude. Looking at their angry expressions. Well, no wonder. I don't understand why Team Sanryu Hao number 5 lost to someone like this. The Bien Master was furious and wanted to rush forward and fight. But Jiang Kai kept his composure and stopped him. Now is not the time to act. Let them go. You quickly calmed down and asked for information. Now. Do you know anything about that Phai Tuang guy? She told everything without hesitation. Knowing a little, she heard that he had switched from martial artist to fighter over half a year ago. His actual combat ability is now likely at the level of a heir. And this information left him and Duen Gu stunned air. Non-Noan recounted that the martial arts profession is highly valued by the military and is divided into 4 levels before becoming extraordinary, already renowned for a long time. Martial artists, fighters, inheritors, and ancient martial artists are categorized as follows. Levels 1 to 20 are called martial artists. Levels 21 to 40 are fighters. Levels 41 to 60 are inheritors. And levels 61 to 80 are ancient martial artists. Jiang Kai shook his head and sighed, never expecting that Pi Tuang's strength could now rival that of a legacy holder. And she nodded to remind the team, he has a very good relationship with the royal brothers. That's right. I heard his agility speed is also very high. Be careful. In my mind, his face kept appearing. And for some reason, I have a strong feeling that I will meet this person again in the Guild Challenge tournament. Suddenly, Honhan ran over and waved to the team. Jiang Kai said, I've finished calculating. There are a total of 3 suitable locations. She opened the map and explained that the first location was the Sunset Cemetery in the northwest of Diem Mountain, quite close to King Lak Thi's territory. The second location is the Hidden Lake Hill to the south of Lu Diem Lin. This water body is a concealed spot, and also the closest to the main city area. Then there is another location, a low-lying area to the west of Lu Diem Lin that has no fame and even no name, requiring crossing a small hill to reach it. Hearing that, Jiang Kai stroked his chin in thought and suggested trying. Since King Lak Thi was seriously injured, he would surely rush back to the clan. So maybe we should try the Hung Sunset Cemetery to see if luck is on our side. But then he immediately dismissed the idea. No. Let's go to the valley. The 4 of them were shocked and stunned by his words. Jiang Kai argued that although the Sunset Cemetery is near its territory, many teams might think the same way as we do. By the time we get there, it will have already been looted by others. And even if it is really there, we might just end up returning to the Western Void. As for Lake Yin, it doesn't gather as much energy as Sunset Cemetery, nor is it as peaceful as that valley. Plus, it's close to the city area, so many people are likely to originate from there. But the valley, although separated by mountains, making it seem the hardest for the injured King Lak Thi to escape. On the contrary, this could cause most explorers to overlook it. So, to sum up, let's just bet everything on heading to the valley first, since it takes them 2 hours to get there. So this is the Nameless Valley. Huh. He walks and talks at the same time. No need to read the feng shui here. I also sensed the aura of death. Nguyen Engu hesitated a bit. But this place is so vast. If King Lak Thi is injured and hiding here, it will be really hard to find him. Right now, we not only have to find it but also deal with it before others discover this place, which is really quite difficult. Stay calm and explain clearly, because Lord Lak Thi is afraid of being discovered and wants to avoid detection to treat his wounds. He will definitely choose the most secretive places, like caves or tombs, and then take out some medicine to calm everyone down. This is the type of medicine we prepared during our previous battles with the army, which helps reduce the harmful effects of the toxins from the demons of the underworld. The effect of the medicine can last for half a day, or it might have some effect in this situation. Jiang Kai regained his composure and suggested, All right, everyone take Nan's medicine first. Then we check around together for any caves, abandoned graves, or something like that. And the others quickly nodded in agreement. The sky quickly turned dark, and Jiang Kai's group was still walking through the forest. But you just reminded him. Master, don't let him fall behind. Come quickly. Nan also added. That's right, Master. If the fallen demon king suddenly appears, what should we do? Come here quickly. Hearing that, his face gradually changed color, suddenly rushing out. No way. Wasn't it injured and had escaped before? Honhan teasingly mocked without holding back, saying it might be that the fallen demon king, who is healing, is hungry. And then the 2 of them stopped upon smelling human scent. Suddenly, it was as if a monster appeared behind him, making the owner shiver with fear. And he gritted his teeth as he ran desperately. I am coming now. The owner kept running straight ahead, waiting for me. Jiang Kai helplessly called out. Huan, the master is warning you. Don't scare him. But she seemed indifferent. Clearly the master is very skilled. But because of the nagging, I need more training. And while running, I tripped over a big stone. He just fell to the ground. And seeing that, they hurriedly ran over. Master, are you okay? Not sure what they saw. But the expression on the owner's face suddenly turned pale, and he stepped back, in fear, still pointing and shouting, "Wait, everyone, look over there, what is that?" In front of them was a half-destroyed abandoned grave. Hunhan gasped in shock. It was an abandoned grave, so well hidden that even if we passed by, we might not have noticed. Nguyen Ngu hesitated. But this grave was tiny. Could a level king of the Lost Soul King be here? Suddenly, the water on the grave dripped down, and the grave in front of them became increasingly bizarre. He shouted in surprise. "Something's wrong. It's here. Hunhan. Nguyen Ngu. Nuono. Fall back quickly." The whole group immediately hurriedly ran away as ordered, and Jiang Kai also quickly leapt up onto the roof. "Please, Master, I will hold my ground directly. You prepare to attack from the shadows. The Stone Master is ready." "Understood." The ground beneath the tomb is becoming more and more bizarre. Jiang Kai sternly ordered, "If you can't hold it, run. No need to resist. I will use pursuit to trap it at any moment." He immediately replied, "Understood." A hand slowly emerged from beneath the ground. And even though the master was mentally prepared, he was still shocked by the overwhelming pressure. A monster slowly rises from the ground. A mutated level 65 Demon King Lieutenant. The Demon King slowly uses both hands to lift itself up, opening its mouth wide to let out a long roar. Everyone in the group was stunned, and then the vision of the Demon King suddenly shifted its focus directly onto him. The Guildmaster immediately turned pale with fear. "Thank goodness. Don't come here." He desperately wanted to cry. This damn monster looks too terrifying. Seeing this, it used sound waves to knock the owner back, causing his cheeks to swell, and the King of Gods kept emitting terrifying sounds. His spine also shivered from it. Things are getting bad. I don't think I can hold on much longer. The landlord, as usual, took a sip of beer. After finishing, he threw the glass away and tightly gripped his sword. No matter what kind of demon or ghost you are, he didn't hesitate to rush in and fight to the death. "I am the #1 war god in the world." Overcoming his fear, the master struck a powerful blow at the Demon King, thinking he was about to behead him. But his sword suddenly got stuck. A silence enveloped the entire space. The sect master stood frozen like a statue. The Demon King, angered, roared several times and stared fiercely at him. Nguyen Ngu hides behind the tree, scared and defeated. As the master's sword gets stuck, Jiang Kai rushes forward like a flying arrow. "The situation is dire, master. Run now." The Demon King roars loudly, shaking the entire space. The owner immediately fell backward, raising both hands to brace for the attack on him. But to prevent that from happening, you rushed forward. "What are you in such a hurry for? Your opponent still has me." Jiang Kai kept attacking with successive moves. The tremendous power caused a huge explosion, blowing away the entire sky and earth. Nguyen Zhu and Hon Han pushed the Vian Chu back and quickly ran away. After reaching a safe place, she called out, "Non non. I'm back." That's quite a big move. This Duanlashi king was already badly injured, and with Captain Jiang Kai's intervention, it shouldn't have been shattered into dust, yet I saw otherwise. One of the master's sword strikes, even if it was a quick slash. Changing it probably isn't that simple. Noticing her face darkening behind her, Hon Han worriedly asks, "Non non. What's wrong?" She looked over and immediately gasped, her face full of panic. Hon Han's eyes widened as she stammered, unable to speak. "What is this? Is it true that this fragment of the fallen Demon King cannot be killed?" On the other side, the battle between the Corpse King and you is still not over. Boss skill. Ghost Puppet Restoration. When the fallen Demon King suffers a fatal injury, its inner soul power will recover, significantly reducing damage taken and speeding up wound healing. Not only that, but its most severe wound is also showing signs of gradually healing. It endured a strike. The ground splattered, and Jiang Kai was knocked back. He was surprised and thought to himself that this mutated Demon King, despite being armor broken and heavily injured, still refused to fall after my continuous attacks. Truly incredibly powerful. At the same time, she shouted loudly, "Zhang Kai," piercing through the heart of this mutated Demon King, so that no matter how severely its body is injured, it can still recover. It turns out that's why I couldn't kill it all this time. I just needed to completely pierce its heart. But no one's call caught the attention of the Demon King, and it turned to growl, ready to attack her. The king of demons approached closer and closer to Nuan Nuan, each step accompanied by piercing screams, and he shouted in panic at the scene before him. Nuan Nuan, I don't know why, the demon king suddenly stopped. A huge wave of energy radiated from his body. Jiang Kai, rushing forward, was also startled what's going on. His hand was suddenly freed as a green aura enveloped him. He couldn't react in time and was grabbed by it. With enormous energy, its long arm holding tightly onto Jiang Kai without letting go. He trembled slightly, clenched his teeth, and it seemed his bones were already broken. This guy also knew how to deceive his opponent, using a feint to attack from another direction. He couldn't escape at all, and Jiang Kai was now completely in the palm of the Demon King. The King of Death opened his sharp, pointed jaws wide, tongue ready to devour Jiang Kai. Honya watched the scene in horror. Captain Jiang Kai. At that moment, the owner of the gem was furious and prepared to rush out. He clenched his sword tightly, his eyes blazing with fury, shouting how dare the monster hurt his comrades. The lord of the sect withdrew his words, releasing a cloud of dark purple toxic mist to block him. Now hid behind the tree trunk, coughing. That was black-purple toxic fog. Chutu, be careful. She recalled her knowledge about poison attacks. Poison attack is one of the skills that the Lakthi King is very proficient in. The darker the color of the toxic fog, the stronger its poison. Usually, the toxic fog of a level boss Demon King is dark blue, highly toxic, capable of completely corroding explorers within a minute. The toxic fog of the level boss Lakthi Vuong is black, deadly to ordinary explorers who almost die upon contact. But this mutated level boss Lakthi Vuong is injured. There is still the possibility of using the dark purple toxic fog between those two types, although it doesn't kill instantly upon contact. But the toxicity is definitely terrifying, and the medicine I prepared for everyone is almost useless. Noan Noan stood helplessly, unable to do anything as she watched the scene before her. No wonder she could still wipe out an entire powerful group despite being badly injured. She looked at the guild master fighting the Demon King with concern. It seems the master has faced the Death King of the Lakthi, but his true strength is too overwhelming for him to hold on for long. Before he could finish thinking, a sudden voice rang out, startling Noan Noan and daring to attack Captain Jiang Kai. I will be the first to refuse. She turned in surprise. Wait, this voice is it that is Nguyen Nu. He raised his shield, ready to support the team leader in battle. I am Nguyen Nu. I will never be weaker than anyone in my life. After saying that, Ho Han turned around, leaving Noan Nan still not understanding what was happening. To protect herself well, Honyan. Wait. What are you trying to do, Honhan? Noan Nan called again, but all she received in return was her warning. Stay back. It's too dangerous. The toxic gas is too widespread. I have to get closer to withstand the wind and rain to wash away the poison. Nuan Nuan was like a lost soul standing still, watching her teammates move forward. Everyone is fighting desperately. She trembles uncontrollably, limbs stiff with fear. Nian Nian bites her lip tightly, reluctant as if she's about to cry. But why? She wondered why I, as a doctor, couldn't do anything. Since I was young, my older sister has almost always protected me from all dangers outside, and I gradually got used to relying on her, growing up in her caring arms. But one day, the demon spirit suddenly descended, and divine beasts began appearing all over the world. Only humans who have endured the trials of the demon star and become superhumans can resist the divine beasts invading our homeland in real life. Until my father sacrificed himself on the monster battlefield due to a lack of medical resources during the resistance against the monster disaster. I matured overnight, and then decided to join the army to become the strongest support for my comrades on the front lines. And in the early days of entering the demon realm, when I felt lonely and had no one by my side, I met my master and Jiang Kai, and we fought together in perfect coordination. Under Jiang Kai's guidance, the master and I, with outstanding achievements as new recruits, were selected by the army. In the end, like my sister, I fulfilled my dream of joining the military, thinking that I had finally taken a solid step toward the beginning of my dream. But after joining the army, I truly realized the gap between myself and others. I tried very hard, but my ranking is only C. I envy my master, who also has less than ideal results, and he told me not to be too sad. But in truth, I am even more disappointed than he is. Can I really become an excellent doctor? Nuan Nuan wondered, as she recalled the past. questioning whether she truly had the right to protect everyone. On the battlefield, the voice of the Vienshu and Wen Enju echo one after another. The Duan Lok Thi King has an outstanding appearance. How could I possibly miss out on Nguyen Thi King? Let's go now. We must act quickly and not let anyone stop this good plan. I, the Lord of the Battlefield, am the #1 war god in the world. Demon beasts, get out of my sight, just like now, watching my best friends fight with their lives, while I can only hide behind my sister like before, sitting helplessly and doubting whether I should have chosen to become a doctor. Towards the Demon King, it kept shouting and spewing deadly poison, while he and Wen Yu were desperately holding their ground. Jiang Kai is also nearing his limit, his face turning pale from difficulty breathing. When she hears his voice, she suddenly awakens. Noan hurriedly moved towards everyone, hearing Jiang Kai's voice, and as she arrived, she saw her teammates being mercilessly attacked by the Demon King. Seeing the fierce battle, Nao was startled and hurried over. Zhuzi, Brother Nguyen. She knelt down, observing the situation around her. Just a minute after entering the toxic fog, they had indeed been severely corroded. Calm down. Now. Saving people is the most urgent matter right now. She just used healing magic on the injured, while trying to reassure herself. Yuan Zhu and Wen Yu gradually regained their strength, their wounds healing. And at that moment, the toxic mist suddenly dispersed. The rain began to fall, and Nuo looked up at the sky with uncontrollable joy. This is Hon Han. Amidst Hon Han's raging storm, the toxic mist gradually dissipates. The King of Death stays silent in the rain, not understanding what is happening. She huddled behind the tree, using all her strength to keep the rain steady, still clutching you tightly in her hand, roaring fiercely. Jiang Kai was about to collapse now, his body in pain. Even his breath was almost impossible to hold. I really don't know my limits. His face turning paler. Starting at Vindong Island, without the support of the Divine Dragon Steel skill, I basically couldn't hurt the mermaid boss. Jiang Kai reflects on everything he has been through. And this time, the fallen Divine King-level commander was beyond his plan, and he led everyone here, but he couldn't protect everyone. He blamed himself. Ho Nan was exhausted. She coughed helplessly and shouted, "It's over," then fainted. She hurriedly ran over worriedly. No. Ho Nan Jiang Kai was still blaming himself at that moment. I really didn't know, my limits was completely wrong. Huang, can I really let them pay for what I've done? My face darkening as if I intend to make amends. But at this moment, he and Wen Nu rushed forward. Yuan Zhu is the strongest war god in the world. Who dares to be rude, thinking that our people have come here? The King of Tests was suddenly attacked by two people, and he instinctively raised his hand to block Nguyen Nu's strike. Despite that, Jiang Kai managed to escape, and Nguyen clenched his teeth, encouraging himself. No. How could I accept defeat like this? Big Brother and you, too, are still waiting for me, so we can live those beautiful days together. Seeing my teammates risking their lives to save me moves me deeply. Everyone is still fighting for our Fire God team, fighting until the very last moment. Jiang Kai falls to the ground, coughing uncontrollably, trying to get up. Nguyen clenches his teeth, supports himself on the ground, but his body trembles. In pain and unable to stand, she hurriedly ran to Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai, what should we do? Chuzi, Ho Nyan, Brother Nguyen. To them. Nyan, calm down. Hon Han is already down. This storm won't last long. You try to reassure her. But right now I feel like my whole body is covered in scratches. And we need to deal with that guy quickly. Is there any way I can recover the fastest? Jiang Kai looked at Noan with a clearly vulnerable expression, begging her. She felt indifferent. Zhang Kai. But she clenched her fists tightly to not let her teammates down. Okay, I understand. Just a moment of distraction. Tiv Wang quickly slipped the orb into Nguyen Nugu's mouth without any fuss. But before he could press the button, Jiang Kai punched him right in the face. This bastard. Why don't you quickly drop your weapon? You jump high, preparing to strike down at Tiv Wang. With a perfect kick, he kicked it out, causing Jiang Kai to spit out the piece he had just stolen. She saw the two people lying on the ground after being beaten and felt worried. Chu, too. Nguyen. Jiang Kai glanced to the side with a half smile. Nuan. They entrusted everything to him. Thief Wang charges forward and throws a powerful punch at where you're standing. Then she pulls out an orange potion bottle, her face darkening. Zhang Kai, with your current healing ability, you still can't recover immediately. This is the tears of a basic immortal bird that I accidentally obtained while training with the army before. Drinking it can help explorers below level 20 temporarily recover to their best condition within just 1 minute, regardless of their injuries. But the side effect is that after 1 minute, regardless of the situation, the drinker will immediately faint. Zhang Kai, are you sure you want to drink it? Jiang Kai hesitated for a moment, then quickly grabbed the potion bottle, his brow slightly furrowed. But a confident smile appeared on his lips. 1 minute is enough. Jiang Kai unleashed his power towards it, forcing the Spirit King to frown and defend. Then he lunged forward, turning back to taunt. Come on, you fool. If you're so brave, chase after me. It roared in fury and immediately chased after Jiang Kai, who sped forward, gritting his teeth to buy more time. Good. The storm has almost subsided. Jiang Kai led the Demon King deeper into the forest, maintaining a safe distance for now. At this moment, he stood still, patiently waiting for it to come, when suddenly, something seemed to approach the ground, causing the earth to ripple and swell. The 5 punches from the Demon King strike straight at Jiang Kai's position, but they pass through harmlessly. You dodge the attack with a half-smile on your lips, holding your weapon firmly. Fooled once. Do you think I still fall for your tricks? In a rage, it roars and spews out thick, poisonous smoke. From the poisonous smoke village, 3 arrows shot straight at the Demon King. It opened its mouth and widened its eyes as it watched the 3 arrows fly toward it. Regaining his composure, the King of Death quickly leaps up and strikes, causing a massive explosion that shakes everything around him. Amidst the thick, toxic smoke, he spins left and right, desperately searching. From a distance, the arrow bursts into a blinding light. The arrow sped towards him, but the war god managed to turn and dodge aside. Provoked, he roared fiercely, eager to track down Jiang Kai's trail. The King of Death spots a pit right ahead, but suddenly appears from behind it. Hey Jiang Kai, you're launching 3 powerful arrows, but I'm right here, you're too slow to react. King Thai roared in fury and launched an attack toward him, 3 arrows flying straight into its arm at a terrifying speed. This time the arrow hits straight, causing the Demon King to scream, but Jiang Kai is squeezed tightly by its giant hand. The King of Beasts lunges forward, its tongue flicking out fiercely. No one on the other side trembles, tears streaming down her face as she screams in horror. Zhang Kai, its mouth wide open, revealing sharp fangs, ready to bite you. But suddenly, Thief Wang's eye twitched. Jiang Kai, struggling with effort, said, "The corpse in the middle isn't what you think. You really can catch me a second time." Something was stabbed straight into its heart. I only pretended to be caught to lure it in. The golden glow of aura shimmered on Jiang Kai's hand. King Thai, in pain, releases you and roars in fury. Jiang Kai's body falls, but his eyes remain fixed on it. It seems this time was also very accurate. A stream of blue liquid slowly flows out from the King of Death's heart. The effect of the medicine lasts only a minute. Indeed, very short. Its massive body collapses to the ground. And Non, panicked, sees Jiang Kai fall and immediately runs over. Jiang Kai, Zhang Kai, your eyes are gradually dimming. The only image left is her running towards you. Non, then she leans on you. She quickly used magic to heal the wounds. Jiang Kai, Nuo recalled the moment when the 3 arrows pierced through it. The 3 arrows stuck in that tree. At first I thought it was just Jiang Kai shooting with force, but it turns out it was a trap set up for the final blow just now. In the midst of pain, Jiang Kai forced himself to raise his hand, and the golden light from deep within the King of Thieves' heart burst forth. Was this all part of his plan? Suddenly, she heard it scream again. Nhon, trembling with fear, slowly stands up and approaches. He's not dead yet. She bites her lip, recalling Jiang Kai's face just before losing consciousness. Non then relied on you. Her eyes suddenly lit up, her hand tightly gripping the spear's handle. She slowly approached Thief Wang's corpse. Non, come on. Your teammate needs you now. Her whole body was sweating, but Non still resolutely raised the spear. Her eyes suddenly flashed with a bright, fierce light. Thief Wang's roar echoes as its claws rush fiercely toward her. Non closes her eyes and tightly grips the spear, retreating. Immediately after, a drop of blood fell onto the altar. Despite the painful arm, a smile still appeared on her lips. You think you can still escape? King Thai let out a growl, waiting for Non to continue. The blood still lingered at the corner of her mouth, showing her coldness and her daring to hurt my friend. Non suddenly leapt forward, ready to face death. Each of her barriers pierced its heart. In the deep forest, the roar of the Demon King echoed everywhere. The scene shifts to the next day. Under the big tree, the group of the captain's men sit on the ground, smiling at each other. Non tightly bandages Jiang Kai. Don't move too much. Rest well. And with your medicine, you'll recover in just 3 days. You just smiled faintly without saying anything. She noticed that Jiang Kai was staring at her intently. What's wrong? Do I have something strange on my face? He shook his head and looked toward the mountain. No. I just feel that Non is growing up very fast right now, getting more and more like an excellent explorer. She doubts herself. Excellent. Me, Jiang Kai, nodded, but Non gently lowered her head and looked away. And when you guys were dealing with the Lost King's ambush, I was just a doctor, relying on you to fight on the front lines, and I felt like I was diminishing everyone's fighting spirit. Jiang Kai looked up at the sky and then laughed, thinking that Non seemed to be underestimating herself too much, remembering her exhausted but unwavering appearance. She never complained. And in recent days, I have been busy helping Chutu and Nguyen new level up. You not only didn't complain, but also endured fatigue bravely, trying to keep up with the team without falling behind. Then the scene where Non boldly steps forward to defend herself, facing the provocation of the Eagle team. He knows he's no match for them, but still bravely steps out. Hin Jiang courageously fought Thi Vuong with a spear, and after being seriously wounded by Don Lak Ho Vuong, he decisively struck the final blow to defeat it, helping me level up successfully and simultaneously saving those of us who were badly injured. You thought about stepping back. You've done so much. Everything you've overlooked. But we all saw it clearly. On this journey, you've done very well. Non, we all like you very much, and we really need you. Hearing these words, she was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes, and the group of the estate owner's men had unknowingly been standing behind her for some time. That's right, Non, if it weren't for you, healing us with the kindness of a doctor, how could we be jumping around happily now? Jiang Kai looked annoyed and asked, since when did you guys come here? Nguyen Ngu bandaged the wound and smiled. What else could there be? This time thanks to Non being here, everyone can move forward without worry. Come on. Let's go. That's right. No, Non. If it weren't for you, I think I would have been gone a long time ago. Hearing everyone's encouragement, tears kept flowing. Everyone, including me. Despite the tears streaming down, Non feels happiness overflowing. Actually, I really like everyone. I need everyone too. After chatting for 2 hours, Jiang Kai stood there with a serious expression. Ready to go. Are you prepared? Everyone's faces are excited as the 4 of them press their devices. Ready. And a portal appears at the center. You step forward and gently extend your hand. All right. I'll start now. As the orb opens, a flash of light streaks across. I heard that the orb of the Lakthi King mainly contains equipment, especially very easy to obtain top-tier gear. This one is even a mutated level, really making people look forward to it. A bunch of shining treasures appeared, surprising everyone. Seeing the item Jiang Kai was holding, she approached to check it out, her tongue burning and swollen. An 80-level executioner's weapon. The entire sacred relic only had 2 swords, and this was the 3rd one, estimated to be worth 350. The owner gasped when hearing the price. Sembai Wusher. 000 Kwai Tin T. That's 3 million in sacred coins. Huh. No big deal. What's so rare about it? This is a top-tier level 80 weapon. He's regretful, meaning there's no executioner in our team. His eyes light up. That's right. Luckily, we can still exchange it for money. Jiang Kai picks up a set of armor. Now. What is this? She opened the system panel to check, but suddenly hesitated. This is strange. It seems there are no records. Nguyen Nungu exclaimed. No records. Does that mean this equipment has never appeared before? Nguyen smiles as she takes out the appraisal card from her leather bag. But luckily she can appraise it. When she and the master were in the army, They occasionally encountered equipment that couldn't be appraised with a watch. So I bought a few identification cards just in case I needed them. And as soon as I placed one nearby, the armor suddenly lit up brightly. The system displays the recently checked information. Death Spirit Outer Armor. Requires level 60 armor. Increases 24 points of strength, 27 points of defense, 33 points of agility, and 71 points of mental power. Special effect, 1 Death's Pardon. Can reduce the level requirement by 40. Special effect, 2 Soul State. Immune to neural system attacks for 3 seconds, with a 10-minute cooldown. Special effect, 3 Death Torment. Delivers a mental attack to the enemy. The enemy will continuously feel the mental pressure approaching death, only activating when the opponent is seriously wounded, and can prolong the effect until the caster's mental energy is exhausted. After reading, the Master Squire touched his mouth in shock. What this armor greatly enhances attributes, especially in terms of spirit, reaching an unexpected 71 points. Jiang Kai became more excited as he spoke, and moreover, its special effects are truly astonishing. The Death Pardon effect shows that the armor is suitable for level 60 explorers. Even level 20 like us can use it. You explained the function of the Death Spirit Exo Armor. And the 2 special effects of the Death Spirit states are the true essence of the Death Spirit Exo Armor. Although the duration of the neural system attack is short, if we face attacks using sound or certain neurotoxins, it gives us a chance to rest and counterattack. Jiang Kai tightly clenched it in his hand, especially regarding the deadly 3 torture effects. Although it only works after the opponent is wounded and isn't very effective in actual combat, it's a clever trick to scare the enemy when needed. And about 25 minutes later, she pointed inside the bed. So far, most of what we've uncovered are weapons and armor, all of high level, but not really suitable for us, so we can only trade them for materials to change our class. Among the items just taken out, there is a glowing ring. He curiously leans down to examine it, wondering what this glowing thing is. When he picks up the orb, the 3 people behind him have shining eyes, indicating they are accessories. He kept talking non-stop while you focused on the base of the pillar. This ring looks like it's of a very high level. Nuan Nuan. Try using the watch to see if you can identify it. She quickly replied yes, and Zhang Hai stepped forward, crouched down, took the card and looked it over. And as soon as he picked it up, the system announced, "Congratulations, you have received the only weapon belonging to the gambler. The God card. The Death card." Your eyes widened as you looked at AI Brain, repeating what you just heard. Death card. She nodded. That's right. AI Brain begins to explain the power of the card. The Death card. The only weapon belonging to the gambler. The entire set of 9 cards does not require a level, and the Death card is one of them, which can be brought back to the real world after the explorer reaches the transcendent or extraordinary stage. Jiang Hai briefly wondered if it was true that there was only this one set. Moreover, this Death card is also the gambler's personal weapon, without level restrictions anymore. Isn't it basically a design made just for me? He muttered to himself. After all, with my class skill, I can throw items like a normal card thrower. Accuracy can be increased by 40%, penetration effect by 30%, and when using items like cards, accuracy can rise by 120%, and penetration effect by 250%. Jiang Kai suddenly realized that when he used this Death card, the accuracy and penetration effect could be several times higher than with ordinary weapons. You keep your eyes fixed on the card, but the strange kneeling figure, what is it, seems to be a master at 80% level. And the strange kneeling person appears to be some kind of renowned figure, similar to the extraordinary one. Whatever. I'll look up the information after I get back. iBrain displays the notification again. The Death card can increase the user's basic attributes by 20%, piercing power by 50%, permanently boost critical hit rate by 15%, and increase critical damage by 150%. Jiang Kai was amazed. The attributes of this Death card also increase proportionally, meaning the higher his own attributes are, the greater the boost from the Death card. A look of excitement appeared on his face. Now I can't wait to see what its special effect is. She didn't bother to pay attention and continued speaking. Now let me introduce you to the special effect of the Death card. iBrain begins to explain the effects of the card, including the special effect that requires proactive use, where one use of the Death card can attack the target up to 50 times. Using an opportunity that hasn't arrived yet will drain a lot of mental energy during this process. The target suffers an additional 50% damage and cannot die. Jiang Kai is stunned, continuously attacking 50 times. But the target still cannot die. Just hearing me say I want you dead means you can't avoid dying. And the special effect of the death card is that if I don't let you die, you won't be able to die. She didn't answer your question but continued to introduce the 2 special effects of the God's Fury. After the special effect is actively used, the death card will rotate around its tip at lightning speed, dealing continuous damage to the target area. During this process, if the target cannot escape, its piercing power will continue to increase. Using the fury of the gods will drain vitality and mental strength, causing Jiang Kai to grimace. If you cannot escape it, the damage you must endure will keep increasing rapidly. Combined with the effect of a missed opportunity, this card's action is called the Death card. AI Brain continues to activate the final effect, the special effect of the 3 divine artifacts claiming their master. The Death card cannot be damaged. Once obtained, it can be controlled, recalled, thrown out, and retrieved through thought. And in the end, you finally smile. This effect is great. It can't be damaged and can be controlled by thought. That way, even when facing treacherous enemies like the royal family, they will find it hard to guess what my ultimate trump card really is. Jiang Kai happily raises the card into the air to celebrate. Surprisingly, even though he couldn't find the level 20 gambling material he always wanted, he also found a weapon belonging to the gambler. He looked at the card with a puzzled expression. But what exactly is the God card? Why is my death card one of them? And there are 8 other cards as well. Suddenly, a loud noise came from behind him. Jiang Kai alertly turned around, widened his eyes, and focused intently. He scanned across the forest with his gaze and saw a person approaching. This is not good. A team with a high rank is coming closer, and everyone's current condition is not good. If we are discovered to have killed that mutated Lakthi king, and it is reported, then these spoils will definitely be taken away by others. Quickly inform everyone that someone is coming. This can't be delayed. Let's leave this place now. The scene shifts to Jiangzong, where Wei Ying stands by the window, gazing into the distance as the door suddenly knocks, and he turns around with a serious expression. Lam Lam entered looking a bit worried, and the Legion commander mentioned that another country had detected the teleportation link. He listened silently, his gaze contemplative as he looked into the distance, then asked if another country had been detected. Vi Ung slightly pursed his lips but remained silent, lost in deep thought because the level of demon crystal excavation was low. So the excavation areas of the countries were not connected. Apart from individual professions being able to access the novice training area of other nations through special means, the electrical boundaries of the countries do not overlap. The scene shifts to when Wei Ung met you, and a year ago, he suddenly recalls that moment of distraction. Vi Ung clearly remembers that, at that time, the countries were under attack and kept discovering teleportation gates to the Lakchi territory. Several space gates of the Lakchi land were discovered. Not just one, but several appearing at different locations. These teleportation gates are scattered throughout the Demon Star realm, but all connect to a public area called the Lost Land. This Lost Land is quite mysterious. In the gloomy sky, a faint teleportation gate appears. First, the remnants of the vast Dilakchi Dia, which changes location every 6 months. Even in the deep forest, a portal appears. Secondly, within the Land of the Lost, there are many mysterious unexplored areas called the Lost Ruins, hiding rare treasures and powerful materials for new professions. The scene of the portal opening reveals a series of corpses stretching out. But what surprised the eagle the most was, third, only explorers below level 60 can enter the Lost Land. Level 60 and below. What surprises people even more is that once a human enters the Land of the Lost, the AI's mind will transmit information about the competition. From above, AI Brain projects a message welcoming you to the beginner level of the Lakchi Land competition. The participating teams must have 5 members, each with a profession level below 60. When the number of countries entering this place reaches 80, the competition will officially begin. She chuckles softly, her eyes hiding a cunning smile. As all explorers compete here, in the end, the teams that win first, second, and third place will each receive 3 R. A secret key to the Lost Land is the way to enter the relic to search for rare treasures. Each person can only participate in the competition once at their level, and she hurriedly spoke as she returned to reality. So far, 49 countries worldwide have discovered the teleportation array of the Lost Land. Once 80 countries are reached, the Lost Land competition will begin. St. Yu still hasn't found the teleportation array yet. He takes a cigarette and puts it to his lips, listening as Lam Lam continues. Only by ranking in the Dilak Chi Dia competition can one gain access to exploring lost relics. And the treasures within these relics could very well change each nation's fate. Seeing that Wei Uong didn't respond, she suspiciously called out, "Commander V, are you listening?" He took a long drag on his cigarette before turning around. Wei Uong slowly extinguished her cigarette in the ashtray, then passed by Lam Lam to give the order, sliding the National Congress representative folder open, and nodded. The scene shifts to a small corner of the town. 3 days later, he walks out of the building with his hands in his pockets. As the village chief's group approaches, having sold all their remaining goods, he nodded and took out 3 blue pills from his pocket, which had just been sold out in the private trading space. "I also bought the materials needed for the transfer. These are pre-made items. Just drink it and you can complete the transfer." Honhan's eyes immediately lit up like stars. "This loot we got this time is all rare supplies and not cheap at all, but it was sold out in no time," and he smiled. More and more wealthy tycoons emerging. On the contrary, Nan remained calm as she spoke, saying that a few days ago, the Global Guild Assembly was held, and shortly after, the procurement department began a large-scale purchase of rare reawakened items, which is probably related to this. Jiang Kai's eyes focused on the 2 people behind, and they each paused to exchange a few words and gossip. Hey, this year's guild challenge is about to start, and it seems like quite a few strong guilds are preparing to join. Then this will be very exciting. I heard that this year the Xuanwu Guild is putting special emphasis on this challenge match, and they even claimed that they will definitely take first place. Zhang Kai, you can rest assured. I will definitely settle the score for you then. Nguyen Nu beside him shouted confidently. That's right. Jiang Kai nodded in agreement and said, "Fine. But before that we should go to the guild area first." She opened her eyes wide, and so did I. "After all, if we're going to participate in the guild challenge, we need to find a guild to join," she said. "Zhang Kai, you found one already, before. You said you offended the royal family and no guild was willing to accept you. I thought we had to throw ourselves into a fan," she chimed in. "That's right. Captain Jiang Kai. Which guild did you find?" Hearing that, he just smiled mysteriously. To Eddie secret. Cut to a busy guild area with people coming and going. Jiang Kai leads them there and stops. "We're here." The guild master looks grim. "Jiang Kai, is this the guild you found for us to join?" He just pointed at the gate where no one was around. "But why does it look like it's waving? And the place is so remote. Not only is there no one at the gate, but there's no guild name either." Nuan's eyes widened in surprise. She only saw Jiang Kai slowly walking toward the door, his gaze full of doubt. "Wait a minute. Jiang Kai, you don't mean to start your own guild, do you?" He didn't reply but just took out his card to scan. And as Jiang Kai responded, a line of text appeared on the sign. "The Divine Guild number 319. Area Chi." Exactly. The door just opened, and they stood there stunned, their eyes wide as if they were about to pop out. In front of them, a magnificent building appeared. It's so beautiful. You stand in front of everyone with your hands out, welcoming them to join. As the scene of the lake and small mountains appears, the guild leader regains his composure and goes to push Jiang Kai's shoulder. Hey, Zhang Kai. When did you establish the guild? You didn't say a word. I didn't expect you to hide such a secret skill." Hong Ga stood there looking up and sighed. "That's right, Captain Jiang Kai. To be honest, I never thought someone as stingy as you would be willing to buy such a beautiful place. Being called stingy makes me just want to hide in a corner." Nguyen Ngu said. "That's right. How much money does this place cost?" "At least 100 million sacred wine coins." "Right." Jiang Kai was speechless. It seems that his reputation for being stingy in their eyes cannot be changed. He pressed a button on his wrist, and the system screen appeared. Jiang Kai took a deep breath and regained his handsome demeanor, saying, "Actually, I've had this plan for a long time. So, today when I bought the materials to transfer everyone's class, I also registered the guild. I remember the moment I first stepped in. Everyone refused me. I remember when I first arrived at the Demon Spirit. Every guild rejected me at the door because of the arrogance of the royal family." Back to reality. Jiang Kai married the spirit. Fine. Relying on heaven. Relying on fate. Not on myself. Then I will establish my own guild. The system interface displays a message indicating that the guild master is currently being identified. Identification successful. The guild leader's information is being verified. Verification complete. You say, now, although the guild leader has just started, as soon as the system's golden voice echoes, the guild leader is officially established. Everyone cheered happily. But after all, we have a home in the demon spirit. That's great. The scene shifts to the next morning as the guild leader rushes in. I successfully changed my class. Her cheeks flushed as she opened the system menu happily. Jiang Kai. I have changed my class to a warrior. Explorer Guild Master. Warrior class. Level who's an edge. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes shining with excitement. Now I have a second talent. And it's very powerful. Jiang Kai asked. What kind of talent is it? Master Yuan smiled proudly. His talent called the All-Round Warrior, which can increase my attributes by more than 10% compared to other professions that have changed classes twice. In addition, every time I level up, I can gain 7 attribute points. Hearing this, you must be happy for him too. That's amazing, Honya also admired from the side. This martial profession's development relies on increasing attributes. It's truly too powerful. No wonder it's one of the strongest divine professions. I'm so jealous. Master Yuan, with his hands on his hips, turned around and pointed 2 fingers back, not just showing the stance, but also beginning to explain his abilities. During combat, I can freely allocate all attributes, allowing me to switch between a light and agile state or a high attack state. And after the fight, I restore my original attributes. Additionally, when I learned combat skills, this talent also had a chance to help me unlock new abilities. Jiang Kai's face lit up with a smile mixed with surprise, and she couldn't hide her curiosity. Can I freely allocate my innate attributes as long as I use this ability well? I can crush all opponents of the same level. Moreover, the new skill acquisition feature is almost on par with a free skill. You step forward and pat the guild master on the shoulder. 2-2. Most likely, you will become the most versatile martial artist. He's shy. Jiang Kai. I told you. I will protect you from now on. Honhan was crying. 2 words of admiration. I was just too exhausted. As they were talking, the door suddenly opened. And Nguyen Ngu, looking dejected, walked in a daze. The 3 of them all turned around and spoke together. That's right. Brother Nguyen. Why do you look so sad? Did your class change fail? Jiang Kai asked. Nguyen Ngu. What's wrong with you? As he spoke, tears fell as he recounted. I successfully changed my class. But I changed to Death Seer. Giang added, Fu is drinking wine for fun. Explore, Nguyen Ngu. With the Death Spirit profession. Level Husunage. Strength and agility both increased by 2 points. But physical growth rate decreased from 3 points to 2 points. Seeing that he was sad, Jiang Kai spoke to explain that most professions after reaching level 20 can increase 20 attribute points each level. Except for special professions like martial artist, few people can receive additional attribute points. And your profession can gain 3 more. That's quite rare too. Nguyen Ngu's expression brightened. Really? She now has a big question mark above her head. I also think it's quite rare. But as for Nguyen Ngu, I'm a bit curious about drinking for fun. What kind of entertainment is that? He hesitated for a moment, then spoke, saying that the state of drinking for fun would activate my subconscious, helping me transition from drunkenness into a semi-conscious state between being drunk and sober. In short, I think it might be quite. Nguyen Ngu's hesitant words make all 3 curious. Quite something. He scratched his head awkwardly, smiled brightly like a flower, quite carefree. And after hearing that, all 3 of them looked stunned and speechless. Half an hour has passed, but the door remains silent, and the chief's eyes are fixed on it without looking away for a second. Half an hour has passed, but Nornorn still hasn't come out. There might be a problem. Honhan closed her eyes and crossed her arms, waiting a bit longer, as changing roles is usually a difficult process, but I believe Nan Nan will definitely succeed. As soon as I finished speaking, the door gently opened, and she slowly stepped out. As soon as Nan Nan set foot outside, her whole body trembled slightly, and before she could think, he hurriedly spoke. Nun Hun. The transfer wasn't ideal. Was it? It's okay. We'll just try again next time. She nodded. That's right. Actually, the first time I changed roles, it wasn't very smooth either. Nguyen an. Norn. Don't be so naive. We will be with you. Even in tense situations, Jiang Kai remains calm. Everyone stay calm. I think Nan has something to say. Ms. Injop stopped shopping and just quietly lost her voice. Hey. Non. Stop crying and wiping your tears. Then the system suddenly announced. Explore Nan. A level 21 medic. I never expected that after becoming a medic. I would gain a top-tier talent. Analyzing toxins. The probability is less than 1 in 1,000. As soon as I finished speaking, everyone was stunned and then all cheered happily. What is this? In this regard, she happily explains that with this toxin analysis talent, I can increase the drug's effectiveness by 10%, boost the poison's effect by 50%, and simultaneously enhance my ability to sense toxins in materials by 30%. His eyes lit up with excitement. Amazing. No. Are you going to specialize in poison? She shook her head with a gentle smile. Uncertain. But since the potion contains 3 parts poison, she can use her talent during the preparation to eliminate the toxins and ultimately improve the potion's effectiveness. All 3 of the guild leaders stared in shock. Realizing this was the case, the young man returned with a serious expression and said, Well done. Everyone's class change was very successful. But among our opponents, there are many strong teams. These teams are deliberately controlled by major guilds to compete for rankings in the team competition. So we can't afford to be careless now. In his determined eyes, a bright light shone. In the days to come, before the official guild challenge begins, everyone should continue to level up. Everyone nodded in agreement, and after 7 days, a notification sounded in the system. Forest. Collect 180 elite-level wolf corpses and 2 battlefield-level wolf corpses. His eyes lit up. His hand clenched with determination. And after 7 days of actual combat, I now see that I have improved quite a lot. The system screen appears, showing the Explorer Master with a fighter profession at level 25, and the Delicate Explorer with a medic profession at level 24 on the other side. Both she and he received level-up notifications. The Explorer Hunan. Toonsteller profession. Level Harmonsage. She smiled excitedly. My rainmaking skill is getting better and better. Explorer Nguyen. A level 25 Death Sorcerer. Jiang Kai approached and saw them laughing happily. He pressed the watch, and the screen immediately displayed the Guild Challenge Tournament results. The text appears on the screen right in front of everyone. The Guild of the Divine Lord. The Fire God Squad. Things to know when participating in the competition. For levels Inotiva to Fura. With 32 teams taking part, each team has 1 match per day. And your first opponent comes from the Swift Assassin Squad of the Huyen Vo Guild. Captain Hoang Dot, from the Huyen Vo Guild. Be at the Western Arena of the Holy City at 8 a.m. tomorrow sharp to participate in the competition. Note: this battle will be decided solely by whether all members of the opposing team are killed. Noon's eyes widened in surprise. Hoang Dot, what a coincidence. The first opponent is the Huyen Vo Guild, and it's Hoang Dot who bears a grudge against Jiang Kai. She frowned slightly, then bowed and moved forward. Moreover, the previous guild challenge was stopped at the right time. This time, the criterion is to kill the opponent to determine the winner. In my opinion, Hoang left through the back door, deliberately seeking revenge. Hearing this, the leader was so furious he wanted to rush out and fight. I went to ask the military if Hoang Roy had left the game. Nguyen Ngu quickly grabbed his hand. Sir, Master, please stay calm. Jiang Kai still calmly reassured everyone. No need. Whether it was fate or deliberate revenge. It just so happens I also want to face Hoang Dot in a match. Her and Honhan's eyes both filled with worry as they looked over. And Jiang Kai, Team Captain Jiang Kai, appeared with a triumphant smile on his face. Hoang Dot. Well done. Everything you owe me. I will take this chance to get back both the principal and the interest from you. The scene shifts to the next morning at the arena, where everyone in the stands cheers together, boosting their spirits. Vu Visa Micro's voice echoes loudly across the field. The match between teams from levels 21 to 40 will start in 15 minutes. Please do not wander around on your own. The teams participating in this match are the Than Sat Squad from the Mystic Martial Guild and the Fire God Squad from the Main God Guild. If you've arrived, you can go up to the stage now. Everyone look at the Ho Vong screen. The arena is unbeatable. Amid the echoing sound, Hoang Dat's team enters the arena. This time, the Death Squad will make history and become the champion of the mystical martial arts, Bak No said with a slightly sarcastic tone. You girls are really lucky to have just arrived in time for the annual guild challenge. If you're here, then take the girls to see for yourselves. Even though your team has quite good results in this month's rookie ranking. But don't be too arrogant. Learn from how these skilled squads operate in battle. She let out a cold smile. Qualifying rounds with the small groups are nothing special. The real excitement is in the finals. He slightly pouted and gently reminded Hong Suang not to be arrogant, even though she topped this new recruit training competition. But among the participants in this match, one person broke Saint Yao's 30-year record for novice trials. Her eyes sparkled like stars when she heard the crowd behind the workshop get excited. And you mean Jiang Kai? Hoang Dat laughed arrogantly. So Jiang Kai isn't here yet. Don't tell me you're afraid to fight me. Come on. Hung Hai just burst out laughing. That's normal. After all, everyone knows your reputation. That guy, Jiang Kai, dares to touch my brother. Does that mean he still dares to touch me? He laughed and raised his chin with an arrogant look. Jiang Kai, isn't it true that you refuse to accept defeat? So don't be a coward. The people behind joined in. That's right. What kind of fire god squad is this? They really are a bunch of cowards. Suddenly, a shout from behind made him turn his head. Hey, Big Huang. The shadow of Jiang Kai's group appeared at the entrance. As they stepped out, Yuan Zhu behind asked, What are you shouting about randomly? Hon Han placed his hand on his hip, sneering as he glanced over. Who's the coward here? You only know after fighting. That kid is reckless. Right. The large screen in the control room displayed Jiang Kai's group. He comfortably crossed his legs and operated the computer, having finished the trial run. During the match, we can evaluate Noan, and Vien Tru's performances at any time. Luo Jun sat beside Jiang and spoke. Well, but Professor Li, maybe we need to bother you to add one more person. He frowned in doubt. Isn't it only necessary to evaluate Vien Tru and Noan's performances? Lam Lam turned to smile and reply. The commander of the guard wants to see another person's evaluation results. Hearing this, Professor Li's eyes lit up. Oh, I see. Adding one more person is no problem. Who is that person? He said nothing, staring at the screen, murmuring. The captain of the Fire God Squad. The scene shifts to the royal arena where Kan looks at him with a frown. He leaned in and called out Jiang Kai's name almost word for word. And in the control room, they all looked at the screen, displaying your group's information. It's hard to believe. Truly unbelievable. The team leader explorer. Warrior profession. Level Husonit. The explorer Noan. Healer profession. Level Huson Nage. Professor Lai. With sweat beading on her face. In just a short time, they not only reached level 20 and completed their class change, but also jumped several levels ahead. She was incredulous and surprised. Lam Lam stands firm with her laptop in hand. More than 20 days ago, when they left the army. Clearly not even level 10 yet. So why does everyone improve so rapidly after following Jiang Kai? Luo Jun smirked knowingly. As it's not uncommon, Jiang Kai has always been a very interesting person. The scene shifts to the arena. Wu Wei raises his hand to shout loudly in front of the crowd. Attention to the competitors on the stage. Once the spell formations appeared simultaneously, after the match began, neither team was allowed to leave the arena. Surrendering, conceding, or killing all members of the opposing team were the only ways to win. Is that clear? Your group and his all speak in unison. Everyone looks serious. Yes. She can't hide her excitement. So the official match begins. Huang Dat, with an enthusiastic spirit, ordered his team, and everyone obeyed the command to kill for him. As soon as he finished speaking, they all received the order and moved out. Jiang Kai Jiang stands with his legs apart, ready to fight, commanding that I and the leader of the vanguard, Na Nguwa, protect Ho Nan and Noan. A cold flash flickered in your eyes. Known. Keep an eye on the battle and treat our wounds when necessary. Under Jiang Kai's command, everyone moved simultaneously. All right. Hung Hai sneered with arrogance and said, I can't wait to tear you all apart. The boss of the herd stepped back a little. Jiang Kai. They're here. Stay behind Zhen An. Master. Don't be afraid. Listen to my commands. Jiang Kai's side on the stands shout together, don't be cowardly. Your abilities are no less than anyone else's. Master, if you don't improve this time, even as team leader, I won't be able to keep you in the team. You need to step up. Li Biao sat in the middle, frowning and deep in thought. But the biggest flaw of the master is his cowardice. Can he overcome it this time? Suddenly he looked confused, as if he saw something. Master, what is he doing? Everyone only saw the master pick up the bottle and open the lid, then directly tilt it and drink it all in one go, with the master's dazed and drunken expression as he burped. Immediately after, the bottle was smashed under everyone's gossiping eyes. What are you doing? He's just drinking wine. Even now he's still drinking. Is he a drunkard spider, or just joking with me? The landlord holding a sword lowered his head and made a victorious gesture. I, the owner, am the greatest war god in the world. You all better watch out. He keeps picking fights with Jiang Kai over and over, and he can't even find words to respond. His eyes full of resentment. Already drunk just now, Huang Dat's group was all stunned and open-mouthed at this situation. He attacked with lightning speed, thrusting his sword straight down. Hurry up and strike quickly. Hung Hai's eyes widened in shock as he saw the master's power surge. Isn't this kid supposed to be timid? Is the rank in the army only a second lieutenant now? What's going on? Van Vu shook his head. I don't know anymore. This clearly looks like a drunken madman. He eagerly brightened his eyes as he wiped and struck. Come here. The helmet is here. Who dares to compete with me? Jiang Kai quietly sighed from behind as he watched, realizing now there's no stopping the master. Luckily, Nguyen Gu was still. Before he could finish his sentence, a shadow of a claw brushed past him, and Nuan and Hon Han shouted in horror. Nguyen Gu. Nguyen Enagu. Thanks for watching. He was so drunk that he held the bottle and leaned forward by the river. I am Nguyen Gu. I am not weaker than anyone in this life. Anyone who dares to challenge my fire team, I am the first to refuse. Seeing Nguyen Yu rush forward, he immediately straightened his face and thought, damn it. Another spider hand. Deal with him first. A flash of light flickered in his eyes along with a bang. Nguyen Gu's eyes sparkled with love as he rushed forward so beautiful. My little treasure. I am here to love you. The headbutter, covered in sweat, shouted, what the hell is this? And immediately, a huge explosion shook the space. He leaned in to kiss him, but Gao Chao desperately resisted, and he kicked Nguyen Nu away and left. His whole body hit the ground in front of Jiang Kai. Nguyen Ngu slowly got up using his hands to support himself, still eager to rush forward. I like a fierce beauty like her. The three members of Huang Dat's team stand sweating profusely. Are all the Fire God Squad members crazy? Hong Suang frowned and still couldn't believe what she was seeing, and asked Big Brother, are the Fire God Squad really mutated this badly? Both Huan and Nuo look pale with fear this time. All the spectators wouldn't think that our Fire God Squad is a place where mutations gather. Right. Anyway, only when they are drunk can Master and Brother Nguyen activate their powers. And they do it to protect us. Please have the system check the demon eye focus now. Zhuzi and Nguyen Yu are both unconscious. I must concentrate all my strength. The Boundary Master jumps down to attack, kicking the ground fiercely, as the sword strikes down with a loud explosion echoing everywhere. Hung Hai quickly dodges, let out a gasp, and thought to himself, too dangerous. Luckily, I was quick. He regained his composure and charged forward again. Die already. You crazy bastard. Jiang Hai immediately shot a dart straight at the target. Master, be careful. Hung Hai jumps up, forming a shield to protect himself, raising the shield in front of him as it blocks the flying dagger, and they exchange silent glances as he just deflects the attack. Hung Hai subtly smirked to himself, knowing that as long as the special shield he prepared couldn't be broken, even a fierce attack wouldn't be able to kill him. Van Vu took the opportunity to rush towards her and Hon Han to attack. A healer and a fortune teller. These two don't have combat abilities, so I will handle them first. She stands upright and steps forward gracefully, with the button at her back, letting her handle him with her ice magic. A star-shaped block of ice appears, and suddenly a hailstorm descends. Look quickly. There's hail. The flying stone aimed straight at him to attack, damn it. I didn't expect this fortune teller girl could also control and create a rain of ice. A cold smile appeared on Honyan's face. For the past few days, I have been practicing with the mysterious ice crystal stones that Captain Jiang Kai gave me to create hail and control it to disrupt enemy attacks. System notification, Mystic Ice Stone. B-grade equipment. Can enhance skills with freezing effects, which can reduce the opponent's agility. As expected, it was very effective. The primordial spirit's sword swung to cut through her ice stone. His continuous attacks pushed Honhan to the brink, but she staggered back just in time to catch herself. The primordial spirit huffed and said indifferently, "I didn't expect to be caught off guard by a mere fortune teller, let alone be considered an ally of ours." Van Vu charged forward angrily. "Stop talking nonsense. That fortune teller belongs to me. I must personally cut down this troublesome woman." The Lord suddenly swooped down with a strike from above. "Where do you think you're running? Your opponent is the #1 war god in the world." His sword strike shook the ground. The earth-shaking spear was hard to dodge, damn it. This fairy is just like a stubborn fly. From behind, Hung Hai stepped down and spoke. "Just in time. To crush this Vien guy first." The boss nodded in agreement, standing face to face with them while Vien Chu continued to fight fiercely. Next to Nguyen Ne, he still pursed his lips, crazily expressing his love. "Wife, let me keep the taste of love on your soft, tender cherry lips." Dao Chok was so furious he was about to burst blood vessels, his eyes wide as he shouted and cursed. "Do you want to die? Who is your wife? Look back and see who I am." At this point, he again focused his gaze on the giant shield, angrily scolding Nguyen Gu, which he was holding tightly in front of his body. Tutu secretly held the sharp knife in his hand, clenched his teeth and calculated. The shield in this pervert's hand has a very high defensive ability. I must attack the unprotected spot. At this point, he immediately rushed towards Nguyen Nugu, but he ran off happily shouting, "Wife, don't be shy." Dao Chok missed his attack and immediately went berserk, rushing forward to throw knives at Nguyen No, shouting, "You bastard, die." But suddenly, someone threw a dart that knocked away the 3 sharp knives, accompanied by a worried warning, "Nguyen Ngu, watch out." Seeing this, the head stabber shivered and quickly turned around to look. It was Jiang Kai. In the distance, Jiang Kai's hand still flickered with the power from the throw. Then he ordered loudly, "Turn back." At this moment, Head Thief suddenly shouted to Captain Huang that he had already used 8 darts. Hearing this, he smiled with satisfaction and slowly gathered a purple energy hole in his hand. "Well done." Huang Da clenched his teeth and quickly formed a strange purple gem, a super death crystal, raising it high as a terrifying light radiated from the gem. Over here, Honya looked at the compass in his hand in shock, muttering, "What is this? Why isn't my compass obeying my commands?" "Listen to the command." Now behind also nodded and said, "Your dagger is about to be pulled away." Over there, the owner was also shocked, staring wide-eyed as the sword in his hand was pulled away by a force. Over there, Jiang Kai also trembled as he looked at his hand pierced by the needle, worried that he couldn't reverse the curse. Far away, Huang Da still held up the super crystal, calmly stepping closer to him. Jiang Kai stopped a distance away, smiling bitterly as he asked, "Jiang Kai, don't tell me you think we didn't prepare anything." Huang Da looked again at the super death crystal and calmly explained that this super death crystal was cut from the center of a high-grade super death stone, specifically to suppress your throwing darts. At this point, Jiang Kai's eyes flashed with a cold glint, and he asked with a sinister smile, now that he only had 1 dart left, "Do you think he still has a chance to win?" Jiang Kai remained silent, only gently curling his lips into a smile, looking completely untroubled, then casually pulls out another dart to attack, frowning slightly as he shakes his head and announces, "Hoang Dat, I'm afraid you're celebrating too soon." Hoang Dat was surprised and puzzled, wondering why this dart was unaffected by the super death stone, but he quickly dismissed it, silently sneering as he raised his hand to conjure a shield. Huang Dat tightly grips the shield in front of him, eyes fixed on Jiang Kai, affirming, "But it's okay. After all, this guy is definitely going to die." The crazed look in his eyes behind the screen almost shouted, "Jiang Kai, have you seen this shield yet? Today I will show you what despair truly is." At the same time, Luo Jun sat in the observation room watching everything on the screen, also stunned as he muttered to himself, "Jiang Kai is about to lose. That shield is a tithe and Q1, even though the level was reduced due to the rules of the match. Its defense still reaches an astonishing 72 points. He barely moves his lips, his face darkening as he whispers to himself, in Quitin. The higher the level of the weapon, the higher the requirements for the user's rank. But simply downgrading the level of a high-level weapon can help low-level explorers meet the usage requirements. Although this will cause damage to the weapons and reduce their attributes, the damage they deal still far exceeds that of ordinary weapons. Hualian nearby also watched everything, and she couldn't help but marvel at how the mysterious martial artist handled downgrading weapons of super experts. Lo Tuan opened his eyes wide and continued. Not only that, the super gem from earlier, and even the shield used by that warrior, were also top-tier equipment that had been downgraded to deal with Giang Kai, which cost them a lot of effort. Lam Lam, hearing this, looked worried with wide eyes, wondering if no one was already destined to be killed. On the other side of the battle, Hong Dat gritted his teeth and shouted, while Tuan Sat's squad listened to the order. The 4 members of Tuan Sat's squad, hearing this cry, all smiled excitedly and listened as he loudly ordered to prepare to eliminate all members of the Hoa Than squad. Stop for a moment. Hoang Dat chuckled slowly and advised, "Oh right. Take it slow. I want them to taste the consequences of touching what they shouldn't." Everyone rushed to attack, with Hung Hai leading and roaring in excitement. But at that moment, the weapon of this martial artist was affected by the force. Attack and deal with these 3 first. Everyone else and Hon Han looked terrified and shout, "This is bad." Over here, the perverted guy, excited, throws a punch at Nguyen Noun. "You damn pervert." Godi, Lai Biu observed everything, shook his head with a sigh of boredom, and said that the gap in equipment was too great, leaving no real hope at all. Miss Hoa, with the blonde hair, also sighed and added, "Although the young master has found a way to suppress his shyness, he probably won't have a chance to show himself anymore." Ha Dao also crossed her arms in disbelief and asked again, "Jiang Kai, we're really going to lose this time?" Hong Suang also turned her face away in disdain. "What's that? Turns out Jiang Kai isn't that strong after all." Over here, Hoang Dat still chuckled proudly and announced loudly that all our elite soldiers are wearing Hatadi armor. Equipment that releases energy will not be affected by external forces. No matter how hard you struggle, you'll only be thrashing in your final moments. At that cry, the sword in her hand suddenly flew out, causing her to fall to the ground. Huang Dat raised the crystal core to absorb all the weapons back to his side. "Zhang Kai, I swear I want you to die. Everything you've done to Huang, I want you to pay back 100 times over." He opened his mouth and laughed maniacally, declaring, "I want you to clearly see the life you're living. I want you to kneel and beg for mercy." Hearing Huang Dat's arrogant declaration, Giang Kai focused all his strength on the throwing dart. "Zhang Kai, I swear, your gaze is filled with coldness and determination. Refusing to accept your fate." Zhang Kai stands straight, holding the dart tightly and staring intently at him. Huang Dat burst out laughing and advised, "Zhang Kai, stop struggling. Do you really think this dart can deal with me? Enough with the nonsense." As these words left his mouth, strange waves of power erupted from Zhang Kai's hand. A card slowly appeared, devouring and transforming into a new form. Hoang Dat was stunned and muttered to himself in disbelief. What Ha Dao was just as surprised, eyes wide with curiosity. "Wait a minute. What was that just now?" Lam Lam was also stunned, opening her mouth in surprise and asking what was going on. Why had Jiang Kai's life-threatening curse suddenly turned into a playing card? Luo Jun also couldn't believe it, stammering and asking himself if the true intent was real. That thing. Is it a weapon with its own aura? Here, Giang Kai still calmly smiles, secretly affirming that, of course, what seems like a curse is actually the only and ultimate weapon of the gambler. The divine card. You slowly recalled the time you faced Eyebrain, when she casually introduced herself. Usually, equipment on demon spirits is divided into levels from F to S, and Eyebrain presented different items accordingly. The entire deck in Jiang Kai's hand is explained slowly, but in reality, there are higher levels than S, namely SS and SSS, and the divine card is the weapon of SSS quality. Jiang Kai listened, and then eagerly asked again, "What do you mean?" "A level SSS weapon." Eyebrain nodded slightly and explained in detail, also mentioning that the divine card set has a unique effect, which made him frown and repeat. The set effect. She didn't hesitate at all, confidently explaining to you that the special effect of the divine card increases with each divine card you hold. Then all the divine cards you hold will gain a 10% increase in basic attributes and a 50% boost to weapon armor penetration. iBrain paused briefly, then seriously emphasized the special effect of the divine card set too. The devouring transformation can incorporate other thrown weapons and inherit all their attributes. It does not affect the original properties of the divine card. Now, in reality, Jiang happily laughed and explained. Before the match, the death card had long been affected by the effects of the devouring transformation. Ngui Trang has become a cursed soul, so it naturally won't be affected by the super-precise crystal magnet. At this point, he subtly looked at the card in his hand and coldly announced that Hoang Dat, from now on, the one who must kneel and beg, is likely to be you. Jiang Kai's eyes flashed with a sharp light, his voice cold and threatening. Not asking for mercy, but demanding I spare him, or even telling me to kill him. Hoang Dat was stunned by the scene, sweating nervously and wondering, wait a minute, what is this kid trying to do? As soon as these words left his mouth, Jiang Kai faced him, roared loudly, and quickly shot out a powerful blast of energy directly at Hoang Dat's earring. He grimaced and struggled to withstand the attack, then suddenly froze in shock and wondered what was happening. My Titan earring is the ultimate downgrade weapon for the extraordinary. It's just a piece of paper. How could it possibly be pierced? Before he could finish his thought, Jiang Kai's power swiftly pierced through that solid ring. With a loud bang, the ring shattered into many pieces, knocking Hoang Dat away and causing him to spit blood. Hoang Dat was knocked far away, crashing into the green shield. Crying out in pain, he slumped down, and the super death crystal also lost control and fell with a thud. The super crystal just fell, and the sword and compass it absorbed also dropped along with it. Over here, the crystal master gritted his teeth, clutching the sword in his hand, and hurriedly turned to the sound of the falling objects. Honyan quickly shouted to warn that the control of the super deadly crystal had been lost, and it was time to act. As soon as the words fell, the owner of the gem fiercely swung his sword to block the attack from the 3 dying squad members. Hung Hai couldn't believe what was happening, his eyes wide with shock. What is going on? On the other side, the headbutter was still frantically launching attacks at Nguyen Nugu, who remained resilient, blocking with his sword. But just a moment later, Nguyen Nu playfully and softly scolded. Honey, why did you sneak attack your family? That's so embarrassing. As soon as those words fell, the stubborn look on the thug's face turned rigid, as if he had seen something terrifying. In the observation room, everyone watching Jiang Kai on the screen also broke out in sweat, suspicious and bewildered. What kind of joke is this? A thin card has pierced through what seemed to be a very sturdy shield. What exactly is going on with Jiang Kai's attack? Why is his power so terrifyingly overwhelming? Meanwhile, Hoang Dat was beaten to the ground, and Wing Yang couldn't believe he'd lost to such a useless wretch. Jiang Kai's attack also let out a sharp cry. Oh no. Hurry and go support. But before they could take a step, the border owner and Nguyen Nu had already rushed to block their way. The border lord's eyes sparkled with excitement as he announced, "It's me who's your opponent." Nguyen Nu also awkwardly smiled and gave a thumbs up in response, running ahead to seize the opportunity. The more he runs, the more confident he becomes. Over here, Hoang Dat clenched his teeth, eyes wide with fear as he watched Jiang Kai slowly and silently approach him. He gently reached out his hand, and the card that had been shattered from the shield quickly flew back to him. Jiang Kai examined the card in his hand, his eyes flashing with sharp intent, and calmly announced, Hoang Dat, the fun is just beginning now. There's still plenty of time left. Hoang Dat listens to Jiang Kai's ominous announcement, his eyes gradually widening as if witnessing something terrifying. Jiang Kai swiftly unleashes a sharp slash at him, blood spraying out, accompanied by a desperate scream. Lam Lam, leaning on her hip, watched that strike and was both shocked and admiring, so powerful that the eye could barely follow it. Here, Jiang Kai continues to wildly slash at Hoang Dat's body, causing him to scream in pain. Stop. Blood to cease. Damn it. I want to kill you. Your eyes flash with a fierce and passionate light, and you whisper softly with a slight smile. Death is inevitable. But if you think that's all, you're very mistaken. Then, Ibring's announcement also sounded. The special effect of a death god's body. The opportunity has not come yet. Use the death god's body once. The death card can attack the target repeatedly up to 50 times. During this process, The target will take an additional 50% damage and cannot be killed. As soon as those words finished, the wound across Huang Da's body tore open again, spewing out a fierce burst of blood. The continuous slashes cut into him repeatedly, causing Huang Da to scream in agony, arching his neck backward. That insane scream echoed through the space, reaching everyone outside the barrier who were watching, their hands trembling as if struck by lightning. Inside, Jiang Kai still quietly lowers his head, his voice steady and slow as he whispers Huang Dat. To you, killing people like it's nothing. If you don't care about others' lives and deaths, then next, I will make you feel the fear before death arrives. Huang Da was completely terrified, his pupils shrinking as he stammered, unable to speak. No. Don't. But the vaccine's voice was not responded to. The special effect of the Death Spirit external armor. Death and despair torment the enemy's mind once, causing them to suffer mentally before dying. This effect only activates after severe injury and can be sustained until the caster's spiritual energy is exhausted. A cold, deadly aura flickered in Jiang Kai's eyes, his voice low and ominous. Death. Huang Dat's pupils dilated sharply, his eyes wide with fear, and he stammered, "Isn't it?" Just as Jiang Kai maintains a cold expression and lowers his voice to emphasize each word. The moment he finishes speaking, his gaze turns completely icy, still fixating intently on Huang Dat before him. Then, a powerful and sharp slash pierced through Huang Dat's stomach, his face stiffening with pain. So much pain. Who is cutting me? Huang Dat, in agony, looked up with wide eyes, thinking to himself, my stomach feels like it's been emptied. Something is devouring my insides. Fresh blood gushed out violently from his body. Huang Dat desperately poured vaccine blood. Save me, my body is crushed into bruises. It hurts so much. His body seemed pierced by countless swords. He grimaced in pain and cried out, overwhelmed by agony. Huang Dat's eyes turned red with rage as he stared in torment, asking himself, why? Why am I still alive? In the end, he couldn't bear the thousands of continuous cuts anymore, and trembled as he begged, I can't take it anymore. With your face still full of coldness and your eyes dark with sarcasm. You can't even handle that. The pain you're suffering now is still not even 1/10,000th of the pain of the innocent people you've killed. Huang Dat has completely lost his mind, frantically clutching his head and shouting, Kill me. Kill me. Jiang Kai secretly chuckled, thinking that indeed the time had not yet come for the divine body to perish alongside the torment of death from the external spirit. You just watch him suffer and hurt, while your mind remains calm, analyzing, combining the pain on his body with the mental destruction. The effect is very perfect. On the other side, Huang Dat was still shouting and screaming wildly. Save me. Kill me quickly. In the room, Lam Lam observes everything suspiciously and questions why Huang Dat is still alive given the level of injuries. It has long reached a deadly level. And Satmat Lo Tuan also shook his head seriously. I don't know. But is Huang Dat about to be completely ruined? He quietly propped his chin, his eyes shining with deep thought, pondering what Jiang Kai's secret weapon really was. Even he couldn't see through it. Outside, Huang Dat tried to pull Jiang Kai back, begging and pleading. Jiang Kai, I swear I will never hurt your family again. I was wrong. I beg you. I beg you. His body was covered in fresh blood as he painfully looked at this desperate man. Kill me now. Jiang Kai still coldly looked at Huang Dat, secretly smiling to himself. This is such a good opportunity. How could I kill Huang Dat so easily? Thinking of this, he sneered coldly, turned his head to look in a direction, and wondered if that person was about to lose control. Jiang Kai slowly looked up to the high place where Huang Thong was sitting, observing everything. He also couldn't sit still, grinding his teeth in anger as he guessed that, despite preparing so much, he still couldn't kill Jiang Kai. He didn't kill Xiao Dai to force himself to come forward. Thinking of this, Huang Thong also stood up and stepped forward, loudly shouting down to the arena floor. Zhang Kai, having achieved his goal, Jiang Kai stops his cold smile and suddenly asks, Is there something wrong with Chairman Huang of the Mystic Martial Arts Society? He doesn't hesitate at all, glaring fiercely as he offers a trade. Jiang Kai, I know what you want. Just kill Huang Dat now, and I promise he will never hurt your family again. Why should I trust you, Hanqi? He hasn't harmed my family. But what about the others in your group? This remark makes Huang Thong angry and scold. Don't you dare push your luck. Jiang Kai shrugged lightly and said softly, "Fine." Then, behind him, Hoang Dat was still crying out in pain, begging to die. Hoang Thong clenched his teeth and thought hard. I can't let this happen. Xiao Wei has already received psychological treatment once more. If this continues, Xiao Dai will be crippled too. Finally, in front of everyone present, he took a deep breath and declared, I swear, on the honor of the Hidden Martial Arts Society to ensure the safety of your family. If you still don't believe, after the competition ends, we will finalize the agreement in front of the military. At this, Jiang Kai also nodded in satisfaction and agreed. Fine. Then you raise 2 fingers to start channeling your energy. Remember, I'm telling you this now, if from now on you dare to touch my family, whether it's the royal family or the Mystic Martial Society. At this point, Jiang Kai rolled up his sleeves and declared in a firm voice, I will root all of you out completely. As soon as the words finished, there was a thud, and Hoang Dat's head was quickly cut off, blood spraying everywhere. Jiang Kai retracted the card, looked down at Hoang Dat on the ground, and loudly said to Hoang Thong, Do you understand? He can do nothing else but grit his teeth and swallow his anger. At this moment, the soldier behind him also tremblingly called out to Hoang Thong. The chairman, Hoang Thong, furiously turned back and shouted, You idiot! What are you just standing there for? Hurry up and go offline. Call the best psychologist to check on Hoang Dat's condition. That guy quickly obeyed. Yes, he quickly turned and left, while Hoang Thong silently glared at Jiang Kai, thinking to himself, Jiang Kai, just wait for me. Below, you still try to look calm with your arms crossed, a challenging expression on your face. Suddenly, your body seems to ache intensely, making Jiang Kai pale and trembling. He slightly bent down, hands on his knees, panting heavily. It's too dangerous. I almost couldn't stand earlier. Continuously using devouring transformation. Not yet the god's wrath. The moment isn't right. And the fear of death is also pressing down. My mental energy is almost depleted. Jiang Kai's eyes flashed with sharpness, quickly encouraging himself. Although Hoang Da is dead, the opponent still has 4 level 40 fighters. And right now I absolutely cannot fall. Your body radiates a terrifying aura. Quickly assessing the situation. As long as I am here, they will hesitate to attack me. And during the fight with the guild leader, I will definitely distract him. Next to the boss, who has increased power, he excitedly charges with his sword. While you cowards tremble in fear, do you dare to face him head-on? With a roar, the sect master fiercely struck a blow at Hung Hai, and Ga Kanjiang tried to raise his shield to defend. Pressing close, the boss's face flushed with rage, eyes blazing as he swung with all his might. Hung Hai couldn't resist and was knocked back. Sliding away painfully, he gasped for breath, staring in disbelief and muttered, What? How did this guy's strength suddenly become several times stronger? Ho Nian and Non Non watched the attack with excitement, cheering loudly. It's the innate talent of the master. The all-round fighter must have transferred all attributes to strength during the master's attack, which is why the level 40 fighter felt the pressure. At this moment, Van Vu and Vong Nguyen then immediately rushed to confront the owner, while everyone anxiously warns him to be careful on both sides. Van Vu and Nguyen Than rushed forward with their swords, but the owner quickly dodged out of the way. Both of them were stunned, eyes wide open, and Nguyen Than exclaimed in amazement, Too fast. The sect leader then charged into the sword formation, laughing maniacally and declaring, I told you, you're all just trash. Li Biu, witnessing everything in shock, stood up and asked, Is this still the master? Chi Hoa also stood up and praised. I didn't expect it to be so strong and agile. Luang Van beside him also nodded in agreement. That's right. Truly a gatekeeper. No one can break through. In another corner, Nguyen Nu still stubbornly tugged at the headbutter, shouting, Come closer. Luang Van saw this and just smiled, shook his head, and sighed. Back when he was alive, watching a junkie chase a level 40 arena fighter really opened my eyes. At this moment, Dao Chok suddenly turned around and threw a knife while shouting, You pervert. Damn it. Get out of here. Inside his mind, he angrily thought, Damn it. This pervert's shield has extremely high defense. It's very hard to cause damage. Diao Tu glanced at Jiang Kai standing far away and silently clicked his tongue, thinking that if Jiang Kai attacked someone else, he could also transfer his mind to counter. but he kept holding back. Thinking of this, he suddenly stopped. A new idea flashing in his mind. Wait. Why hasn't he made a move yet? Over there. The guildmaster, full of energy, attacked Hong Hai while shouting loudly. You guys are only this capable. Really embarrassing the warrior profession. Van Vu and Wen Thun also sensed something unusual. Van Vu hesitated and speculated. That's not right. Clearly, Jiang Kai has the ability to kill us. But why hasn't he acted yet? Prolonging the match serves no benefit to him at all. Nguyen Than suddenly thought of something. His eyes wide as he analyzed. Wait a minute. It seems we overlooked something. Jiang Kai's rank isn't high. And he used many powerful skills before. Could that be it? Thinking of this, both of them smile maliciously. Yuan Shen almost whispers the rest. He no longer has the strength to continue. In the observation room, a monitor of the pillar's data nodded in praise as the numbers kept soaring. This pillar really is formidable. Lam Lam still couldn't believe it, staring in amazement and wondering what kind of magic the fire team truly had. Not only did Jiang Kai at level 20 crush the level 40 warrior Huang, but even the pillar who was previously suspected of treachery performed exceptionally well. At this point, she let out a relieved sigh. But no matter what, if this time the Fire God squad could win and Nan could be safe, then I would be at ease. As soon as these words fell, Luo Jun firmly objected. Not necessarily. He supported his chin, his eyes deep as he softly analyzed. Huang Dat just died. The remaining 4 members of Tuan Sat's team may have lost their wits. But it's still a life-and-death battle. They can't just stand by and watch, mainly because they feared Jiang Kai. And Jiang Kai. Outside, Nan also watched anxiously as Jiang Kai and Lo Tuan slowly revealed the truth. Since after killing Huang Dat, he just stood there silently. Lam Lam's face also grew serious. Nan in the yard was full of worry, and Lu Tuan still calmly explained. Although it might be intimidation, she didn't think he was out of strength to continue. His eyes also flashed with a sharp glint, quickly realizing that the most pressing issue now is that it seems the 4 members of the Shun squad have also discovered this and have started to launch a preemptive attack. Outside the courtyard, the spirit quickly drew his sword and charged at the pillar. If Jiang Kai just stood there watching his friends fight alone. So as we predicted, Van Vu also tightly grips his sword and lunges forward. That's right. Instead of restraining with chains and shackles, now it's better to go all out and risk everything. Over there, the spearhead also charged at Nguyen Nug, laughing loudly and saying, Fine. Then let's go all out. 2 minutes later, the sword was thrust into the ground with such force that dust billowed everywhere. The pillar trembled, and his eyes flashed with fury as he shouted angrily. Damn it. On another side, Hung Hai said coldly, Have you noticed that this guy's strength seems to fluctuate between strong and weak? Van Vu also looked very serious and agreed. That's right. Moreover, whenever his power surges during an attack, his speed slows down. Could it be that Hung Arthur draws his sword forward with a determined look and says, I see. Maybe this guy has the talent for attribute shifting. He seems very strong. But if he becomes careless, it will become his fatal weakness. His primordial spirit is also ready. And he arrogantly says, so just wait for the right moment. If you prevent him from transforming his attribute, he will definitely die. And his words clearly mock that Jiang Kai still hasn't made a move. It seems his mental energy is truly exhausted. Hearing that, the 2 of them both burst with fighting spirit. Van Vu and Hung Hai charged forward together. The guy shouted excitedly. If that's the case, what are we waiting for? Come on then. Wen Wu continued. Isn't it true you want a fierce battle of 300 rounds with us? If you're so confident, keep going. The master's fury reached its peak as he brandished his weapon or struck behind him, shouting angrily, You defeated fool. Talk back arrogantly. Die quickly. The primordial spirit rushes to ambush, tauntingly says, Well done. After dealing with you. The next one is Jiang Kai. Godi, outside the battle, Li Bu and Sister Hoa were anxious and restless. She shouted worriedly. Something's wrong. It seems they have changed their strategy. I'm afraid the master is about to lose. Suddenly, a mighty voice came from somewhere. What a bold attitude. And Jiang Kai suddenly soared over from nowhere. A barrage of sharp weapons rained down on the enemies below, accompanied by an angry voice. How dare you think you can defeat our fire god squad with just a few words? The enemies below exclaimed in shock. What? Before they could say anything else, the sharp arrows that Jiang Kai had just shot down caused another explosion that wiped out the enemies. The swirling smoke gradually dissipates, revealing Jiang Kai rushing forward at an incredible speed. Hong Hai lies sprawled on the ground, his voice filled with disbelief. Jiang Kai, Van Vu both look surprised. You? How could you? Jiang Kai gently smiled and looked at them. Curious, no. The night before the guild challenge, Jiang Kai was standing by the fountain when Nuan Nuan approached and asked kindly, "You seemed preoccupied during dinner earlier. What are you thinking about?" Jiang Kai looked ahead with a hint of worry in his voice and said, "Tomorrow is the guild challenge competition. Hoang is deeply aware and will definitely think of every way to deal with us, even though he doesn't know what strategy he will use. But he knows he relies most on his intelligence. Chances are he will use his weapon." Hearing that, Now nervously asked Hoang, "Zhang Kai, do you have any plan yet?" You look up at her with a confident voice. "Still remember the mysterious body you obtained from the treasure vault of King Duan Lathi that you told everyone about? Based on it, I am more than 90% sure I can handle Hoang Dot alone." Jiang Kai closed his eyes, still feeling a bit uneasy, because we are not only facing Hoang Dat himself, and using that body will have certain side effects. Without a proper strategy, the chance of killing all the members of the assassination team is less than 60%. Noen opened her bag and announced that the tears of the immortal bird had been used up. Actually, for this challenge, I've been trying to research alternative items lately, but unfortunately, I haven't had much success. She takes out a pill and introduces its power. This is the only demon god capsule. With your current attributes, after drinking it for 1 minute, your condition can temporarily recover 50% compared to your best state. It also mentions the consequences it leaves behind. But the price to pay is for digestion within 1 minute. You will fall into a state of complete paralysis. And moreover, this demon god pill has a very strict condition. That means the user must have exhausted all their mental energy beforehand, or it won't work. Hearing this, Jiang Kai shivered. Noen stroked her chin with her hand, shook her head in frustration. And being paralyzed for a whole minute was already very dangerous. On the battlefield, sacrificing a demon lord who actively consumes mental energy is no different from self-destruction. You'd better think of another way. But Jiang Kai clung to her, unable to hide his joy as he shouted out loud. Noan, you're amazing," she exclaimed in surprise. "What?" My uncle suppressed his excitement. This time he's 100% sure he can kill all the Swift team members. Just wait and see. A minute ago, while the three of them with Hung Hai and Yuan Zhu were still fighting, Hung Hai roared wildly. The attack on the world's #1 war god. Prepare to die. Nearby Wen Yu held his shield and chased after the headbutt. Honey. Someday when he's terrified, he'll wave his hand and disappear. Jiang Kai stood there watching, clenched fists, his face darkening, realizing that the time was about to run out. He put the pill in his mouth, thinking to himself, well then, once the task is done, the spirit energy is also depleted. So now, then he swallowed the pill in one gulp without hesitation. Jiang Kai's face then bulged with veins. His eyes lit up, returning to the 1-minute countdown state. Then, small but sharp weapons appeared in Jiang Kai's hand, surrounded by a red aura of deadly energy, looking very dangerous. He casually said, "It just means they won't have a chance to find out anymore." Meanwhile, Nguyen Nu was still chasing after the head chopper, teasingly saying, "Honey, are you playing hide-and-seek with me?" And at that moment, the head chopper panicked and threw weapons. He only now regained his composure, reaching out to Nguyen Nu with a panicked cry. "It's all ruined. I accidentally did it." At this moment, the head chopper also sensed a tremendous amount of deadly aura approaching him, with the master right behind him, ready to strike. And in an instant, a flash of sword streaked past the head splitter, blood pouring from his mouth. His face pale, he let out a faint cry. Why? Why? Then the headbreaker collapsed to the ground, and the owner of the pill sword placed his sword behind his neck, saying, "Remember this, it is an honor to die at the hands of the world's #1 war god." A loud cry of grief rang out. No Weinanju hugged the corpse of the head chopper and cried like a child. His voice was both sad and angry. "Why did you kill my treasure? The shopkeeper just smugly and arrogantly replied to Nguyen Nu's question. Why did I kill him? It's ridiculous. Do I really have to ask? I am the world's #1 war god. Nguyen Gu quickly turns around, runs toward the villain, smiling and suggesting, my treasure is gone, so you take my place and accept my scent. Suddenly, thick greenish smoke wafted past Nguyen Nu, leaving him stunned and dizzy. Damn, it's that scent again. Jiang Kai looked at the spray in his hand and said relievedly, luckily, I had no one prepare some room spray for us. He thought to himself that he still needed to prepare a few more bottles, as Nguyen Nu is now going crazy from drinking and even more terrifying than before. You stand up and look over as the two girls, Ho Nan and Noan, run over. How are they doing? Ho Nan happily speaks first. Don't worry, Captain Jiang Kai. We're still fine. The bodies of the others gradually disappeared. Wu Vai held the notification and announced, I declare that this match is over. Suddenly, the owner appeared from somewhere. With a fierce expression, who is this person? Are they here to fight the owner? Wu Vi was momentarily confused about what was happening, standing there blankly as all three of them shouted in panic. Jiang Kai and Ho Nan rush over to stop them. Jiang Kai speaks to reassure, you're already the #1 war god. Master, stay calm. Ho Nan also adds, that's right. You can't hit this person. Wu Vi is still in shock and stammers to announce that this match, the Fire Spirit Squad wins, and the second round will be held promptly at 8 a.m. tomorrow. The owner still looked proud and shouted loudly at Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai, remember this. I will protect you from now on. I will protect you. Jiang Kai paled and replied, got it. Got it. Behind them, Wu Vi, overwhelmed with fear, retreated. Jiang Kai quickly called out to Noan and Ho Nan. Let's go quickly. Those two are so embarrassed. Nguyen Nu is being carried away by them and keeps calling, honey. Ho Nan forced a smile and said, I'm coming now. No one beside her also just managed a smile. Jiang Kai desperately pulled the villain away. Hurry up. Hurry up. And he raised his sword high, shouting repeatedly, the battle god is on the battlefield. Who dares to cause trouble? The three spectators on the stands exclaimed in shock. Wait a moment. The commentator also looked surprised. I just reacted, and the Fire God squad had already won a little-known team, but he slaughtered the entire team in the glorious victory parade. That warrior named the owner. Then forget it. But isn't an alcohol addict one of the most useless professions? So why are they so strong? Unexpectedly hunting down level 40 fighters. And there's Jiang Kai too. What exactly is their profession? What kind of heaven-defying weapon is his black aura? As spectators from all sides cheer loudly and celebrate this glorious victory. From the spectators' perspective, Hong Suang crossed her arms and smiled softly, chatting with the man beside her. Mr. Now I understand why you specifically brought us to watch the Fire God team's match. Over on the other side, Lam exclaimed in surprise, Jiang Kai, they really won, turning her gaze toward Jiang Kai's team. Wow. As expected of Jiang Kai, even the Fire God squad he leads always surprises everyone with every move. I think the commander is eagerly awaiting the new ranking assessment results when suddenly a voice announces, causing them to turn around and see the outcome of this ranking evaluation. In the room, Professor Lee is analyzing, with the pillar and Nuo behind them, both at their current levels. The rank of the pillar has reached SS level, but to no one has not demonstrated any other abilities, so her rank remains at the initial C level. Hearing this, Lam exclaimed in shock, an SS rank. It's been a long time since Jiang Trung had an SS rank character below level 40. Luo Tan's expression also couldn't hide his surprise that he could now reach SS level, which was not unexpected. Once he reaches level 60, he can directly join the reserve team of the Holy Du War God Temple. He continued, delving deeper into this issue to respond to the spread of beast gods. As nations have established national and local divine war temples and set up reserve teams, recruiting and training talented individuals who have the potential to become war gods. Lotan analyzes and divides this into 2 points. To join the reserve team, there are 2 paths. The first is based on outstanding combat ability, revealing talent through local trials and selections. This is the path most people take. The military evaluates and recommends directly recruiting, but hardly anyone can take this path. Lam immediately said, with a voice full of surprise. Straight into the reserve team of the Holy Reliance Battle God Hall. Throughout the Holy Reliance Nation, no one has achieved this in a year. I didn't expect the pillar to have this potential. Luo Tan turned to Professor Li and said, "Yes. Professor Li, what about assessing Jiang Kai's rank?" Professor Li frowned and said seriously, "I haven't verified it yet." Luo Tan and Lam Lam exclaimed excitedly. What Professor Li calmly explained that Jiang Kai's data showed quite serious contradictions. First, Jiang Kai's attributes at level 20 are too exaggerated. But since we haven't clarified his profession yet, we'll temporarily hold off on investigating further. Secondly, his attributes still lag behind the top 40 experts. But his attack power demonstrates an unbelievable destructive force. With a visual simulation of the human body appearing, he continued, and even in a certain test, his attack coefficient reached 24. Lin, which is truly hard to believe. Professor Li looked at Jiang Kai's weapon card. And for his card weapon, we couldn't find any data in the weapon database to evaluate. It even caused disruptions in the calculation order. He proceeded to analyze. The only thing that could be confirmed was in this combat display. Although Jiang Kai won unexpectedly, he exhausted his own stamina too early as the team leader. He let the team members unleash their potential freely. Professor Li pondered and said, "If it must be judged by rank." His decision surprised the two others. "So for now, let's keep it at D. Level D." But after a few seconds, Luo Jin replied to Professor Li, "I will report the final result to the commander. Sorry to trouble you all." After leaving Professor Li's research room, Lam Lam chased after Luo Jin and angrily said, "Jiang Kai's rank assessment can't just be D." He sat down on the chair. "Calm down. Answer." Of course he couldn't be a D rank. Lam Lam angrily questions why you didn't object earlier. Luo Jin glanced at her and offered an explanation to calm her rising anger. Professor Li's assessment is fine. The problem lies in the entire framework. This evaluation system, although based on countless predecessors, collecting a large amount of data and then producing results. But Lam Lam, have you ever thought that he is thinking of Jiang Kai? Continuing, if there is someone whose path is one no one has ever taken before, then using this system to measure them will definitely cause problems. His expression turned terrifying. Luo Jin softly said, "Jiang Kai, like the commander, I am also very much looking forward to your next performance." The next day, Jiang Kai and his group passed by a pharmacy. Hon Han quickly suggested, "There's a pharmacy here. Maybe we should take the opportunity to gather some medicinal herbs to make the mist spray." Everyone agreed. The two of you step into the shop, and the staff immediately greets you politely. "Welcome. What medicinal ingredients do you need?" Hon Han also didn't beat around the bush and quickly asked for what he needed. "Boss, do you have lingzi, enchanted mushrooms, and otang fruit funfi?" The blonde-haired man quickly stepped forward to reply, "Yes, yes, yes. We have everything you need. Please follow me." At this moment, Jiang Kai looked around and, not seeing the familiar figure, was suddenly surprised and suspicious. "Where is Nao Nao?" He quickly looked around for no one and saw her standing in front of a medicine shelf. Observing, Jiang Kai also slowly approached. Observing together then said, "So this place also sells medicinal formulas. Like these prescriptions." He slightly furrowed his brow as he stared intently at the 3 old scrolls placed in the corner, each bearing names like Vin Dong Han Du, Uyet Sak Trivan, and Luk Tuikui. Nuan quickly grabbed a scroll, her eyes wide, as she carefully explained that it was a formula for creating poison. But it seemed a bit strange, as if she had never seen the Luk Tuikui at the exchange office before. At that moment, the shop owner suddenly approached, crossed his arms, and explained seriously that the green water demon was extremely rare. A treasure among the water demons, recently obtained by the mutated warlord-level water demon in Ho Thuai Ki, Tai Bin Mountain Path. Jiang Kai frowned slightly and asked doubtfully, "People are willing to go to the Water Ghost Lake too?" The shop owner suddenly remembered the water ghost and chuckled softly, confidently affirming, "Of course there is. Like for example the ascetic practitioners. This profession has always been mysterious, often preferring deserted places, dangerous and chaotic. And that time he was just lucky to stumble upon a fading prey." At this point, he shook his head again and sincerely advised Nuo. "But little girl, the toxicity of the 6 water demons is too strong, and the conditions for its effectiveness are extremely harsh. During the process of coordination, not only is it very easy to get poisoned, but even if you manage to prepare it, using it is inconvenient. So although it's rare, it hasn't been sold for a long time. I advise you to consider other options. But she only widened her eyes, her face serious as she asked loudly, "Boss, what kind of poison is the Luke Thui Kwai?" The boss also didn't hide anything, gently letting you use it widely, while calmly explaining that the green water demon is a deadly poison. After throwing it at the enemy, it will penetrate their armor and cling to their skin. But the enemy must be fully submerged in water for the Luke Thui Kwai to work effectively. Both Jiang Kai and Nuan Nuan looked surprised and asked loudly, "Water?" The boss nodded seriously, his eyes shining with passion as he explained in more detail. "That's right, meaning she risks creating the 6 water demons and then successfully sprinkling them onto the enemy. But that's still not enough. We still have to make the opponent fall into the water. Not to mention whether the place where you guys fight has ponds or lakes. Even if so." As soon as the words were spoken, Jiang Kai and Nuan Nuan exchanged cunning glances, quickly reaching a shared idea. Before Mr. Master Liu finished speaking, the two of them eagerly announced loudly, "Great. We'll buy it." Boss Liu looked blankly at Moteji as he showed his face, and after a moment, a strange, loud noise suddenly erupted from the pharmacy, shaking heaven and earth. Not long after, in Jiangzhou City, at the Huyenvo private hospital, it was late at night, and the moon gradually reached its peak, shining down on the towering hospital. In a dark hospital room, a slender figure quietly sits motionless. Leaning on a chair, Hoang silently biting his lips as he observes the small door latch. Watching every movement of the person inside the room, he slowly recalled the moment when his assistant was holding a pile of documents, respectfully reporting Hoang Dat's condition. The situation of the young master is worse than the second young master. His mental state is dangerously destabilized, showing early signs of a mysterious breakdown, and he must undergo treatment immediately. For now, the meeting suggests that in the coming period, the young master should not go to the devil spirit anymore. We will provide psychological treatment for him for at least 3 months. Now, after the fight with Jiang Kai, Hong Dat was like a lost soul, sitting motionless with blank eyes, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Seeing him like that, Hoang Thong couldn't hold back his anger and punched the wall. He clenched his jaw, his eyes blazing with hatred, as he said, "Xiao Wei isn't healed yet, and now even Xiao Da has ended up like this. That boy is the most promising descendant of the Huang family, all because of Jiang Kai Hai." Hoang Thong remembered the moment Hoang Dat was beheaded by Jiang Kai, and his anger flared even more. At this moment, a tall figure approached him from the bright backlight and greeted him. The guild leader heard that he was too shy to seek me out. The visitor is a flying fairy, squinting happily and asking if it's about the guild challenge competition. In the following days, the guild challenge competition continued, with everyone filling the vast stands, attentively watching each match. Some teams, having witnessed Jiang Kai's tactics in killing Huang Da, decided to withdraw before the match started, while others, after intense battles, ultimately lost to the Fire God squad. In the end, Jiang Kai led the Fire God squad smoothly into the top 16, with only Jiang Kai's face remaining unmarked on the screen. As night falls and the moon rises high in the sky, at the cozy house, Hun Han excitedly announces that team leader Jiang Kai has news about tomorrow's competition. Everyone hurriedly gathered to look at the screen where the machine displayed the words, "The Guild Master of the Divine Spirit, Guild's essential information for participating in the Fire God team's competition. Congratulations. You have made it to the top 16. Your next opponent comes from the 4 hunting teams of the Huyen Vo Guild. The team leader is from Phi Tuong of this guild. Be at the West Holy Light City Arena at 8 a.m. tomorrow sharp to participate in the competition." After reading those words, the owner couldn't help but stare in shock and said, "It's the Huyen Vo Guild again. From Phi Tuong. I think I've heard that name somewhere before." The guy beside Nguyen Ngu also squinted and nodded. "I think so too." Jiang Kai quickly remembered the name Phi Tuong, biting his tongue as he explained. "From Phi Tuong? The 4th Eagle Hunt team, which was the small squad we encountered on our way to find the Duan Lathi King." Sure enough, the royal family still couldn't control themselves. The owner of the villa widened his eyes and shouted hoarsely, "I remember now. It's those Huyen Hoang guys." Honyang also frowned seriously and continued, "As far as I know, The Nocturnal Falcon Squad 4 is the most elite team among the elite teams in Huyenvu. Although the Assassination Squad is also very strong, in terms of actual combat ability, they are basically no match for us. Noan sighed softly and nodded, explaining in more detail. Honyang is right. Almost everyone in the Assassination Squad are children of high-ranking officials in Huyenvu. They have abundant resources and superior equipment. She whispered to you with a serious expression, using her knowledge to introduce that Tu Fi Tuang's team consists of seasoned veterans who have experienced many real battles, making their combat and adaptability extremely strong. At this point, Now couldn't help but worry again, looking at Jiang Kai and warning him especially about Tu Fei Tuang. I told you he is extremely quick and unpredictable. Zhang Kai, you have to be careful with him. His expression was just as serious, and he nodded lightly in response. The next day, the match resumed, and everyone in the stands eagerly watched as the young team of Huyenvu faced off against the fire god of the Lord God. Quite exciting. Below the arena, Tuang's group and Jiang Kai quickly faced each other, while in the stands, everyone continued whispering and discussing. The rivalry between Jiang Kai and Huyenvu is probably well known now, and this match will definitely be intense. I've also heard that Fi Tuang made some harsh remarks, even calling him Jiang Kai's nemesis. Hua Fai Tuang in the arena was immediately excited. Thumbs up as he repeated his previous vow. Jiang Kai, we finally meet again. Do you remember what I said? I will cut off your arm with my own hands. Hey, don't speak so soon. Just look at that proud noble there. His grave's grass has grown several meters tall now. After the referee finishes speaking, Jiang Kai slowly looks at the flying wall, gently smiles, and says, "From extraordinary. No need for words. Let's settle this with strength." At this moment, Wu Vi confidently raises the mixer, smiling brightly as she announces, "Contestants, please note, the 36th Grand Tournament, round of 16 match, is now in the countdown." She quickly counted down loudly. Sure. Joe. And the people in the stands watching Jiang Kai and the flying wall on the screen cheered excitedly. Look, it's about to start. Over here, Wu Vi still slowly counts down. 8. While inside the room, Lam Lam quietly worries and calls out her sister's name. Nua. Luo Tuan beside him also looked forward to see if Jiang Kai could still create a miracle facing the Diep team this time. Sister Hoang sitting in the stands was very excited, raising her hand to cheer for the team members. Go team members. Our captain and I will cheer for you. Meanwhile, Lu Biao sitting beside her watched the field intently, as Wu Vi's final countdown echoed in her ears 3. R. And finally she counted the last number, summoning all her strength to wave her hand and declare, E. Start. As soon as the words finished, the team led by the wall jumpers charged forward with thunderous roars. Jiang Kai's team on the opposite side also quickly took their stance. He shouted instructions. Everyone careful. And they all responded in unison. Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Kai stepped forward and launched his darts directly at the group of wall jumpers. Ho Nhan behind, seeing this, clenched his fists in excitement and triumph. With so many pursuits like this, let's see how much of a surprise Jiang Kai can give us. Over here, the flying wall rushes forward like an arrow, directly confronting Jiang Kai's missile-like darts. But behind him, he smirks sinisterly and mutters softly. I see now. Fai Tuang immediately stopped. His men quickly rushed forward, and Ma Tran raised a shield to say, Leave it to us. As soon as he finished speaking, he gathered his strength, and the shield in his hand suddenly shone brightly. Seeing this, Fai Tuang smiled smugly, his eyes malicious as he muttered to himself. Jiang Kai, now, let me show you what teamwork really means. What? Sister Hoa in the stands was also stunned, opening her mouth in amazement. Your reaction speed is really fast. Luang Van sitting nearby is also stunned and agrees. That's right. Even when the entire squad fights with all their might, they can quickly form a defensive line to completely block Jiang Kai's simultaneous 6 throwing knives attack. Jiang Kai's dart spun deeply into the shield, almost igniting flames, yet still couldn't pierce it. Luang Van watched in amazement at Mac Tran's calm defense. Moreover, even though the critical hit was activated, he remained unfazed and calmly retreated according to the force applied. After blocking that fierce attack, Hua Lian at the back quickly charged forward to challenge him, and Mac Tran nodded in agreement. All right. Luong Van in the stands widened his eyes and gaped in disbelief at the observation. Not only that, but when the front members were pushed back by the deadly strike, the members behind could continue with the fastest speed. Under the arena, Hoa Lian charged forward and quickly swung his sword to attack, shouting defiantly, "The Hoa Than team, prepare to taste the power of my fiery whip." And Luong Van was horrified to realize, moreover, they shifted from a defensive formation to launch an attack. Hoa Lian struck with a powerful blow at Jiang Kai's group, who quickly dodged and warned his teammates to retreat. Lam Lam in the observation room couldn't help but worry, clenching her hands and whispering, "I've only heard of the Four Talons before, but this is the first time I've seen their battle up close like this. It's not certain if the team is famous for group combat." And Luo Tuan's expression is also serious, his eyes fixed on the screen. "I think I agree with her. That's right. Although the skill levels of each member of the Four Falcon Hunt team are not particularly outstanding in the realm of martial arts, in such a large guild with so many talented people, the entire squad is quite remarkable." Outside, Jiang Kai stomped forward and threw a dart with a serious look in his eyes. Turning back, he silently evaluated the sniper team. Indeed, such coordination. It can only be formed through countless battles, constantly walking the edge of life and death. To achieve such coordination, Jiang Kai's eyes carefully watched each member of their team, and his heart trembled slightly as he admitted one thing with just one strike. It was clear that their opponents were far more formidable than the spear. But over here, the flying tower is not so easy to let go. Pulling out a shimmering purple gem, a super crystal, a spirit stone, he smirked and asked loudly, "Do you want to retrieve the life-seeking order? Look over there. It's a super rare crystal. This time, Xiao Dui's fire body weapons are under control." The person next to him also shouted in excitement. It seems that right at the start of this battle, Jiang Kai was forced to use his mysterious divine armor. Everyone looked amazed. Suddenly, a person shouted out, "Wait a minute. Look everyone. Jiang Kai's team is full of monsters with weapons that are absolutely top-notch." A sharp-eyed spectator exclaimed, "The super spirit stones are now useless. What's going on?" A sarcastic purple-haired boy asked, "Have you also modified your weapons?" Jiang Kai responds with a cold stare. Surprised. In a one-on-one fight, if you've been hurt before, did you really think we hadn't prepared in advance? Before the match, someone was talking quietly. It was Captain Jiang Kai. Earlier, he had kept some mineral stones in the mermaid maze, and he continued to boast about his achievements. "I discovered that among those powerful close-range stones, some contained the super teleportation essence crystal, so I modified the weapons for everyone." As promised, the table was indeed set with all kinds of weapons, so even if you encounter super essence stones, you won't be afraid anymore. Jiang Kai pats Nguyen Yu on the shoulder, praising him. "Nguyen Ju, well done." Hearing that, he smiled brightly, his eyes shining with excitement. Jiang Kai jumped up into the air, probably teasingly saying, from the wall, "Now let me tell you, when facing top speed, no matter how perfect the coordination, there will always be flaws. You sink into the game world, surrounded by large dice, with some objects covered in flames shooting down from you, and perhaps the sparks cause a bottle of water to break, spilling everywhere." A mocking voice rang out. "Anyone so insignificant dares to act high and mighty." Someone suddenly leapt up so quickly it was impossible to tell who. That is the boss. Surrounded by blazing red lightning, the boss raises his weapon behind him. "Then let you taste the power of the world's top war god." Someone below shouts. The earth-shattering spear strikes. Looking up from below, the Lord prepares to descend, surrounded by a powerful golden lightning storm. As the people below hurriedly warn each other to retreat, the strike caused the earth to shake, indicating that the enemy troops had already retreated. The leader landed, looking around confused, wondering where everyone had gone. While he still didn't understand what was happening, an enemy's trap approached for an ambush. Jiang Kai saw the situation was unstable, shouted warnings, "Master, danger," and threw his weapon toward that direction. The knife you threw knocked away Hoa Lian's whip, and with a start, an angry look, the Lord is still not fully recovered. Pai Tuang charging with weapons, laughing maniacally. "Jiang Kai, while fighting with Tu Fi Tuang, you dare to distract yourself. I told you, if I meet you again, I will definitely kill you. Jiang Kai was momentarily startled. On the side of the villain, he regained his composure, charged towards Hoa Lian, shouted loudly, daring to challenge the world's strongest warrior. How bold of you! The attack from the leader was suddenly blocked by the earring of the dead man, with Hoa Lian behind him taking responsibility. This is your task. Mak Tu frowned and carefully observed the leader. Secretly admiring him, his reaction was quite good. I underestimated him. The leader looked at him with interest and said, Fine. If you're so eager, then I will. He jumps into the air again, with a heroic voice, accepting the challenge, and launching a fierce kick. Meanwhile, Ma Tran shouted orders to kill them all, and Hoa Lian and Miu Lin quickly flew back to join Jiang Kai's team. A blue water bottle with the cap removed spills its contents, and Nguyen Ngu firmly declares, I am Nguyen Ngu. This life I am not weaker than anyone. Ma Tran rushed forward, quickly grabbing his sword to defend, then shouted, Beautiful. Come here. Hearing that, he became so furious, he said, I think you're tired of living. Hoa Lian pulled Lin Mio away to another place, and she smiled as she said to her, This perverted demon is better left for him to handle. Lin Miu happily agreed. That's right. Those two useless girls can be left to us. No one called out from over there. Be careful, Hon Han. Hon Han shows no fear, raising both hands into the air as beams of white light gather around her. Behold my upgraded ultimate ice rain technique. Seeing that, No one also withdrew one hand, summoning a golden snowball, her aura rising. All right, then I'll support too. Fai Tuang rushed towards Jiang Kai, raising his shadow sword to strike. But he was quickly turned around as Fi Tu moved to face him. Fi Tuang was stunned for a moment when he saw Fai Tu flying towards him. Then he grinned maliciously, full of provocation, catching him. You like using Fai Tu? Huh. Let me tell you, I've never lost in speed. He then shot forward like an arrow, cutting through all of Jiang Kai's Fai Tu with ease, as if he had just created a battlefield. Fi Tuang widened his eyes, dismissively saying it's too slow. Hearing that, you realize how incredibly difficult this guy is to read. The cameraman looked at that and excitedly said, It seems no one has been able to dodge Jiang Kai's flying darts at such close range. You should also take a look to see who it is. It's from Fi Tuang, famous for his speed and agility. Even though I slowed down the replay just now, I still couldn't see how he avoided Jiang Kai's Fi Tu. As soon as I finished speaking, Fai Tuang had already gracefully dodged the incoming attacks. Lam Lam was terrified by his speed and shouted, while Fai Tuang spun around to dodge Jiang Kai's Fi Tu, also using the spin to close the distance with Jiang Kai. Luo Jun immediately provided information about Fi Tuang, and I looked into his data. His agility exceeds 300, and with the equipment on him, it can reach over 350. He internally deduces that Jiang Kai's advantage is his speed, and Fai Tuang's agility is probably more than 100 points higher than Jiang Kai's, which can be considered a fatal weakness for Jiang Kai. At this moment, Fai Tuang raises his hand, ready to respond to Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai, fighting me will be the biggest regret of your life. He stared in shock at the attack, and his whole body froze. Fai Tuang lowers his sword, delivering a powerful slash downward. The entire move is a full wind slash. As he watched the overwhelming power approaching, Jiang Kai silently thought, wait a moment, staring intently at Fi Tuang as he activated his demon eye with focused concentration. It seems that although Fai Tuang only drew a single sword strike, his other hand was clearly gathering power, indicating that this full wind slash is not just a simple attack. Jiang Kai stepped back, feeling deeply anxious, knowing that with his current speed, only dodging would not be enough to avoid the two consecutive attacks. Thinking quickly, he launched a strike to block Fai Tuang rushing toward him, and as they closed in, he sniffed the scent with a delighted expression, ready to bite. Fai Tuang raised his two swords, wildly unleashing his power, then easily subdued Jiang Kai's move. You stared in shock at Fi Tuang's strength and shouted, What? His two crossed swords still radiated overwhelming power. The energy was once again under control. Zhang Kai, did you think only you knew how to modify weapons? Fai Tuang couldn't help but boast that my twin swords had been modified, even though they can't control weapons at long range like super crystal stones. But fighting you in close combat is enough to counter your chi men. Jiang Kai clenched his fists tightly, looked up at him, So you had prepared all along. That's why you lured me into using more of my kui ment. Fai Tuang smugly asked again. So what? Jiang Kai, now, I feel a bit unimpressed with you, even at this moment still in the mood to ask me pointless questions. The man widened his eyes and stared intently at Jiang Kai, saying, Look what I see. This is really interesting. Fai Tuang looked at your hand and teasingly said, Let me guess, this is your last dart, or perhaps the secret weapon that Nguyen Trang turned into a dart earlier. He looked down, as if he had already grasped Jiang Kai in his hand. Just as I thought. The boy looked alertly at Phi Tuang and asked the man, What do you mean? The man glared at Jiang Kai with a fierce and angry look, saying we, the four-team alliance, can already stand at the top. Besides coordinated tactics, there's one more advantage: never underestimate any opponent. So before the match, I watched and analyzed your game against the rival team, and this is what I found. Phi Tuang calmly guessed that you could unexpectedly defeat Hoang Dat by relying on your secret weapon, the deadly dart from Engi Trang. But after you defeated him, instead of rushing to support your teammate, you stayed still. Why is that? Could it be because you trusted your four team members to win against the opponent? Phi Tuang crossed his arms and responded to the team member, firing again. He observed Jiang Kai's expression, but judging from his face, it didn't seem to be the case. Phi Tuang pursed his lips and guessed, So I have a bold hypothesis about your ace in the hole. Although it can kill with a single move, after using it, it will consume a large amount of energy or mental strength, making it impossible for you to strike again in a short period, based on my calculations. This time span is probably 1 minute. This number just made Jiang Kai startle. Phi Tuang lowered his head and continued analyzing. So if you use your trump card against me here, I will definitely die just like Huang Da. But at the same time, within a minute of my disappearance from the competition, my team members managed to eliminate the remaining members of the Fire God squad. Right now, Noan, and Hon Han are fighting with all their might. Noan, stay behind your sister with all your might. All right, I will do my best to heal her. Ha's voice lowered, full of hostility. Then they will work together to kill you. Over there, the village chief completely exploded, eyes blazing as he swung his sword and shouted, The #1 war god in the world. Kneel down and beg for mercy now. The clan leader fiercely swung a small, sharp slash, but Tumak quickly dodged by leaping away. The owner's eyes flashed with fierce light as he roared loudly. Run. Tumak just dodged the attack and immediately stabbed his sword forward, as usual saying, If you are the #1 war god under heaven. You useless thing. Godi. The clan leader grits his teeth and desperately fights back against the thrust of his opponent's sword, their blades clashing fiercely, sparks flying. The owner of the jade sword slashed with a strike, forcing Tumak to leap back, and he angrily scolded, daring to doubt the power of the #1 war god. At this moment in the stands, the Flower Masters, Li Bu, and Luang Van all stared in shock at the scene. Recognizing the abnormality quickly, this member of the Eagle Hunt finally escaped the direct confrontation with the master. The enemy advances. He retreats. The enemy retreats. He advances, as if waiting to chase after the master. Li Bu frowns tightly. Watching the fight intently, he quietly analyzed, fully aware that the master has the talent to shift attributes, and if it comes to a direct confrontation, victory is not guaranteed. So he keeps probing the master's current state. At the same time, his stamina was being drained as he searched for weak points. And Jihua looked worried. He scolded angrily. Isn't the 4th Hunting Eagle Squad supposed to be very strong? Using such tactics, it's damaging your reputation. Li Bu then gently shook his head and explained seriously that this is a combat tactic. Members of the 10th Squadron are not the children of high-ranking officials who care about reputation, knowing that in a life-and-death battle, using every possible tactic to win is the most important. He watched the frantic fighting figure of the squad leader intently, silently urging himself that the master must hold firm. Over in the corner, Nguyen Ngu's face was flushed, lips pursed. My beautiful girl. This waist, this chest, these long legs. I really like them. Listening to the opposite side's footsteps makes my blood boil. Eyes sharp and probing. A drunkard is always a drunkard. The most useless profession. He quickly ran past Nguyen Ngugu, then smoothly turned around to look at his back. Seconds later, with a powerful kick, He pierced Nui Nugu's stomach, his tone still cold and contemptuous. Just like his profession, forever useless and unworthy of any regret. With a snap, he pulled out his weapon again, causing Nuan to collapse to the ground. His body soaked in fresh, vivid blood. All 4 guards, Non, Ho Nyan, and Giankai, were shocked and anxiously called out to him. Ingwengu. Non hurriedly ran to Nuan Nu's side, urgently informing Ho Nhan, who was barely holding on, that she should try to find a way to treat Nguyen Nu's wounds. But setting fire is not easy for her. She quickly rushed forward to stop her, wanting to save the person right in front of me. Hong Road. Ho Nhan firmly faced her and loudly ordered, Non. Trust me. Go quickly. At this moment, another slender gloved hand suddenly reached out with strange, sinister power. Mu Lin, like a flash, rushes forward to launch a direct attack at Ho Nhan. Let's see if she has that skill. Ho Nhan couldn't dodge in time, her face pale as she braced for the fierce strike. Non, seeing this, froze in place, her face dark with worry as she called out, Ho Nyan. She then flared up again, shouting arrogantly, a fraud and an unskilled doctor who can't fight. 2 useless people like you also deserve to fight against our eagle hunters. Mu Lin also launches an attack, laughing as he warns them not to dream that your captain can save you. Right now, even he is struggling to keep himself safe. As soon as those words left his mouth, the Lord suddenly rushed forward to face them and retorted, daring to be so bold here stands the war god who dares to be insolent. Nuan caught Hun Han and looked at him standing in front of her, calling out, Master. At this moment, Tumak also rushes to the Yuan Lord, glaring fiercely and warning, Otkan is fast. Don't forget. I am your opponent. Vian Zhu angrily swung his sword, but he dodged, making him furious as he cursed. You bastard. Do you dare to face me head-on? Tumak only sneers maliciously and laughs, then rushes forward with a fierce look in his eyes, saying, Foolish. If you have the talent for shifting attributes, why should I use my weakness to compete with your strength? On the battlefield, win and live. To lose and die. Deep down he also secretly smiled, and realized that he was indeed starting to lose patience. The opponent's master widened his eyes, power surging around him as he clenched his sword and declared, Surrender or die. The boy swiftly charged to block the attack but then skillfully dodged away. Then, after finishing the string, Tumak opened his eyes wide, his sharp eyes silently thinking this was a good opportunity. And with a swift slash, he ruthlessly struck a sharp blow. The owner couldn't dodge in time, his face turning pale with pain as he exclaimed, On the stands, Sister Hoa, Li Bu, and Luong Van saw this scene and were all shocked, their eyes wide with worry. Calling out Master, under the arena, Tumak calmly picks up the blood-stained sword of VN2 and softly says, Next time, there won't be any attribute shifting. Right. The owner of the shop couldn't respond and collapsed to his knees, his head bowed and unmoving. The corpse-faced killer, full of excitement, sneered with disdain and shouted, The world's most useless. Over in another corner, Fai Tuong stands facing Jiang Kai, shrugging triumphantly. Jiang Kai, your teammates are already sprawled on the ground beaten. It's clear who will win this fight. The first unlucky victim of this death game has already appeared. If you're not heartless enough to watch them die right in front of you, then you still have a choice now. Jiang Kai silently looked at him, while he still sneered and smiled, which was to use the ace in his hand to save someone. Fai Tuong looked again at Nguyen Ngu's collapsed figure, but he only had one ace up his sleeve. He glanced again at Huan Han and Nuo, whispering almost to himself, Who do you want to save here? And finally, Phi Tuong looked at the unconscious person raising his sword, ready to strike the master at any moment. His eyes flashed with a sharp glint, gleefully and crazily, and he lowered his voice to kindly remind you that no matter who your ace card is used on, the outcome for your fire team is already doomed to lose. Jiang Kai silently stood still, his face dark as he listened to his triumphant laughter. At this moment, the dark gray sky suddenly eased up, and rain began to fall, droplets splattering on the arena floor. Jiang Kai calmly stands facing the teleportation gate, then slowly speaks again. So what? But the demon eye is focused, his eyes suddenly flashing with sharpness, and he sneers maliciously. I don't think so. Huo let out a mock sigh, raised his hand to defend himself, and scoffed at the foolish technique of calling rain, which was laughable. You really don't know your limits. Myo Lin clenched her fan tightly and laughed loudly, declaring that she would now send you all to hell. But as soon as she finished speaking, Nan Nan quickly threw 2 bottles of green liquid, defiantly retorting, "Who says rain can't take you down?" The 2 glass bottles shattered on the ground, spilling their strange liquid onto Hoa Lian and Myo Lin. Myo Lin furrowed her brows, her disgusted and annoyed gaze asking what the hell this was. Hoa Lian also raised her hand to look, but the commander reminded her to ignore it and focus on killing these 2 first. As soon as they finished speaking, the 2 quickly launched a direct attack at Nan Nan and Ho Nahan. Perish. On the stands, a black-haired man watched everything with confusion. What is that fortune teller doing? The long-haired blonde guy next to him also stared in surprise and added, and that healer just threw some kind of toy-grade poison dart or something earlier. These 2 definitely aren't the type to wait for the fighters to finish each other off. Inside the observation room, Lam Lam nervously raises her hand to cover her mouth, her heart pounding as she calls out, "Non, non." Just then, nearby, Lo Tuan glares and shouts loudly at her. Lam Lam looked quickly over. Outside the arena, a sword accidentally slipped from someone's hand and clattered to the ground. The demon cat, full of confusion, looked at its own arm covered in strange blue markings and asked, "What are these?" Hoa Lian nearby also screams in pain, hurriedly looking at her poisoned body with furious red eyes, glaring with terrifying intensity, shouting accusingly, "Who used poison?" Nan Nan and Ho Nhan just flicked a quick glance at them, silently confirming without words. Hoa Lian, like a madwoman, stared fiercely and charged forward, shouting, "I will kill you." But Ho Nhan didn't stand still and accept it. She quickly stretched out her palm to respond, "Still wanting to kill us." Lying in the rain of hail. As soon as she finished speaking, a hailstorm quickly descended, piercing through Hoa Lian and Miu Lin's bodies. Both of them were powerless to resist the rain, their faces pale and eyes wide with shock. Finally, Hoa Lian and Miu Lin collapsed to the ground, still lying under the relentless rain. In the room, Lam Lam watched everything in disbelief, loudly questioning what kind of poison that was. Such a deadly toxin can completely disable a warrior. Lu Tuan nearby had already noticed, and with a pleased look, he slowly explained that the poison lotus is a rare toxin, because it requires the opponent to be completely soaked as a condition for birth, which is too harsh. No one has ever used it before. Unexpectedly, it can be combined with the rainmaking technique. Outside the arena, Phi Tuong was stunned to see his 2 teammates defeated, and exclaimed, "How could this be?" Jiang Kai nearby stood relaxed, smiling faintly, calmly explaining, "In battle, a seemingly useless class and a skill that appears ineffective, an endless poison, but with proper coordination, it can still be astonishingly effective." My eyes are full of pride as I look at Phi Tuong, shrugging arrogantly in response. But if anyone thinks our Fire God squad is only this strong, they are greatly mistaken. In the stands, the spectators watching the fight gasped in shock as if they saw something extraordinary. "Look, that drunkard is getting up again." Under the arena, a figure slowly stood up, using force with their foot to kick up dust. It was Nguyen Yu, clutching the wound on his stomach, trembling as he supported himself to stand up. Matran looked at this action with a contemptuous smile and asked again, "Do you want to die? You, just a drunkard. Do you really think you can defeat a fighter?" Finally, he coldly declared that he would wipe out the Fire God squad and use you as a sacrificial offering first. Nguyen Gu clenched his teeth and declared, "Nguyen Nu of my life will never change. No matter who you are, I am not afraid." Matran suddenly became alert as he watched him change. Wait a moment. His eyes are strangely different, completely unlike the way he looked when calling the beauty earlier. Could he also have some kind of hidden motive, like the doctor earlier? Nguyen Nungu suddenly became furious and shouted out loud, "Today, I want to make it clear. Here, you have to follow me. There is no other choice." Seeing him spouting nonsense, he got angry and rushed over. Damn it. How dare he face me head on? And the audience was also stunned and open-mouthed. What? I thought that scrawny guy was something impressive, but it turns out he's just a pervert who makes others disgusted. No. Look carefully. His current state is very strange. He was talking nonsense about love. while they looked at Nguyen Yu's strange behavior, hesitating as if he was drunk. When Mac Tran's spear attack came, he easily dodged, surprising him. Phi Tuong also stared in amazement from outside. The speed in the blink of an eye was too fast. Wait a minute. What just happened? Why does it feel like that freak speed after being injured is twice as fast as before? Zhang Kai. NG. Phi NG. Manhwa Voga. Ratsang Kinyak. Anh có bia su khác bia rùa bà nàng và phan của con ngồi không? Phi Tuong nhiên rang liếc mắt voi cao. AKK. Go lê dong noa nam KKG. Giang Kai paid no attention and continued explaining that during combat, people often rely on past experience, personal emotions, and other external factors to respond accordingly. Ma Tran angrily jumps up. Spear pointed straight at Nguyen No. It's probably just luck. Let's see if I can split his head in two now. Watching Nguyen Nu drifting away and avoiding, he continued speaking. And instinct is also a kind of the most primitive ability. He dodged while not yet provoking Mac Tran. Think again. Your speed still isn't fast enough. Mac Tran shouted fiercely, mouth foaming. Die, you bastard. Jiang Kai stands outside analyzing. But no matter how much real combat experience he has, or how steady his mind is, he watches Nguyen Nu prepare to counterattack, facing the most primal instinct. The human reaction. In front of the sharp spear, he dodged aside and appeared behind Mac Tran in the blink of an eye. Missing by half a beat, he moved back with the group, his teeth clenched in exhaustion. Damn it. This guy was clearly injured. Why is it that every time you dodge so precisely, even more agile than at the beginning, completely unpredictable in Han's moves? Hon Han suddenly realized and shouted loudly. I see now. So this is Nguyen Nu's new talent. Being intoxicated in wine. Unleashing the purest primal power and instincts from the body. In the past, Hon Han remembered him scratching his head shyly, in a state of joy from drinking, which would further stimulate my subconscious, pulling me from a drunken state into a wondrous state of being, drunk or not. After all, I think it might be quite free-spirited. Hon Han knelt down to pick up the sword below. Might as well try a little bit. She threw the sword forcefully toward Nguyen Ju and shouted, Nguyen Gu. Catch it. He catches the sword, his lips slightly parting as he mumbles. Thinking of Ren Ni. Are you tired already? I'm still kissing your hot lips until I'm drunk. Mao Tran rushes forward, so furious he wants to die. Today I will cut you into 8 pieces to vent my anger. His speed keeps increasing, surrounding Nguyen Nugu. Look over there. Even though that low-level fighter stumbles around, he manages to dodge every attack. Mao Tran was sweating all over, looking at him and thinking it's impossible. Even the weaklings are trash. The lowest level of cultivation. How could I lose to a weakling like him? He charged fiercely, shouting with all his might, Our will, and swung a clean cut down, leaving everyone silent as they watched. A drop of blood falls to the ground as Mao Tran trembles in front of Nguyen Nu, clenches his teeth while staring at the sword on his forehead, sweating as he looks up. Nguyen Nu, at this moment, flushed with excitement, chuckled loudly, laughing at himself. Despite being insulted and angry, he still trembled with dissatisfaction. He was so furious, he almost burst blood vessels, eyes rolling back in rage, and the stands were in unprecedented chaos. Oh my God. In the eyes of the people at St. Yao, the reserve professional position is considered a joke, yet they can still surpass fighters in rank. Now the 4th team of the Hunting Wolves has lost 3 members. Could the Fire God Squad really have made a successful reverse? Phi Tuong rushed over, his face full of fury. You worthless trash. Jiang Kai saw that and immediately stepped in front of him, preventing Phi Tuong from moving forward. You pulled out the card you've been hiding all along. What's wrong? Is it already too much for you to handle? Phi Tuong, weren't you here to deal with me? Phi Tuong clenched his teeth in frustration. Jiang Kai. Indeed, the card you hold is that mysterious trump card. He suddenly curled his lips into a mocking smile, full of contempt for Jiang Kai. Phi Tuong rushes forward, laughing wildly. But don't get too cocky just yet. Remember, my people haven't lost completely. A slash cuts through, shattering the poison vial into pieces. No one panics as she looks at her broken poison bottle with a worried frown. This is bad. Phi Tuong immediately pointed his weapon at Noan. This disgusting doctor dares to use poison against me. Fine. If you want to die, I'll kill you first. Then I'll deal with this cowardly fighter. She stared wide-eyed at the approaching sword, secretly sweating, as Phi Tuong charged forward with incredible speed, causing no one to freeze in place. But when she opened her eyes without feeling any pain, a figure suddenly rushed out to block the attack for no one. Shocking her, the master suddenly lunged and blocked the strike to protect no one, causing Tumak to stare in disbelief as the sword pierced through him. Then, the master suddenly grabbed his wrist tightly. He clenched Tumak's hand tightly, and power erupted around him, leaving him stammering in confusion. The master's eyes flashed with a sharp glint as he swung his sword close to the wide protector. But the lord used his body as bait, shifting attributes into his physical form. Next, Tumak's eyes suddenly turned blood red in disbelief, because the Vian Chu had stabbed the Tanhan sword through his throat, causing a fierce gush of blood. Phi Tuong, witnessing this scene, also turned pale and blurted out, "How is this possible?" Jiang Kai, as if he predicted this reaction from him, slightly smiled and said again, "I told you. You, Eagle Squad, want to kill my teammates. It's not that simple." Phi Tuong gritted his teeth in hatred, still unable to understand, and wondering why the useless Fire God team suddenly became so powerful, even though earlier analysis clearly showed they had no chance of winning. Without waiting for his reaction, Jiang Kai quickly pulled out a card to announce that now it's a showdown between us. And from Phi Tuong, "I will make you surrender with your heart and soul." Phi Tuong was completely enraged, biting down hard as if about to explode, his eyes blazing with rage. He stood upright and shouted, "Jiang Kai, don't get too confident today. My men can't deal with the trash beside you, but from Phi Tuong, I will definitely take your head." Jiang Kai did not respond, only clenched his teeth and calculated silently. In battle, the surest way to seize victory is to strike with full force and launch a surprise attack. Facing him, Phi Tuong rushes forward wildly with his sword, eyes blazing with fury, shouting, "Die already," and unleashes a fierce double slash. Jiang Kai still stood motionless, a strange green light flickering in his eyes as he silently thought, "The benefactor's focus and explosive power are too strong." Before Phi Tuong's sword pierced through him, he quickly tilted his body to dodge and rapidly calculated that even a full-force attack from Phi Tuong, though not directly hitting him, would still be affected by the energy. But at the same time, it also means he doesn't have much strength left for this move. Jiang Kai slightly pursed his lips, his hoarse voice whispering, and quickly launched the second attack. As soon as he finished speaking, his whole body suddenly shot up, causing Phi Tuong's sword strike to hit the ground instead. His eyes widened in disbelief after the missed attack. "What?" Jiang Kai flew to one side, his face dark and grim as he declared, "You lost to Phi Tuong." No sooner had he finished speaking, he immediately activated the death card, unleashing waves of power. In an instant, Jiang Kai swiftly throws the card straight toward Phi Tuong. The man has already gone mad, his body engulfed in power, now wielding his sword and roaring. "Who says, I lost? Jiang Kai, you dare to play with me, I'll kill you." Jiang Kai calmly watched Phi Tuong's frantic state, secretly assessing that the more emotions are suppressed, the easier it is to lose your way. He calmly stands in place, watching his card shoot straight into his opponent's back, still maintaining a calm assessment. The previous mental command was suppressed, preventing a critical hit. After the death card swallowed his 9th mental command, just as luck was on his side with a 90% critical hit chance, Phi Tuong stared in shock as the card pierced through him. Meanwhile, Jiang Kai remained lost in his own thoughts, combined with the enhanced attributes of the death card. In this section, the death card's piercing power increases by 50 points. The critical hit rate permanently rises by 15%, and critical damage is boosted by 150%. Phi Tuong's face was swollen with veins, mouth agape as he muttered to himself, "How could it be?" Jiang Kai secretly chuckled coldly. He would definitely die. A loud bang echoed as Phi Tuong's body exploded with a violent burst, accompanied by his agonized screams. The sky darkened, rain drizzled down, and a blood-stained hand lay sprawled on the ground. Amid the drizzle, Jiang Kai calmly reached out to withdraw his spiritual power. He glanced at the person lying on the ground and said, "I told you. I lost." Faced with that scene, the Ingi Hang crowd was stunned, their pupils constricting in shock. Then everyone in the stands stood up together, cheering wildly. Oh my god. The Fire Spirit Squad has won again. They have beaten the elite team of Huyenvo twice in a row. Truly making history. Zhangkai Guoi Hai Long. Dam Ngoi Ho Nyan Mung Dra Reo Ho. Benfia Dam Tu Hang To. Fao Neha. Nehom. Lam Lam Dung Bat De Koige. En Mat Ko Ainukong. Din Von Hong Gidang Di Enra. Is it over? Lo Tuan casually walks away with his hands in his pockets. It's truly been an impressive match. Jiang Kai's performance remains as outstanding as ever. And the boss didn't disappoint me either. In addition, Nan's performance was also very impressive. He curled his lips in a smile, recalling the battle just now. The healer's use of poison was no longer just for fighting, but that girl can arrange the complex 6-water quiescence and still use it in the fight. It shows her skill in poison use is very high. Lam Lam nodded with her eyes closed, as if she understood and added, "It's a pity that Professor Lai has finished the evaluation. Otherwise, I am sure Nan's performance would have earned an A grade." Tu Hung sat on the ground, clutching his mask and crying bitterly. "My beautiful one. My treasure." Why just then? The boy was sprayed in the face with a spray can. Tu Hung suddenly collapsed to the ground. Hon Han shook the spray bottle in her hand with a smug look. "Still relying on me at crucial moments." Wu Vi was terrified by that action and stepped back a few paces. "What are you trying to do again?" Vian Chu angrily raised his sword to attack, but was bitten by his teammate. "Come here, dare to challenge the battle god. You are also prepared for a humiliating defeat." Huh. Jiang Kai and the others held him tightly, trying to persuade him. "Chu Tu, please stay calm a bit. You're helplessly holding your face. The team is indeed getting harder to lead every day." At that moment, Wu raised his hand to cut in. "Now I declare," she smiled and said, and the result appeared on the screen behind her. This battle, the Fire God team won, and the crowd cheered loudly. "Long live the Fire God! Long live the Fire God! Long live the Fire God!" Jiang Kai proudly puffed out his chest. But this feeling wasn't so bad. Amid the cheers, Jiang Kai and his team entered the backstage area. "Long live the Fire God! Long live the Fire God!" Over at the distant grandstand, a man chuckled softly, nodding with a slight curve at the corner of his mouth. "Fire God's Death Squad. How interesting." Night falls, and the moon rises high. A few days later, at the Divine Leader Guild, hurried footsteps echo through the corridors. Team Leader Jiang Kai. Team Leader Jiang Kai. Duong Jiang Kai and his group stopped and turned around, looking surprised. "What's going on over there to be so excited?" Hon Han panted heavily and said loudly, "Earlier, Nguyen Gu and I went out and overheard that the materials for transmitting consciousness and feng shui energy not only increased in price but also sold out completely." The little boy tried to regulate his breathing and added that ever since the materials for transmitting functions were discarded by the army, they have been out of stock for a long time. She looked like her eyes were shining, her expression full of anticipation. "So does everyone think this proves that our professions are not useless?" Jiang Kai crossed his arms and nodded in praise. "That's right. During the battle with the 4 hunting teams, their performance was outstanding, especially Nguyen-go. In that moment when he killed the enemy soldier, all the audience was amazed. But I think that even with the same profession, everyone's talent and opportunities are different. The success of these two is hard to replicate, and Tu Hong and Hon Han being praised makes their faces lift high to the sky." The clan leader patted your shoulder, then pointed and smiled. "What else could it be? After all, our Fire Spirit Squad isn't an ordinary team." The warning shout rang out, and Ho Nyan opened the chart, her eyebrows unconsciously furrowing at the latest news. Only one member of the Li Bao team remained after the battle with Ngo Along. But at the final turning point, the captain of Now Long turned against her team, killing all the members of the hunt team. Everyone who received the shocking news turned to look at her and exclaimed, "What?" Jiang Kai pursed his lips and pondered silently, recalling that the Liat Bao squad was under the management of the Huyen Vo Guild, and their abilities were far from ordinary. Who is the fierce character that managed to defeat the entire Li Bao team, relying solely on their own strength? Jiang Kai's face became very serious as he carefully advised. "Noan Noan. Noan Noan. The captain of Ngo Along cannot be underestimated. If we have time, investigate and find out who we might be facing, so we are not caught unprepared." She immediately nodded in agreement, then looked at her 4 teammates with a calm yet serious tone as she announced that she also had news to share. The current battle situation is becoming increasingly intense. All squads are experiencing a reduction in members. And our next opponent is short-handed. They have no chance of winning against us. So they voluntarily withdrew. Which means, Gyeongkai announced loudly with a bright look. We have made it to the finals. Honhan heard that and jumped up excitedly. So we made it to the finals with all team members intact. Master Vian also cheered happily, saying we are the only team without any casualties among all teams. Noen also smiled and looked at Gyeongkai, saying it's all thanks to Kai's leadership. And Nguyen nodded in agreement. If I have Captain Kai. Gyeongkai gently shook his head and modestly replied with a slight smile. This time, it was thanks to everyone's coordinated efforts that I could move forward without worries about what's behind. Otherwise, no matter how skilled I am, I couldn't turn the tide and advance directly to the finals. This victory belongs to everyone. He burst out laughing happily, his tone relaxed and cheerful. All right. Everyone has worked hard during this time. It will be a while before the finals. So take a day off to relax and reset your mind. And everyone cheered excitedly and celebrated. Gyeongkai also started planning for himself, secretly deciding that while he had the time, he should go back home. So he did just that, and not long after, he returned to Gyeongjeong City, to his luxurious villa. Inside the house, and Tu nervously holds his older brother's arm and gently asks, "Big brother, let me help you back home. I just got out of the hospital. Don't overexert yourself." I helplessly shook my head and smiled, explaining, Tu, I'm not that fragile. I still want to train more so I can recover quickly." But just a moment later, the boss was exhausted and breathing heavily, causing Tu to tremble with worry and ask, "Are you okay, big brother?" At this moment, a mysterious large hand gently appeared and placed on his shoulder. It turns out the owner of that hand is Gyeongkai, who softly laughs, teasing the elder brother. "If you catch a cold, how can you help me then?" Auntie was happy to see Gyeongkai and exclaimed with joy. But soon, Gyeongkai had to ask himself in disbelief. Wait a moment. Like this. You look at the round table full of exquisite dishes, feeling helpless and overwhelmed by how lavish it is. Antu slowly brought out the dishes. Seeing Gyeongkai and the elder brother not touching their food, he loudly asked, "Why aren't you two eating?" The girl then started to overthink and was about to turn back into the kitchen, feeling out of place. "Then I'll go cook something else." Gyeongkai quickly stopped Tu. "Enough already. We're not pigs." Big brother sitting next to him gently smiled and explained, "Kai, I noticed you've been losing weight lately, so I was worried." Tu also turned to sit down and gently asked Gyeongkai, "Can you stay a bit longer this time when you come back?" Big brother gently picked up food for you and nodded in encouragement. "That's right, Kai. You've sacrificed so much for this family. Now your health is better. You don't need to risk your life in Kui Tin anymore." Gyeongkai gently lifts the full bowl of rice in his hands and softly responds to them. "Big brother. 2. I still have a few things I can't stay for long. But don't worry. I'm doing well. And this time I came back to see if you two are living happily." As he spoke, he suddenly remembered something and asked seriously, "Right. Do the royal family members still bother you two?" Brother Tuji is joking, quickly laughing loudly and replying, "No. The security in the villa area is very good. Liu also often sends people to take care of us. And Chuk still feels like she's being watched and monitored like before. Recently she also disappeared." And as the girl spoke, she couldn't help but shiver as she remembered the past when she was watched by countless eyes. Giang nghe vậy cung gạt giàu hài lòng. Trong lòng tham nghi, anh Lu qua nhiên nói. Juok lam juok. Nat jing phai cam on anh ai một ngày nào rồi. The eldest brother sitting nearby also nodded, looking at the caring and concerned young master. Indeed. Now the young master can spend peaceful days at school. You must have made quite a few friends. Right. The girl nodded affirmatively. Of course, seeing that, he happily chuckled, his eyes full of affection and praise. After all, R2 is smart and kind. Everyone likes him. And Gyeongkai also smiled softly. That's wonderful. Yuzi also said nothing more, quietly feeding herself and showing a fleeting look of confusion. Then, she closed her eyes happily, savoring the delicious food in her mouth. But Gyeongkai still handled the situation calmly, worriedly wondering if he had misjudged earlier. It seemed like Antu had something on his mind. The next day, Jiang Kai hurried back to Kui Tin to join the Fire God Sacrifice Squad and prepare for the final battle. A few days later, in a vast forest, the level 23, Spirit King, Wild Boar, Jiangnan ran wildly, and with a flash of a sharp sword in the space, it was swiftly cut in half. The commander sharply struck with his sword, cleanly taking down the wild boar. Then, proud and smug, rested his sword on his shoulder and smiled, ready to face monsters like the level 23 Spirit King Boar Jiangnan. It's nothing for my battle god. Ho Nyan sat nearby, pouting and reminding. Master, you're not the only one making progress. Nguyen Nugu nodded in agreement. Yeah. I've killed at least 3 too. Jiang Kai silently observes everyone, a faint smile on his face as he quietly comments. Their teamwork has improved even more. It seems training before the match was a good idea. At this moment, the devices in everyone's hands suddenly flashed, and now happily exclaimed that there was information about the finals. A blue machine screen appears with a message. Congratulations on reaching the finals. Lord Hoa Than, team leader of the Divine Peace Squad. Your next opponent is the Nuo Long team from the Green Dragon Guild. Please arrive at the Western City Arena at 8 a.m. tomorrow to participate in the match. Master Vien read the announcement carefully, surprised and emotional, realizing that the Ngoa Long squad's team leader fought alone and made it straight to the finals. Ho Han also hesitated, murmuring to himself, "This guy is really scary." And now reported to Jiang Kai seriously. "Kai, I told you to investigate the leader of the Noah Long team last time. I have news." She pursed her lips and calmly introduced the leader of the Noah Long team. His name is Dih Tang, a level 40 fighter, wielding a silver longsword. He is a newcomer who joined the Azure Dragon Guild this year. And when he first joined, Dih Tang started forming the Ngoa Long squad. Under his leadership, the Ngoa Long squad developed rapidly, becoming a formidable opponent within the guild in less than half a year. Nervously, Noan gently stroked the screen, her serious gaze revealing her concern that because Dih Tang was new, the Ngoa Long team didn't operate like the Yo Ung, so there isn't much information about him. But luckily, I found some videos of his previous battles. She paused briefly, recalling Dih Tang's attack style before sharing her opinion. Noticing that the ghostly shadow strike he used was extremely fast, almost capable of killing an opponent with a single blow. After hearing this, Ho Han stroked his chin, slightly frowning as he assessed that the move Kwai On Vo Tung Tram sounded similar to the one from Phai Tuong earlier, a move that seemed to be lightly chewed over by Bap V. Jiang Kai silently nodded in agreement with her, his face serious as he analyzed. Ho Han was right. Someone capable of showcasing their talent in the Grand Council in just half a year, fighting alone straight into the finals. His strength is clearly superior to that of the Phi Wall. At this moment, a strange sound suddenly echoed from the tree behind him. As a hidden gust of wind blew in, a sharp leaf suddenly flew towards him in a whirl, attacking Jiang Kai from behind. He quickly dodged to the side and forcefully grabbed the person behind him. Who was the hidden enemy? A mysterious masked person silently observes, reacting faster than I expected. Jiang Kai remains silent, watching him without saying a word, just quietly observing. Suddenly, he jumps out of his hiding spot and runs swiftly toward you. The person sheaths his sword and sighs. No wonder he led the team straight into the finals. The team leader of Hoa Than, Jiang Kai, stands in stark contrast to the calmness, with the image of the pillar, Ngu en Engu, and Ho Han causing a commotion, as the masked coward suddenly rushes out from somewhere. That's right. If you're confident, let's all fight honestly and openly. Nornorn seems to realize something. Wait a minute. With this height and build, seeing Jiang Kai standing in front of me, the pillar angrily said, "Kai, what are you stopping me for? This guy was about to kill you." Jiang Kai chuckled and calmly explained no. He was just checking my leg earlier. He had no intention of killing me, especially since the punishment for killing an opponent before the final match isn't light. Then you continued. Right. Mr. Dih Tang. Hearing your name, Dih Tang took off his mask. I smiled and said, "So I was indeed discovered." Yuan Zhu couldn't help but be surprised and exclaimed, "This is indeed the guy." Dih Tang approached Jiang Kai with that tone of sarcasm. "It seems you're still just a kid after all." Yuan Zhu held the dagger close to his body and shouted, "Hey, squad leader of the Niao Long team. Don't think I'll be afraid just because you made it to the finals. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll teach you a lesson right now. Dich Tang saw the dangerous situation and raised his hand to explain. Don't misunderstand. I mean, no hostility. Jiang Kai. Actually, I came to negotiate with you. Hearing the words negotiation, Jiang Kai asked suspiciously. Negotiation. Dit Tong looked at your entire team and spoke. Honestly, I've watched all your matches and you performed very well, especially you. Jiang Kai, your ace left a deep impression on me. He still kept a smile on his face and began to share. Honestly saying that because he was competing against your team, he was quite confident he would win. But Jiang Kai doesn't like beating around the bush. So he asked directly what he really wanted to say. And Deng Tong's smile became even clearer. I hope you can duel me one-on-one. And let the outcome decide the final result of the competition. At the same time, during the competition, you are not allowed to use your trump card. You furrow your brow at him. Silently guarding, Ditang sneered. Of course I won't use any weapons other than your throwing darts in a fair exchange, including shields and protective armor. When the rhythm was gone, Yuanzhu stepped forward in front of Jiang Kai and spoke to Di Tong with a displeased tone. Hey, are you trying to go crazy, trying to win? Making ridiculous conditions. We're not fools. What makes you think we'll agree with you? He put his arm around Jiang Kai's shoulder and pulled him away. Kai, let's go. Forget about that crazy guy. And you responded to Dai Tang's offer with a brief apology. I'm not interested in cooperating with him. Dich Tang smiled. Clearly still not giving up on you. Zhang Kai, your new profession, with your abilities, you still haven't been promoted. I guess you don't even know what material is needed for your promotion. He continued. If I said that our guild could provide you with the coordinates of the secret realm to help you solve this problem, you still wouldn't be interested, would you? This statement from Di Tang made Jiang Kai pause. Clearly, this person has touched on what you need most. Jiang Kai turned back to him and asked again. A secret helm. Di Tang nodded. That's right. Seeing your interest in this, he went into more detail and explained simply that a secret realm is an unverified, mysterious area containing the necessary resources for explorers to level up. The secret realms of each country are uniformly managed by the military, especially the large-scale ones. From the Blue Gate called that secret realm. A few people stepped out, and Di Tong continued. Of course, some small-scale exploration targets authorized by the military are also shared with major guilds to motivate members. And he went into more detail about it, noting that there is usually a guardian in these dungeons, setting up challenges, overcoming them. The overseer will reward rare resources or provide answers to questions of a certain difficulty level for explorers. Then, Di Tang took out a card and introduced it right away. This information card records the coordinates of the secret realm our guild discovered. The owner of the opposite side asked in shock. Really? The others in the trial team listened quietly for the answer. No one spoke up first. It's probably true. I heard you mention it before. Last time, the Thon Long Guild members discovered a secret realm in the exploration area designated by the nation. Dich Tong puts the card away and changes the subject. I heard the royal trial caused you some confusion. You must really want to upgrade your abilities and become stronger. He straightforwardly declared that, as long as you win, the secret realm news will belong to you. Jiang Kai pondered for a long time. Didong softly asked Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai, how about it? This deal is probably very profitable for you. When you hear that, you immediately refuse. His condition is indeed very tempting. But I still cannot agree with him. He didn't expect this and was stunned. The owner was also very surprised and asked Jiang Kai again. Why not agree, Kai? Haven't you always wanted to change your role? And Ho Nan nodded beside him. That's right, Captain Kai. If you can complete the transfer, you'll be able to level up smoothly. At this moment, Di Tang stepped closer to Jiang Kai and asked, Jiang Kai, are you sure? You never even answer him. Just tell them how hard we've worked to reach the finals. I am the team leader. If it's just for personal desire to abandon the glory of the Fire God Squad, then I am Captain Kyugi. As Kyuji's friend, I wouldn't even mention trusting him. They all smiled warmly. Only the owner still lowered his head. After saying that, Jiang Kai turned around and left. If there's nothing else, we have to continue training. Without a word, the team leader suddenly rushed forward and punched him in the face. Jiang Kai clutched his reddening cheek and shouted, Master, what are you doing? He frowned and said seriously, We're 5-2. Are you saying this because you don't trust yourself or because you don't trust us? The owner glared and shouted. You won't abandon the team's glory for personal desire. So, are we supposed to watch you sacrifice yourself for our own selfish wants? Hearing that, Jiang Kai hesitated a bit before saying, I, Ho Nyan, also excitedly said, honestly, I can't wait to see Captain Kai teach that bastard a lesson. Nguyen Nu standing nearby also cheerfully persuaded. That's right. Captain Kai. I'm still waiting for you to successfully transfer your position so you can lead everyone to continue leveling up. Nguyen stepped closer to Jiang Kai and said, Kai, don't wait any longer. From the beginning to the end. You've always trusted everyone, thought for everyone, and the team also wants to trust and support you unconditionally. She smiled brightly. This is what team spirit is all about. Isn't it? Seeing the team members trying to persuade her, he couldn't help but feel surprised. Jiang Kai lowered his head, a helpless smile on his lips, and sincerely told them, if you lose, don't blame me. Hearing Jiang Kai say that, the four of them couldn't help but laugh excitedly. He turned to Dich Tang and said, Dich Tang, I agree to your condition, but you'll regret betting against me because, he confidently declared, I will definitely kill you myself. He then chuckled with delight, eagerly awaiting, at the arena, where thousands of spectators have gathered to watch the match. Wu Wei holds the microphone and delivers his speech. As the final moment that moves everyone's hearts has arrived, the championship of the challenge tournament for levels 20 to 40 today marks the official start. And additionally, the competitors and the organizers have agreed that this match will change from a team battle to an individual duel. The screens of the two appear, with Jiang Kai from the Fire God squad fighting against Di Tong from the Hidden Dragon squad. The two on the stands are stunned. What? A solo fight. Isn't it? All members of the Fire God squad are leveling up, giving up such a good opportunity to fight solo. Are you crazy? Jiang Kai is getting a bit too confident. The guy next to him also widened his eyes. This is even more exciting to watch. Dich Tang's ability is not ordinary. Fighting against such a formidable opponent like Jiang Kai. Guess who will win? Even the referee sitting on the bench is getting anxious. What's going on here? Suddenly I feel so tense. Even more than when I was competing. This guy looks very sinister. Will Kai be at a disadvantage? Nguyen Gu clenched her fists and cheered. Captain Kai will definitely succeed. That's right. If it's him, it won't be a problem. Even the first time without standing shoulder to shoulder with Captain Kai, I can only sit and watch from the sidelines. Feeling a bit uneasy inside, Wu Wei excitedly claps her hands. And now, we invite the competing players to the field. The four of them all looked down nervously and shouted in unison. Here it comes. On the field, Jiang Kai and Di Tong face each other. The atmosphere tense. Tang's eyes meet his directly, smiling confidently. In the face of that gaze, Jiang Kai did not look down on or disdain him. Instead, his heart was calm and steady. Wu Wei then explained the rules to both of them. And I have to clarify once again that the only rule of this match is that the team whose player kills the opponent will be the winner. She asked again, are the team captains clear on the rules? And Jiang Kai and Dich Tang both responded. Yes. Wu Wei excitedly shouted. All right. Now I declare the match officially begins. Upon hearing the command, Dai Tang immediately charged forward. But whether my throwing dart is more powerful or my sword is stronger, I will know after one fight. Jiang Kai also prepared a dart in his hand, secretly calculating that although this guy is very fast, my agility is not inferior, plus the agility attribute of the fate chain. I won't lose. You look up, focus your ghostly eyes, and as long as you seize the right moment, defeating them is no problem. Watching Dai Tang rush forward, Jiang Kai counted down 8 meters, 6 meters, 4 meters. When he got close enough, he assumed a defensive stance. Perfect. This is the moment. Dich Tang rushes forward with his sword like tearing through the wind, unleashing the ghostly shadow strike, and the two fight fiercely, causing water to splash and smoke to fill the air. Jiang Kai jumped away from there, completely unharmed. The master wiped the sweat from his face and said loudly. Luckily, Kai reacted quickly enough. That guy not only can quickly dodge in close range when I launch my pursuit attack, but also his explosive power surges. Nong Nong also escapes his heart to analyze. Precisely because the Phantom Shadow Strike can combine both defense and offense in an instant. That's why Dich Tang considers it his ultimate move, and is proud of it. While Dich Tang was still standing in the smoke, Jiang Kai had already run behind him, seizing the opportunity to immediately launch a pursuit attack towards him. It seems that Dich Tang anticipated this and immediately turned his head back, a faint smile of satisfaction on his lips as he charged past Jiang Kai, wielding a sharp sword to block him. Jiang Kai was stunned by his speed, only able to watch the approaching sword, the tip of which was right in front of his face, and he was amazed too fast. Even faster than before. Ding Tang chuckled and said to Jiang Kai, it seems our victory or defeat is already clear. Jiang Kai didn't reply but shouted with all his might, transforming into an illusion. Then, it was as if he lost himself in front of him, causing the team members to shout out, Kai, Captain. Jiang Kai had somehow moved behind Dich Tang, making him look around nervously. I slightly curled my lips and thought to myself that during this time I had also watched videos of Dich Tang's matches. Compared to the incredible speed he showed earlier, it's clear that in previous matches he deliberately held back his strength. And Dich Tang frowned, slowly glancing back and whispering, Yu Lin is just a step away from the armor. Yet you managed to dodge again. Even from the hall's perspective, I really want to win. As if facing a fascinating opponent like you. Dich Tang laughed loudly, with a hint of excitement in his eyes. I am truly very thrilled. In Hun Hun looked down and almost lost her heart. The opponent is really terrifying. In just a few moves, she almost took Kai's life. Now Kai must be under a lot of pressure. The owner also broke out in a sweat with worry. This guy is really hard to deal with. But you can't deny he has skill. Just too annoying. Huan Han and Nguyen Nu beside him can only cheer him on. Captain, under the arena, Jiang Kai and he are facing each other, both waiting for the other to make a move. You didn't attack right away but responded to what Dich Tang said. I have to reply to you the same way. Just as you have stirred my desire to win or lose. He pursed his lips, still smug as he replied. Maybe I have to do it. Kid, I really regret having to fight you, alright? I promise you that even if you lose the match, I will make sure you join the Azure Dragon Guild. So what? Jiang Kai didn't bother to answer, directly kicked off the ground and leapt high, rushing straight toward Dich Tang, shouting loudly, Enough talk. The match isn't over yet. He also drew his sword and responded with great pleasure, just as I expected. But in the end, are you underestimating me or just becoming foolish? Wanting to kill me? You should at least have shot a few more flying daggers. Saying that, Dich Tang sped off at lightning speed, with a cold smile on his lips as Jiang Kai shot his arrow while executing a move. The timing was perfect. Did Tang, driven mad with his sword. Is he trying to kill me at closer range? Then you're too naive. At this moment, Dich Tang's eyes suddenly widened in surprise as he swung his sword forcefully at Jiang Kai's position, knocking him into the air. Then, the wind swords kept slashing at Jiang Kai's body, forcing him to retreat without being able to defend himself. Jiang Kai gritted his teeth, enduring the pain from the previous strikes without any chance to fight back. Nguyen, the owner, along with the two girls Hon Han and Hun Hu, stood outside watching in shock and sorrow, calling out loudly, Kai, Captain Kai. Those who witnessed the scene couldn't help but admire and marvel, truly deserving of Dich Tang's mastery. Just the residual effect of the attack left him wounded like this. If they fought head-on, he might have lost his life. Returning to the fight, Jiang Kai was gradually able to stand firm again. Then he wondered why. Why was it like this? Jiang Kai remembered when Dich Tang's sword was pointed at his head. The first time he used the Kwai An Vo Tung Tram. I deliberately held back some strength so I could at least avoid the deadly move. But the attack earlier, even though I used all my effort to dodge, I was still affected by the aftershock of the sword's echo. Is it because the distance was too close for me to react? Or has his Kwai An Vo Tung Tram become faster than before? Jiang Kai looked up at the arrogant opponent before him. Dich Tang stands in front of you, wearing a smug smile and a challenging tone. So you've managed to get up already. Huh. But your appearance looks so timid. You don't care about his tone and continue to ponder. But you always feel like you've missed something very important. All over Dich Tang's body was a layer of blue flames. And he said, I remember Tu Fai Tuong once said in a fight that if it came to speed, he had never lost. Gradually, he forced a challenging smile and said, I'll tell you this, no matter how fast your opponent is, you will definitely lose when facing me. Because when I face a strong opponent, I become even stronger. While Di Tang was still talking, Jiang Kai had already stood firm on the arena. Jiang Kai stands still without moving, his entire body shrouded in an unpredictable Ominusora. You tightly hold the sharp darts and speak in a deep, hoarse voice. After all, I haven't lost yet. As I said, you suddenly throw those arrows swiftly toward the target. Seeing your stubbornness, Di Tang admired with pleasure. What a tough kid. I like that. But it doesn't mean I'll go easy on you. He used his sword to carve a line across Jiang Kai's shoulder. Is that all the new idea you have? So boring. Then another sharp cut across your body. At your current speed, not even my sleeve would be touched. He warned you in a condescending tone, like a superior ordering an inferior to surrender. My next move won't give you a chance to stop. Rukao. Di Tang swung her arm, sneering with a brutal expression, mercilessly attacking him repeatedly. Jiang Kai couldn't avoid and had to endure all the blows, likely unable to withstand it and coughing up blood. Outside the match, the group of people from Hon Han stood anxiously. No one raised her hand to cover her mouth, her voice filled with sorrow, tears already welling up. This is bad. Kai's situation looks very serious. The spectators outside the arena also held their breath, watching in pain as it was clear he was being crushed single-handedly. Back in the arena, Jiang Kai was now able to gradually steady himself on the stage. The spectators upstairs continue to comment, and Jiang Kai has essentially been disadvantaged, giving up the team match opportunity and insisting on a solo fight. What do you think his stupidity is aiming for? Next to him, the two sitting with their legs crossed have faces and words that seem to provoke a response. What other purpose could there be? That show-off was just luck to keep Lola from realizing his limits and sneaking into the finals. Yeah. I think Jiang Kai got what he deserved. Yuanzu listened to those words with a furious expression and immediately grabbed the collars of the two men to question them. Even though they still didn't understand what was happening, the owner fiercely asked the two of them what they said. If they dared, say it again. Behind, Nao's group hurriedly stepped forward to mediate. Master, don't be impulsive. Good people don't fight with dogs. Why bother with trash that only knows how to bite randomly? That's right. Faced with the owner's attitude, one of the two not only didn't back down but took a step forward. He immediately shouted loudly, drawing everyone's attention to them, saying Jiang Kai's death was well-deserved. What the hell? What are you? A turtle, that's right. Everyone come see this. Here is a good dog protecting its owner. The landlord's eyes flashed with anger, veins bulging on his forehead as he growled at you all. At that moment, a loud voice rang out, shouting, "What's all this noise?" Lam, standing in the audience, looked at the chaos around her with a fierce gaze, and ordered the crowd to clear out the troublemakers. A soldier replied clearly. Nuan looked at the person in front of her. She was surprised and said, "Sister." Lam stepped closer and explained, "This time Jiang Kai is fighting Di Tang alone. I was worried you might get too anxious watching the match and get upset, so I came here to check." At this point, the two troublemakers were dragged out by guards with their hands tied. Lam continued, "Those two are probably from the mysterious martial arts guild, so they were just looking for trouble to vent their anger. Your fire team is exceptional, but this time, your martial arts tournament not only failed to bring honor but also caused you to lose face. I just hope Jiang Kai dies soon." The sect master is still angry. She spat out a mouthful of saliva, and a swarm of flies and maggots gathered around. On this side, Now listened to her sister and looked worriedly at the arena, saying, "Kai." At this moment, on the arena, Jiang Kai is in a disadvantaged position, kneeling on one leg with his hand supporting the ground, facing Di Tang, who stands composed, holding a sword with the demeanor of a master. Jiang Kai forced himself to take a deep breath, his left hand rising as a surge of power quickly gathered in the palm of his hand. Seeing that, Di Tang chuckled softly and said, "Jiang Kai, there's no need to suffer like this. You're definitely going to lose this time. Stop wasting your effort. Just agree to join our Thon Long Guild, and you'll still have a chance to enter the secret realm." Jiang Kai replied, his lips still bloodied. "Wait a moment." He looked at him and continued, "You're not beaten yet." Seeing the determined look in his eyes, Di Tang hesitated. Clearly this kid was already at the end of his rope. But in his eyes there was no fear or panic. Only calmness and a stubborn resolve. He raised his hand, gripping his weapon tightly, and replied, "Fine. No matter what. You refuse to admit defeat." Dick Tang suddenly charged forward to attack, his voice still steady. "Then I have no choice but to crush your confidence completely." A sharp streak of sword energy slashed toward Jiang Kai's face, and the ghostly figure struck without warning. Outside the arena, Jiang Kai's team was stunned, and a team member anxiously asked what was happening. Why Captain Kai was dodging so desperately. No one was so scared at this moment that she dared not look at what was happening ahead, her hands trembling with wide eyes full of hesitation. On the arena, Jiang Kai remained still as the advancing sword energy sliced through the air, leaving behind a trail of cutting wind. But at this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, quickly jumped up, raised both hands, and launched an attack. Ignition state. Fire retreat. On this side, the enemies seem electrocuted. What's going on? Suddenly feeling numb, my eyes blurred. I couldn't see the figure clearly. Why? Suddenly I can't see this kid's movements anymore. Jiang Kai's 4 sources of energy hit the enemy's sword, knocking it away. He was shocked and thought to himself, "This isn't over yet." That's when Jiang Kai shouted, "You continue to use the same method," releasing 4 streams of energy to attack the enemy's body. 4 beams of energy pierced through him, causing the ogre to scream in pain as the energy from his wounds dispersed, revealing that what was truly there were sharp, deadly darts. A powerful burst of energy suddenly shot out, causing Sang to dodge repeatedly. At this moment, enemy Zhang's body was full of holes, charred wounds, and blood everywhere. Jiang Kai widened his eyes in shock, staring at the person in front of him. Despite his serious injuries, the enemy was still standing tall. He took a step forward, raising his sword to point at him, and said, "You're defeated." Up in the stands, everyone was silent and stunned, mouths agape, unable to believe what they saw below. Ngihang exclaimed in shock, "What? I didn't see that wrong. Did I?" Jiang Kai fights back again in a desperate situation. Like everyone else, he is full of doubt and asks, "What exactly is going on? How did Jiang Kai do this? It's truly unbelievable." At this moment, Nan Nan's eyes shine brightly. Hon Han and Nguyen Nu beside him are also joyful, clenched fists cheering, "I knew it. I knew it. Kai wouldn't be easily defeated like that." Ding Tang looked at the hand holding the dart pointing at him and asked, "And you? Already found my weakness. Since when?" Jiang Kai, with a cold and sharp gaze, replied, "I should thank you for reminding me of this." Dick Tang's eyes widened in surprise as he asked back, "What do you mean?" The most recent image, 10 minutes ago. Jiang Kai was gathering his strength, thinking to himself, "Something's not right. I always feel like I'm missing a very important point. What exactly is it?" From above, Ditong looked down and said to you, "I remember. Tu Fai once said during the fight, in terms of speed, he has never lost to anyone." "Right. So I will tell you, no matter how fast your opponent is, you will definitely lose if you fight me." At this moment, it seems like he's grasped something. Wait a minute. Strength meets strength. No mistake. It's strength meets strength. His face gradually became more confident, and his thoughts continued, as if he had understood a little now. The scene shifts to before the match. The guild master, Jiang Kai, watched from afar as the enemy finished off his opponent and said, "Before the match, I watched his fight. He can always use his shadow to kill the opponent at the most critical moment." At this point, he stroked his chin, contemplating how fast his attack speed could become. "I explained that at that time I was focused on your highest attack speed and didn't notice the constant changes in your attack rate. But I forgot." At this point, I remembered earlier when the enemy increased his offer. If I told you that our guild could provide you with the coordinates of a secret realm to help you solve the problem. So you still have your doubts. And thinking about this, you said that he is someone who deliberately used information about the secret realm to negotiate terms with me in order to win the competition. Stop for a moment and recall the eager face of the enemy. Then you say, he is determined to win no matter what. He remembers how he quickly defeated his opponent in the previous match and says, one person, extremely eager to win. If the first attack didn't use all his strength, it was probably to test the opponent. But then, once he sees a chance to win, He will definitely use his fastest speed to finish off the obstacle. As he was about to explain, the old man did not do so. The enemy appears like a cluster of villains, manipulating the opponent in the palm of his hand, and he continues to speak, just like in a previous match. Facing an opponent with high agility, the incredible speed of his attack was enough to deliver a finishing blow to the opponent at that moment. The boy recalls and analyzes that moment, but he seems like an experienced baiter. After successfully catching the prey, he would leisurely play hide and seek. That clearly doesn't make sense. During the battle with the increased enemy, I quickly identified another key point and made a bold guess that his sword aura was perfectly synchronized with him. At that moment, I even had a feeling that he could predict my movement direction. Is that intuition? At that moment, Jiang Kai was suspicious, but denied it. Perhaps it wasn't just an illusion. The image of you after being injured still standing up to attack the enemy appeared. Who said otherwise? I haven't given up yet. You remember that moment and thought to yourself, rather than sitting still and waiting for death, it's better for a man to take the initiative and verify himself. Jiang Kai continued explaining that to test his hypothesis. He adjusted his energy based on combat distance and attack speed while fighting him, and simultaneously conducted cross-checks. Jiang Kai risked everything, using himself as bait to determine whether your thoughts were correct or not. As Jiang Kai expected, you said that indeed. Each time the results are the same. His unpredictable attack cannot directly hit us, but at the same time, I couldn't avoid being affected by the aftershock and getting injured from start to finish. You remember that moment. A blue-white light rushing towards you, quickly piercing through your chest. At this moment, Jiang Kai said, if he wants to win like that, of course there will be no way to play hide-and-seek with me. So I guessed. You hesitated for a moment and then said, your real deadly skill is the ability to predict your opponent's moves using your mental powers. At this moment, enemy Tang's eyes are now bloodshot, glaring fiercely at Jiang Kai as he continues to analyze. You keep talking, and I guess this kind of mental skill of yours can be transmitted through the body. Quickly detecting the opponent's muscle contractions or airflow on the surface of the body to predict their attack trajectory and launch an immediate counterattack. Ting Zheng remembered that just now. During the fight with Jiang Kai, his eyes suddenly went blank, and he experienced hallucinations. What Jiang Kai whispered in his ear was that after uncovering his secret, he only needed to use a mind-paralyzing technique while disrupting his judgment. Even a split second is enough to become his weakness. Di Tang, he asked angrily. I see. But back then, it was still just your guess. You're not afraid of being wrong. Or even if you are, you can't beat me. He paused for a moment and then asked, are you too confident? Jiang Kai responds with a steel counterattack. The overconfident one is you. Di Jiang is startled, and you explain that he uses this shadow demon slash to hide the true nature of his mental skill, aiming to deceive his opponent. You stare fixedly at Dich Tang, revealing your intention to increase the chances of a fatal strike later. Most of his points are added to attributes other than mental strength, which is why his mental power is not high, and this gives me the chance to break the deadlock. Dich Tang exclaimed in horror. You're bluffing, Jiang Kai calmly replied. Yes, but the truth is, I have already won decisively. You have lost. Lost in the skill you are most proud of. To be precise, stop here. Then slowly admit that you lost because of your arrogance that no battle could be lost to him. Huh. So that's how it is. At this moment, on the arena, Jiang Kai sternly commands, staring intently at Di Zheng, who has lost the battle and collapsed on the ground. Jiang Kai, with a calm face despite his injuries, softly says, it's over. Wu Vi's voice rang out. Oh my God. Ladies and gentlemen, did you see that? In a situation where there was no advantage at all, Jiang Kai found his opponent's weakness and finally delivered a fatal blow. Truly a perfect counterattack. A classic among classics. A giant 3D screen appeared in the sky showing Jiang Kai's silent spinning move. The crowd cheered. Jiang Kai is the best. This battle was so cool. No one can compete with me. Jiang Kai is now my only god. Jiang Kai. The four of them quickly ran over. The owner said, incredible. Kai, your performance was so cool, I was stunned. No one added. That's right, Kai. I was so nervous earlier I couldn't breathe. Jiang Kai turned back, smiling and replying, making everyone worried. Nguyen Nu entered the pond like seeing a star, eyes shining with admiration. Captain Kai, today you are the brightest star in the hall. Don't forget I'm your #1 fan. Nguyen Gu hurriedly added. And me too. And me as well. Captain Kai, you're amazing. The owner now raised his fist to the sky, singing loudly. Yes. I've decided. Tonight no cars. No going home. After no one heals Kai. We'll go celebrate his victory. Gyang Kai quickly said. Wait a moment. Is there still something else? Before he could finish speaking, an unexpected hand grabbed his shoulder and pulled him away. Master Vien cheerfully replied. Go ahead. Say it, and I'll cover it. Ho Nyan too. We're going all out today. Nguyen and Ju then added. That's right. Vu Vi shouted helplessly. I haven't announced the match result yet. Hey. Don't go. With that, Vu Vi quickly announced. Now I solemnly declare that the winner of the competition is Jiang Kai from the Hoa Than team. The crowd in the stands is now in chaos, shouting loudly. Jiang Kai and his group below don't care and are happily leaving together. Lam Lam looked at their backs and quietly said, I didn't expect Jiang Kai to achieve such a feat, or maybe he himself has become a miracle. An image of a massive arena appears. And the next day, at the Divine Lord Assembly, a voice echoes. Everyone, come quickly. The army just sent someone to deliver the reward. On the owner's hand is a small bronze box. Looking from the outside, you can't tell what material it's made of. The group of owners watch. And Nguyen Nu asks unhappily, what can such a small box hold? The army's calling it too dramatic. The owner of the gem reached out, opened the box and said, You'll see once you open it. As the lid was lifted, 4 blue beams of light in the shape of rectangles appeared and quickly shot out. Gyang Kai widened his eyes as one suddenly lunged toward him, while on the other side, one flew toward the army. The clumsy Nguyen and Ju. The remaining card appears in front of the reverse lake face. She says, So the reward is given in the form of a card. Zhang Kai, you look at what's in front of you and suddenly startle, feeling amazed. Without a word, he reached out and grabbed it. And as he touched it, a huge beam of light shot out from the card. Moreover, the light grew brighter and brighter. But Jiang Kai paid no mind. Holding the card tightly without letting go, a notification window pops up, congratulating you on receiving the S-rank upgraded soul chain. At this moment, your weapon appears with an information panel. S1 rank soul chain. Increased by 14 points in strength, 17 points in penetration, and 21 points in agility. Special effect, 1. Each time you use a trait, the chance of a critical hit and critical damage will increase by 15%. Maximum increase of 135% after activating a critical hit. All buff effects of the streak are reset. R. Tuk Jap. Each True Eye Mensch bar can deal damage within a small area for a short duration. Continuous attacks with this ability can keep reducing the enemy's armor. You shouted in surprise. This is the upgraded version of the trait. Nguyen Nu quickly replied. Captain Kai, I know this. It's good stuff. This is called a stone. Thank you for watching the video. Please subscribe to support the channel. Thank you for watching the video. Please subscribe to the channel. He said that this is a Tui Tian Hu Lo used to hold wine, which can increase the effectiveness of various wines by 30% and reduce drunkenness time by 50%. As for Rang Kai, holding 2 cards in his hand, he said that these rewards seem to have been specially made for us. Wait a minute. Chu Tu. No one. The rewards for both of you. The owner explained. Kai, don't worry. Anyway, Noan and I are still members of the army. The rewards have already been delivered to Captain Bill's team beforehand. At this point, the owner walks over and puts his arm around you, whispering that you guessed right earlier. This reward was given based on each of our fighting styles and needs. Truly generous, Nuan added. That's right. The person who delivered the reward was Lu's man. And Lu also remembered that he asked the bodyguard commander to send these gifts. Gyang Kai was surprised and asked again. Commander V. The envoy request, Hon Han, looked at him with bright eyes and spoke to her idol. That's because Captain Kai, your honor is just too great. Nguyen Nugu also agreed to reply. That's right. Who is our Captain Kai? After all, the guard commander really has a very sharp eye. Gyang Kai softly smiled to himself, thinking that Commander Wei and Lu had helped him a lot. Next time they meet, he must thank them in person. At this moment, Noan, No one suddenly asked. Right. Kai, you won the finals. So, the Green Dragon Guild will give you the Secret Realm information card as the second prize. Jiang Kai replied. Don't worry. They will send someone in 3 days. Hon Yan gently patted Noan's face and said, Noan. Captain Kai worked hard to win the match. So don't worry about trivial things all the time. With a worried expression and a face full of concern, it was heartbreaking to see, but Noan denied it, saying it wasn't true. Watching the peaceful and harmonious scene before him, Jiang Kai remained calm, a faint smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Chengjiangzhong. In a vast area surrounded by tall buildings, with a spacious but sparsely populated courtyard in the center, a pair of quiet legs walking along the grand road. With Jiang Kai gazing intently, hands in his pockets, staring into the distance as if reminiscing about something, he suddenly stopped, thinking to himself, recalling Tu's expression, still feeling uneasy, as if he sensed something was bothering him, and remembering the image of a beautiful girl with blue eyes, his thoughts went on. Today he would surprise Tu by bringing the girl home, and also ask how she's doing. Don't say what the two students are talking about on the playground. Hey, have you decided where to go after school today? Still playing. Haven't you heard that Master Diet Tuet said there's a test tomorrow? You're too careless. The two cheerful students walk and chat, and scenes like this are not uncommon around here. In the hallway, a classroom door number appears. The door opens. Jiang Kai walks in and asks, Is Jiang An here? Jiang An isn't here. A young woman replied. Then she approached and asked, He was called away by someone. I think I've seen you before. You're her older brother. Right. Jiang Kai nodded and replied, Yes. But when you say he was called to the office by the teacher, he sighed and rested his chin on his hand, saying no. Actually, this time, a group of people has been paying close attention to Jiang An. Jiang Kai anxiously grabbed Thi Qi's shoulders and asked what it meant to be targeted by others. The girl recalled a group of people in her memory and explained that their leader was named Triu Loi. He is a troublemaker who recently transferred schools. And I heard his father works under the Huang Vi family. He has influence and power in the school, causing trouble everywhere, recruiting many followers, and not even caring when he sees her. Jiang An is being called over by 2 female students and Zhao Liao, when suddenly a boy rushes over, panting and saying, Hurry. It's too late. Suddenly, a person appeared in front of Tu Hang, kicking him in the leg. Tu Hang, caught off guard, cried out in pain and fell backward. In front of him is Zhao Liu and his 2 followers, sneering as they look at the kid and say, You're pretty bold, telling him to come see me within 3 minutes after the bell rings. Do you think my words are just wind? Jiang Kai and Thi Kai heard the commotion and immediately went to check, as soon as the girl saw. She recognized him and exclaimed in surprise, It's Zhao Loi. Tu Hang, afraid, explained, No, it's not true. Brother Zhao, listen to my explanation. The 2 little brothers of Zhao Loi didn't say a word, but everyone knew that as long as Zhao Loi gave the order, they would be ready to give the kid a good beating. Zhao Loi clenched his fists, shouting loudly, I see you're heading straight for your own doom. But at this moment, Zhao Loi's face stiffened in surprise, his attack stopping abruptly with a look of shock. The 2 younger disciples behind him also looked terrified, staring in astonishment at the person who had just stepped in to stop Zhao Loi. Jiang Kai calmly asked, You are Zhao Liao. Are you familiar with the Huangbi Zhao Liao? Angry, released Tu Hang and glared at Jiang Kai. That bastard dares to act arrogantly knowing it's me. He's tired of living. Tiam said Jiang Kai loudly. I am Jiang An's older brother, Zhang Kai. You stare intently at Zhao Loi, with sharp eyes and ask calmly, Where is Tu Jiao now? Trio Loi sarcastically said, So you're the guy Jiang Kai who doesn't know his place and dares to offend the royal family. Why should I answer your questions? His face twisted with rage. He challenged and said, Of course, if you kneel down and beg like a dog, I might consider showing mercy and tell you. Jiang Kai looked at him as if he were seeing a dead man, and replied, Only afraid you won't recognize it. Triu Loi glared at Jiang Kai's contemptuous eyes and calm voice. Grinding his teeth in anger, he clenched his fists and charged forward. Still so arrogant. Today, I will show you what regret really is. One of his 2 followers spoke up now. Brother Triu, we'll fight in your place. At this moment, Students are crowded around. Whispering and gossiping, look over there. There's a fight. Who's the unlucky one to have angered Second Master Zhao Loi? Jiang Kai at this moment is like a statue. Not looking at Zhao Lo and his henchmen approaching to attack. Just standing still with a serious face and deep eyes. Sensing that it's too slow. In just a blink, Jiang Kai tilted his body, dodging all attacks and leaving behind a fleeting trace of his gaze that was hard to follow. The two little brothers were panic-stricken, hardly able to believe what they saw. Jiang Kai swiftly steps forward with one foot, using the other as support, and quickly launches an attack towards the two small thugs. With agile steps, he moved quickly, delivering a powerful punch straight to the face, knocking each of them down swiftly. Triu Loi's two underlings writhed on the ground in pain, suffering terribly. Zhao Liao saw this and shouted curses, saying, "If you two brothers are both not sensible, I will show you who truly rules in this environment." The scene shifts outside to an empty area surrounded by wire fences, possibly a basketball court, where the sounds of punches and beatings continue to echo. A girl is suffering in pain from each blow, her whole body scratched. Yi Tin holds a basketball in her hand, her white and black shoes, saying, "Little sister, we're just teaching you how to pass the ball. Why are you using your face to catch the ball?" Nulan with brown hair also added, "That's right. You're too reckless. If people think we're bullying you, it'll cause trouble for us." The two cruel and cunning women looked at Antu, trembling with pain, collapsed on the ground. Antu was trying to stay calm, holding his head in pain, with his other hand on the ground, and apologized. One of the two cruel women said, "It's good to admit your mistake," then snatched the girl's bag. Overturning it, she looked inside and said, "With the backpack so dirty, isn't everything inside ruined?" Suddenly, a photo of the three of them appears, and Wai Tin asks, "What is this?" Antu is startled. The girl quickly stands up, runs over, reaching out to snatch the photo back. "Give it to me." Her mind is filled with memories, recalling that this was a birthday photo from last year when they first made a cake for her. Wai Tin holds the photo and says playfully, "Why are you so tense? Don't be too fierce. Look at the tension in her body. It seems we've found something interesting." Antu is being tightly held by that weak Lan. The girl struggles. "Give it back to me." Holding the photo in her hand, Wai Tin cunningly smiled and said, "If she keeps jumping around, I can't guarantee I won't tear her apart." But just then, a phone ringing from his pocket broke the silence. He quickly answered. "Hello? I'm busy. What's the matter?" Hearing the call on the other end, Ata was stunned and asked, "What?" Someone named Jiang Kai came to the classroom looking for Jiang An. Got into a fight after an argument. Is there really someone so stupid that they don't know their limits? Antu listened to the conversation. The girl was shocked and couldn't believe it. Thinking, "It's him." Thinking of this, Antu suddenly bit down hard on the arm holding the girl tightly, causing Nuok Lan behind to be surprised and hurt with a loud cry. At this moment, Antu has escaped, and the girl with a worried face uses all her strength to run quickly, her delicate legs seeming to be empowered, and she swiftly rushes toward the classroom. She hurriedly, ignoring the wound on her face, anxiously thought to herself, "Hurry up. We must go quickly. There are many of them. He will be at a disadvantage." Antu's face is filled with fear and worry for Jiang Kai, fearing he will be harmed by those cruel people. At this moment in the corridor, behind Jiang Kai are two of Chu Loi's followers lying on the ground, while in front is Black Kung Chu Loi. Antu just arrived, still worried about Jiang Kai inside, but seeing the scene before her, she froze in shock. Hearing the girl's call, Jiang Kai looked back happily and said, "Ah, Tu." Turn around, seeing Ah Tu panting and full of injuries. Looking at him with concern, she asked again, "Are you okay?" As soon as she finished speaking, her eyes widened in horror as she stared intensely at what was behind Jiang Kai. Seeing how badly he was being beaten, Jiang Kai snapped, his hands clenched into fists, veins bulging, trembling. You can only say two words now. "Anh Tu." Behind you is Treo Loi's voice. "Now, even if you kneel down, it's too late." He cowardly rushed from behind to strike, aiming to ambush Jiang Kai, but he stood still as a statue, not moving at all. "Anh Tu Huang. So hey. Het Lon Muon Kan Bao Jiang Kai. Anh Oi. Can." Then, Tôi gian như dùng lại. Chỉ còn lại hình ảnh của Trioloi, và Giang Khai như John phim tua cham hiện ra trong mắt Kobe. Giang Kai suddenly felt a sharp pain in his leg. Like a shuttle. He spun around and delivered a fierce kick straight to Trioloi's face. Before he could react, he saw a shadow with incredible speed rushing directly at him. Trioloi receives the kick. Falls to the ground. Eyes wide with streaks of blood. Blood also keeps flowing from her mouth. At this moment, a group of students was carrying tables and chairs, talking as they walked, about the third trip, while the teachers in the administrative office sat comfortably in the air-conditioned room. Make us work as a cargo bridge, hoping for a thunderstorm now, so these long tables will be smashed to pieces. Don't stay in the rain anymore. Hurry up and move the stuff. Once you're done, school will end early and you can go home. The loud voices of the two wicked women rang out. Wai Tin and Nuoc Lan ran over and said, "Move aside." Nuoc Lan gritted her teeth in hatred, her eyes seeming to kill. Where is Gyang An? This girl dared to bite me and make me bleed. Later I will see to it that I pull out all her dog's teeth. Suddenly, a blinding light appeared at the end of the corridor, and a Jiat Min asked, "Wait, what is that?" He took the blame, then shot backward like a missile after being hit by Jiang Kai's kick, crashing into Nuoc Lan. The worried shouts of his subordinates called out, "Brother, sister, are you okay?" The students are still moving tables and chairs, looking at the broken ones from the impact, dazedly saying, Cheng is really useless, so there's no need to move them anymore. Should I go buy some more? At this moment, Antu stared blankly at Jiang Kai's back, while the girl still hadn't recovered from the shock inside. You, with your strong, steady back, standing in front of Antu, still clutching his hands, in a protective stance for your sister, looking at your brother. Antu stammered. The one who's suffering here is in pain, he said through gritted teeth. Damn it, it hurts so much. I've been training at Kwai Tin lately, and my body's strength has improved. Why can't I withstand that kid's strike? He's not at all like the weak young master the royal family claims him to be. A single foot stands firmly in front of the kneeling person. Blocking the way, it's Jiang Kai, who had somehow approached unnoticed, looking down from above with eyes that seemed to gaze at someone about to die. Streams of murderous aura rose, his eyes like a demon's. Slowly, he said, "You all," each word echoing again, "should not bully him." Chiu Loi looked at the person in front, his face pale and sweating, thinking to himself how powerful and terrifying this guy's aura was. At this moment, outside, a student exclaimed in surprise, "Is Jiang really that impressive with such a great older brother?" In his frightened and suspicious state, a student asked, "Why does he look so familiar?" The boy next to him replied, "I remember now. He's my brother." "Is your brother really that awesome?" Seeing Qilu so frightened and suspicious, a student asked, "Why does he seem so familiar?" The guy next to me replied, "I remember now. He's the explorer of the planet Jiang Kai. He's been popular lately, and is my idol." Over here, Jiang Kai pinches Chu Loi's face with a fierce expression and asks, "So you said you are the rule of this world?" "Right." He is so scared that he stammers, "What do you want to do?" Jiang Kai punched him in the face and continued, "If you like to see dominance and violence as rules, then suffering is just life." "Who am I?" Jiang Kai's voice still echoing in my ears. "Then today, I will let you use this body to remember clearly, and give you another punch on the right cheek. You keep talking. Only those who can stand firm can talk about rules." With eyes wide open, asking themselves, "Where am I?" Then a punch from below the chin, begging for mercy and pain. "Oh Lord, come save me." Another punch is about to come down. Jiang Kai says, "Daring to bully someone from my Jiang family. If you cast us." At this moment, a hand holds you back, and Antu's voice rings out, "Hey, stop fighting." The little girl with scratches on her face and worried eyes holding your hand tightly. You instinctively stop. Antu continues, "Can we just stop fighting?" Jiang Kai remained silent, stopped fighting and apologized, turning his back to Antu without saying a word. He suddenly turned around, his green eyes looking at Anastu, his face much better now. No longer as dangerous as before, he gently replied, "Okay," as he sat on the ground with his face swollen and bruised, and Natlan behind him looked no better, curled up on the floor, leaving them behind. Giangkai and Antu happily walk away. While he looks at his younger sister with a loving gaze, Giangkai said, Tu, I'll wait for you at the stairs. I'll come over soon, Tu obediently replied. Yes, without turning around. He spoke, and the two of them, hearing only that, were startled and frightened. With a teasing tone, he continued speaking. Come here, I have something to say to both of you. Not Lan and Wai Tin broke out in cold sweat, and quickly replied, Brother Giang. No. Brother Jiang, take your time to tell me. The night is dark. The bright moon shines fully in the sky, and a light flashes from the room in the school. Inside, Jiang Kai is carefully disinfecting the wounds on Antu's foot, while the obedient girl sits quietly. As he cleans the various cuts on her soft feet, she softly winces in pain each time Jiang Kai wipes the wounds. He looked up anxiously and asked the girl, Did I hurt you? Tu. He too stubbornly denies it. No. I'm not hurt at all. Really? Oh right. I'm in Kui Tin. No trouble at all. So why are you here to pick me up? Jiang Kai replied. If he hadn't come to find me today, I wouldn't have told you when I was bullied. At this point, she stopped and looked at him lovingly, continuing to speak. Since she was young, she has been like her eldest brother, always enduring and not speaking out about anything. Tu, feeling embarrassed, turned away and said, And as for me, I was in Kui Tin, facing many dangers, but I never told you guys. Jiang Kai mumbled an explanation. That's because Tu interrupted him, saying, Even though every time he comes home with a bright and cheerful face, he still can't act rashly in front of the royal forces. With the money you brought home, you probably had to risk being on Kui Tin to get it. Right. She painfully continued. I only hate myself for not having the ability. Not being able to go to Kui Tin. Not being able to do anything for you. So the only thing I can do is try my best not to cause trouble for you and make you worry. Jiang Kai listened quietly as the girl continued. And in fact, they weren't that unreasonable from the start. Just spreading some rumors that have become bolder lately. What do you want? I know you're busy with an important competition, and I definitely don't want to trouble you. Seeing Jiang Kai remain silent, I hurriedly asked, Brother Jiang, why aren't you saying anything? Are you angry? I'm sorry. He didn't reply. Just put a bandage on her and praised her. Little one, you've grown up unexpectedly. Stand up. He continued. Brother Tu, you don't need to apologize. It's not you who's at fault. But those bullies who hurt me, don't worry. Those bastards in Kui Tin can't kill me. From now on, after work every day, I will call you via video to check in and let you rest assured. Okay, but if you dare to be bullied and endure it yourself, then my older brother and I will wipe out this school. At this point, your face brightened. And of course you said, after all, your brother protecting his sister is only natural. Antu's eyes were misty with tears as he looked at his brother with deep emotion. Jiang Kai handed the family photo back to her and said, Keep this. The photo shows Antu happily holding a birthday cake, with Jiang Kai and the eldest brother affectionately looking at her. Antu happily holding the photo, with teary eyes, saying, Yes, I know, thank you. Jiang Kai said, All right, let's go home. I'm sure our older brother will be very happy to see us come back together. Antu cheerfully replied. Okay. A few days later, in Kui Tin, a wooden house appears, surrounded by tall trees with gentle sunlight shining down. Nguyen Nu's voice echoes. Captain Kai, this is the secret realm location the enemy is guarding. Are we being played by the Thon Long Guild? Or is this just an ordinary wooden house? Ho Nan quickly said. That's right. There's no trap at all. Jiang Kai looked around and concluded. It doesn't seem fake. He analyzed for everyone. Look. Although this wooden house looks old on the outside, inside it is neat and tidy. Spotless. Clearly having been thoroughly checked. Additionally, I noticed that the ground in the yard is uneven with pits and mounds, as if it had been dug up and buried, probably hiding traces they left during the search for the secret entrance. At this point, you recall Ditch Tang's appearance and explain that he is a proud and arrogant person. Even if we lose, we won't bother to show ourselves. Ho Nan replied. In that case, a big organization like the Green Dragon Guild has probably already searched this place thoroughly and still hasn't found the entrance. So how are the three of us supposed to find it? Nguyen Ngu agreed and said, That's right. Nguyen Ngu scratched his head and wished he could say that if Non Non were here, it would be great, because her intelligence-gathering skills are very strong, and she would definitely know something. Hon Han remembered when the pillar and Non Non waved goodbye, replying regretfully, "Oh well. What can you do?" After all, they had been drafted into the army. Giang Kai said that just like before, during the competition to challenge the guild, they borrowed Tru Tu and Non Non. And now that the contest is over, it's time for them to return to the district. He gradually stepped back. You continued talking. Tonight, stay nearby and observe more. The sunlight before night falls shines on the house and surroundings, making everything seem poetic. As night falls, the moonlight replaces the afternoon sun, making everything around seem dreamy and surreal. Bubbles form on the tip of the nose, as if dreaming, hugging a stone tightly. With a gentle smile on the lips, he mumbled to himself that he has lost weight lately and no longer feels soft when hugged. But she is still the wife he loves most. At this moment, on top of the hill, Jiang Kai stands quietly, watching the house and observing the surroundings. He remained silent, thinking to himself, I've been watching all this time and didn't notice anything unusual. Could I be wrong? Behind you, a figure with long hair has silently appeared. Standing behind your back, feeling the hand on his shoulder, Jiang Kai casually said, Huan Yan, I'm not tired yet. No need to switch shifts. Just keep sleeping. As soon as he finished speaking, the leaves suddenly blew away. A strange feeling arose in his mind, and Jiang Kai quickly thought this isn't right. He turned around, only to see grass and rustling leaves flying everywhere. With no one in sight, Jiang Kai returned, looking at Ho Han lying beside Nguyen Nu, still dreaming and talking nonsense. Hi, Captain Kai. Let me teach this one a lesson. You demoness. Taste the power of my heroic water maiden. A sudden shadow appeared above his head, causing Jiang Kai to startle and his pupils to contract. Looking up, he saw a creature with glowing red eyes, a pale face, and long flowing hair, staring directly at him. Keep your distance from her and stop talking nonsense. Jiang Kai decisively launches an attack, but the pursuit spell seems ineffective, passing through the female demon's body without leaving a mark. Jiang Kai was terrified and incredulous. What do you mean? The pursuit spell can't attack her. Over there. The female demon sped away swiftly, her face calm, hair flying wildly. From above, the female demon creates a zigzag path in the air and quickly flies toward another direction. Jiang Kai saw this and thought to himself, her speed is too fast. And moreover, this is the direction of the wooden house. Thinking of this, he unleashed his power, ran quickly to chase the female demon towards the house. Determined to catch up with her, with a focused demon eye, Jiang Kai sped forward like a missile. The house now just ahead. Without hesitation, he charged in, smashing through the front door, shards flying everywhere. His footsteps pounding on the wooden floor, Jiang Kai suddenly stopped, staring suspiciously ahead. In front of him is a dressing table, and sitting opposite is the female demon looking at herself in the mirror. Stroking her long hair, Jiang Kai now stands frozen in place, silently watching the female demon's back. The scene reflected in the mirror shows her face as a skull with blood-red eyes, holding one hand steady and gripping her flowing long hair with the other. Jiang Kai no longer hesitated, and quickly decided to leap up and launch an attack at the female demon. On this side, the female spirit seems unconcerned with him, remaining calm and continuing her work. In the air, Jiang Kai launches an attack, releasing fire. The weapons in your hands shoot out, forming 3 beams of light rushing quickly toward the female demon. The attack approaches, then swiftly passes through her body like an illusion, unable to cause any injury. Jiang Kai roars, unleashing all his fire attacks and weapons to assault the female demon. She neither dodges nor evades. Just as expected, Jiang Kai's attacks fail to inflict any harm on her. Jiang Kai nervously thought to himself that he had aimed for a vital spot, but still couldn't cause any injury. Through the broken window frame, the sunlight gradually appeared over the river and hills. A playing card appears in Jiang Kai's hand, emitting streaks of dark green smoke. As he ponders silently, trying again. Without a word, Jiang Kai launched another attack at the female demon, the card shooting through the air like an arrow. In just a blink, the card appeared right near her head, the female demon still sitting quietly with her back to Jiang Kai, not avoiding. Through the broken window, The blinding sunlight streams into the room. The scene inside the room now feels frozen, with only the image of the playing card slowly approaching the female demon like a slow-motion film. Suddenly, Kai's eyes widened as he stared intently ahead, full of surprise. In front of you, the female demon has now disappeared without a trace, and all you can think about is that she's gone. Now, the sun is up, and the voice of Han echoes in the surprised wooden house. Captain, what did you say? A figure has appeared and passed through this cabin. And beside him, Nguyen Nu is also sweating coldly as he asks back. The demon girl looked at the two people in front of her. Kai responded, "That happened suddenly, so I didn't wake her up in time. The strange ghost girl didn't harm me. Instead, she ran straight to the wooden house and sat in front of the mirror, combing her hair." Huan Nu pondered and asked herself if she was connected to the cabin's secret. Kai recalls the scene and says, "I think so too. I chased after the cabin. No matter how much I fought, I couldn't kill it. It disappeared by dawn, disappeared." The scene at that moment replayed in his mind like a film. Him sitting quietly on the chair at the dressing table and then disappearing without a trace. Han hesitated and said, "That's strange." Suddenly, a loud creaking sound echoed through the wooden house, and the three people talking suddenly fell silent, startled as they looked back toward the source of the noise. It's the voice of someone else suddenly appearing, saying, "I didn't expect you to find out so quickly." Kai glared at the newcomer and asked, "Who are you?" A voice from one of the four strangers just spoke out. "I am Gao Wu, the leader of the Green Dragon Society, also the pioneer exploring this world." Speaking from the middle, Gao Wu, with a confident and composed demeanor, looks at Kai, the captain of the Thon Long team. "Gao Wu," Han then said, "So it's the Thon Long Society. You knew about that demon and didn't tell us. Do you have any malicious intentions?" The three of Kai looked at the crowd before them with suspicion, and Junmo was angry. He stepped forward and asked, "Hey, what are you talking about?" Noble Yu raises his hand to stop him and says, "It's okay. She's right. We may have ulterior motives, but we want to see your strength with our own eyes. There's nothing wrong with that. Wait a moment." He continued, "Kid Kai, you are one of the few I recognize. We could work together." Kai didn't bother to think and immediately refused the invitation. "Thank you for your high regard, but there's no need to cooperate. I never work with people I don't trust." Without another word, Kai turned and left, saying, "Ho Nyan, Nguen Ngu, let's go." Din Hao's eyes twitched, and he said, "What's with that kid's expression? Does he think he's clever?" Junmak spoke up. "That's right. We've been searching for 2 months, and still haven't uncovered the secret. Does he think he's smart?" Tuan Vu also looked displeased and said, "Those two guys wouldn't notice if someone came while they were sleeping." Ngao Vu at this moment sneered and said, "I truly admire Kai's boldness. Let's see how he will perform." Night falls. The faint crescent moon casts gentle rays of light over the surroundings, and suddenly a voice echoes out. A figure in a white shirt flickers into view behind the wooden house as 3 of Kai's men quickly chase after him, and he says, "Follow the plan." 4 figures stand atop the hill, calmly observing the scene below where Ngao Vu's group appeared earlier in the morning. Kun Mok Len asked, "Captain, should we go in and check?" And Rao Wu calmly replied, "No rush. If Kai wants to fight, let him have this chance. It's been a long time since we met." Over here, Nguyen Nugu holding a weapon. Lian Ai said with a smile, "I really miss this. You ran to the house like a missile crashing through the wall where the female demon was sitting." Honyan had nothing more to say and hurriedly asked if he was okay. The female demon, now combing her hair, turned her head to glance and a faint smile curled at the corner of her mouth. Kai said that even Nguyen Vu's attacks were ineffective, just as he had mentioned. All assaults are completely useless against this demon. Honyan, angry, is grabbing the fat Nguyen Nugu's leg, who is unconscious on the ground. Kai can't think of a countermeasure. It's really tough. He wondered to himself, what is the core issue here? Kai looked carefully at the shape of the female demon reflected in the mirror, as if she was also looking back at him. Her enchanting red eyes suddenly flashed past something, and he didn't even have time to see it. Something flashed by, followed by Honhan's voice feeding Nguyen Nu, "Quickly take this antidote." Honhan now lifts her head, looking at Kai with suspicion and asking, "What's wrong with you?" Nguyen Nzu here has already started to get up after waking up. Giankai's eyes are now filled with strange symbols. And he says, "There's something wrong with the ghostly eyes in the mirror. Do you see it too?" Hon Han looked again and saw nothing unusual. Replying, "No, I don't see anything." She then turned to ask Nguyen Ngu, "And what about you?" Nguyen Ngu answered, "I feel the same." Hon Han asked suspiciously, "Are you blinded?" "Captain." Giankai didn't answer. He was thinking, "No. My demon eye is fully focused. It can't be wrong." Her eyes are staring deeply, and her reflection is in the mirror. In the end, trembling with fear, Jiang silently thought that this was not over yet. The face of the female demon in the mirror was now completely dark. Unsure if it was due to the light or a problem with the mirror, only in her eyes do the words horror, J, XAO appear one by one. Hon Han looked at Giang anxiously and asked what he mumbled. Giang suspiciously said, "Terrorizing the scene." As he was about to speak, the female demon's head suddenly spun 360 degrees, her eyes wide and red. Glaring at him, I softly opened my mouth, revealing my white teeth, and slowly said, "You," with a heavy, cold voice, "are qualified to enter the terrifying chaos." Oh, I just spoke too soon. Jiang Kai's eyes suddenly turned fierce, and he feels like something is about to happen to him. Boom. Jiang Kai suddenly disappeared before Hon Han and Nguyen Nu's horrified eyes, and the two shouted in panic, "Captain!" At this moment, Hon Han shouted angrily at the female demon, "You bastard! Hurry up and return Captain Kai." She immediately rushed forward, intending to attack the female demon, but I was still calmly sitting in front of the mirror, brushing my hair as if nothing was happening. The female demon, like a mirage, suddenly disappeared, dodging Hon Han's attack and losing her balance. She crashed into the table. The sounds coming from the house make Alvu realize something is happening, and he says, "It seems something has happened." "Hey, what are you guys doing?" In front, Ho Nyan and Gwen Jia are punching and kicking, hitting the air as they speak. "Where did you take Captain Kai?" Gao Vu saw this and stepped in to stop them. Ding Hao quickly responded, and Tuan Vu moved forward, holding their arms tightly to prevent them from losing control. Ho Nan struggled and shouted, "Let me go." "Ding Hao, stop messing around. This mirror might be the key to solving the secret realm. We can't let you two destroy it at will." At this moment, Gao Vu stepped closer and asked, "Quickly tell me what just happened. Where are your team leaders?" As he asked, he thought to himself, "This is strange. It's not dawn yet. Why did that female spirit disappear?" Hon Han worriedly pointed at the mirror and said, "Captain Kai." He was pulled into the mirror. Gao Vu at this moment was startled, thinking to himself, "Pulled into the mirror." Suddenly everyone hurriedly looked back at the mirror behind them, all with shocked expressions. Greenish lines of text flickered, blurry and twisted beyond recognition, while the dark green terror light emanating from the mirror gradually revealed the words above. Ngao Vu Tai Noi Zum King Ek Tot Ra Hai Tu. Keji. Another blue notification appeared, showing the explorer's combat progress in the terror maze on the mirror. Next is the mission progress bar. Ling. 1% completed. No wireless usage time. A cunning look appeared. He glanced at each line of information on the notification board, then looked around again. Thinking to myself, what is going on? Am I being pulled into the mirror? The notification board has been updated again, displaying a message, "Congratulations on entering the Terror Realm solo. Level 3. Difficulty Secret Realm. Human fears come from the unknown. Within 30 minutes, kill all creatures in the Terror Secret Realm. The Mirror of Enlightenment will answer your questions, helping you escape from the unknown fear. If the time exceeds 10 minutes, your question opportunities will decrease by 1. Continue until they run out. And after completing the challenge, you will receive an S rank or higher weapon." Jiang Kai calmly reads the notice and is startled. The last message is a greeting, wishing you good luck with the challenge. Jiang Kai Situ, incredulous, wondered if this was a challenge from the secret realm, what the mirror was, what the terrifying creature was, and where it was. Suddenly, he felt something beneath his feet and thought to himself, "The challenge has begun." Without hesitation, he summoned his weapon and launched an attack. Fire thrust. Looking up at the sky and around, Jiang Kai cautiously observes everything, then thinks again. Why is it still so completely dark like ink? Chat. The notification reappeared. reminding you that in this secret realm, the effectiveness of your fire-based weapons remains unchanged, but their glowing ability will be disabled. He read the notification and thought, this time I have to complete the mission without seeing the monsters. Suddenly, above the pitch-black sky, countless glowing red eyes appeared, staring directly at him. Kai was startled, standing still as he watched the scene ahead, his eyes wide open, his dark green pupils reflecting the figure before him. Hateful spiders, countless in number, with blood-filled abdomens and sharp fangs, rushing towards him. His thoughts appeared, it's here. No hesitation. He immediately charged forward and attacked, saying, kill first and worry about the rest later. Kai swung his arm. Sharp weapons streaked toward the monsters, leaving trails of blazing light across the sky. Multiple notifications appear. Each monster is slain. Congratulations on killing a creature in the secret realm and earning experience. Kai paid no mind. At this moment, he was focusing all his spirit and strength on dealing with the monsters in front of him. Each wave of attack like blazing golden lightning, piercing through the terrifying spider swarm. Before they could get close, they were all slaughtered. The notification keeps popping up, and Kai's experience points are increasing steadily. Kai stops, and dust rises from his feet. He looked ahead. The spiders were gone, and he thought to himself, does this mean I've completed the challenge? A few dozen monsters don't seem too difficult. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, dozens of glowing red eyes reappeared, not fewer than before, and perhaps even more. Kai, gaping, eyes wide open, thinking to himself, no, there are countless eyes staring at me ahead, like a giant face smiling maliciously. Kai now could only stand still, looking up at the sky with clenched fists, ready for the next battle, holding weapons in hand. He stands alone facing thousands of monsters, their piercing eyes seeming ready to devour him. Kai, like a shadow, retreating backward, extending the distance from the monsters, buying time. Then he throws his weapon forcefully, spinning and unleashing fire. 3 sharp weapons like thorny vines sweep through, leaving long streaks of light across the sky where they pass. The flames and shockwaves from the explosion spread out, shattering countless monsters into pieces. As the explosion subsides, the monsters reappear, continuing to rush toward him as if nothing happened. Kai clenched his teeth, sweat still dripping down his face, terrified as he wondered just how many there really were. Come on. Be faster. I have to be even quicker. At this moment, a line appeared on the mirror 77. 1 million. In 44 seconds. Gaovu saw that and wondered if these numbers meant Kai killed 77 monsters in 44 seconds. Mac Quan said that the strength of the monsters in the secret realm is definitely not weak. Killing 77 inches 44 seconds. This guy is really crazy. Din Hao then asked curiously, so the number on the paper means there are 1 million monsters inside. Tuan Vu broke out in cold sweat and sighed. No wonder they call it the Terror. This is not a place where humans should go. On this side, Hun Han looks pale and gapes with her mouth open. She thought in horror. 1 million. 1 million monsters. Recalling another battle. Her thoughts lingering. Previously, during the battle with the Merlord on Vindong Island, only a few 100,000 players fought together in unity. So her face turned pale and her mouth gaped open as she silently thought, 1 million monsters. 1 million monsters. Recalling another battle. Her thoughts lingering. Previously, during the battle with the Merlord on Vindong Island, there was only one other fight, and her thoughts lingered. So Hun Han looked pale and opened her mouth in shock. She thought in horror, 1 million. 1 million monsters. Recalling another battle. Her thoughts lingering. So her face turned pale, her mouth agape. She was horrified, thinking of 1 million monsters. Recalling another battle, her thoughts lingering. So her face turned pale and she gaped. She was terrified, thinking about 1 million monsters. Recalling another battle, her thoughts lingering. So her face turned pale, and her mouth opened in shock. She was terrified, thinking about 1 million monsters. Recalling another battle, her thoughts lingering. So her face turned pale, and her mouth opened in shock. She was terrified, thinking about 1 million monsters and recalling another battle. Her thoughts lingering. Her face turned pale, and her mouth gaped open. She silently thought about the 1 million monsters. Recalling another battle. her thoughts lingering. So her face turned pale and her mouth gaped open. He secretly thought in horror. A million monsters. Recalling another battle. Her thoughts lingering. At this moment, inside the personal illusion, Jiang Kai was still facing the terrifying monsters. He jumps high to escape their encirclement. But only temporarily. The monsters have surrounded him, blocking his way. Jiang Kai could no longer evade. As they swarmed and tore at him, he thought in agony. This hurts. My body. The spiders had covered his body, filling him completely. Jiang Kai, exhausted and desperate, wondered if he really couldn't win this time due to the overwhelming force. He clenched his fist tightly and thought to himself, I keep getting beaten by these low-level creatures that shouldn't even be a threat. He gritted his teeth, blood at the corner of his mouth dripping down his chin, sweat trickling down his face. At this moment, he bitterly said, I can't accept this. Suddenly, in the moment of danger, the notification appeared, and I couldn't hear it. At this moment, the notification appeared, and I couldn't hear it. At this moment, the notification appears, and I cannot hear it. At this moment, the notification appeared, and I couldn't hear anything. At this moment, the notification appeared, and I couldn't hear it. At this moment, the notification appeared, and I couldn't hear it. At this moment, a notification appeared that I couldn't hear. At this moment, a notification appeared that I couldn't hear. At this moment, the notification appears and I can't hear it. At this moment, the notification appears and I can't hear it. The gambler's personal weapon. The death card with hidden special effects. The Wheel of Fate has been activated. A sudden question appeared in Jiang Kai's mind. What was that sound earlier? At this moment, your consciousness seems to be in a place where light envelops everything around you, and your body is gradually dissolving into the blue smoke. Looking ahead, the blurry card. You whisper, light. At this moment, strange patterns like demons, eyes, spells, and charms appeared in his eyes. And suddenly, his thoughts seemed to freeze. A reflection of a girl with flowing white hair appears in your eyes. A card floating in her hand. The notification appears, congratulating you on activating the hidden effect of the death card's Wheel of Fate in a near-death state. As the Wheel of Fate spins, it will randomly choose an outcome for you. Looking at the card in Eyebrow's hand, he thought to himself, the Wheel of Fate and the death card also have hidden effects. At this moment, her hands are raised high, and the mechanical voice continues to say, each result type simultaneously has a dual effect of reward and punishment. Once a user spins the Wheel of Fate, they implicitly agree to accept both effects. The wheel's effects are amplified twofold by the gambler's innate talent. This effect can only be used once a month. Refusing to spin the Wheel of Fate is also considered as using it. Staring intently at the card, Jiang Kai wondered silently whether the double-sided effect of reward and punishment was a chance for survival or a doomed fate. Lost in thought, she suddenly asked, now do you want to spin the Wheel of Fate? His lips still bleeding. He grinned, saying, why think? Of course, he paused, then shouted, spin it for me. The card suddenly radiated bursts of blue energy, forming strange glowing patterns all around. At this moment, everything seems extraordinary and hard to explain. Jiang Kai's body has turned white. Only his distinctive green eyes remain unchanged. A surge of power radiated from him, and Jiang Kai thought the pain in his body suddenly disappeared, examining himself closely. He wondered, is this the space of my consciousness? A bright golden light suddenly appeared. He frowned, looked again, and Jiang Kai pondered silently, realizing that was the image of a giant clock emerging, surrounded by swirling golden energy forming mysterious symbols. Gazing at the object before him, Jiang Kai concluded that the Wheel of Fate, the clock hand at this moment, shifted from the center to the 1 o'clock position. Seeing that, Jiang Kai seemed to realize something and thought to himself, it's starting. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, the hand kept spinning without stopping, rapidly turning round after round. Jiang Kai stands still, only able to watch the scene unfolding as the clock hand, spinning ceaselessly, suddenly freezes and stops at a different position. The notification content appears. The Wheel of Fate completes its rotation. Jiang Kai opens his eyes wide, watching the ongoing message. The notification now states that beneficial states recover quickly, and combat damages will be rapidly restored. For 60 minutes, double the innate ability is activated, and rapid recovery is upgraded to extreme speed recovery. All fatigue can be rapidly recovered, and the body's condition reaches its peak. The content continues to change, revealing negative states and exposed vulnerabilities, making injuries even more deadly. Maintain for 60 minutes. Activate the innate ability 3 times over, exposing weaknesses, upgrades to a fragile body. Any injury causes more serious consequences and doubles the pain experienced. At this moment, golden light streams around Jiankai's body, and the energy begins to surge faster and stronger, making his entire body glow with a brilliant radiance. Jiankai thought. His body was surrounded by warm water flowing around him, as if he was soaking in a hot spring. The energy inside him was erupting, and his whole body seemed to be igniting a flame, radiating outward. At this moment, in reality, after receiving great power, Jiankai's eyes looked at the monsters as if he were a divine being gazing at mortals. The spider monsters roared and charged, unaware of what was about to happen. With a quick turn, Jiankai swept them away, shouting loudly, "The god of death." The death leaf appears, moving at an incredible speed, piercing through the bodies of each spider it touches. Jiankai stands from afar, controlling and killing each target in an instant, leaving no survivors in the path of the flying leaves. He gently raises his hand, and the leaf-like talisman quickly flies back to his hand. Jiankai turns his back, the deadly leaf-like talisman softly hovering in his palm, and he plainly says, "If the pieces are in place." Then next, his eyes flickered, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. As this was a battle of life and death, the bright golden flames from the leaf shot through the air. One by one, they were pierced and killed, blood splattering across the ground. At this moment, Jiankai is surrounded by a swarm of spiders, and although he has killed many before, it seems like it's all for nothing. Looking at the situation ahead, Jiankai quickly analyzed that the attacker's burst only lasts for 10 seconds before entering a cooldown state, making it impossible to cope with the ongoing prolonged battle. Wait, did you just remember something? After the deadly leaf swallowed the upgraded version of the cursed fate, it seems its attack efficiency has increased significantly. You unleash a powerful strike, and the immense energy causes the surrounding monsters to roar. A leaf appears on Jiankai's left, the same leaf from earlier, with waves of energy radiating outward. Without hesitation, you throw the leaf forcefully and say, "Go." The shockwave was like a storm, and the speed of the leaf flying was terrifying, with waves of fire swirling around its path in midair. Now, he counts each second. With every count, the leaf sweeps across a large swarm of spiders, burning them to ash. Sen. R. E. When the final number ends, a series of explosions echo around you, and the shockwave spreads in all directions. The rocks on the ground beneath his feet were also blown away by the destructive power of the attack. Jiankai stood calmly, facing forward, leaving behind the monsters burned to ash. A satisfied, confident smile on his face. He thought to himself, "Indeed, just let the death card spread the flames to burn a larger area." With that in mind, he chuckled softly, determined to blow up even more monsters. Then, just wait for the explosion storm to occur during the fire and rely on the chain reaction. At this moment, the continuous explosions from the Alliance haven't stopped, and the terrifying number of spider monsters can't withstand such a brutal killing rate. Jiankai stands from afar, controlling the leaf to quickly eliminate the monsters. Thinking, the Death God's leaf is controlled by thought, so its attack range far exceeds that of the previous life pursuit. I can fully exploit this to burn the entire battlefield. The image of the Death Card leaf now seems to be opening its mouth, smiling happily because of the killing. The flames continue endlessly, and the enormous number of spider webs quickly decrease, but it takes a long time to eliminate them. After a while, the smoke and flames gradually dissipated, leaving behind charred corpses scattered across the ground. Jiankai made her say, "What's going on? These guys are moving too slowly. Anyway, they're monsters in the secret realm. Can't you be a little stronger?" "Forget it. I'll go find them." Outside, the mirror shows the progress of Jiankai's destruction within the secret realm. 416 out of 1 million. Time remaining 209 seconds. Honan was worried that something had happened to Jiankai and nervously asked Nguyen Nguyenju, "Is this mirror broken? Why has the number of defeated enemies suddenly stopped changing?" Gao Vu listened and spoke. Even though he only paused for a few dozen seconds, this is a secret realm where millions of beast spirits surround one person. It's not about living or dying. Just a few seconds can decide life or death. Junmian also replied. That's right. With the difficulty of this secret realm, it is completely normal for Jiang Kai to encounter difficulties. Instead of rushing around, worried, just wait for him to get out and arrange a psychological therapy session to prevent him from going insane. Tears streaming down her face. She stubbornly retorted. You're the one who's mentally unstable. And the outcome isn't even certain yet. Don't talk nonsense. I trust Captain Kai. Junan looked unhappy and said, So, isn't the current situation enough to prove the point? Furthermore, we've worked hard for several months and we're fortunate with Jiang Kai's indifference in the secret realm. If he can overcome it, I have nothing more to say. But at least looking at the current situation, this opportunity has been wasted. 1,000,000 beast cores. I dare to bet that Jiang Kai will definitely die. A voice rang out. What do you mean by dare? It is Nojineng, with a chubby face, staring intently at him, hands clenched, asking. Junmo silently stared at you, not saying a word. Nguyen Nu's attitude and tone made him too afraid to speak nonsense anymore. Nguyen Nugu asked again. What do you mean by extreme? Quan Mak lost his patience and angrily said, You really are relentless. If that's the case, I'll be direct here if Jiang Kai can survive and come out. I will immediately kneel and call him a ghost. At this point, he stepped forward to Nguyen Nu and demanded that if he didn't, he would kneel and call him a ghost. He looked at Jiang and asked again, Do you dare not? Nguyen Nu was calm and untroubled, but suddenly a loud shout rang out, full of urgency. Oh my God! What is happening? They stare at each other as flames flicker. Nguyen Nugu suddenly turns to look at the mirror, reporting that the monster elimination progress has been updated to 620 out of 1,000,000. Inside the secret realm, a massive explosion erupts again, lighting up the entire area with flames, and the surrounding rocks shatter. Another swarm of spiders appears. Yang claws at Jiang Kai, who descends from the sky and says to himself, So everyone is here. Hey, no matter if you're good or bad, you're all monsters of the secret realm. You were just talking and attacking, and it was like a bomb going off. When you saw them trying to retreat, you spoke up. What are you running for? Keep fighting and don't stop. At this moment, the entire swarm of monsters has fallen into the fire pit. Unknown how many were blown to pieces. With shattered rocks and thick dust filling the air, a blazing flash illuminated the entire area, splitting the creatures in half if they weren't blown to pieces. With continuous massive explosions happening non-stop for a long time. After a long while, he stopped attacking. The flames gradually died down, leaving behind black smoke and ashes swirling everywhere. Holding the death card, the power gradually recedes, and the flames on his finger slowly extinguish. A notification appears: all creatures in the mysterious realm have been killed. Time used 1,447 seconds. Jiang Hai, with an arrogant look, gently smiles, the card in his hand syncing with him at this moment, making the image even more enchanting. He speaks, wondering, Is it over now? I still have a super fast recovery state here in just over 30 minutes. What a waste. As soon as I finish speaking, a dazzling golden circle appears behind me, radiating bright gold light, and I look back in surprise. A dazzling golden mirror appears with a voice saying, Congratulations, brave challenger. You have completed the terrifying trial. This is the voice of a girl, the guardian of the secret realm. She continued, Now it will be my turn to summarize your rewards. Jiang Kai was surprised, thinking to himself that this must be the guardian of the secret realm that Dick Tang mentioned earlier. Her voice continued, Now you can ask the mirror 5 questions within the scope of your authority. Jiang Kai happily stroked his chin, thinking this was such a good opportunity. If he only asked about the formula for the transfer document, wouldn't that be a shame? Maybe knowing a bit of the truth about the demon spirit could help us deal with the dangers ahead. But I don't know what the specific limits of the authority are. As he thought, a countdown suddenly appeared on the mirror, showing 4 minutes and 32 seconds remaining. Gray reminded him to ask quickly, as the mirror's power suggestion would drain in 5 minutes. Jiang Kai rolled his eyes, thinking about the time limit. Without hesitation, he quickly asked, What is the relationship between the demon beast of the devil spirit and the blue spirit? At this moment, time seemed to freeze, leaving only the image of the two people facing each other and looking at each other. Gyang Kai thought silently, not reacting. Could it be that the difficulty of the question has exceeded the scope of his authority? Gray nervously said, "Your first question has exceeded your authority. You now have 4 chances left to ask." Gyang Kai silently thought. As expected. He changed the next question. So, in the transfer document of the gambler, the spontaneous flames flare up. The metals change abnormally. The floating mud is unstable. And the gentle breeze remains still. What are they pointing to? Suddenly the mirror's surface ripples. Faint golden streaks gently undulate, as if something is about to appear. Seeing this, he secretly rejoiced. Gray appeared before him like an angel, yet also like a demon, gently raised his hands. And the mirror behind suddenly rolled with light. Gyang Kai's eyes widened as he stared intently and said, "Wait. This is..." At that moment, an image of a dry tree appeared in the mirror, with flames burning on its branches. You are amazed and loudly say, "The celestial fire tree." Gyang Kai stands upright, watching the image of the celestial fire tree emitting a dazzling blaze before his eyes. The image of a fireball appears, emitting blazing flames. The boy recalls what the old woman said. These are celestial fire trees, about 20 years old, and those over 30 years can become divine fire seeds. After defeating the monster, there is a chance for the fire seed core to appear, a material that enhances the special effects of the flames. Gyang Kai is now excited and says, "That's right. No need to burn material. It can produce fire directly. Isn't the essence of the celestial fire tree based on natural combustion? And shouldn't the Fire Mountain Range have been the first thing to consider?" The image in the mirror suddenly disappears, returning to its original appearance. Gyang Kai looked intently and asked the next question. "Bai Bachngan. I remember it being one of the metals of demon spirit, usually in a liquid form at normal temperatures. Not rare, but I didn't expect it to be an ever-changing metal." A flash of light suddenly appeared above his head, and he seemed to see something. The scene in the mirror changed, revealing a place with only rocks and dirt. No trees or grass. He thought this was an abandoned land. His eyes wide open in denial. It was not right. Looking back at the scene in the mirror, it was a place with red and orange hues. No one around. Just a barren land floating in the air. Small white sparks appeared above, flickering in mid-air, and he quickly concluded they were dust particles. He analyzed and said that dust falling to the ground turns into earth. So, when it floats, isn't it just mud and dirt drifting in the air? As soon as he finished speaking, the image in the mirror changed to a clear blue sky, with light white clouds drifting by. Gyang Kai stroked his chin, wondering if this time it was the sky. But it seemed like there was nothing in the sky. Does this have anything to do with the still air? Look closely at the image in front of you. It seems like you've caught something. At this moment, you say, "Wait a minute. There's more than nothing. There's also the air." The notification appears. Your 5 questions and the suggested answers are complete. Now, stand in front of the mirror. Gyang Kai clenched his jaw. The fire of heaven in his heart. The silver lightning. The mortal world. And the atmosphere. Turns out, these 4 materials used to upgrade the silver level to level 20 are all very common. It seems that the key is to break free from usual thinking and look at what others don't see. So, based on this guess, I wonder what the source of the river is. And the main part is 8 in number. Thinking of this, he said aloud that in heaven and earth, the most common thing is rainwater. He was delighted, thinking to himself that the answer was clear now. This new profession could bring me surprises after all. Lost in thought, Gyang Kai's eyes lit up as he slowly looked ahead when Clay said, "Now I will bring you the second reward." The sut now appears to be a glass-like item with 8 square edges and a circular hole in the center, along with the item information. "Congratulations on receiving the SS level Holy Glory Crystal weapon." He muttered the name of the item. Holy Might Crystal, then reached out and took the object floating in front of him. The update notification states that the Holy Glory Crystal, an SS level weapon, can, according to your intentions, activate after use to form a Holy Glory ring within half a meter around the target. Activating the light ring can effectively trigger the spiritual red purification once within a certain range, cleansing the current abnormal mental state and providing immunity to one type of mental attack. Gyang Hai was surprised and exclaimed, "Around the target. Look at this Holy Glory Crystal. Not only can I use it myself, but I can also give it to others." and it's very convenient to use. Just like the death god's will controlling with your mind. Holding the crystal in his hand, he continued. And more importantly, it also has a cleansing effect. Remembering the image of the female demon, he thought that humans have never been very strong against mental attacks. And the female demon Tin Han only had the piercing smile, which made many explorers fear to step into the forest. At this point, your confident face speaks out. And now, with the death spirit armor I received earlier, I have 2 weapons that can resist mental attacks. And the notification appears again. During the light cycle of battle, the body restrains the target to limit its actions. And this process does not consume the user's energy. Killing the target can replenish energy for the Holy Glory Crystal. This purification state of the Holy Glory Crystal can last for 10 minutes, while the binding state can last from 3 to 180 seconds, depending on the distance and strength of the opponent. Reading the information on the board, he was amazed and wondered if there was also an action restriction skill. But although this Holy Soul Crystal is impressive, it currently only seems to have purification and combat support functions. At this point, he wondered why the SS grade was divided into so many stars. The announcement states that the Holy Fury Crystal is the only demon crystal level weapon obtained through other people's secret realms, which can be upgraded with divine energy. And after upgrading, it can activate a double mode, he asked himself. The only demon crystal level. Looking at the crystal, Jiang Kai simply analyzed. My death card is the only weapon dedicated to that list. This sacred flame crystal. While not restricting your profession, there is only this one among the demon crystals. So, you think silently at this moment, not saying it out loud, that in this crucial moment, it might become my ultimate move. At this moment, outside, on the mirror, the information has changed. Progress is 1 million out of 10 million, using 1,755 seconds. Honhan saw that and happily asked, "Oh my god. Ngo Ngo. Quickly check for me. Are there some numbers in front? Or am I seeing things?" Nguyen Ngu shouted loudly. "Yes. 1 million. It must be our team's successful challenge. Ngao Vu. Nien Thai Vai. Kum Tin Vao Mat Min. Sao Ko the Kunier. Moltram Van Quaivat, Chung Bi Kan Bi Jung. Kai, Tiu Diet Roy. Guan Mak Len Tieng. Gap Quai. Doi Nhi Tam Fan La King Hom Roy Nhi." The mirror in front of the crowd suddenly lit up, shining brightly throughout the wooden house, startling everyone. Ngao Vu covered his eyes with one hand but still glanced at the mirror to see what was happening. At this moment, Honhan's face is full of amazement and joy, her sparkling eyes looking towards the mirror, as Jiang Kai suddenly appears silently in front of everyone. Jiang Kai appears like a miracle, with a calm face and a slight smile on his lips, cheering loudly. Team Kai. Outside the wooden house now appeared a series of glowing orbs floating in midair like floating dots. The scene of the twin flames and the surrounding environment appears, and Wen Yu's voice rings out excitedly. She asks, "Kai team, are there really 1 million monsters in this terrifying secret realm? How did you manage to kill them all?" Honhan also said. That's right. That's right. Are there any other traps or mechanisms in the secret realm? The person managing that secret realm didn't give you a hard time. Right. Jiang Kai smiled gently and said, "Ho Nian, Ngien, Ngu." One by one. I can't answer all of you. The sound of the wind suddenly rises. Jiang Kai, honestly, although I don't know how you did it, and I feel a bit unwilling. Congratulations. You have passed this personal trial. Now, let's pause here for a moment. He reached out his hand and continued. I also want to apologize to you for my previous arrogance. Sorry. I shouldn't have hidden my feelings for the girl to probe you. And I definitely shouldn't have looked down on you. Jiang Kai, I can't admit that you're the most talented young explorer I've ever met. Jiang Kai smirked. I am who I am. I don't need anyone to define me. Gao Vu was surprised as he watched Jiang Kai extend his hand towards him. Jiang Kai looked at him, continued speaking. But I genuinely appreciate your compliment. I accept your words. Gao Vu said softly, exhaling gently, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Gao Wu reached out and took Jiang Kai's hand. Their hands clasped tightly, showing a close and understanding bond. Gao Vu spoke calmly. And outside, Ho Nan and Wen Nu happily looked at the two of them, while the soldiers of Quan Mak also had expressions ready to watch their captain. Ho Han crossed her arms and said, I remember someone saying that if the Team Kai survived, they wanted to do something. Everyone involuntarily turned their heads back. Quan Mak was startled and broke out in cold sweat. Zhang Kai, still unaware of what was happening, asked, Ho Nyan, what are you talking about? What fish extreme? Without waiting for Ho Nhan's reply, Quan Mo kneels in front of him, looking embarrassed and saying, Please kneel. A few days later, the clear sky appeared, and the image of a tall white building emerged, inside which Ho Nhan anxiously said, Why has Captain Kai taken so long to change his class and still hasn't come back? It will take even longer than Kai's class change. Nguyen Nu explains, since Captain Kai is still new to this profession, it probably just needs some time to switch. Let's wait and see. At this moment, somewhere, Jiang Kai is floating in the air, surrounded by rising beams of light. At your feet, a circle with strange blue patterns gently spins. The source energy suddenly exploded, blowing his hair into the air as streaks of light gradually enveloped his body. Jiang Kai woke up suddenly, opened his eyes, and thought to himself, I did it. At this point, a notification appears with lines of text congratulating you on reaching level 20 inches, the Gambler class. Your new class is Con Artist, showing an image of a person wearing a wide-brimmed hat, with twin ponytails, holding a Rubik's Cube, surrounded by falling playing cards. Seeing this, Jiang Kai whispered, Master of Deception. Huh. It does seem like a profession that understands gambling even better. The notification board updates to congratulate you on reaching level 20 inches your gambler profession. Now your new title is Master of Deception. After changing class, when the talent multiplies, your basic attributes will increase by 100%, and all your current talents will also be improved. The super level talent has doubled, and the initial activation chance of 100% cannot be increased further, with the super level doubling chance rising from 1% to 3%. Super level critical hit talent has a 0.1% chance to trigger a 200 times critical hit, upgraded to a 0.2% chance to trigger a 200 times critical hit. After reading, Jiang Kai's face was filled with joy as he thought to himself that the chances of super level doubling and super critical hit had both increased, although just a little higher. In desperate times, that slight edge is enough to turn defeat into victory. Jiang Kai looked up at iBrain and asked, So whose intelligence? Does my new profession as a master con artist also require a new innate talent? iBrain replied, Yes. You will gain the innate talent of the master con artist, Man Thien Qua Hai. Man Thief of the Sky is a master of deception, already possessing a strong ability to deceive, and will become even more skilled at using hypnotic language to manipulate opponents' bodies, deceiving the opponent's judgment. Jiang Kai thought to himself, It must be the trickery state. An upgraded version, if used well. There might be some unexpected surprises. The message on the display board changes. And additionally, under the influence of the doubled talent, he will also receive a second random talent that enhances agility. Activating the doubled talent, the quickness attribute of your majesty will increase by 40% permanently. Jiang Kai was amazed. A 40% boost is even higher than the speed of sound and enemy enhancements. You are now full of confidence. Speaking slowly. So you're a master of deception. Then I'll be waiting with my eyes wide open. Jiang Kai's data research room appears on a large screen with various data and graphs displayed. The screen flickered, and a man's voice echoed, revealing that, although the initial tests showed a low level, in the end, Jiang Kai unexpectedly won the guild challenge competition. At first, I thought this kid refused to join the army and insisted on defeating the royal family on his own. I even laughed at him for not knowing his place. But after these battles, I realize I am just a frog at the bottom of a well, looking up at the figure that is appearing. He has succeeded. Now, the royal family no longer dares to pressure the army. Maybe it's time for our evaluation system to be improved. Professor Lee agrees. Perhaps so. Lam Lam handed Professor Lai the tablet and said, Yes, this is the latest data on the teleportation battlefield that has been discovered now. Please study it and see if there are any common features. He adjusted his glasses slightly and asked, Has the discovered countries reached 55 already? It's been so long. And we still haven't gained anything. There's not much time left, Lam Lam replied. But for some reason, I just have a feeling we will find it soon. The sun has set behind the mountains, and the hanging moon casts gentle rays of light down through the forest as Jiang Kai and the others walk leisurely through the sky. Ho Nhan leans against the tree, complaining and exhausted. I can't believe it. We've been wandering around here for so long and I still haven't seen a single Queen Yet Lang creature. Nguyen Nu asked. Captain Kai, do you think someone came here to level up before us and has already wiped out all the wolves here? Gyang Kai visualized the appearance of the wolf, saying it was impossible. Kyo, Nuyet, Lang Yo are different from ordinary Lang Yo, able to stand and walk upright, which means they not only have sharp teeth and claws and incredible strength, but also fight very flexibly, making them extremely difficult to deal with. You turn to Nguyen Nu and continue. Small guilds usually wouldn't provoke these monsters. And as for large guilds, if they had been here, there should have been news spreading out. Suddenly, a voice full of suspicion rang out. The Black Blood Moon, Hon Han holding a three-ghost compass, broke out in cold sweat and said, "Is this really bad luck?" Jiang Kai saw she was acting strange and quickly asked, "Hon Han, what's going on?" And Hon Han hurriedly replied, "Captain Kai, I was free earlier and did a divination and found out tonight is the Blood Moon. The Blood Moon can awaken the ancient bloodline of the Wolf Clan, turning them into human forms. And at that moment, not only will their combat power explode, but their intelligence will also soar." Nguyen Nu was also a bit scared, and said that before the Blood Moon appears, the Lang Yo will hide and wait. No wonder they haven't seen a single one today. At this moment, Jiang Kai spoke, noting that the number of Lang Yo moon-worshipping tribe members gathered is no less than 100. And after transforming into human form, their abilities are probably not weaker than the previously leveled armored dragon-level generals. Similarly, at this point, he paused for a moment before continuing. There are at least 100 monsters here, with strength comparable to a Tier 4 armored dragon-level general. Nguyen Nu's cheeks are covered in sweat. Then he asks, "So Captain Kai, do we need to retreat or not?" Gyang Kai's gaze remained steady as he coldly replied, "There's no time left." And all three of them simultaneously looked up at the dark red moon in the sky. Jiang Kai continued, "The Blood Moon night has arrived. At this moment, the moon in the sky has turned a dark, eerie red, with the crimson glow spreading around, making everything more terrifying. Below, only the sound of rustling leaves and wind blowing the grass and trees in all directions can be heard. Hon Han instinctively covers her eyes, and the wind blows away the talisman in her hand. The bell falls to the ground and rolls away, and she hurriedly chases after it, not realizing that it's her bell. A pair of blood-red eyes appears behind the trees, staring intently at the group of people emerging in the forest. At this moment, Hon Han is still hurriedly searching for her belongings, oblivious to the terrifying thing right in front of her. A shadow with glowing red eyes suddenly streaks out like an arrow heading straight for her. She was stunned and unable to react, her eyes wide open as she watched the approaching creature. The shadow, like a demon, erased the faint outline in the air and swiftly closed in on her. Jiang Kai hurriedly still tries, shouting loudly, "Hon Yan, get out of the way." At this moment, Hon Han instinctively raised both hands, her face full of surprise as she looked at what she had just caught, her eyes shimmering with a milky purple hue. She hurriedly picked up the small cat and exclaimed in panic, "It's over. The compass." Jiang Kai is rushing to help, only to see Hon Han holding the cat in her arms. Speechless. What is this? In her hand is an adorable hualing with soft pink fur that wiggles like a tail, and Hon Yan's face is full of question marks. Her mind seems overwhelmed as she looks at the creature in her hand. She softly said, "Let's negotiate a bit. Take out everything from your mouth and give it back to me." Okay. At this moment, the spirit was like choking, trembling all over, seemingly about to vomit something. The difficult-to-hide face suddenly disappeared, and it humanized into a cheerful smile towards Ho Nan. Her face stiffened. Ho Nan hesitated, and her smile was even more awkward than her tears. She angrily burst into tears, shouting, "Stupid. Give it back to me." Gyang Kai quickly intervened in a hurry. "Ho Nyan, calm down." At this moment, in the enchanted, blood-soaked forest, Jiang Kai's group was still joking around. He suddenly turned his head involuntarily, feeling that something was speaking. Wait. This feeling, behind him, eyes had appeared out of nowhere, staring intently, with a huge shadow in the center and blazing red eyes. Each monster emerging from the darkness has a wolf-like shape but walks on two legs, with a hairy body and sharp teeth. A warning sign appears. indicating a mutated level monster. With a dangerous aura, Jiang Kai shouted loudly. These are mutated love demons. We're surrounded. Get ready to fight. Nguyen Ngu. Protect Hon Han. With the branch in his hand broken by you, Nguyen Ngu charged at the monsters and said, So many beauties like this. I am the village lord. Line up for me. I will love each of you one by one. Jiang Kai was startled and shouted. This is not good. Nguyen Ngu hasn't even entered the state of self-destruction yet, and is already rushing in. Only with the Hanshuan Tower shield can't withstand the encirclement and attack of so many mutated demon villages. Ho Nyan. Let's follow Nguyen Nu. Hon Han quickly replied. Got it. 5 mutated wolves are rushing towards Nguyen Ngu. Jiang Kai, from behind, launches an attack with fiery flames. Secretly thinking, I remember these ones, attack fiercely but have weak defenses. Keep your distance and continue attacking from afar. The powerful attack charged forward, and they couldn't react in time, being pierced through and killed. Then a massive energy burst erupted from within their bodies, exploding outward, and the progress notification appeared, destroying 5 level 45 mutated demon beasts of the Yue village. Nguyen Ngu is now like a madman, crying out loud, shouting my character. So angry. And someone is ruining my lord's good deed. Jiang Kai stands behind, his face serious, thinking to himself, strange, these demon villages are clearly numerous. Why aren't they attacking all at once? A sudden thought crossed his mind. Wait, aren't they testing our strength? At this moment, the monsters see their comrades being defeated and continue to emerge. Jiang Kai's thoughts appeared. Sure enough, standing opposite the monsters, he confirmed that his suspicion was correct. Without hesitation, he swung his arm, flames bursting forth, and the weapon in his hand shot out quickly towards the monsters. A massive explosion erupts, flames spreading outward from the center. As the monster is engulfed in fire, the blast disappears, leaving thick columns of black smoke rising into the air. Behind them, the savage mutated wolves advance recklessly, continuing their fierce attack. Hon Han screamed in horror. Captain Kai. This time the attack order was 4 times more intense, with 17 mutated demon beasts. Yet only 4 were killed. Jiang Kai remained silent, quickly searching for a target, thinking these creatures are clever. They are too scattered to create an effective wide-area attack. Hon Han was shocked as if electrocuted. She hurriedly turned around and looked behind her, shouting loudly, Be careful behind. A mutated wolf had somehow circled around behind Jiang Kai, swooping down from above with its claws. Time seemed to slow down as he stood with his back to the monster. Expressionless and motionless, the sharp claws of the mutated wolf are descending rapidly, and Jiang Kai glances back with a fierce gaze. His hand and massive claws flickered with a shadow, and Jiang Kai vanished like an illusion at his previous position. Muntin. Beyond the sea, a shadow appears in the sky above, speaking. What you see is real, but it is only what I allow you to see. Now, enjoy the pain of death at this moment. You turn around. Shout loudly. Pursue your fate. Go. And the weapon whizzes through the air, piercing straight into the monster's body. A blinding burst of energy explodes, and from the explosion, it screams in pain. The notification appears: kill a level 55 mutated demon fox. Over here, Nguyen Ngu is rushing with a shield towards 3 monsters, saying and thinking, Human, the Wolf King is coming. His face is twisted in a grotesque expression as streaks of fire suddenly flash past him. The 3 mutated aberrations were quickly defeated by the attack. The notification continued, killing 3 level 55 mutated demon moon beasts. Seeing that, Nguyen Nu kneeled down and cried loudly on the ground. Hon Han said, It's too dangerous. If Captain Kai hadn't acted in time, Nguyen Nu would have lost her life. She picked up the cat, pinched its cheek, and said, Don't think I won't do anything just because you're cute. The nest is my territory, or I'll throw you away now to be eaten. Jiang Kai Giat Min looked back and saw a horde of monsters rushing to attack again. He then shouted, Ho Nyan. At 4 o'clock, Ho Nyan frantically looked back, while Jiat Min stared at the scene ahead. A mutated monster was rushing closer, its claws about to reach her. Hon Han struggled to think, but it was too late. Claws from above slashed down. A stream of blood splattered, and Hon Han was scratched by the demon. Bavette's knife cut deep into her arm, blood dripping steadily onto the ground. Honhan collapsed, her arm in pain, but still holding Ho Lin tightly in her arms. Suddenly, the pack of beastly wolves howled loudly and looked in one direction as if they saw something terrifying. Jiang Kai thought to himself, "It seems these wolves are scared," as if they sensed some extremely terrifying presence. Suddenly, he looked back in panic. Wait a minute. The direction they are looking at is... A loud shout. Honyan. Ho Lin's condition has changed. Full of danger. Standing in front of Honhan, Jiang Kai, seeing this, quickly launched an attack with his weapon. But halfway through, his weapon was blocked by an invisible force in midair. What is this? At this moment, Ho Lin's immense power erupts, lifting her into the air, with Honhan also being carried along. Jiang Kai shouts in fear. Honhan. The red light becomes blinding, emanating from Ho Lin's body. Jiang Kai raises both hands to shield his eyes, trying to look ahead. The dust settles, and the red sky gradually reappears before their eyes, while Jiang Kai, in front of them, exclaims in amazement. This is a sphere glowing with bright pink light, shining all around. The energy from the sphere radiates a mysterious glow. At this moment, Honhan lies motionless inside the sphere, suddenly regains consciousness, softly groans in pain, and her purple eyes gradually open. Honhan asked, "Who are you?" Ho Lin appeared in human form, with pink clothing, hair, and ears. Staring intently at Honyan, she raised her hand to gently stroke Honyan's cheek and said, "I thought you would last longer than this." Ho Lin suddenly smiled and continued, clearly weak as a rabbit but very lost. Ho Lin's hand gently touches the wound caused by the love spell. Honyan grimaces in pain, closes her eyes, and black smoke rises from the scar. Ho Lin glanced and opened her mouth to speak. Truly. As she finished, she waved her hand, and a force enveloped the wound on Honhan's hand. Black smoke gradually dissipating along her fingers. Then, she gently parted her lips, revealing her small fangs, and her tongue slowly extended outward. Lin lowered her head and gently touched Honhan's wound with her small tongue, causing her to let out a soft cry. Honan's face was now flushed red as Ho Lin licked her wound and said, "Hold on a bit, little bunny." A ripple appeared, as if Ho Lin's barrier was being struck from the outside. She glanced up slightly, surprised for a moment, as if she was observing the scene outside. Ho Lin thought, to still maintain composure under my pressure. She truly is an interesting person. Outside, Jiang Kai is desperately throwing punches, aiming straight at the barrier created by Ho Lin. Inside the barrier, Ho Lin has now stood up, a faint smile on her lips as she glances at Jiang Kai. Don't let her voice speak. If that's the case, then I'll play with you. A sudden pink light shot out from inside the barrier, heading straight for Jiang Kai's face. He stood frozen, thoughts flashing through his mind. What? Why suddenly? He paused, staring intently ahead, his face already covered in beads of sweat. Jiang Kai's whole body suddenly felt like it was struck by lightning, a strange and inexplicable sensation swirling inside him. He didn't know what had happened to himself. Turning back to look behind, he silently wondered what was happening. His eyes suddenly widened in disbelief, and he exclaimed, "Wait a moment, this place is as if the end of the world has appeared, a desolate scene with buildings submerged in a sea of fire." He wondered suspiciously, why did it happen? His thoughts drifted as he recalled why he stopped here. Just a moment ago, he was still in the Kwai Tin forest. Honyan, Nguen Engu, those energy beings. And where is that fox spirit gone? Jiang Kai shouted loudly to his teammates. Honyan, Nguyen. A cry for help suddenly rang out. Save me. And the ground suddenly trembled. You reached out your hand to touch the earth, feeling the tremor, analyzing that this shock was caused by a colossal creature weighing over 50 tons. At this moment, a cry for help rang out again, coming from a young man panicking as he fled with others. Someone, anyone, save us. Behind them, the three-headed monster with giant red eyes charged forward, creating a chaotic and menacing scene. It looked down at the tiny people below like ants, reared its head and roared, its eyes full of rage and destruction. Jiang Kai realizes that the monster before him is a divine beast and thinks to himself that the three-headed monster, with its massive body and incredible speed, is charging towards the fleeing crowd from behind. Jiang Kai looked stunned, not knowing why he was here. suddenly having killed a divine beast out of nowhere. His hand clenched tightly, and a golden light flashed in his mind, damn it. What the hell is really going on? Seeing the group about to be attacked, Kai shouted loudly, chasing after them. But nothing appeared. He guessed that indeed. He couldn't use his skills. Could it really be that the system suddenly malfunctioned, teleporting him back to the blue star? He quickly dismissed those thoughts and realized the reason was not right. This place wasn't the city district, but the strange power of that fox, watching the monster rampage and roar ahead. He analyzed that after all, in a real battle with a divine beast, the chance of ordinary people appearing is very low. You quickly ran ahead, your thoughts racing. And so far, no extraordinary person has appeared. With your strong physique, you swiftly outpaced the ordinary people. A loud scream from behind echoes, filled with terror and desperation, begging everyone to save my child. It is the voice of the woman carrying her child as she runs through the crowd. She has now been bitten by the monster, and the baby has fallen from her arms. The terrifying screams echo around, but no one cares. All they want now is to escape. Kai reminded himself to stay calm. Now is not the time to act like a hero. Even if this is a hallucination, the consequences of death here are still unclear. Actually, it feels like time slows down, even though he knows this is an illusion. The baby's crying still echoes in his mind, and the image of the injured hand holding the baby like an old film flickers in his thoughts. His footsteps brushed the ground, dust rising, white energy beams shooting out. He stopped, no longer running away. A thought flashed in his mind, damn it. Even if it's not real, seeing the child about to face death, Kai couldn't lie to himself. This kind of thing still can't be ignored. With a crazed face, Kai rushed forward at full speed, grabbing the child to escape the deadly jaws of the monster. Seeing the child in front of him being snatched away, the monster roared loudly and charged forward, chasing after Kai. He said nothing then, holding the baby close and running with all his might to escape from the monster. Your shirt is soaked in blood, torn into large pieces when you saved the child. You gasp for breath, thinking you're about to run out of strength, even after undergoing many trainings in the demon crystal to become stronger, without the ability to use skills. In the end, I am just an ordinary person. The monster keeps attacking without giving you a moment to rest, constantly firing from behind. Rocks shatter. Your foot gets stuck in a waterhole in the ground, and you startle, realizing you're in trouble. Each sharp spike from the ground thrusts upward, and just before falling, he quickly throws the child up high to prevent him from being pierced. But another sharp spike appears where the child lands. Time seems to stand still as the baby falls, just a small distance away from being pierced by the spike. In the final moment, Kai gathers all his strength, holding the child tightly. A tired face now lit up with a radiant smile. The baby's hand is trembling as he quietly sighs. All right then. But before he can rejoice for long, the giant mouth filled with saliva and sharp teeth opens wide and lunges at him. Kai's large round eyes, his pupils constricted, his face covered with wounds, helplessly trying to stop what is about to happen to him. In a slimy place filled with red viscous fluids, you and the baby are slowly sinking. Kai, with a flicker of consciousness left, thought about his fate as he was about to decay completely. Strange. This pain of being digested, could it really be just an illusion? When suddenly a voice emerged, like someone else but also perhaps deep within your soul. You tell yourself, look, this is the price you pay for trying to be a hero. You think you're someone special. Just by killing a few useless creatures and becoming the savior king, nothing is impossible. The image of the bloodied crying child appears, but he can do nothing else. He is helpless. As he looks at himself and the child gradually sinking into darkness, every word still echoes in my ears. In reality, I can do nothing. Just a pitiful worm who can't protect anyone. On his wounded face, tears welled up and streamed down his cheeks as he hopelessly said, I can't. Protecting everyone. The voice sneers. That's right. Admit it. You're still not done taking care of yourself. So why bother worrying about others? In his tired eyes, he saw a familiar figure gradually emerge, approaching him, and it was his own reflection. Maybe it's a reflection of your inner self. The voice reappears, asking, humans are inherently selfish. Aren't they? It really hurts. Actually, you've done enough. At this point, another Kai slowly reached out, gently stroking the face covered in wounds before holding you in his arms. Team's voice still echoed in your mind. So please, don't push yourself anymore. Just rest. At this moment, you seem to be sinking deep into the ocean, bubbles rushing past, and the sunlight flickering as if trying to reach you. The scene suddenly changes. A woman's voice calling out, Xiaokai, what are you doing just standing there? Please sit down and eat while it's still hot. The man next to you is reading the newspaper and saying, this kid is exhausted. Lately he's been pushing himself too hard. A warm and cozy scene unfolds. A happy family of 3, with simple, delicious dishes, beautifully arranged on the dining table. Jiang Kai was startled, still dressed in his combat gear covered in wounds, and suddenly found himself standing in the middle of the house. The woman chuckles softly and says, what else is there to say? When she falls and is clearly in pain enough to cry but still forces herself to say she's not hurt. The man beside him also agreed. That's right. After all, our little Kai has always been a man. But no matter how strong he seems, he's still just a child. His face looked strange, with an expression of disbelief, finally filled with nostalgia as he gazed at the figures before him. His lips trembled. He clenched his teeth and cried out, Dad, Mom, with your warm voice. Xiaokai, it's time to rest and go home. The choked cry seemed to carry 1,000 words, Dad, Mom, as if I was back to when I was a little girl, with a plate of chicken drumsticks and a bowl of steaming rice in front of me, reaching out with his tender, clumsy hand, as if to touch the image of the 2 people. He softly asks about home. Home. Young Jiang Kai extends his trembling hand to push away the rice. Not to mention, his voice was also trembling. Dad, Mom, I'm sorry. But sitting opposite, your parents also quietly listened. Suddenly, the tiny little hand in an instant became a mighty wax-covered fist pounding on the table. This is the real choice. Jiang Kai, now grown up, has affirmed that. Hearing that, your parents suddenly burst into laughter. A faint white smoke with a touch of blue emanates from both of them. A voice exclaims happily, what can be done? Indeed, still helpless with this kid. That's right. He's grown up and has his own opinions now. Before disappearing completely, they didn't forget to leave words of encouragement. So don't forget your original wish. Keep moving forward bravely, and your parents will always be proud of you. Jiang Kai clenched his fists and confidently replied, yes. Watching the smoke fade away completely, he jumped and smiled brightly. I understand now. The strange occurrences didn't stop. A clone of Jiang Kai suddenly appeared here. And when he saw you, he widened his eyes in shock. What's going on? Right now, you can't avoid leading the beast. Glaring at him. Everything here is indeed just your farce. Without hesitation, Jiang Kai immediately unleashes his spiritual energy around him. Your clone sneers mockingly. Truly surprising. You are not lost in your own thoughts at all. Your clone sneers mockingly. Truly surprising. You are not lost in illusions. So isn't that enough to be beautiful? Jiang Kai's face darkened, only his eyes shining brightly as he looked at the opponent. Even though I had painted him beautifully, I knew all too well. It's just beautiful illusion bubbles, compared to hiding here. I'd rather break them with my own hands. He sneered and said, so this is the beautiful illusionary bubble. Is it? As he spoke, he raised a shimmering pink bubble high into the space. He continued to sneer. That's quite a clever way of putting it. I like it. So now, why don't you guess? In the illusion you mentioned. Oh, can I really kill you? Seeing him rush toward him, Jiang Kai also immediately leapt back to avoid it. I don't mind facing that evil form. So I bet that with your clumsy tricks, you won't withstand a single blow. Jiang Kai's body glowed with a golden light as he summoned the holy radiance, activating the special soul-cleansing effect. 2 identical figures, 2 contrasting souls in a surreal space. The night outside, usually still, is disturbed by a passing breeze. Jiang Kai has returned to reality, in a way that somehow makes me unwilling to accept it. I'm back. Just as he was regaining his composure, he saw the familiar chubby figure lying there, yawning. Oh no. Could it be that the water spirit has been taken away? Just as I asked, Hun Han was released and fell into my arms. I looked at her. Her wounds are completely healed. So has that love beast already healed her wounds? Hun Han is dreaming about something, her cheeks flushing as she pouts. Are you annoyed? Jiang Kai frowns. But what could she be dreaming of? Why do you look so flushed? Suddenly a voice echoed from somewhere. Maybe from the Holy Wine Kingdom Explorer. Which is more interesting than I thought. Kai looked around. Seeing no one, he leaned against a tree, narrowing his eyes in a threatening manner. Who is her husband? If you're so confident, then stop hiding and come out. Ho Lin's voice, full of whine and sarcasm, replied, humans are always so easily provoked. So, you still don't even know my name now. Being so agitated, Kai couldn't help but raise his voice. Hey, this name. The other side still spoke casually without courtesy. But considering how adorable you are, I'll give you a small gift. Remember this. I'm only telling you once. You're forced to accept it. What? The gift was a giant map with a gold-colored surface. Kai immediately exclaimed, wait a minute. What is this? After giving the item to Kai, Ho Lin happily said, it seems the boring days are finally over. Go to the place where that voice came from. Wait a minute. But that only further fuels the joy in Ho Lin's heart. Interesting humans. Next time I must enjoy it even more. Kai shouted loudly. Hey! Wait a minute. But all he got in response was the silence of the night and the hanging moon in the sky. Kai muttered angrily. We're doomed. The next morning, a loud scream shattered the peaceful atmosphere, chasing Kai away. You said, Honhan asked anxiously, did I really die yesterday? So that fox spirit saved me. Be careful and ask. Honyan, why did that fox spirit save you? Did she say anything strange? You still remember, don't you? Honyan sneered maliciously. She even knows how to talk. She's mentally damaged. It seems I must have fallen asleep and forgotten everything. But then those delicate cheeks flushed pink. Honyan thought. Except for that dream. In the dream, Ho Lin flew over to her on a flying need, and she could clearly hear Ho Lin's gentle voice ringing in her ears. This is gratitude. Sweeter than blood. Then, my adorable little bunny. Please don't get hurt so easily next time. Thinking back, she still felt a faint, hazy sensation indeed. It was a strange dream. Kai cleared his throat and called, pulling her back. Honyan, what's wrong with you? Honyan, blushing and avoiding my gaze. It's nothing. Just the dream keeps circling in my mind. It's so embarrassing. The two kept talking in a corner. So Captain Kai had to urge them. Honyan, Ngwenengu, come over quickly, or the meat will burn. Kai pats Honhan on the shoulder, smiling casually. Eat your meal first. There will be things to discuss with you both later. She obediently agrees. She excitedly hugs Nguyen, her eyes sparkling. Delicious meat. I'm here, he's startled and yells. Honyan, do you want to eat people? Kai looked at both of them and happily smiled. As soon as there's food, all worries are forgotten. These two are really funny. The next day, the three of them appeared in front of the narrow canyon, and Kai announced, we're here. According to that map of the Fox Girl, the location is in this mountain pass. Honhan also decided to ask, Captain Kai, are you not going to let us go in together? Nguyen agreed and strongly opposed. That's right. Captain Kai, you said that the little Yo girl is very cunning. Maybe it's a trap. So maybe we should go find Lu's group and ask. Kai smiled and explained that Lu's side has a lot of military affairs, so we can't bother him forever. Honyan, you're injured and need more rest. Nguyen, Nugu. After you got drunk and started fighting wildly. It's very dangerous inside with all the thick fog. You two stay outside and wait for me to return. Honhan was worried. She took off her ring, but Kai just walked straight ahead without looking back, only raising his hand to salute, saying, don't worry. I'm just checking. If anything unusual happens, I'll come out immediately. As he entered inside, Kai kept thinking about Honhan. Her abilities probably surpass any monster we've encountered. Most likely a map boss. So she doesn't need a trap to kill me. Moreover, compared to your abilities, that unpredictable feeling she gives off actually catches my attention more. And I wonder what her cluelessness is trying to do. The important thing is, for some reason, I always have an inexplicable feeling. 20 minutes later, Kai arrived at the end of the canyon. He suddenly straightened up, his eyes shining. And in front of him was a clear blue lake surrounded by dry, rocky land. Upwand, Kai stood on the cliff edge looking down. It seemed like there was nothing unusual. But suddenly, a stone appeared as if deliberately falling right at his feet. You kick it off the surface of the calm lake, and immediately the water ripples and stirs. each wire tightening even more. Giankai dismisses his initial hypothesis. His nerves tense up. This lake has a problem. His eyes wide as he stares fixedly at something below. What is that? A sinister aura emanates from the deep ocean floor, chilling to the bone. And this terrifying ghost is several times more menacing than the monster fish. As the waves surged wildly, he was sure he was about to escape. Jiang Kai looked around desperately for an exit. Damn it. Could it really be a trap after all? He turned back in the opposite direction, quickly moving and running. Now he had to run immediately. Jiang Kai had only run a short distance when he had to stop as his body signaled danger. I stepped back in confusion. So strange. Why am I afraid of someone like this, so terrified that it feels like only fear remains? Even in the past, when I first set foot in the demon realm, faced monsters, felt the breath of despair, death closing in, fear, anger, a regret, and helplessness. But I've never been this scared before, as if some lady is deliberately hiding my fear. If this thing is so powerful and terrifying, why does it hide its head under the water like a timid mouse? If it's deliberately trying to lure me closer, why hasn't it attacked yet? A bead of sweat begins to roll down Jiang Kai's grimacing face. His feet slipped along the ground, then suddenly stopped. The only explanation being that everything was to avoid being discovered by others, deliberately creating a mysterious appearance. The fear has been cast aside. Jiang Kai no longer cares. Quickly opening the divine aura, you turn back to face the rising wave. Then let's see what exactly is leaving the game. Once again, amazement overtakes your eyes. Wait a minute. That's it. The wave from earlier turned into a strange whirlpool, glowing with energy, with system messages flowing beneath. Congratulations on discovering the teleportation gate of the Lakchi Electric Palace. Escaping the mystical space. Returning to reality with hot news. Now among the top 10 countries leading in demon crystal extraction worldwide, Holy Spirit Nation will become the only country without any connection to the global dominance competition. Isn't the Holy Magic Realm bragging about how powerful it is? If they kneel and lick my shoes, maybe we'll consider sharing a few clues with them. That's right. Kneel down and we will consider finding a teleportation array for you. Hearing those provocative words, a hand quietly clenched on the chair. Vong frowned fiercely. Do we really have no hope anymore? At this moment, someone hurriedly rushed into the room. Commander, he thought it best to ask immediately. Little Lu, why are you in such a hurry today? The opponent excitedly slammed their hand loudly on the table. Commander V. We can. It turns out to be Lu Tuan. He's so excited he shouts out that he found the teleportation array. Wei Ying jumps up in surprise and confirms. What did you say? Ahead of the mountain pass where the teleportation array is located. Guards had already been stationed to watch over it, repeatedly warning everyone to step back, and that this was not a sightseeing spot. Nguyen Ngu was also among the crowd, casually commenting, with so many people around it's really exciting. Anyone would think a king-level boss appeared. Honhan looked around, knowing that finding the connection point to the teleportation array was the top priority for the holy support. The army is advancing rapidly, attracting attention, and she whispers, Captain Kai, you've made a great contribution this time. I heard that not only did we find the teleportation array and earn 2,000 guild points in rewards, but even our leader from Jiangzhong City got some credit. Jiang Kai stammered. Oh. The three of them were whispering when a hearty laugh suddenly echoed from behind, making all three turn around in curiosity. General V slowly approached, a joyful expression on his face. So it really was a teleportation event. Zhang Kai, you did well. You kept surprising me again and again. Sir, the crowd is starting to get noisy. Look quickly. Wei Chi-hui's group has arrived. Jiang Kai must come out to greet him. Hon Han couldn't contain her joy and shouted out loud, forgetting her manners. Today is Wei Ung. Commander V. The guardian spirit of Jiangzhong City. A police officer shouted in her face. Disrespectful. How could she call the commander by his name? Vong is in a good mood so he doesn't mind. Now wiping his hands. It's not a formal occasion anyway. No problem. And since he's a friend of Jiang Kai, he's a friend of mine. Accompanying him is a charming young man named Hoa Thien Than, a reserve general of the War God Temple in St. Duquoc, who narrows his eyes mysteriously, often hearing Commander Wei mention Jiang Kai. Finally, we meet today. Jiang Kai was a bit puzzled as this person shook hands with you and introduced himself at the same time. Sorry for the rush earlier. Let me formally introduce myself now. Hello. Jiang Kai. I am Hoa Thien Thun, Deputy Grand Commander of the War God Temple of Sacred Destiny. I have heard of you for a long time. And Jiang Kai also greets back. Hello, sir. Deputy General Hoa. Honhan and Wien Nu eagerly interject from behind. Even the Reserve General of the War God Temple's team knows Captain Kai. Captain Kai has a great reputation. Wei Ung, standing beside, spoke. The Heavenly Spirit is also the Deputy Commander in charge of this national competition. And I heard you found the teleportation array. So I eagerly followed me here. That's right. Jiang Kai, you have resolved our urgent danger. Besides the honor you deserve, I have decided to give you my share of the reward in my name. Honhan and Nguyen Nagu looked excited and delighted, saying that it was a huge reward. Jiang Kai refused again, saying he didn't want the prize. The four of them were immediately surprised and asked what you said. Captain Kai, you explained. Commander Vi, I am an ordinary person with no background and no power. Jiang Kai just wants to be praised. Since entering the demon spirit, the Emperor has been suppressing me. The major guilds have boycotted me. And for 9 days, during the Anlu gathering, I have faced constant pressure. Do your best to protect me and my family. This respect and gratitude will forever be engraved in my heart. Vyung couldn't find words after hearing this, but he still tried to advise Jiang Kai not to act on impulse. I understand your family situation. You're still young now, but relying solely on yourself to risk everything at Demon Spirit. Even when you're out of money, you remain determined. I am not acting on impulse. Jiang Kai reminds Wei Ung of the words he once said when leading me to the wreckage in the safe zone. Standing nearby watching the battle between the superhuman and the divine beast, he recalls what he said. But the rise and fall of the world is everyone's responsibility. Someone has to stand up and fight those monsters. You remember the times you fought yourself. If it had been during the battle at Vin Dong Island, I would still be uncertain. Every word was very firm. So now I have traveled with everyone all along and seem to have understood a little more. Nguyen Nang was a bit moved when hearing Jiang Kai's words, and chased after Trong Kai. Jiang Kai once again refused that reward, saying that without you in command, I wouldn't be here today, and the reward should belong to you. The blazing sunlight spreads across the sky compared to the extraordinary, indifferent, and powerful people, although my strength is still weak and my insight not yet high. But still, he smiled confidently, always sharing his tactics with everyone, while Vyung's face grew darker and darker. At this moment, the angel was a bit annoyed, because this kid was awarded by the commander in the name of his personal achievement. Many people wished for it but couldn't get it. Yet he kept refusing again and again in front of everyone. Angrily, he clenched his fist and charged forward. Nui Ningu shouted, Captain Kai. Vyung's fist stopped right in front of Jiang Kai. His hand stopped. If you were determined, not even 10 bulls could pull you away. And Wien Engu and Hon Han were sweating with worry. Jiang Kai stared intently at Vyung, and he had no choice but to admit defeat. But it was also because of your bravery and stubbornness. Unafraid of heaven or earth, Vyung pats your shoulder. Now that's worth my respect. Jiang Kai was also very surprised by this gesture. The people watching from behind couldn't believe it. No way. This is the first time I've heard Commander Wei praise someone. Just now, that punch from Commander Wei was terrifying. If it had been me, I would have peed my pants long ago. But that kid didn't blink an eye. Even the angels had to nod. It seems I underestimated Jiang Kai. Hon Han's eyes sparkled. Commander Wei, you're not angry. Are you? Jiang Kai hesitated too. Commander V. Oh, Wei Ungfang responded calmly. I won't say more, even if you refuse again and again. I respect your choice. As for the rewards you deserve, the army will distribute them according to protocol. All three of them smiled, and the boy quickly agreed. Yes. You called me out somewhere else. All right. Come with me for a moment. The two of them went to the mountain pass. No wonder they couldn't find it. Even though they'd passed through here countless times, who would have guessed the teleportation array was hidden deep at the bottom of the lake? Vyung raised his hand, and in an instant, a destructive force shattered the rock wall, displaying divine power. Jiang Kai stood beside him in shock as the mountain was torn apart. The mountain cliff shattered apart, and Vyung turned to tell Jiang Kai this is a primordial energy gun. Only the Holy Warrior's equipment can grant us the innate talent and skills related to primal energy, allowing us to harness this power. Your face looks a bit incredulous, and you secretly think that primordial force, according to legend, is the mysterious primal energy that erupted when the blue planet was just formed. In his mind, Jiang Kai silently analyzed. I remember the master's talent is a mindful martial artist who can cause side effects. One of those effects is the sword aura slash that uses primal energy. But this is still the first time I've seen someone actually do it myself. He's really strong. He glanced at Jiang Kai. In the international arena, martial arts has fallen to 6th place in the rankings. But I never believed in those so-called rankings. The sacred martial art of Thondu has been passed down through thousands of men, and the number is beyond measure. When primordial energy appears, the top male professionals must stay at least 3 meters away. V. Yuang trusts you, especially with new professions like yours that have unlimited potential. I believe there will come a day when no one dares to look down on Thondu anymore. Jiang Kai replied with a very confident attitude. I believe so too. 7 days later, the military conference was held. News channels kept reporting worldwide. The number of countries discovering teleportation at the relic site had increased to Lushu. Only 15 more departures to reach the limit of 80 countries. Quickly announced that Country C has also detected a new teleportation, becoming the 66th country worldwide to discover a teleportation portal. So Saint Du. Breaking news. Country E and Country F suspect border conflicts over disputes in the relic area, with the angel standing on the podium speaking at the main hall. In the end, there are only 4 entry points into the relic zone, no matter which teleportation gate the countries use. They all ultimately access the relic through these 4 points. It seems that by the 5th point, the angel's gaze becomes quite frightening. And this 5th point is also the most difficult to resolve. Currently, the powerful nations have begun cooperating to block the access points to the relic area. The people below couldn't help but be surprised when they heard. What the heck? He kept talking. Finally, Kwaitak only said 80 countries could enter the relic area. The global competition will now begin. But it doesn't mean that all 80 countries have to participate. Every time they lose an opponent, they gain another chance to win. So they take advantage of their numerical superiority by stationing troops to block entry points and prevent other countries from joining. The angel recounts what happened earlier. But what's even more complicated is that all 21 teams of the Holy Support have been wiped out and retreated. Half a month later, in Quitin, Jiang Kai's system kept sending notifications. 5 level 55 Moon Spirit demons were eliminated. 10 level 45 Moon Spirit demons were eliminated. And 15 level 35 Moon Spirit demons were eliminated. Congratulations. Your level has increased to 21. You stand upright a bit in the middle of the battlefield. Finally reaching level 21. AI brain appears. Your level has increased to 21, and you will activate a new profession skill. Fire Clone. A new notification appears, introducing the skill. Level 1 Fire Clone can create up to 3 clones. When activated, the main body will automatically enter stealth mode. Your eyes flickered. So it turns out it's an AI clone skill. The system continues to notify that the Fire Clone can perfectly mimic the actions, states, equipment, and skills of the main body. But its attacks only produce visual effects and cannot cause real damage. Jiang Kai was a bit dissatisfied. If it can't cause real damage, then once attacked, he can only be hit but not fight back. A notification about the skill's function appears. The fire substitute, when taking damage, will synchronize and absorb the opponent's stamina and mental energy, and it will not automatically disappear after being healed back. All absorbed energy will be fully returned to the original body. You smirk slyly. So that's it. This isn't just a simple punching bag skill, but a whole energy conversion system, being hit externally but secretly draining the opponent's energy. The successive instructions about the skill appear, with the fire clone lasting up to 10 minutes, unable to leave the main body more than 30 meters away, and the stamina and mental energy absorbed by the clone not exceeding the main body's maximum attribute limits. The 3 fire-starting dummies can be used simultaneously or separately, each time you recover 500 mental points. 1 dummy with the fire-starting skill will be restored. When reaching level 30, this skill can be upgraded. Jiang quietly calculated that although 500 mental energy points consume quite a lot, with my current ability I can recover in about 3 to 4 days. With your increasingly terrifying gaze, I wonder what additional skill I will gain with the double talent of the player. She explained that when the double talent is activated, You will gain an additional random class skill. The system lists a series of skills, with some random level 1 skills that seem unnecessary. Attack the target. Each time the target loses 1% stamina. Increase my 4 basic stats by 19. Boost critical hit rate by 1%. And critical damage coefficient by 1%. When reaching level 30. This skill can be upgraded. Jianghai carefully asked again. The more they drain, the crazier my attacks become. He thought to himself. I heard that some professions of explorers become stronger in certain stats when injured more severely. But I wonder who would win when facing my unpredictable skill. Kai, what are you doing? You reply slowly. I'm leveling up right now. Chu Tu. Isn't your team training? Do you still have time to look for me at this moment? Over there. There was some mumbling. I dums. Jianghai nervously asked. What's wrong? Master Vien chuckled softly and said, It's nothing. Just missing you, I don't know why. But today I really want to hear your voice. Jianghai was a little worried. Hey. This guy. Why is he acting so strange all of a sudden? He just chuckled and made an excuse. Looking a bit down. Probably because he's been overworking lately and has too much free time to overthink. But your intuition tells you that Jianghai, your friend, is in trouble, hey. Chu Tu. What's wrong with you today? Is there something else you want to say? The team leader still insisted on his answer. There's no truth in it. All right. Elder. Keep fighting monsters. I'm sneaking away now. Bye-bye. Hanging up abruptly made Jianghai even more anxious. Hello? Jutsu. The group continued moving. And only after the boss hung up did he dare reveal a sorrowful expression. No one. Noticing his strange demeanor, softly called out. Chutu, didn't you say you remembered Kai? So why didn't you talk to him more? The landlord honestly replied. Kai understands me too well. If I talk too much, he will definitely figure something out. He honestly admitted it. I don't want to make him worry. No one felt confused and wanted to ask, but the landlord deliberately interrupted and asked no one what she thought people who go crazy after being killed offline would feel. And her strange words made no one even more confused. What do you mean? The owner also didn't answer. Just smiled brightly. Maybe he didn't know anything and wasn't troubled anymore, thinking that way. I no longer felt afraid. No one pursed her lips, already seeing through it. For this mission, Chu Tu was forcing herself, and her memories flashed back to 3 days ago, in the large command room gathering the 3 squads. Squad Main Ho, Squad Thin Hung, and Squad Nget Hu Yet. The 3 squad leaders saluted loudly. The commanding officer, the Angel, announced clearly, due to the urgent situation. We will keep it brief. All of them have been deployed to face high-level opponents. Hamjiang sneered sarcastically, implying that with trash like you dare to compete with us. Listen well. Either you rely on your ability to defeat us, or else. This big, burly guy is the explorer Clementine Hoak Kai Man, a savage level 50. Hawkman Y proudly calls himself crawling through his pants. The guys watching the screen kept commenting happily. Crawl. Come on. Give a smile so those idiots can see. Facing the beast. Some veterans have fallen, and Duong Quang couldn't hold back and decided to kill them all. The Angel continued to report the situation, saying that a tech company had developed equipment capable of transmitting images from the Lamentation Land back, and although there was some delay, the scenes before them remained intensely dramatic. In the past half-month, we have sent more than 50 teams into the Lich Land, and over 200 beast warriors have been slaughtered and taken offline like this. The shocking news he just announced left everyone stunned and speechless. The Angel continued, but their sacrifices were not in vain. They also provided us with valuable information. This is the map of the Lac Chi land we drew based on intelligence. Since you are here, you probably already guessed what I want to say next. After 27 qualifying rounds and selecting the Beast Tamer squads, I want the teams to take on this difficult mission. In 3 days, prepare to break through the encirclement again. All squad leaders speak loudly and clearly. The Angels are satisfied, and the tasks are assigned. Now, it is known that the Chi territory has 4 login points, namely Point A, Point B, Point C, and Point D. Within 1 day, the teleportation team will appear at the same entry point when teleporting through the same teleportation array. Remember this location. As you fight and retreat, try to move in this direction and plant the holy wine flag here. That's the key to this mission. When their momentum is high, Li Biao proposed that the flower commander break through layer after layer of barriers just to reach this coordinate and plant the flag. But I am sure they will keep chasing us to kill us, the angel calmly replied. Our way is not to force our way through, but to break the encirclement. Because this is the secret plan that the senior management has been secretly devising lately, they all exclaimed in shock. Confirming the secret plan. Yes. So far, 73 countries have detected the teleportation array, but 42 of them took advantage of the early access to the Dialog Chi Dia to block the entry points. In this situation, any country trying to break through the blockade with just 3 teams would be as unlikely as reaching the sky. However, this also means there are 30 countries being ostracized just like us. Therefore, we contacted several countries, and at 6 a.m., 3 days later, each nation sent its 3 strongest teams to form a temporary alliance to infiltrate the land of exile. The signal for this mission was sunrise, dawn. Everyone, be silent and listen carefully. First, the breakthrough team successfully plants the flag here, signaling the enemy to advance further. If successful, the remaining squads will immediately launch an all-out attack at the 4 entry points, seizing residency as quickly as possible. If the elite enemy troops are all drawn to the flag's position, then the defenses at the 4 entry points will be relatively sparse, making it truly the best opportunity to launch an external attack. However, this also means that once they accept this mission, the Holy Wisdom team will face the fiercest attacks from the enemy. Currently, all the pioneering nations are stuck at various levels of deadlock. To break this deadlock, the Land of Falling Flowers is the best opportunity right now. Therefore, this action everyone takes will bear the fate of the nation and the survival of the people. I repeat once more, even if there is only one person left, you must carry the honor of Saint Dew and fight to the end. Is that clear? In response to the angel's trust, all the chosen warriors shouted together, fighting to the end, never giving up. This mission requires passing through a narrow mountain path to reach a whirlpool vortex. Everyone was shocked by the loud noise, and the pink glove belonged to a man with a scar. No one gives the pillar a reassuring look and says, "Trust me, we will definitely succeed." He regained his confidence and trust in himself, nodded with a smile, when suddenly the watch on everyone's wrist started beeping an alarm. They all looked in surprise at the tornado-like swirling gate. As the first team of the Heavenly Squad successfully broke through the encirclement, Li Biao shouted loudly without hesitation. Everyone obeyed the order. For this battle, no retreat, no surrender. R5. No regress. Even if it means breaking apart and destroying everything, I must complete the mission. Now, follow me and charge forward. 2 days later, at the Guild of the Lord God, Jiang Kai recalled the call from the guildmaster, but there was nothing else. Just missing you. For some reason, I really want to hear your voice today. A bit silly. Maybe a little silly. Probably because you've been exhausted from training lately, and when you're free, your mind tends to wander. Your face is turning as pale as a sheet. Master, is she really just exhausted from training? I haven't been able to contact her or now for 2 days, and I keep feeling uneasy and confused. A sudden rush of urgent thoughts welled up inside him. Maybe I should go find them. Just as he placed his hand on the fingerprint device, the 2 people rushed over. Chasing after Trong Kai, something had happened. Your eyes suddenly look confused. Hua, Nhan. Nguen Ngu. What's going on that you 2 are in such a hurry? Hon Han quickly said everything. We just saw the trending video on the forum. The club president and Nuan are in trouble. Giang Kai's eyes widened in shock. What did you say? She touched it and a virtual screen appeared. After this video went viral, it was quickly discovered and forcibly deleted by Thon Diu's government. But I saved it quickly. Ham Jiang's sharp features appear in the frame. A mocking, challenging voice echoes. Come on. Saint Yu probably has quite a few people watching. If you're confident, come here and save her. That guy is staring down the entire team lying on the ground. Then it shows the trembling person tied up and screaming. You understand the logic very well. If you send a high-ranking officer here to ask for mercy, maybe we will let that person go. The image of the round-headed pillar appears along with his wide grin. Of course, if you admit you're a bunch of useless weaklings who dare not do anything, Then he further insulted them by giving the order to hang these two people up. The criminal spy watching the camera grinned mischievously. So just wait and see their blood drip and dry out. Your emerald eyes stared intently at that guy. Finally, this matter. The two friends in front of him also looked pale and uneasy. Why is Jiang Kai Densi clenching his fists so tightly? This happened around that time. 2 days ago. At the Land of Lost Happiness. Lai Bill led the team through the gate. You have entered the Land of Lost Happiness. We will provide simultaneous translation for you. The source language you hear will be translated into divine language. However, at this moment, it is a thick pool of blood, and there are no soldiers guarding this place. The disciplined soldiers assess the situation. The Tianheng and passionate teams, known for their bravery and combat skills, probably coordinated with other teams in the alliance to lure all the troops away first. One of the team members asked Captain Li Bill if they should head southeast immediately, as our current login point is point A. Just then they received a call from someone. It was the Flower Commander. The information then left everyone stunned and shocked. Team members alert. As their movements had been exposed, the Heavenly Guard and passionate teams had just arrived at the login point and were ambushed by the enemy forces. Countless shadows hidden behind the fog emerge, calmly stepping out to completely surround the 5 people. The leader sneered as he stepped forward, nodding to his subordinates. You fools. As soon as you received the signal, you came to surrender your lives. He leapt with a sinister smile, leaving a trail of blood behind. Next, let Claire rejoice as Hawkman begins his slaughter. Hawkman steps forward to warn. Soon, your fate will be the same as your comrades. Nguyen Lin angrily rushes forward to fight back. Damn it. This damn bastard. Li Biao quickly intervenes. Nguyen Lin, don't lose your temper. Come back here. But he rushed to Hawkman's place and stabbed repeatedly. But Nguyen Lin's sword couldn't pierce Han's armor. He panicked. How is this possible? I can't break through. Hawkman sneered then. Are you scratching my itch? Han laughed with satisfaction and said, Oh right. I forgot to tell you if you have the ability to kill me with a single strike. Otherwise the wound will make me stronger. In the next moment, Han's hand swiftly lunged forward, knocking Nguyen Lin down. What? Really? Hawkman was delighted. Now it's your turn to bloom. His power was so overwhelming that his eyes turned red. In the next moment, Nguyen Lin truly was reborn through Hawkman's hands. Everyone couldn't believe their eyes. Nguyen Lin, the villa owner, and no one stared in shock at Mr. Tran. At this moment, another person appeared behind Hawkman. Hawkman, you always talk nonsense. He fondled the sword in his hand and warned. If he scared my adorable little Mew to death, I would be very heartbroken. This person is Explorer Whitehall, a swordsman with level 50. A girl with blue hair also appears, rushing forward. You two are so boring. Stop talking nonsense and fight quickly to win fast. Explorer Christina. Profession: female assassin. Anford Otvent. Hawkman teased. Hey Whitehall. Why are you two here? Weren't you told that these little pests belong to me? He wouldn't accept otherwise. It's too terrifying. I must hold on. Lai Bill stepped forward and ordered. Chu Tu. Break through the encirclement with me. Tu Nhan. Protect now. Ja. Then they began to fight. The Orb Master charges forward first, fighting alongside the Holy Demon's warrior. I am the Orb Master, the strongest warrior under heaven and earth. You useless trash. Come at me all together. He leapt high with a series of sharp beams, then struck straight down at the enemy, causing them to cry out loudly. Whitehall is eager to fight, the #1 war god in the world. So let me try fighting you. Hawkman refuses to back down. Don't waste my time. With his strength and skills, he's quite interesting. I want to crush his head myself. But Lai Bill has already stepped forward. My opponent is me. Over here. Whitehall confidently introduces himself, saying he will be the one to kill you with the bright sword blade. The owner concentrates his strength. What kind of joke is this? I am the greatest war god under heaven. How could I let you be arrogant? The two swords clash. Whitehall secretly marvels at the immense power. Nevertheless, he smirked cunningly and used the shadow illusion technique. The next second, he vanished right before the master's eyes. Whitehall sneered from behind him. You idiot. I'm right here. A swift, sharp sword was slashed out. Fortunately, The boss managed to react in time and jumped up to avoid the attack. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Too fast for me to see his moves clearly. Whitehall reappeared in front of the master. No matter how much of a trash they wear, they're still trash. Now you can go and die. His eyes lit up as if he had realized something. Whitehall launched a deadly attack from behind, piercing through with a slash. Then, a stream of fresh blood sprayed out, staining the space red. He was a bit surprised and let out a cry. Lee Bill blocked that sword. Struggling to hold on, he asked me if I wanted to kill him. Master Veen. I can't believe it. Captain. Lee Bill shouted loudly. Master. Stay alert. Lead the group and escape. I will hold him back. Go now. But at that moment, Hawkman struck him directly on the head. Aren't you supposed to be my opponent? Why are you here? The next moment, Lee Bill disappeared right in front of the landlord. His eyes filled with excitement. You two are still busy teasing each other. Hawkman, you're useless. I swear I was just momentarily distracted by that old man bothering me. Clearly you are all my team members. But it seems only he can awaken your potential. However, I also have one thing that will definitely not be inferior to him. He confidently declared that he would protect his team members until the very end. And at this moment, the guild master stood before Lee Bill's bloodied body, unable to hold back. Meanwhile, Christina used magic to defeat Miss Hoa, not knowing her limits. Behind no one. One of them took advantage of the situation and charged forward. Go and die. You don't care. Only worry about Miss Hoa. Hawkman and Whitehall have also continued to challenge. Holy gladiators are indeed a bunch of useless trash. Come on. Let's see who will kill this prey first. I will absolutely not give in to you. The owner of the ring shouted loudly. Everyone. He unleashed a powerful burst of energy. You fools. This move left Whitehall and Hawkman utterly stunned. What Nuan kneels before Sister Hoa's body. Sister Hoa. The Stone Master pulls her up by the arm and reminds her that she has no more breath left. We have to leave now. At this moment, a glowing crystal appeared in the owner's hand. Whitehall recognized it and rushed over, realizing it was primordial energy, the very thing your martial artists always pride themselves on. In the end, the holy wine managed to send a soul messenger. Hawkman radiates murderous intent, wanting to fight, wanting to run away. Today, none of you are leaving alive. Not a single one will escape. No one nervously warns. Master, be careful. The owner pushed her back and charged at the leader with the others. Whitehall, and he went to check the spell. He blocks it with his sword. His spiritual power is too weak. That last strike was just luck. Now, come and taste the power of the devouring soul seal I possess. The sect master clenched his teeth, trying to hold on. The next moment, his sword was shattered in two. Hawkman ambushed from behind and struck the owner directly. Go to hell. You fool. He instinctively flew away. No one has also been captured. No. Christina soars above, urging on. Enough. It's already gone on this long. She used her spiritual power to bind the master. He struggles and yells. Let me go. Christina taunts. Are you still not giving up? Honestly, being able to hold out this long under siege by so many experts. You really are very strong. She is arrogant. But your plan has already been exposed. We have long since arranged our actions to counter you. No matter how much you try to hold on, it's useless. The owner's eyes looked at them with deep resentment. Christina warned. Don't look at me like that. Your alliance of many countries to break through the encirclement can indeed increase your chances of winning, but the risk of exposure is even greater. Isn't it? Nguyen's face gradually revealed a sinister smile. For example, if a country uses your plan as a condition to gain entry, it seems the owner understands what they want, and his face immediately turns pale. At this moment, Hawkman presses his foot down hard on the chairman. Hey, Christina. What are you and this guy whispering about? He's teasing. Do you really like him? Come on. Is Hoak Kai Mang even worse than this useless guy? Adding fuel to the fire and teasing the lady like this? It's probably not the behavior of a gentleman. Christina paid no mind to this and ordered them to give her a satisfying death. She highly regards the two of them. They are worthy opponents to respect and challenge. But Hawkman blocks the way. There's no rush. That healer will stay to treat our wounds. And this stubborn one, his face looks like a demon incarnate, will be kept for the saint to play with. On the other side of the forest, a few people are guarding strictly. A figure appears behind a guard, and the next moment is struck directly at the weak point at the back of the neck. He foamed at the mouth and fainted immediately. That person is Jiang Kai. I secretly vow that Juzi, Nuo, I will definitely bring you back safely, back to earlier, at the place where the gate appeared. Lam Lam recalls what the crowd was whispering about. Hey, have you all seen that video? It's been 2 days and the army still hasn't arranged a small team to break through the encirclement. Arranging takes time. Rushing in now would be pointless suicide. The army isn't stupid. The Holy Reserve looks down on us like this. Now the whole world is watching our joke. Tai clenched his fists in anger, wondering if there was really no one capable of dealing with those beasts. And he hated himself for not being able to rush in and settle everything with them. She imagines no one being beaten and immediately blames herself. Noan. I'm sorry I don't have the ability to protect you. Professor Lee reminded her to quickly compile the data after returning. Yes. Lam Lam hurriedly called. Professor Lee, is today's data sampling finished? He nodded to indicate it was over. The demon crystal was a huge mystery. And the teleportation to the land of the wandering was even more certain. What lay behind the demon crystal far exceeded our expectations. Then he suddenly remembered. Oh right. Lam, you are still okay. About your sister. Your superiors. Lam, you are showing strength. I understand. Professor, the army has considered its strategy. Just having the authority to come in is enough. Seeing that, Professor Lee also reassured her, although Now is still young. Her courage is commendable, and she must be very proud that her sister Now is a member of the army. So she should understand what the bigger picture is. Lam stepped forward and said, Professor, let's go home. Trat recognized someone among the soldiers. Wait. That person. It's Jiang Kai. He really disguised himself to get in here. Someone has already spotted him. Quick. Stop them all. Stand still and face this way. Jiang Kai's eyes flashed. And he quickly ran ahead. Surprising the others, someone called out. Religious officer. Catch him. Jiang Kai quickly runs past Lam, his eyes flickering as he looks at her, then immediately drops a bomb. And smoke instantly fills the entire room. The soldiers are in chaos. It's smoke bombs. What's going on? Jiang Kai is a bit confused. Lam stands there watching her reaction. So it turns out she was the one who threw the smoke bombs. Lam's mouth moved slightly, her voice trembling. Relying on you. Jiang Kai quickly stepped through the gate. She secretly prayed in her heart that he must bring no one back safely. The scene shifts to the land of departure, where many people are gathered at the entrance. Look quickly. Someone is entering through the login path. Which country is this again? Looks like they weren't beaten enough 2 days ago. So then 800 get killed for 800. 200 for 200. Jiang Kai slowly stepped forward, standing proudly in front of them. What? Just one saintly drinker. They laughed heartily. I thought it was some cowardly loser. So you're just a stray dog from the holy wine. Only sending some useless weakling like you to negotiate. Your holy wine is already wiped out or scared shitless. I think you've misunderstood. I'm not here to negotiate. Jiang Kai's eyes turn cold as he declares. I came to kill. The next move you make, the time of death will be yours. The speed was too fast for them to react. Jiang Kai took out the guards at the entrance in the blink of an eye. The scene shifts to the military command room, where everyone is gathered for a meeting. The angel sternly asked if the traitor country had been identified. Wei Yang crossed his arms and said, It's confirmed. It's the Song country. During the Dawn operation, they decided to cancel the plan. Yesterday, someone discovered that 3 of their teams had entered and stationed at the Dilak Chi land. Godwind angrily slammed the table. The highest-ranking officer in City A. Damn it. The traitorous spy seized a position in the national competition. While our people are being held hostage in the Lost Land, and their fate is unknown, the angel anxiously wondered, is this really all we can do? Sit and wait for death? At this moment, a soldier hurriedly reported, Commander, someone has entered Dilak territory alone. The angel hurriedly asked in disbelief. What's going on? Report clearly immediately. That person opened his system panel to check the details. 10 minutes ago. What a reckless move. Where did this daring Jiang Kai come from? You think you're a hero just going home alone. Who do you think you are? It was clearly a surrender. But what he said next left him speechless, surprisingly. Within 15 minutes of Jiang Kai entering, All 15 guards at login point A had been taken out. The angel, the guardian eagle, and the divine wind all shouted in disbelief. What did you say? The angel quickly ordered and informed the leaders of the countries that our people had led the breakthrough at the login gate. And in half an hour, Plan B could be launched. Ngok Song is a bit worried. Commander Hoa, Plan B is very important. Do we need to screen further to prevent a second water song from appearing? The vanguard is competing fiercely, and there's no time left. Now 74 countries have detected the teleportation of the lost land. Jiang Kai has made arrangements for us. We must hold our ground. The angels also agree with that, saying it's correct, and initiate Plan B in action. Deploying military forces to prepare for the conquest of the Dilac territory. The scene shifts to Jiangzong City, at the military district's psychological treatment center, where everyone is discussing who this person is. And it seems they are not from our army. Li Biao was surprised. Jiang Kai. Someone was curious. Who is Jiang Kai? Meanwhile, in classroom 253, 2's class, the boys' spring break exploded with news. Who is that? So cool. I didn't expect her to attack Dilac Chidi alone. She leans in to see who it is, seeing Jiang Kai on the screen, and Z called in disbelief. Brother. At the same time, shocking news was broadcast on the screen at the large building. An unnamed holy explorer had entered the Forbidden Land alone. The scene shifts back to the villa owner, with Now Now and the water-singing crowd, as Now Now anxiously calls out repeatedly, Chutu. Master. Are you asleep? She weakly replied. Now Now. My body hurts so much. Are we going to die soon? I feel a little scared. Hearing that, Now Now's tears fell as she encouraged him. Chutu. Pull yourself together. You are the greatest warrior in the world. I remind you, there are many people watching us. We must not shame the holy soldiers. Master Vienne was very remorseful, but I saw them cruelly kill Sister Hoa, and I saw Captain and Brother Tran's heads being crushed. They, especially that big guy, are monsters that can't be killed. His eyes drooped. I was so scared I almost lost control. The lady still tried to encourage him. Master. Master. Just then, a fairy splashed water in his face. Stay awake. Get your act together. We won't be happy if you die. Another name is smiling again. Hey, cowardly saintly hero. Why haven't your teammates come to rescue you yet? They all ganged up to mock him. But the saintly one isn't that cowardly. He's been blind for 2 days, and doesn't even dare to fart. Bakengayu happily rises, his waist stiff. Hurry up and wake up to cry, so everyone can see how tough the backbone of the saintly one really is. Nuan Nuan quickly called out, Master, when suddenly a blinding golden light appeared from somewhere, striking Bak and Gay and causing him to panic. No one carefully looked over, tears in her eyes as she saw who was coming. Bak and Gay was beaten so badly he was thrown onto the beam. Jiang Kai has arrived. His backbone is less stiff than the divine wisdom of the saint. Kai, I am sorry. Master. Noan. I am late. The crowd immediately shouted to inform the Hawkman Society that someone was coming to rescue the hostage. Kill him. Jiang Kai clenched his fists, apologizing to Noan. Maybe they'll have to hang you both a little longer. Then he unleashed his power to fight, and Hoa Vu eagerly used the spirit dissolution technique. Jiang Kai immediately activated his mental cleansing skill, his entire body surrounded by a radiant light. Hoa Vu was surprised to see Jiang Kai still fighting back. What? He can't use the mind control technique. That power gradually burned her, but Hoa Vu still provokes without any problem. Not even very strong. My armor can't even break it. The look in her eyes becomes panicked. Christina's whole body explodes in midair. Why is this happening? Hao Nian quickly rushes over. Now. 4 shadows of destruction. On the other side, the Godslayer also leaps up. My low-ranking soldier of holy might. Taste my infernal earth slash. Vian Hong uses dry medicine magic, sealing your soul in the lowest level of hell. Jiang Kai fights alone against these 3, rushing past them and leaving a trail of burning fire. All 3 of them disappeared instantly. Damn it. How does this guy move so quickly? So agile. Damn it. Why is my spell ineffective against him? Ignoring their explosions, Jiang Kai continued to deal with the others, while from the bushes, a man watched intently. The scene was tense as Yang Gong. My poison arrows. You're definitely doomed. Fortunately, Nan Nan noticed and warned him. Kai, watch out behind you. He quickly turned back and saw the arrow coming, narrowly avoiding it. It swooped past your leg. Jiang Kai fell to the ground instinctively, but still managed to throw his dart confidently, and the attacker immediately dodged. Nan Nan was a bit scared. Kai, go quickly. They are too many. Just tell us what to do. The leader muttered. Kai. Jiang Kai is now lying on the ground, one leg trembling, while the others rush forward. He's poisoned. Let them go. Don't kill him right away. Let him experience the fear of death. Keep jumping. Keep being reckless. Wait to be chopped into pieces. This is the fate when you come to save someone. Then, a series of slashes cut into your body. Seeing this, Nan Nan becomes even more terrified. Kai, even the boss is crying as he watches. While over here, An Tu drops his phone and collapses unconscious. Everyone saw that and panicked. Zhang Ang. Mao. Press on the philtrum. Even the people at the hospital couldn't believe it. These crazy ones deserve to be chopped up. The owner of the estate slammed his fist down on the table, causing it to crack. His face showing clear anger. The angry angel still has to lead. Plan B is in a few minutes. The other person turns around and says, 10 minutes, 2 to 3 seconds. The angel grits his teeth. Plan B this time must succeed. I want them to pay the price. The owner's crown can't be worn easily. Yes. No. He shouted and cursed. You bastards. If you're so brave, duel me one-on-one. If I don't tear you apart, I am not your grandpa. Suddenly, Jiang Kai's voice rang out from somewhere. Chuzi, I didn't expect you to have this side even without drinking. I'm truly a bit touched. The owner was surprised. And no one was also extremely happy. Jiang Kai was sitting on a tree then. All right. Stop shouting. My fate is very resilient. No one, happily exclaimed. Kai, you're still alive. The landlord couldn't hold back and started crying. Am I seeing a ghost? The rope has been cut and lies on the ground, next to some empty bottles. Jiang Kai awkwardly faces both of them and says, Chuzi, Nuan. If you keep staring, my face will really be seen through by both of you. Only the owner and no one are close enough to examine you carefully. No one is the first to break the tense atmosphere. She hurriedly asked what this was all about. I clearly saw him get hit by the poison arrow, but why are there two of him? Jiang Kai raised his hand, with a smug smile, explaining that each of those shots only hit his pants. The current attack is from that clone. But it's just a clone summoned by his new profession skill. Master Vian asked happily. You've already changed your class with the new skill, haven't you? Now still seems a bit worried. That was just a clone earlier. Jiang Kai confirms. That's right. And, half a minute ago, he used Jiang's bite to ignite the decoy. The pursuers thought he was injured and eagerly rushed in. But he was already poisoned. Come on. Don't kill it right away. It has to suffer a really painful death. Keep jumping. Keep struggling. Just wait to be stripped away and turn into mud. This is the end of your attempt to save someone. And it was also when Jiang Kai seized the chance to escape. You brought the puppet out to introduce. What everyone just saw is one of my decoys. It serves as a target for me to escape. And I took the chance to run into the bushes at that moment. Van suggests, Kai. But before they realize the decoy, we should run now. If those 3 perverts come here, we're definitely dead. Non agrees. Kai, you've already exhausted so much energy. You can't fight off many people. Over there, the chasing crowd keeps stabbing and slashing at the puppet, their triumphant laughter echoing everywhere. You were so brave and arrogant just now. So why are you so quiet now? Where is that mysterious king? Why are you lying there like a dead dog? You're so reckless and arrogant. Suddenly, Tuan Lang stops, turns his head to look elsewhere, and thinks to himself. Something feels a bit strange. He looks at a tree branch, and is startled to realize something is wrong. This matter, Tuan Lang quickly looked around and soon spotted the 3 figures of Jiang Kai hiding behind the bushes. Tuan Lang angrily called his companions back. Stop fighting. We've been fooled. The person over there. Jiang Kai quickly grabbed his shoulder and urged him forward. There's no time left. Your master is taking Nan to run. Leave what's behind to me. Master Yuan asked in horror. Wait. Kai, do you want to deal with them alone? I didn't answer, and pushed the two behind me while I stood in front to protect them. "Run, go ahead, don't worry, I will catch up with everyone," Kai urgently roars, using a substitute to deceive. And the puppet on the ground also disappears. Tuanlang's group shouts loudly, blocking them, not letting anyone escape. And Nanan runs while calling out anxiously, "Kai." The village chief closed his eyes tightly and held her hand as they ran, not forgetting to tell him, "You fool. You must come back alive." Watch Tuanlang's group rush in. Kai prepares his power and responds, "Just trust me. These useless fools. You can't kill me. I told you so." And then he shot out countless throwing knives with great force, causing those people to cry out in pain. The surrounding rocks shattered, dust and smoke obscuring the view. And at this moment, an angry voice boomed, "You bunch of trash. Letting a weak chicken kill you all like this." Hawkman kicked hard towards Kai, but luckily he managed to block it in time. However, his strength still sent him flying backward, crashing into the rock behind. Hawkman, seeing Kai still standing firm after that attack, became interested. "What? You're still just a hairless kid, aren't you? Hurry up and go catch someone." The rest of the group quickly rushed forward to respond. Yes. Besides Hao's sarcastic remarks, the two adorable kittens. But when we were practicing running fast, they were really mischievous. Hawkman warned Commander Kai that he should have listened to me earlier and disabled their legs. Isn't that better? The arrogance of some people truly is a hindrance. Christina raised an eyebrow mockingly and said, "So what if your way of handling things just dirties my paper? What else is it good for?" The three of them started arguing, but the scene still remained very harmonious. Christina interrupted coldly. "Whitehall, I warn you one last time. Stop speaking in that disgusting tone." Suddenly, Kai chuckled softly to himself. What a shame. Just about to endure the smell. A knife immediately pierced Hawkman's hand. His eyes widened, veins bulging in his eyes. Hawkman hadn't even had time to react to the pain in his hand. Staring blankly and asking, "What?" Both Whitehall and Christina were startled. He reddened his eyes and remembered. Damn it. Could it have been just now? The scene shifts back to Hawkman rushing to kick Kai, shouting at the sky, "You worthless trash. Is this how you turned a weak chicken into all this mess? You adopt a defensive stance to block the attack, but your hand still glows with energy as you use your power." While Hawkman is still excited, Kai suddenly stabs a long knife into his hand. Back in the present, you say with a regretful tone, "Even if it explodes, it can only turn into sadness." It seems Hawkman was so angered he burst into laughter, while healing his hand and scolding, "You little brat still haven't lost your milk. Truly a spoiled prince." Hawkman, excited, clenched his fist and charged forward, still taunting, "So I'll crush your head to see what's inside." In the end, Hao also drew his sword to support or start the attack. With a king like him, losing composure, I might as well teach him how to appreciate the wonderful sound of bones breaking. Hawkman punches hard at Kai, but luckily he managed to step back in time, creating distance, and the spear thrust shattered the ground into cracks. Kai slides back, trying to maintain what he believes is a safe distance, but before he can react, he quickly prepares to respond again. Hao also dodged the sword attack by sidestepping, and Kai took the opportunity to throw some shurikens at him. Hao easily avoided them all, and even smirked mockingly. His speed, impressive, he eagerly attacks again. It's interesting to see the prey struggle to death but obediently wait for it. Even more interesting is Hao using his skill, the void piercing through. Hawkman also rushes forward with a huge raised fist. "You little brat. I'll give you a good punch that'll turn you into a pancake." Christina just used her king disruption technique and scolded. "Those two fools are still playing hunting games. Why don't they hurry up and finish this quickly?" 3 attacks in succession, Hawkman's powerful strike, Hao's sharp sword, and Christina's thorny vines all were dodged by Kai, who planted his foot firmly on the ground to counterattack. Then Kai, like a lightning bolt, pierced through Hao and Hawkman before they could react. Both of them were stunned and amazed, still looking dazed, as Kai continued to dodge all the thorny vines with his superhuman speed and then approached Christina. Suddenly one of her vines tightly binds his legs, and Christina smugly says, "Do you think my magic is weaker than those 2 attacks? Then you've underestimated me." Kai didn't say much and directly threw countless throwing knives. Christina sneered and said, "Don't think that destroying these vines will let you escape. You're too naive." However, Kai's knives were stuck in the ground. And at that moment, Christina realized, wait a minute, his target was on the ground. She looked in surprise as the knives pierced her vine roots. Then flames erupted, burning all the vines completely. Christina exclaimed in horror, "How could this be?" The entire battle was broadcast on the big screen in the classroom for everyone to watch. The angel looked surprised and exclaimed that Kai chose to fight head-on to break the king's spell of the ancient king. So, from the very beginning, he didn't want to avoid the vines, but to attract or provoke Whitehall, to leave Christina alone. The wind god nodded in agreement, pretending to retreat, but actually attacking. This kid knows how to deceive people too. The eagle proudly boasted that this was his specialty, when everyone thought he was crazy. That was when they would fall into his trap. For him, this was probably just the beginning of turning the tide of the battle. Kai had no idea about that conversation. At this moment, he was still throwing shurikens at Whitehall and Hawkman. I was furious, and they quickly jumped to dodge the attack. Kai turned to look directly at Christina, still holding the throwing knives, and said, "Christina, you are the only one who respects the holy warrior, so I will give you a death that's satisfying." She angrily retracted her weapon, laughing mockingly. Christina, holding her staff proudly, retorted, "You're not even sure who's going to die yet, so stop being so arrogant." She contemptuously said, "Your fire is even more impressive than mine. Let me show you what true power from nature is." With that, Christina unleashed her King Fire spell. Kai confidently shoots his arrow. Then let's see who's stronger. Her flames surge forward with enormous destructive power, destroying everything around. Kai's small dagger hesitated briefly before aiming straight at the fireball. And even more surprisingly, it withstood the force of the fireball and pierced through. Shooting forward, Christina shouted in horror, "No way. How powerful is his attack after all?" Seeing the dagger flying straight toward her, Christina quickly raised her staff, recited a spell, and used the Wall of the King technique. A protective barrier was immediately erected to block the incoming knife. But its power was so great that it caused her shield to crack. The attack pierced through the protective barrier and stabbed into Christina, who looked at the dagger against her back and, with a grudging voice, said, "I didn't expect him to break my king's spell." The knife explodes. Christina screams in despair, and when the dust settles, her broken body lies among the ruins. Kai stands at the edge of the pit, his eyes merciless as he mutters to himself, "She's a worthy opponent. Just on the wrong side." Then he calmly turns and walks away. Suddenly, Christina's body begins to glow. Kai was startled and quickly turned around to check the situation, only to see a purple light flying straight toward him. The system displays a notification: "You have received a status." The original words are, "Revenge. Revenge. When the master dies, the testimony is the original words, with the murderer. And if the murderer uses the same method to kill the master again, they will inflict similar damage on themselves." Kai's eyes widened in horror. What is this? He couldn't help but remember what he knew. The Wu Master is a new profession that appeared in the foreign country just 3 months ago. And this world is both mysterious and bizarre, trying to possess and become a ghost or spirit. It's rarely recorded even in international files. Unexpectedly, there is still a revenge skill upon death, like a shadowy figure holding a knife. Kai was puzzled, wondering what exactly the same method and the original words meant when he used the death advancement to kill Christina earlier. If he had used the death advancement before, would it have triggered the original words? Hawkman smirked and taunted. "So you've probably received the gift Christina gave you. Right. Are you super regretful for killing her? Keep going. Now it's too late to realize." Even the hyena, with the sword beside, is joining in. "Keep going. It seems that today, the goddess of fate is very stingy. Without her sharp claws, how long can the beast survive in the hunter's trap?" Suddenly he turned and suggested, "Hawkman, do a translation job. Hand this guy over to me to deal with. The person who appears afterward will be for you." Hawkman excitedly agreed. "Fine, but you have to keep his head intact. I want to personally blow him up like fireworks." Weehow, excited, drew his sword and said, "No problem." Then, he charged straight at you, shouting, with his sword already drawn, "It's time to see blood." But what Weihao uses is actually the Shadow Mirage. Jiang Kai widened his eyes and quickly used illusion transformation. As Wai Hao's strike descended, Jiang Kai's figure had already vanished without a trace. He frowned in doubt. Disappeared already. At that moment, Jiang Kai appeared behind him, grabbing his shoulder with one hand and holding a weapon in the other. Wai Hao sneered, thinking that would be enough to control me. He used his ability to create an illusion and escape. Wai Hao's body seemed to shift behind Jiang Kai, causing his balance to falter and nearly making him lose his footing. Wai Hao glanced at Jiang Kai with a sneer. Because your killing move can no longer be used. And the escape skill can't be used twice in quick succession. The hand gripping his sword hilt clenched tightly, and Wai Hao praised him, saying that forcing me to use the Demon Soul technique to face a level 60 expert shows your true skill. Then he turned his head halfway around. But sorry, now it's your turn to go and die. Wai Hao shouted loudly. The divine spear touched, and the Feihon Qi Nan was not yet activated. As soon as the divine spear made contact, it was launched directly, with the spear aimed straight at Jiang Kai to attack. The spear is thrust straight at Jiang Kai, who is standing guard in front. He doesn't dodge, but lets the blade pass through his body. Jiang Kai calmly says, "The one dying. It's you." So I drew the card and aimed it at Wai Hao. He gritted his teeth and quickly tilted his head to the side to dodge backward. Seeing his own beautiful face being slashed a few times, Wai Hao gritted his teeth and realized it was a dart. Not only that, Jiang Kai continued to control the card to turn back. At this point, Wai Hao understood the mechanism, arrogantly drew his sword, and in front of the Feihon Qi Han, "Your weapon is not worth mentioning." He forcefully slashed at your card and continued, trying to cut off your last hope. But life isn't like a dream. The card was so sturdy and strong that it shattered Wai Hao's sword. He was horrified, eyes wide open. What? But before Wai Hao could react, the card pierced through him, blood spraying out like a fountain. Each of Wai Hao's legs could no longer hold him up. Jiang Kai stood behind him, took back his card, and softly said, "I heard that your soul-devouring token is your only level weapon." You sneer mockingly. But it doesn't really matter. Ihao, using his last bit of strength, asks hesitantly, "What exactly is your weapon? Tell me." Before he could finish speaking, Jiang Kai directly shot the card through his head. Wai Hao was officially defeated, his body falling heavily to the ground. Zhang Kai lai tu lai labai. Xiong noi bing than vang len. Kuchi kan beat. La manhon feon chinan. Kua. Hok man chung kin tuan bo tranchin. Dong mat. Ben vo. Te ken. En Joey. He slowly approached, his tone tinged with a crazed excitement. Very interesting. Indeed, very interesting. In just a moment, I managed to take down 2 strong enemies. And during the global competition, I avoided a bunch of tricks. Jiang Kai responded indifferently. Actually, it could be even easier. For example, like not having the chance to participate in the competition for dominance. Hawkman excitedly revealed, "So that's how it is. I can see your strong point now. A clone technique seems to help you recover your state." He calmly listed. "And besides, your greatest skill is using hidden weapons to attack from a distance." Hawkman crossed his arms, smiled, and looked at the corpse on the ground. And honestly, until it died, that poor, greedy worm still didn't understand. Christina was killed by your dart, but you were able to use darts to kill him while under the curse of revenge, remaining unharmed myself, if I'm not mistaken. He frowned and asked in a teasing tone. The dart that killed him earlier wasn't a real dart, but disguised with another weapon. Right? Jiang Kai remained silent, choosing not to answer. Hawkman remains calm and says, "It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. I can also tell that your attack is entirely a gamble on your critical hit." He started analyzing. "Among your talents, there must be one that multiplies your burst damage several times, which conveniently provides a stable critical hit rate for the darts, making your attack seem quite formidable. But in reality, you're not skilled in combat, especially in close combat." Jiang Kai was surprised, not expecting him to figure everything out. Hawkman glanced at the gun with the wound left by Whitehall and said that you were injured and your stamina was gradually decreasing. He confidently declared that now, having seen through his tricks, "You no longer have a chance to attack me with your black darts." Hawkman pulls out his card to showcase his abilities. "While I will be the ultimate love-struck fanatic of a speculator like you." A gem appears, continuously absorbing dark red auras. Jiang Kai was stunned to realize that the scene of Hawkman holding up the gem was also projected on the screen. And everyone in the meeting room stood up in shock. They exclaimed in horror. The blood of the warrior. What? Does Hawkman's body look like it's been injected with blood? As far as I know, the blood of the exclusive magic weapon warrior of the Savage is especially powerful. And the more severely a Savage is wounded, the stronger their fighting ability becomes. Like Hawkman, the blood of the warrior can help him directly enter a berserk wounded state, instantly tripling his combat ability. Hearing this, everyone in the meeting room couldn't help but exclaim. What? Angel whispered worriedly. Jiang Kai. Can he really hold on until Plan B succeeds? The little one, the vulture, looked restless. Hawkman now flaunts his strength, taunting proudly. Do you know what this is? The blood of that warrior. Stronger than the only weapon, like the Soul Devourer. He becomes even more frenzied, threatening to crush your bones piece by piece so everyone in the world can see that no matter how strong the Holy Deo people are, without a word, Hawkman charged forward, his smug voice echoing. In front of him, he's still a useless trash. Even though Hawkman approached close to Jiang Kai, he did not dodge and remained standing still. He grabbed Jiang Kai's shoulder, confidently sure of victory and laughing loudly, knowing he couldn't escape, and accepting his fate to die like a stray dog. Hawkman's remaining hand clenched into a fist and shouted arrogantly, "So then, enjoy it now." Jiang's punch hit Kai's right cheek, followed by an uppercut from below, then a punch to the left cheek to even things out. Hawkman grabs the boy's hair and pulls it up, a mocking expression on his face, and with the final blow, shatters his skull. Unexpectedly, Jiang Kai suddenly burst into laughter, and Hawkman immediately felt something was off. Wait. Could it be? Suddenly, another Jiang Kai appeared behind him, running away, while everyone in the hospital room was watching the fight unfold. Ham Min excitedly shouted, I know it, the one caught is Jiang Kai's stand-in, it must be so. Yang Guang also agreed. That's right. If the main body gets caught, then it's definitely dead. It must be a body double to be so at ease. Li Bil Chen Si agrees. That's true. Jiang Kai's experience is still a bit lacking, and seasoned experts with rich experience can easily see through him. However, even though the acting was a bit poor, at least he managed to escape Hawkman's control. Watching your running shadow, he assessed that next time we meet Jiang Kai, we should advise him to act a bit confused, so the other side will believe it's real. Or else, Hawkman finally snapped out of it. Furious, wanting to run away, he threw the decoy aside and charged after him, playing with him. You're still too inexperienced. Jiang Kai keeps using his tricks. Hawkman is startled and stops, turning his head to look at him, only to see his body stiffen and his eyes widen as he stares at Jiang Kai. Hawkman tries to move, but all efforts are useless. He secretly curses in anger. Damn it! His consciousness is broken. Jiang Kai's figure in Hawkman's eyes becomes blurry. Damn it! I can't clearly see his movements. At the same time, you throw the used healing potion bottle aside with a calm tone, saying, You brutal bastard. You won't die. Will you? Jiang Kai pushes off with his toes and jumps, wielding two long swords that rush forward. I watch and see how long you can hold them. Jiang Kai uses his Gambler's Time ability to strike twice at Hawkman's body. The system displays Gambler's Time and a 100% increase in attack speed. Jiang Kai quietly thought to himself that the savage people, who have always specialized in training their bodies and spirits, are not strong in mental power, and under the influence of the deception state, using two blades to continue attacking can break through armor. You remember the scene of the bodies lying scattered at the login gate. Point A. When Jiang Kai gripped the hilt of the sword in his hand, the system immediately announces a 20% increase in attack speed, a 15% boost in critical damage, and a special combo effect that continuously attacks to activate the break level effect. Back in the present, you keep attacking Hawkman with that very sword. When you see him still smiling, Jiang Kai frowns slightly and wonders, why hasn't the critical hit been triggered yet? Hawkman, seeing your plan, smugly says, You think two broken swords can break my armor? Dream on, Jiang Kai sneered. Is that so? But using it to steal your turtle shell is more than enough. After saying that, he forcefully swung his sword down. Jiang Kai shouts loudly, Lok Ting Ha Tak. System display. Lok Tin Ha That. Proceed to attack the target. Whenever the target's stamina decreases by 1%, 4 basic attributes of oneself can be upgraded by 1%. Critical damage increases by 1%. The number of critical hits increases by 1. And the slash aimed to split Hawkman's body. His face still remains frozen in anger, not understanding what is happening. But Hawkman still managed to brace his enhanced body to withstand the attack. And Jiangkai mocked him. Useless. Is this all the courage the warrior's blood has got? You keep slashing at Hawkman, constantly mocking him. You're just a savage beast, looking down on the holy ones, harming my friend, and then boasting that you're my chosen one. The final decisive blow shattered Hawkman's defenses, causing him to scream in agonizing pain. Hawkman was knocked back, his body tumbling backward, sliding across the rough ground, the massive form crashing down hard and remaining still. To be sure, Jiangkai ruthlessly thrusts again with all his might. So today I will focus on killing traitors like you. The strike is so powerful it causes the ground to crack and the spear to pierce deep into Hawkman's sturdy body. Jiangkai smugly thinks, I've broken through the armor. In that life or death moment, Hawkman suddenly bites back, helping himself to sit up with all his strength, tensing his body. No, I can't lose. I want you to die. Suddenly, the spear pierced through, causing fresh blood to flow along the blade, and Hawkman's eyes widened with unwillingness as he trembled, staring at the 2 swords embedded in his body. What? The divine wind was terrified and shouted loudly. This Hawkman not only has a terrifying defense, but is also powered by blood and warriors. But in the end, Jiangkai broke through his armor and struck his weak spot. The angel speaks. Based on what I know, high-quality martial artists will enhance their attack power and speed, but will not directly increase critical hits or the number of critical strikes. He voiced his suspicion. Could it be that his strongest skill is not ranged attack but melee? And, is this level only achievable by a profession above level 20? Only Wei Ung understands your true strength, and secretly objects in his heart no. All along, Jiangkai's specialty has been ranged attacks. Thinking about the recent battle scene, he hesitated. But today, when using melee weapons, he unleashed an even more terrifying berserk rage. Jiangkai's confident and smug face appears, and Wei Ung becomes even more certain, even more fired up as the fight continues. Back to Jiangkai's side. He glanced at Hawkman's battered body and sneered. Isn't it true that you like crushing others' heads? Jiangkai drew a card, sneering mockingly. Actually, I also have a hobby, and it just happens to be a way to exchange a little with you. Hawkman, terrified, tried to lift his head, coldly brandished his sword, and warned, remember this. Don't touch the saintly one. Let me go. The death card appears. A dark voice echoes through the space. The time is not yet right. Hawkman feels his body torn apart. He screams in pain. What is this? What is happening? Unable to endure this feeling of torment, Hawkman's voice became desperate. Just kill me. If you're so capable, then kill me. Jiangkai smiled brightly, but this expression sent shivers down your spine. His face like a sinister demon whispering softly. Hurry up and leave. I told you the time isn't right yet. You'll have to enjoy a little longer. At the Water Authority, many people are gathered around the round table in the meeting room, sharing their thoughts. At this moment, Christina rushed over, and despite being stopped by the guards, she still shouted loudly, commanding Mac to immediately send someone into the Lakchi land. Going back 15 minutes, the image of Hawkman screaming and killing me was witnessed by her. Christina thought in fear. What? That holy little brat has tormented monsters like Hawkman to this extent. Even begging to die has become a luxury. She remembered that at that time Jiangkai had said, Christina, you are the only one who respects the holy warrior. I will let you die quickly. Christina, trembling in fear, covered her mouth, thinking that back then he was just pretending to be a good person. Now it seems that letting her die quickly and cleanly was already a mercy, and a very generous one at that. Seeing Hawkman being tortured, she worried about her own fate. That kid is truly terrifying. Back in the present, Mo Leng coldly questions Christina. Wasn't I already ordered you to conduct a self-criticism? Who allowed you to come in here, daring to interrupt the meeting between me and the esteemed commanding officer of the nations? This is truly disrespectful. Christina, still frightened, quickly reports that today, the young kid's intrusion into the Forbidden Land is not simple. And if the saintly hero and their allies seized this opportunity, Mac was so angry that his mouth twitched, and the veins on his hand bulged as he questioned her fiercely. "Are you trying to teach me how to do my job?" In front of Christina's surprised face, he scolded again. "You are our most trusted subordinates. But everyone has been killed and taken offline by a mysterious young divine hero." The more he spoke, the angrier he got. Mac's tone grew sharper, making her think that everyone at other login points was as useless as they were. Dealing with such weak soldiers, there's no need to make a big fuss. The 3rd or 4th Battalion has already been deployed. He raised both hands, revealing his ambitions clearly. And within 10 minutes, he would crush him into pieces. Without saying a word, he ordered Christina to get out immediately, and she could only lower her head and reply yes. At the same time, Hawkman was still screaming in agony. As the stabbing wounds tormented both his body and mind, Hawkman is now completely desperate. No longer begging for death, saying he won't dare do it again. Hawkman, will never dare to touch the saintly again in the future. Hawkman's eyes welled with tears, gradually losing focus and becoming vacant. As he kept repeating, "Please just kill me quickly," Kai coldly commands his power, saying, "You think you're so brave, but you're just a cowardly half-wit who fears the strong and bullies the weak." He laughs at others as useless, but he himself is even worse than useless. He is determined not to stop, with a cold warning if he ever encounters a divine being again. He better kneel and take the detour. Finally, Kai delivers the final blow, sending Hawkman away first, and his body instantly dissolves into the ground. While Kai casually dusts off his hands, the death card in your hand suddenly made Kai's eyes widen, and the wounds on his body worsened, causing him to spit out blood. Kai's body trembled repeatedly as he thought to himself that as soon as this guy died, the effect of the awakening stone would also disappear, and the pain on his body suddenly worsened. At this moment, a loud voice startled him, turns out. He was the one who had killed the Hawkman Guild. Kai hurriedly looked up and surveyed his surroundings as an army equipped with armor and weapons emerged from the forest, heading straight toward him. Kai quickly realized that this was the defensive team dispatched from another spawn point, and they seemed quite formidable. He silently observed them, especially their leader, leading the team forward to challenge. "Kid, do you think you can defeat the elites of multiple nations with your own strength alone? If you've come this far, don't even think about going back." Kai sneered, mockingly saying so. But in his heart he silently vowed that at this moment, he absolutely could not back down. Kai stood tall, drew his returning flying dagger, and confidently replied, "This is the right moment. Today Kai, will see this through to the end." He smirked and said confidently that death was near, and he still dared to talk back, shouting loudly for his troops to kill, while Kai clenched his teeth and used the toxic fire. Suddenly, a familiar voice stopped him in his tracks. "Captain Kai, going into battle without taking us along. You really don't care about us at all." Dark clouds gather in the sky, covering everything, thunder continuously crashing down. Kai looks up in shock. This voice is small raindrops falling like droplets of water. Hoon Han descends from the sky like a celestial fairy, confidently shouting that her super-powerful rain spell is unbeatable in the universe. The enemy army hurriedly shelters from the rain, and the spellcasters performing their rituals also stop. They cry out in panic. What? The entire battle suddenly turned chaotic, with attacks bouncing back onto our own side. Damn it. The chain fell out of control. She winked and smiled. "Captain Kai, it's not just you. I'm also gifted with a 10. At this moment, the leader from behind the river shouted, "The #1 war god of the world has arrived. Soldiers, prepare to die." With just one strike, he knocked away countless enemies in front of him. Kai was stunned. He is the master. Nguyen Nu now also drew his sword and charged forward, with a calm expression. "Young lady, I am here. Hand over your weapons and your innocent hearts." Kai, still surprised, turned around and saw Nguyen Nu, with a large army surrounding him from behind, seemingly many times larger than the troops that had appeared earlier. Liu Dai Shuyan, the team leader of Plan B in the Lamin operation, riding a tiger to command and protect Kai, earning his reputation as a strategic commander. Everyone shouted together to protect the hero of Thandiu. while Jiang Kai was stunned, thinking to himself, so many people. At this moment, Nan Nan also appeared and asked, Kai, we're not too late. Right. You quickly asked Nan Nan, what is going on? Why is everyone here and bringing so many reinforcements? She then recounted what happened after Jiang Kai and both of them left. Actually, at that time, you let me and the master go ahead. We all didn't want to leave you behind. But we were afraid to hold you back. So we planned to retreat and hide first. Wait until we recovered our strength, then come back to help you. At that moment, the commander was running and reassuring us, trying to hold on a little longer. They are getting closer. Come on. Nan Nan continued to urge. But before we could escape, the enemy troops caught up, and we had no choice but to keep running. Suddenly, she stopped in shock. Remembering the scene of the great crossing leading the army, Nan Nan recounted how, just when the enemy was close to catching us, Lu appeared with his troops. Both of them were quickly taken for treatment. Everyone was relieved. From now on, just leave it to us. Knowing your injury is quite serious and requires immediate use of the suspension technique to heal, she continued speaking, bringing along Honhan and Anhunuen No, who was panting from running, finally managing to say, we came to save you. Additionally, Nan Nan recounted the scene where they fought off the enemies, and not only them, but also the allied countries that had previously been pushed back by Saint Du also joined the attack. Jiang Kai happily looked around and said, being able to mobilize the armies of the allied countries for a second attack so quickly surely isn't a temporary plan. It seems the army had a backup strategy prepared in advance. Nan approached to perform healing magic while talking. Kai, if it weren't for you restraining the forces at point A, none of us would have had the chance to break through the encirclement. Stop talking and come on. I'll treat your wounds first, Jiang Kai said anxiously as he watched. There are quite a few experts here, especially that Ket guy, who is quite powerful. I'm worried. Before you could finish speaking, Nan had already taken Jiang Kai's hand and said, don't worry. At the same time, Dai Suyen was leading the charge to eliminate the enemies. She looked at that heroic figure and assured him that Lu An was the backbone of Plan B in our alliance's operation. Dealing with that Ket guy was no problem. And also, you should look at everyone. In a corner of the battlefield, Honhan relentlessly strikes with a heroic voice echoing, an unbeatable ice queen, ready to end it all. As ice shards aimed at the enemies cause them to panic and scream in pain, Nguyen Ngu fights fiercely in close combat, striking decisively, but still teasing the enemy. Baby, don't dodge. The more you talk back, the more excited I get. The Border Lord doesn't waste words. Unleashing full force in attack, the world's top war god is here. Anyone who dares to boast will be crushed by my foot. The enemy soldiers fell one after another, screams of pain echoing everywhere. Witnessing the entire battle, Jiang's anger boiled over, and he immediately ordered a retreat back to the camp. At this moment, someone from Jiang Kai's army shouted loudly that points B, C, and D should be broken through to successfully break the encirclement, and is now heading towards the stronghold. Jiang Kai and Nan are happy. Dongten says, we did it. But Ket and the army behind are shocked. What is that? Dai Xuan sits on his horse, raising his sword high, and commands his troops to show these soldiers what true Holy Spirit is. He led the charge at the front of the battle, raising his voice to shout the rallying cry, fight for the Holy Wonder. Thus, the enemy forces fell into a passive position, being relentlessly pursued and exterminated by Dai Xuan's army, the chaos destroying the original formation. Nan couldn't help but share with you. Hi. It's so good. We won. Tendieu has won. Jiang Kai smiled brightly and said yes. That's right. Good. Then his eyes suddenly darkened and lost focus. He muttered, it's too late, and his body collapsed from exhaustion. Nan was terrified and quickly caught you, shouting Kai. And after confirming you were only fainted from exhaustion, she finally let out a sigh of relief. Nan smiles gently. You've worked hard. Rest well now. The news keeps coming with the latest updates. Breaking news today, the multinational coalition launched a second assault, successfully breaking through 4 major enemy strongholds in the fallen land. After the defending army fell back, they repeatedly counterattacked but were all shattered by the fortifications built by the coalition. The news anchor continuously reports that the latest intelligence indicates the defending forces have suffered heavy losses, with a casualty ratio of 3 to 1. A detailed report also states that, at 6 a.m. Jiangzhong time, the second intelligence unit of the coalition arrived at the Lakchi territory according to plan. And the coalition's overall strategy has increased by 40. They keep broadcasting updates. And according to the latest news, the third main force of the Allied coalition has successfully logged in. The military spokesperson announced that this campaign marks the Allied coalition's successful occupation of Lakchi Dia. At Mac's headquarters, after hearing all those reports, a heated argument broke out. Your people are useless. The two small squads of the League couldn't even stop them. And the deserters who ran away still have the nerve to talk. If it weren't for you guys fleeing, our counterattack wouldn't have failed. Now you're shifting all the blame. Isn't that a bit too much? Who was the one boasting earlier that the defense line was foolproof? After arguing for a while without resolution, they blamed Mac. But in the end, it was Italy's fault for not sending more people from the start. Everyone agreed and blamed him, saying it was right. Everything turned out like this. Mac, Italy should bear the greatest responsibility. Mac was so angry he couldn't speak. Then suddenly a message rang out from the battlefield. The multinational coalition, led by Saint Dieu, announced that from today, they would be granted access to the lost land. This action is more lenient than the previous blockade policy of the occupying forces and has received widespread international support. The deployment positions are carefully arranged, with guards patrolling and standing in front of each tent. Suddenly, a figure appeared out of thin air nearby, and the guards quickly recognized the opponent. The scout team reported, "Attention all squads. An intruder detected." I repeat, intruder detected. Dai Xuan then stepped out of the tent, observing the lone shadow of the opponent. Suspicious, wondering if he was truly alone in this dangerous land. Imagining the situation, Dai Xuan was suddenly panicked, wondering if another person like Jiang Xiaohunde had come here. He turned to look at the nearby tent and thought anxiously, Jiang Xiaohunde still hasn't woken up. If that's true, it's very bad. Suddenly, the other person raised both hands and shouted loudly, "Don't kill me. Don't kill me," he stammered as he introduced himself. My name is Harit. I represent HAD for negotiations. I nervously asked, "May I ask, who is the team leader on your side?" "I am Kim Tae-jang from the country of HAD. I am representing the country of HAD and hope to negotiate peace with you." A soldier shouted, "I remember a man named Whitehall. He is a swordsman from HAD, and he has killed many of our people." His teammate immediately scolded, "Isn't HAD the traitor? Yet they still dare to come here." Harit saw an opportunity and proposed, "I am here with sincerity. Our HAD is willing to use resurrection to buy a spot in the competition." Taejang quickly explained that our boss was also forced into this situation, and that we know we were wrong. HAD is willing to pay double to buy a spot in the competition. Harit angrily said, "Your wealthy HAD company just bought a slot once and now you're buying it again." Taejang is not someone to be underestimated. He immediately retorted, "What kind of water do you guys have to talk about us? What kind of strongest swordsman is he? He was still killed instantly by the saintly genius. If it weren't for you guys being so useless, we wouldn't have lost the battle." Harit and Taejang are arguing right there. "You say something." "I say your useless water chant." "Say it again and see." No one notices that Dai Xuan is shouting furiously. He's so insanely jealous. He might die of anger. "Just hold him back for me." Harit and Taejang prepare to fight, fearing they might lose their minds. Dai Xuan waved his hand to signal the guards, sneered, and said, "Peace negotiations, sorry. We haven't received any notice. Arrest him first." The soldiers quickly rushed in to control both of them, shouting, and at the same time, inside the nearby tent, Zhang Kai also slowly opened his eyes. Ho Nyan and Nguyen Ngugu are watching over you. And seeing this, they happily press their faces close, chase away Trong Kai. And finally, you wake up. Zhang Kai suddenly jerks awake, quickly steps back and shouts loudly, "What are you two doing? Don't tell me you've been here staring at me sleep the whole time." Hon Han explains that it was because he was worried about you. "At that time, we successfully broke through Point A's defenses, and you were so exhausted that you fell asleep." Nguyen Ngu agrees, and adds that you slept continuously for 3 days. Suddenly he clapped his hands as if remembering something to report. "That's right. A couple of days ago, the master said that Captain Kai, your brother, saw a video of you walking alone into the Lakshi Palace and fainted at school. Jiang Kai anxiously sat up and asked, "What do you mean your brother fainted?" Hon Han helplessly reminded Nguyen. "Nugu, can you speak without hesitation?" Nguyen Nu realized she had spoken incorrectly, and nervously said, "Wait. Wait." Nuo said she's awake now. "Not only do I know you're safe, but I also know that in Thondir's victory this time, you played the biggest role," feeling very proud of his older brother. Jiang Kai let out a relieved sigh and sat down on the chair. "So that's how it is." Hon Han looked for a different topic to keep the conversation going and cheerfully said, "To celebrate our big victory, I have a secret to tell you too. Do you want to hear it?" The two of them asked curiously. "What is it?" Hon Han excitedly said. "That day, Captain Kai, didn't you ask why my rainmaking spell suddenly became more powerful? Do you remember?" Jiang Kai nodded and said, "That's right. Hon Han, you mentioned it was a new talent back then. Could it be that you also leveled up?" Nguyen Gu eagerly asked. Hon Han, "Stop being so vague," she recounted seriously, revealing everything to the two of them. "Actually, ever since I left the Moonwolf Love Forest, I felt as if my whole body had become much more flexible. It's extremely strange. Until a few nights ago when the system displayed. Congratulations. Your basic attributes have been upgraded across the board." A purple light surrounds Hon Han, and a notification appears above the purple light, indicating a new talent acquired, with the power to control several lush green leaves floating in her palm. Then a powerful purple lightning bolt shot out from her fingertip as she happily showed off. "Look everyone, my talent can control natural elements like wind, thunder, and water." To prove it, Honan continued to create a water sphere, and both of them spun around her in admiration. "Wow, Hon Han, now you can really control the direction of the water flow." As she finished speaking, Hon Han accidentally shot a water jet into Nguyen Nu's face. She looked embarrassed and awkwardly said, "Sorry. Actually right now, I can only control the force. For attacks like the storm from that day, I still need the compass to complete it." Nguyen Nu was not angry at all, calmly wiping the water off her face and sincerely praising. "This is amazing." She didn't level up, but her attributes increased, and she even gained a new talent. Hon Han immediately regained her confidence and laughed loudly. "I also didn't expect this. Do you think the system is being unfair, and I am stealing it?" Only Jiang Kai realized the reason, and thought to himself, no. It definitely wasn't a sudden hunch that told me it was related to that fox demon. It seems to treat Hon Han very specially. Suddenly, Jiang Kai's stomach growled loudly, and he cleared his throat to hide the awkward atmosphere. Only then did Hon Han realize that we've been talking all this time. And Captain Kai hasn't eaten anything for 3 days. How could he not be hungry? She quickly ran out of the tent. "Captain Kai, wait a moment. I'll go find some food right now." Nguyen Nu hurried after. I know what Captain Kai likes to eat the most. Seeing himself cared for, Jiang Kai's heart felt warmed, and his face unconsciously softened. Suddenly, Dashuan came in to check on him, and Jiang Xiao brother happily called out when he heard about his feelings. "Big brother Lu." Dashuan nodded and chatted enthusiastically. "And little brother Jiang has always wanted to get to know you properly. After days of organizing the defenses, you both need to rest now, so I won't bother you. Brother Lu, thank you for coming at this critical moment, for saving the Lord. Nua, and me as well." Dai Xuan laughed and said, "Without you, our Lemin operation wouldn't have succeeded. You are truly the greatest hero and completely deserving." He suddenly spoke up. "And besides that, little brother Giang, I actually have 2 things I want to discuss with you." Dai Xuan listed seriously. "First, some of the defending troops we chased away are starting to request reinforcements one after another. Furthermore, they also want to buy a spot in the competition. At first, the higher-ups wanted to refuse all of it, but what they offered was truly too much. And perhaps you don't know about the beast god on the battlefield. Our resources are very limited." Jiang Kai asked with some confusion. "But this matter is up to the military to decide. Your opinion is very important." Dai Xuan smiled happily, patting your shoulder to inform you it's still your decision. "Without you, Lemin's plan wouldn't succeed, and you're the toughest nut to crack. If we say negotiations are negotiations, then wouldn't that make you a hero like your fallen comrade?" Jiang Kai calmly stops their chance to choose. "Just decide on this yourselves. The interests involving the country's high officials. I believe the army will balance the pros and cons well." Dai Xuan happily agrees. "Got it," Jiang Kai asked again. "So what is the second matter?" Dai Xuan then recounted. Actually, the second matter is V Commander's idea. Although you're only now recovered, you will participate when the global competition begins. He relayed Wei Ung's message, hoping you could lead the Lord of the Ring, to Noan, and your Fire God squad to compete. The Holy Light representative will participate. I asked hesitantly. Little brother. Dai Xuan nodded eagerly and replied. That's right. The Master and Nuo showed great bravery in the competition, originally part of this year's candidate group, and since you are leading them into battle with extensive experience and proven strength, you are the only one fit to be the team leader. Then he seriously explained that the commander also shared this view. Moreover, he promised that if they had the chance to win a ranking and receive a prize, the rewards would be divided in a 40-60 ratio, with him taking 60 and the army 40. Jiang Hai pondered deeply, not agreeing immediately. Dai Xuan then whispered, maybe you'll think the share is a bit small, but the competition at this level is only open to the military. After all, they bear the responsibility of protection. Resources must be prioritized. If anyone could participate, the entire country would fall into chaos. Junior sister Jiang Tiehuzhen. Do you think it's right, Jiang Hai? Neither refused nor agreed. He just said, Lu, don't misunderstand. Actually representing the holy wine in the competition is also a kind of challenge for me. I'm happy to join. But this involves life and death. So I can't decide for everyone. I need to ask for everyone's opinion first. Dai Xuan thought what you said made sense and said, what you said makes sense. Your two teammates are not soldiers after all, so they are not obliged to do this. Jiang Hai seizes the opportunity to ask, right Lu, if our fire mage squad decides to join the team, can I ask you something first? Dai Xuan is a bit surprised and cautiously asks, what is it? 15 minutes later, Hon Han and Nguyen Nu entered the tent with food. Captain Kai, we're back. Hon Han asked, is Lu gone? And after a while, the 2 plates of food were all gone. Jiang Hai also took this moment to recount the entire conversation to both of them, then asked for their opinions. That's how it is. The global competition will be more dangerous than any previous fight. So I hope both of you think carefully before deciding whether to participate or not. A loud cheer suddenly erupted from inside the tent. So cool that Hon Han enthusiastically agreed right away. Captain Kai, I want to go. I want to go. For this global competition. You absolutely can't leave me behind. Nguyen Nu also nominated. I do too. I want to join. Follow Captain Kai and everyone else. I'm not afraid of anything. Jiang Hai, even though he expected it, was still powerless against their attitude. These two, truly, are fearless of heaven and earth. A month later, in the cold water of the Kwai Tin, a figure floated up from the water, the man gasping for breath as he looked at what was in front of him. His eyes wide with terror. A door appears, along with a system display, congratulating you on discovering the Dailak Chi Dia battlefield. At the same time, on a rooftop, someone preparing to mix ingredients also received the news, or maybe an explorer paying attention. A month later, in the cold water of the Kui Tin River, a figure floated up from the water, the man gasping for breath as he looked at what lay ahead. The teleportation array of Dailak Chi Dia. A door appeared, along with the system display board of Dailak Chi Dia. At the same time, on a rooftop, someone preparing ingredients received the news. A door appeared, along with the system panel of the Lichu territory. At the same time, on a rooftop, someone preparing ingredients also received the news. Jiang Kai's team carefully read the rules. Then Nono immediately said, the final teleportation team has been found. The global competition is about to begin. Master Yuan asked nervously. Damn. This rule is too vague. It only tells us who will die and how to fight. But it doesn't mention what counts as a win. Nguyen Na wondered curiously if it was really that simple. And Hon Han guessed slyly that they probably wanted to wait until the start to tell him which way to aim. Jiang Kai agrees with her. Hon Han is right. But that's also good. At least this time. Those who like to show off their cleverness can't pull any tricks in advance. You smile softly, and then order everyone to rest and recover. Prepare for battle in 12 hours. The excited crowd cheered loudly as the darkness gradually faded away beyond the rolling mountains, and the sunlight appeared, dispelling the dark night. The system announces that the first stage of the global competition is about to begin and explains the rules. System notification. The global competition for dominance. Phase 1 is about to begin. The sunrise gradually dispels the darkness. System notification. The global competition for dominance. Phase 1 is about to begin. The sunrise gradually dispels the darkness. The captive cannot act voluntarily but can be moved by others, rescued by others, or killed by others. It explains carefully that in the same team, every 2 hours a new person will be imprisoned. Once a captive is killed, a random team member will be imprisoned instead, until all team members are eliminated. Additionally, the system offers benefits when you kill an opponent. You can receive a rescue token. 5 rescue tokens can free a team member from captivity, but waiting for them are countless monsters eager to hunt. Once the competition begins, outside the G&G Lost Branch, a series of level boss monsters and above will appear, and their activity area will gradually shrink from outside to inside as the competition progresses. When the 3 flags appear along with the system notification, the competition ends when only 3 teams remain, and the rankings will be determined based on the number of free members in each team and the remaining rescue tokens they hold. The positions inside the competition have been arranged, with system notifications and the countdown timer. Finally, as the countdown reaches 3, R, E, the final shout echoes, and the players' figures land at their respective positions one by one. As Jiang Kai just settled into position, the system announcement sounded, and the competition began. Besides Jiang Kai, numerous white shadows quickly appeared nearby, signaling that players were about to emerge. Seeing those not on his team, Jiang Kai silently thought to himself. As expected, he took a deep breath and confirmed that the guild leaders were not here. They all instinctively split up in 4 directions and left. He thought to himself, dispersing each person and randomly imprisoning them one by one. Jiang Kai, running while analyzing the system's intentions, realized that if the surrounding captives were all enemies, it would be a death sentence. This rule seems to test each person's strength. In the end, he confirmed that it was actually a test of the team's overall strength and unity. Jiang Kai's speed is faster, and he is still lost in thought. If any team member is left behind and becomes a target for enemies to tear apart, it would be deadly for the entire team. At this moment, the system also announced that there are 30 minutes left to prepare, and Jiang Kai was running out of that area while calculating. Only 30 seconds remaining, and he wondered if he was the one being held captive, while still in a winning position. First, find a place without people to hide. Then think of a way to regroup. He seriously determined that now he must seize the time and quickly resolve the team's captivity threat. At the same time, in Jiangzhong City, in the military command room, the screen displays the entire scene of the competition. Shen Feng asked in shock, "What's going on here? Why are they all hiding now, playing hide and seek?" The angel explains, "They must have some connection to the rules of the King of the Battlefield competition. Anyway, only those who stay in the Lost Land can know the specific rules." Then he asked, "Commander Vef, what do you think?" Ung furrowed his brow, guessing it looked like a warning sign before activating the hunt mode. He spoke confidently, but the 3 teams sent by the Holy Wine were all elite forces that had endured the Forge of War, and the Scarlet Squad, with each member strong and mighty. The Mountain and River Squad has confident members. Ung is certain that no matter what happens, our only option now is to trust our soldiers 100%. Finally, the Fire God Squad, already famous from Jiang Kai's reputation, moved to the Land of Bliss, with Honhan and Non walking together. Both of them alertly looked around when suddenly an attack came crashing down from above towards them. Honhan and Non quickly jumped back to dodge, especially Honhan, who angrily sneered. Where did that bastard come from, daring to ambush the Sword Maiden? Master Yuan just fell from the sky and happily called out Non, and Honhan. "I finally waited for you too," the 2 girls exclaimed in surprise. "Master too," and Master Yuan awkwardly scratched his head and asked, "I didn't scare you, did I?" Honhan asked, "When did you arrive?" "Tu vien tu guaiguang." I've been here all along." He happily recounted that I was very lucky. As soon as I opened my eyes, I discovered that my teleportation point was in the forest near our base. Then I used the watch on my wrist to contact everyone and gather us together. But it turned out the competition had already started, and the communication was cut off. But he stopped and watched from a corner. "I guess most likely everyone will head back to the camp, so we should hide in the trees and wait." Sure enough, we caught the 2 of them. After a while, Vian Chu finally remembered the question. Oh right. Why are the two of them together? I immediately told the story that Hon Han and I met on the road. And we also guessed that everyone would head back to the camp, so we came here together. Hon Han nods and agrees. That's right. If we thought of this. I believe Captain Kai and Wen Nu would have as well. As long as they can act freely. They will definitely come here. Noan. Noan nervously said she didn't know who would arrive next. And a minute later, there was a rustling sound from within the bushes. The owner quickly realized and reported that someone was coming. A familiar pair of legs stepping out from the bushes. Everyone was stunned as they looked at the approaching person. Nguyen Nu, panting heavily, said breathlessly, Ho Nyan. Indeed, everyone has come back here. At this moment, the system's countdown timer also stops. With 0 seconds remaining, everyone was shocked to realize that the captive was the emperor. The officer shouted in panic, Kai. And at that moment, Jiang Kai, who was in the tree, suddenly froze. You suddenly realize, no, I can't move. Could it be the darkness chasing after me? Jiang Kai thought anxiously. This is bad. It seems like that place. There is still one person. According to your gaze. There is someone paying attention underneath the tree opposite. Jiang Kai looked at him and realized he was holding a weapon. Worriedly thinking, that guy is staring at me intently. When did he get so close? Clearly there was no sound just now. Jiang Kai was terrified as he guessed, could it be that he had been lying in wait there all along and had seen him jump into the tree earlier? He bit his lip and cursed inwardly. Damn it. But after waiting for a long time, he still saw no sign of that guy moving. Only then does Jiang Kai realize that it might be the same person. Both imprisoned. As after a long observation, he still sees no movement from that person. You finally let out a sigh of relief. But then Jiang Kai suddenly noticed something nearby. Wait. Could there be a snake here? Quickly. You spotted a figure lying motionless in the grass. Jiang Kai desperately thought to himself, I never expected there to be 3 hidden people in this small area. And all of them are unlucky enough to be imprisoned. He worries and calculates. But this also means that as long as any side's allies arrive, they can easily kill the other 2 and obtain the 2 rescue cards. Jiang Kai closes his eyes, trying to find a solution. He desperately wonders, Master, where exactly are you now? Over there. The landlord hurriedly shook Hunan to urge her. Hunan, can you tell where Kai is exactly? Nornorn also worriedly said. Right now he can't move, and will be in danger at any moment. We must find him quickly. Nguyen Wai Tong agreed. That's right, Ho Nyan. Try to see if you can tell. Hon Han took out her tools and hesitated, saying fine. Even though she wasn't sure if her fortune-telling would be accurate. She would try. Before she could use her abilities, a group of people appeared. What a small world. That is the team from Country Y. The Sesa Guild. The Holy Knight team. So they are full of sarcasm. Jiang Kai is the team leader. It seems he is the one being held captive this time. Nornorn was immediately protected by her teammates at the back. And the guys from Y Country raised their swords. Their words sounded sarcastic, with a hint of mockery. Leaving that kid Jiang Kai all alone. You guys just bumped into me. It seems today Lady Luck isn't on your side. The Border Lord isn't a pushover either. So respond quickly. I thought I didn't recognize you. But it turns out you're from the same country as Christina. So, after being beaten last time, the compensation still wasn't enough. And now, you want to risk your life again. Boris sneered. If it weren't for that clever little kid Jiang Kai, how could your country's defenses have fallen? Why should they have to compensate so much just for participating in this competition? Draining their resources. Jessica despises today. Using you guys to do her dirty work before going to find Jiang Kai to get back both the root and the branch. Lobo advises the person lying on the ground. Tom, don't worry. Kill these 4 more, and we'll have 5 rescue tokens. And soon we'll be able to lift your confinement. Everyone immediately became tense, feeling triumphant. Without Jiang Kai, they were just a bunch of rescuers, not fighters. He shouted loudly and charged with his team. Today they would show everyone what true despair is. Jakra ordered them to deal with the healer first. Nan Nan was terrified and realized she was the first target. But the boss had already launched his attack. She jumped high, preparing to strike down, shouting loudly, Ham Dia Tien Dap, and with a single blow, pushed all 4 enemies back. Jiak, people sneered mockingly. Quite strong. Huh, He immediately ordered Boris and Lobo to deal with the two others. Jessica and I will handle this bull and the healer. The other three are excited to follow, clearly watching Nguyen Nu and Ho Nan protect the others. One fat bastard. One soothsayer. 3 seconds to take care of everyone easily. Nguyen Nu firmly holds the shield in Ho Lan's hand, stepping back to where there's a fence for me. Ho Nan is worried. It's dangerous. Nguyen Nu hasn't had time to drink the wine yet. Boris arrives with his sword, mockery dripping from his swagger, and the fat guy still wants to play hero. His sword clashes with Nguyen Nu's shield. Because he hasn't drunk alcohol yet, he becomes much weaker and has to use all his strength just to defend himself. Ho Nan raises her hands to the sky, a swirling water sphere forming in her palms, an ultimate rain summoning spell. A piercing screech echoes, and Lobo's chain wraps around the metal shield. He yanks the chain, and the metal plate is thrown back. Lobo screams, calling for rain. Just pray for my death and let the smoke take me. On this side, the Lord runs to block in front of Nan Nan, swinging his sword, causing Jessica to be pushed back. Jessica seized the opportunity and lunged, slashing at the side of the boss. Nan Nan screamed in horror, warning him, and the boss reacted carefully. The boss, hearing the scream, hurriedly turned his head to the side, gripping his sword tightly to block Jessica's attack. But Jessica's strength was too great, and she kept pushing, forcing the boss to gradually retreat. Jessica glanced at the boss through her sword, seeing the fear in his eyes. She smirked eerily, as if someone like him still wanted to protect his teammates. Jessica summons all her strength, swinging her sword and laughing loudly. Go back to your women and cry. The innkeeper is amazed by Jessica's enormous power, and she is about to lose control. At this moment, Nan Nan pointed her fingers at Jessica with a gloomy expression. Suddenly, a series of sharp needles pierced out from Jessica's arm, leaving her stunned. What's happening? Meanwhile, Jiang Kai is hiding on a branch. Half an hour has passed, and he doesn't know how their boss is doing now. Suddenly he sensed movement, turned, and dodged. There was someone, a burly man with a fierce face, cutting through the bushes to reveal Harris hiding underneath. Han Yao's eyes widened as he laughed loudly, finally finding a target. Harris was terrified beyond measure and couldn't react in time when he was discovered. Immediately, the burly man swung his sword with a powerful strike, blood splattering everywhere. And Harris didn't even have time to scream. The muscular man chuckled quietly upon seeing the nail, then approached with his weapon, while another guy was there. The nail was pinned down by a tree, lying motionless on the ground without moving. He sweats again, grits his teeth. His nerves tense, but he can't do anything. The big guy walking towards suddenly stops and looks up. He looked straight up at Jiang Kai. The burly man lowered his sword. Jiang Kai also tensed up. He's been spotted. The big guy laughed excitedly. Well done. This time, a big catch. 3 targets at once. Then he swung his blade and cut into Ding's arm, causing him to collapse immediately. The burly man licks the blood off his blade, smiling eerily. Thank you, brother, but I don't plan to spare you now. The burly man picks up the 2 cards, points the tip of his knife near the tree where Jiang Kai is standing. The next target? With more force, Jiang Kai furrows his brow. Dying. Am I really about to die this time? Right now I can't move at all unless their master arrives in time. Then suddenly in the forest, you realize something. Repeating your own words. Unable to move. Jiang Kai smiles, just now realizing what it is. The burly man rushed up the tree, swinging his dagger fiercely and shouting, Deitust. Jiang Kai remained motionless, unflinching in the face of his attack. He smirked, looking incredibly confident about his decision. His inner voice was steady. What cannot be moved is the body, not the death card. Immediately, the card shot up from behind. The burly man couldn't react in time, and his attempt to swing his sword was cut across by the card, causing him to bleed. The card returns, this time piercing through the man's body to kill him. Jiang Kai controls the 3 cards to fly into the air, and with his mind, he commands the death body to go. A gust of wind enveloped the 3 golden bodies, emitting a radiant glow from within. The deathly spirit cards return to Jiang Kai's body. He calculates. 3 are done, but he needs 5 to save himself. Still too short. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he remembered yes. 5 minutes later, Jiang Kai's 3 self-rescue bodies moved down and hovered above the anti-attack ground. A man walks by, happily singing. Damn it. Luck is really on my side. Those 3 rescue bodies just picked up so easily. But suddenly his steps stopped. A sudden surge of suspicion rising in his mind. Wait a minute. That's not right. Why are there suddenly 3 rescue bodies? The man looked around and saw that this place had just been in a fight. Even the bloodstains were fresh. Could it be that both sides were injured and died together? However, the value of the self-rescue token is too great, making the man still a bit regretful. Or perhaps someone survived, but, hearing his footsteps, was too cowardly to hide the rescue token and ran away. With a glimmer of hope, he continued to observe nearby, but the more he looked, the more he sensed something was wrong. Something was off. His cautious footsteps moved forward, growing more and more anxious. Feeling that something was off, could it be? At this moment, Jiang Kai's deathly body appeared behind the man, and the body suddenly slammed into him. The man's eyes widened with regret, as the trap and the one-sided attack had already eliminated him from the game, leaving behind a self-rescue corpse. Jiang Kai was pleased, thinking now there are 4 rescue bodies. Only 1 more to go, and he would be free. But he was a little worried about how the clubmaster was doing. On the other side, the Yuan Lord launched a fierce attack on Jiak, who was terrified and retreated far back to keep his distance. Jack's companions hurriedly shouted to support the captain. Now anxiously warned, "Master, be careful behind you." The owner gritted his teeth and quickly changed direction. But the terrified person still couldn't dodge the surprise attack, clutching his wound. He jumped aside and cursed. 4 against 1. Shameless. Previously, Nguyen Nagu threw something forcefully. "Master, try my new wine." The owner caught the untouched cup of wine from Nguyen Nugu. The enemy looks down on your brewing skills, trying to numb themselves with alcohol to lessen the pain. After all, drinking can make even the cowardliest braver. Jiak sneers and threatens. "I believe that was the last drink before beheading. Daring to conspire against me. Seeking their own death." Lobo, holding the chain, charged forward excitedly without realizing the danger. Just as the overwhelming power of the Lord and Nguyen Nugu erupted, the Lord, like he had been injected with chicken blood, arrogantly declared that he was the #1 war god in the world. Gods stop gods. Demons stop demons. Nguyen Nu is also in a frenzy shouting, "In my whole life, I am no less than anyone else. Where are the heroes?" Jiak's team was terrified by the disparity in strength. What Vien Chu suddenly shot forward, and with a single sword strike, he scattered the entire group. Jiak suspected, a look of unwillingness clearly in his eyes. The owner didn't give him time to regain his composure and leapt forward to strike, aiming for a decisive blow to become the ultimate warrior here. Everyone was terrified as he swung his sword down, its mouth wide open, ready to accept death. Jiak stared in amazement, his hand trembling as he held the sword, frozen for a moment before stammering, Here it is." The owner didn't hesitate and swung his sword down forcefully, splitting Gak's sword in 2, hitting him hard and blood splattering everywhere. Vien Chu's overwhelming sword power sent Jiak flying miles away, crashing into trees along the way, and Boris was terrified by the scene. With a trembling voice, "I've met countless swordsmen, but could it be that the swordsmanship of a demon like you is even more mysterious and exquisite than that of a swordsman?" In front of him, Nguyen Nu was slowly advancing, pointing his sword at Boris, face flushed, and said, "Less nonsense. Take off your shirt." Boris broke out in cold sweat, eyes wide with confusion, wondering how it had come to this. He saw Nguyen Nu running chaotically with a sword in hand. After drinking wine, he truly seemed like a different person. Boris stood frozen in place, watching Nguyen Ngu approach, his swordsmanship alternating between swift and slow, yet seamless like flowing clouds and water, leaving no trace, almost merging with his body movement. Nguyen Na was right in front of Boris, his sharp red eyes flashing as he swung his sword and grinned widely. Yesterday, in the makeshift tent of the team, Captain Kai handed out a book. "Nguyen Ngu, even though you're not a swordsman, your natural talent and love for wine make you perfect for swordsmanship skills. The global competition is coming soon, and this is the skill book I borrowed from Big Brother Lu for you." Then he turned to look at Dai Xuan, who has many military resources, "And I want to ask for his help in finding a swordsmanship skill book for Nguyen Nugu to improve his strength." He looked at Jiang Kai with confidence and said, "It's nothing. For the sake of national glory. Don't mention finding a skill book. I'll risk my life if needed. Nguyen Nugu took the skill book. This is the legendary swordsmanship skill book that explorers in the legend often seek. He wondered if it was just an unconscious recognition, and the system immediately displayed the information. Unconscious recognition. When explorers enter a state of absolute focus, the word awareness is no longer constrained by form. The sword like an extension of the body. The consciousness flows naturally with the flow of battle. Smooth as clouds and water. Unpredictable. Returning to reality. Nguyen Nugu's strike tore Boris's shirt apart. Are you that hairy? I like it. Boris's face turned red as he covered his chest with his hand. What do you want to do? This is a global competition for dominance. You really are something. Nguyen Nung doesn't care. Rushing forward while laughing. Are you missing a piece of clothing on your body? Oh. I see. You did it on purpose. Didn't you, my little darling? Boris shouted loudly. Missing only one piece. I'm fully armored with outer armor. Inner armor. And boots. What's missing? His face turning red as if about to explode. Nguyen Nugu keeps slashing at Boris. This time his upper body is completely naked. But his smile still isn't enough. He grins mischievously and keeps laughing. Boris clutched the person in his arms. Tears and snot streaming down. Shouting a single word sharply as thunder rumbled overhead and the clear sky suddenly turned dark with thick clouds. Lobo runs swiftly with the Toa Liam in hand. Our assassins excel at fighting in all adverse conditions. Do they really think they can stop us with this little trick? Let the rain fall. In front of him is Jessica. Kill them quickly and decisively. No one won't back down either. Throwing her orbs and shouting. Honhan grabs the bagua, twisting water around her hand. And no matter what kind of assassin they are. In the rain. I am a god. No one's spheres rush straight toward Lobo and Jessica, startling them both. The sphere falls to the ground. A pink liquid sprays out, and that liquid hits both of them. What the hell? My face. The tiger-faced man took the opportunity, while they couldn't fight back, to raise his hand to the sky and catch this, the universe's most powerful and super-strong hailstorm. Then suddenly, a hailstorm appeared, with stones piercing through Lobo and Jessica, falling to the ground and causing the earth to crack. 10 minutes later, back in the forest where they fought fiercely, the Bien Chu and Nguyen Nu are leaning against a tree resting, having sobered up. No one sat in front of them and whispered softly, Bien Chu, big brother Nguyen, are you both awake now? And beside her are 2 empty jars of hangover medicine. The border lord suddenly woke up and shouted loudly, where is that fierce team from earlier? Who won? Where are the rescue tokens? Did we get them? Gwen Gu was just as confused. That's right. No one now sees 5 shining, bright cards, smiling and at ease. All 5 rescue cards are present. Honhan has calculated Kai's location, and once we have the result, we can go rescue him immediately. At this moment, Honhan also cheered up. I know now. I know where Captain Kai is. The 3 of them immediately became excited again, all eager to reunite with Jiang Kai soon. Near Jiang Kai, he is sitting on a tree, staring intently at the 4 cards on the ground. Jiang Kai furrowed his brow in thought. Half an hour has passed and no new explorers have arrived. Their border lord still hasn't found me. A loud noise echoes. The ground trembles violently. Jiang Kai clings tightly to the tree with an anxious look. This disturbance marks the beginning of the area shrinking. The rumbling grows louder and louder. It's the footsteps of stone giants carrying trees. Their eyes fierce. They're here. Below, a line of giant monsters march in formation, each carrying a huge tree on their shoulders. Identified by the system as Level 65, Stone Giant, monsters of the commanding level, especially the one in front. The Level 88 Stone Giant Monster King. Level Nyolts van Nyolts. Jiang Kai was trapped and unable to move, only able to gasp and observe them from the tree. Even as a deathly spirit, facing 4 Level 65 boss monsters, he has to fight one by one. Hung Chi now also has a Level King monster. This time it's dangerous. The stone giants of the forest destroy everything around them. At this moment, Jiang Kai begins to suspect. Wait a moment. Be careful and observe every detail. These guys seem to be made of stone and vines, with only a pair of ruby-like eyes, and apparently no mouth, ears, or nosy. Jiang Kai quietly thought that this earthwood-type monster might lack a sense of smell and hearing. So as long as I hide well, it might not find me. But as soon as it reached the shade of the tree where Jiang Kai was hiding, the crystal giant stopped, turning around and gripping the trunk tightly. Jiang Kai anxiously thought, could I be wrong? As the crystal spirit's finger pierced through the rough bark, it forcefully lifts the tree trunk, causing the roots to come loose from the ground. As the giant tree is gently carried by the crystal spirit, Jiang Kai bites his lip and then leaves with his herd. Jiang Kai is amazed and pondering. So this is considered a new weapon. As expected, this place has no sense of smell. You carefully considered. If you had hesitated a moment longer, you would have already activated the Wheel of Fate to strike a decisive blow. Suddenly, the stone giants rushed forward, led by the king-level stone giant, bringing the group to a rocky outcrop where two battles were taking place below. They have no idea that the stone giants are watching them while attacking each other with full force. Jiang Kai worries as he thinks. Two teams are fighting, watching the stone giants rushing down. He wondered how they could know there were people there when there was a mountain blocking the way, and they apparently have no hearing or sense of smell. Quickly, the two teams realized the stone giants were approaching and started to run. But the stone giants had prepared in advance. Their hands gathering energy, it slammed its fist into the ground, causing the earth to split in two. And the large rock then slid down to block the escape route of the two teams. It had calculated the right moment for the large rock to block the way and prevent them from escaping. Just then, other giant stone spirits charged up the tree trunk. Each giant stone spirit rushes towards the trunk area, swinging their arms to knock back a nearby player, causing them to scream in agony. Jiang Kai now realizes that these guys can indeed use ground vibrations to track their prey. At this point, the reason you weren't detected has been explained. No wonder they didn't notice you back then. Besides being covered by leaves, it's also because you always hide in the trees and never touch the ground. Jiang Kai thought that the stone giant couldn't throw away this tree, or else once I touch the ground, they will definitely discover me. The group, to avoid looking at the giant monsters ahead, the leader Oliver finally decided to take a risk. Charged forward, ran as far as possibly, tried to leave the ground, and jumped up to attack. The giant crystal stands tall on his shoulder as Oliver leaps forward shouting, I'll risk it with you. Jiang Kai, with a combat profession within level 60, cannot deal damage to the king-level boss in a short time. Oliver swings both swords with all his might, and only then does Jiang Kai realize that his true goal is to destroy the tree trunk and escape while he has the chance. He happily thought to himself, this is a great opportunity. Jiang Kai, hidden behind the tree canopy, waits for Oliver to fall into the trap. Whether he can escape depends on this move. By the time Oliver realized you were there, it was already too late. Someone was there, and the death card controlled by Jiang Kai shot out. The card shot straight into Oliver's body. He bled, trying to send a message to his teammates but ran out of breath. Someone is taking advantage of the boss to escape. Oliver's body lost consciousness and collapsed at the foot of the ancient crystal after being trampled by the monster. His body disappeared, and the rescue card flew back to Jiang Kai. He happily looked at the 5 rescue cards in front of him. The system immediately displayed that you have collected all 5 rescue cards and ended the captivity state. Do you choose to end it now? Jiang Kai unhesitatingly chooses yes. A white light radiates from his body, and the system announces that the rescue card was successful, and you have freed yourself from captivity. Jiang Kai slowly moved, and after confirming the result, he excitedly shouted, I can move again. Suddenly, Jiang Kai's body lost balance, and he only saw the former level king of the Crystal Stone race raising his staff, ready to attack his opponent. Jiang Kai clenched the tree trunk and whispered to himself, this guy is focused on fighting. Now is a good chance to escape. Suddenly, he felt uneasy, and a golden vortex appeared in the sky. The system keeps announcing that the first phase of the global competition has ended and the second phase has begun, with a rescue zone now open on the map, where rescue cards can be used to exchange for functional items. It happens again. Each squad will have 1 member captured, someone who cannot act on their own but can be moved, rescued, or killed by others. At the same time, the tree trunk was thrown down, but Jiang Kai still stood motionless on the branch. Move to the nearby forest. The group is rushing forward. Quickly gather with Captain Kai. At this moment, the system announced that the second round of random imprisonment was about to begin, and the pillar gritted his teeth, suggesting we don't have time and need to find a button somewhere. No one immediately spots a hiding spot. There's a hollow tree on the other side. The Guardian quickly gets everyone inside. Hurry up. The system shows a countdown timer. When the number 2 sounded, all 4 were inside the hollow tree. And finally, the system announced 1. And everyone closed their eyes, ready to endure. After a while, nothing happened, and a tense silence surrounded them. Then they cheered excitedly. It's not me. Trong Nguyen Nu realized that. So the person imprisoned this time is back with Jiang Kai. And he helplessly thought to himself, I knew it. Above your head is a system notification saying you have been chosen as the captive in round 2. Jiang Kai, feeling resentful, thinks my luck is really terrible. It seems that the crystal giant has wiped out all the players below. And the mysterious shadows are constantly appearing. Jiang Kai still quietly observed from the tree. Truly a monster of commander and king level. Having wiped out this elite squad in less than a minute, he recalled the earlier system message that in the map the rescue zone had been opened, and rescue cards could be used to exchange for functional items. Jiang Kai silently thought that the rule earlier seemed to mention a functional item, which sounded like some kind of special tool, although its specific use was unclear. But since it was emphasized, it must be extremely important. He seriously decided that, in any case, whether for escape from captivity or receiving a functional item, he must quickly collect rescue tokens. Observing the old stone spirits carrying the tree trunk and moving, he guessed it starting again. Still the same method, continuing to press on the tree, relying on this name to eliminate rivals. Suddenly, a familiar sound came from above the tree, and Jiang Kai was startled to realize it might be glancing down. He saw water stains on the branches, and he worriedly thought, danger, the water is breaking. Jiang Kai recalls the moment he saw the tree earlier. Could it be that it was just now when the old stone spirit met the other? And he wonders what might happen next. Jiang Kai clenched his teeth inside. Damn it if he falls now. He's just digging his own grave. All his previous efforts will be in vain. He silently urged himself in his mind to hold on and not fall at this moment, as the ancient stone spirit still steadily moved forward, unaware of what was happening on this tree. The branch has broken more than half, caught in a dilemma, and the steady step of the old stone spirit stomps down. The branch snaps under the pressure, and Jiang Kai's breath seems to halt, preparing to face his final fate. Meanwhile, the owner's group was calculating. So Kai was the one being held captive at this stage. But wasn't Kai already imprisoned earlier? Ho Nan gave a reason. I guess, maybe Captain Kai was rescued by the other 2 squads. And after escaping captivity, he's still active. No wonder I couldn't accurately divine his position. The landlord felt more at ease, as the strength of the Brotherhood of Knights is very powerful. And for now, this seems to be the only option. Wow. Captain Kai's luck is really strange, just barely freed from captivity. And he's immediately locked up again. As expected, everyone held their breath after what was said. And Nan tried to lighten the mood. Let's all gather our spirits, although it's a bit unlucky. It also shows that Kai is probably still safe for now. The most important thing for us now is to clarify the situation and then gather with Kai's guild. Ho nodded in agreement. Nan was right. The first stage of the competition has ended. But we still don't know which countries were eliminated or advanced. And it seems the new rules just mentioned some kind of functional item. Nan noticed something and quickly pointed to the faint purple mist, saying, everyone look. What is that? The guildmaster exclaimed in shock. That fog I clearly didn't see earlier, and Yuan Yu anxiously asked, could it be some kind of monster emitting it? Nan immediately shook her head. Not like that. If it were a monster, the surroundings wouldn't be so quiet. I have a feeling that maybe there's an important discovery there. Ho Nan encouraged. So what are we waiting for? Let's go see for ourselves. Everyone move into the purple fog. When they arrived, the scene before them was astonishing. A pillar of earth with a statue on top, constantly emitting a dazzling light. The system immediately displays a message. Congratulations on successfully discovering the rescue zone. After interacting with the stone tablet, using the rescue card can exchange for the corresponding functional item at the stone tablet. The team members cheer excitedly. No way. We've discovered the rescue zone. Honhan pulls no one over to a stone tablet to see what items can be exchanged. The stone tablet displays text indicating that after using the locator card, it can pinpoint the positions of all surviving team members, monsters, and rescue zones on the map. They are so happy. Hon Han exclaimed, "This is great. Now that we have it, we can avoid monsters on the way to find Captain Kai and the others. Not only is it more effective, but after the reunion, they can also search for other rescue zones together." And no one also nodded in agreement. Another line of text appeared on the stone tablet. Price changed. 8 rescue tokens. Hon Han looked gloomy. 8 cards. It's really looting. Can't exchange at all. No one sighed and said, "Let's check something else." The owner and Nguyen Nu are also standing in front of 2 different steles. Hon Han and Noan are holding hands as they go to find another stele. They each pass by the tombstones. Use a single teleportation card to perform an accurate map-wide teleportation for a cost of 7 rescue tokens. On the other side, there is a different function. The target lock card can search the entire map for a specific target. Displays the area within a 10-meter radius where the target is located and maintains lock on that target for 2 hours. Exchange fee. 6 rescue cards. The other card indicates that the abnormality removal card can eliminate the abnormal status of a designated target, with a maximum of 4 uses, costing 6 rescue tokens. After a search, the 4 of them stand together in front of the last stone stele. The serious tone of the stone pillar. Only the final stele remains. This stone tablet is also another card. A global information card that provides a full intelligence report every 20 minutes for participating teams. Monsters in the competition area can also designate up to 3 teams that are not their own, or 3 monsters to check their specific status. The exchange rate is 5 rescue cards. Nguyen Ju scratched his head, hesitating. 5 rescue cards are already the cheapest. Take them or not. Once used, we won't have any cards left. Ho Nan frowned slightly and nodded. But this time, just encountering the rescue zone by chance is already a great luck. Next time, such a good opportunity might not come again. Missing out would be a real loss. No one also shares her opinion. That's right. Instead of blindly searching for them, it's better to first grasp the crucial intelligence. After all, in this kind of life and death confrontation, the information calendar is often the key to victory or defeat. Zuzi, what do you think Director Bien said? Seriously. I agree. Moreover, we can also designate Lu and Trans teams through the global information card. Not only can we meet again quickly, but we can also reunite with the main force. Now stepped forward, with the other 3 surrounding her to cheer her on. No. Let's go. No one now whispers to the 5 golden bodies. Okay. Let's try. She reaches out and gently touches the stone tablet, controlling the bodies to move toward it. The 5 crystals immediately flew back, as if being pulled into the stone tablet, with no one now using both hands to channel her power, causing the stone tablet to glow with a blue light. The system message appears, indicating success. The global information card. The remaining rescue card. No one is overjoyed. It's a success. In front of the 4 of them, the Earth sphere was growing larger and larger, and they stood watching and waiting. The Earth sphere dissolved, leaving only a notice board showing the current number of survivors in the competition. 906 people. The number of teams. 200 teams. The progress of monster infiltration. 327 level leader monsters. 43 king level monsters. Operating within a 17 kilometers area of the competition zone. Master Yuan, the tall Hoang Hat, has already been eliminated by nearly 300 people. And Hon Han is just as tense. The initial stage was just small-scale encounters. But as the rescue zone appeared, and the range of monster infiltration expanded, the real slaughter was only just beginning. Nguyen Nugu stands nearby, worried. As Captain Kai is so famous, the people seeking to avenge him are surely not only from Y country. And now a target keycard has appeared. I can't imagine how many dangers he will face. But luckily, he's not alone right now. Noan silently looked at the new information. May I ask if you confirm adding the Sun Ha team and the Red team to the global target list? Ah, yes. I do. She didn't hesitate and moved forward, not knowing how long Big Brother Lu and Big Brother Tran could hold on. So she first checked the situation. The Earth appears. Along with statistics, the Sun Ha team has 3 survivors. The Red team has 2. The owner of the gem shouts loudly. What? Nguyen Gu stammered. Captain Kai. Nuo widened her eyes, unable to believe this information. Kai was not with their team. In another place, The angel is watching everyone through a screen. That's great. It seems the Fire God team has discovered a very important artifact. Currently, although the Sun Ha team and the Red team have found their captured teammates, the casualties are not looking good. Shen Feng is also there, looking up at the screen. And just now he said, "Where exactly is Jiang Kai hiding?" Still not caught on camera even now. Wei Yong calmly observes the situation of others. It seems Jiang Kai has been imprisoned twice. This also proves that he personally eliminated his first captivity. After all, we haven't seen anyone help him. The angel just sneered a little. Yes, I still can't quite understand how this kid does it, but he always manages to surprise us. Suddenly, the eagle noticed something on the screen. Wait a moment. That's... He turned to the technician and said, "A row 3. Private order. Zoom in on the screen." Yes, the screen immediately zoomed in to reveal a group of people. Who are the 5 members of the Sanjit team? Their level, with the leader wearing a hat being level 60, and everyone following him is level 50. The angel frowned and ordered him to investigate the Sandkill team's records and all possible achievements collected since the start of the competition. The technician typed on the keyboard while reading. Now all national teams have casualties, but the death squad of Juice is very special. He mentioned the leader in the front, who still holds the record for no casualties so far. Visas. The captain of the Sanjiet team is one of the top swordsmen of the Juice country. The technician's voice is steady, but also highlights how important Visas is. According to intelligence reports, Visas downgraded his gun from level 40 after breaking through level 60 1 year ago, then rapidly trained it back up to level 60. From then on, we guessed that his innate talent might be similar to that. He swallowed his saliva to steady himself, then cleared his throat, and performed reincarnation. At the same time outside the competition, the angel exclaimed in horror. Reincarnation. God Feng exclaimed in panic. Is there really such a talent? Then isn't she cheating? In other words, this guy appears to be level 60, but his true strength far exceeds level 60. Wei Yong confirmed seriously that not only that, but I've also heard some rumors about this kind of reincarnation talent. He recounted everything he knew. And the terrifying thing about this kind of talent is that with each reincarnation, your attributes, strength, and physicality are enhanced exponentially, quick and light, with uncertain mental state. And the more times you reincarnate, the more terrifying the attribute growth becomes. The scene shifts to the Sun Ha squad. Xiao Jiang carrying someone on his shoulder, anxiously calling out, "Big brother, your wound is bleeding again." She snorted coldly and cursed. Those K and Gua clans are truly shameless, even colluding with each other to ambush us. If it weren't for them, Fang Wei wouldn't have been imprisoned until now. And you wouldn't have been hurt either. Xiao Jiang clenched his teeth in sadness, knowing that Zhuo Ming and Tran Qian would never sacrifice themselves in vain. Daxuan interrupted her. Now is not the time for mourning. We've already wasted a lot of time trying to escape. Accelerate. If we happen to encounter those monsters, things will get even worse. Xiao Jiang immediately shouted, "Wind!" and a barrage of arrows shot forward. Dashuan widened his eyes in horror as he cut down all the arrows. Who is that? Juice. The team from the Japan Guild. The leader of the squad stepped out to provoke, unexpectedly killing a few members of the Holy Wisdom on the way to kill Jiang Kai. That person is the explorer Visas, a swordsman at level 60. Daxuan thought cautiously. This guy is really an enormous pressure. Fang Wei was restrained and pushed aside. Xiao Jiang quickly stepped forward to stop them. "Boss, let me hold them off," Dashuan shouted anxiously. "Xiao Jiang, it's dangerous." Visas sneered mockingly. "Trying to run once I've targeted my prey. There's no way they'll escape." Han seemed to know how to teleport and appeared right next to Xiao Jiang, teasing him. "Let me come and join the fight with those guys myself." She hurriedly swung her sword to attack but was dodged by him. Then suddenly Visas changed direction and launched it behind her. Feng Wei widened his eyes as the approaching person wiped towards him. Visas quickly grabbed his head and slammed it into a rock. Tu Jiang shouted in horror. "Feng Wei. She's furious. And wiping. You crazy. I'll risk everything to fight him." Visas faintly waved his sword, unleashing the brutal snow slash technique, with countless blades spiraling out in a whirl, leaving Xiaojiang stunned. Dai Shuyan quickly grabbed her shoulder. "Careful," pulling Xiaojiang back to avoid a disaster. She was startled and called out, "Captain." only to see Dai Sunyo leap up and summon all his strength for the final attack. The king's dagger. Since Visas didn't dodge, the sword kept hitting his shoulder, and Dai Sun was happily thinking, "We've got them." His eyes widened in shock. His movements froze, and he saw that the spot where Visas had just been standing was replaced by a large stone. Dai Shuyan panicked, realizing that it was a decoy. While Dai Xuan was still stunned, Visas moved above his head. His eyes emitted a strange light as he muttered softly. Instant images of invincibility. Dai Shuyan and Xiao Jiang are stunned and unable to react in time as countless sword paths slash at them, causing both of them unbearable pain. After destroying them, Visas gently lands on the ground. He looks at Dai Shuyan, still lying heavily on the ground. Realizing he has endured the pain and is trying to get up with effort, Visas, when mocked, "I told you my prey cannot escape. Whether it's you or Jiang Kai, is there anything you want to say?" Dai Shuyan sneered and arrogantly replied, "Jiang Kai will definitely conquer the competition for the holy virtue." Visas sheathed his sword and sneered, "I'm afraid your wish will have to be abandoned." The blade turned red, showing he had used his blood essence. The sword is plunged deep into Dai Shuyan's chest, blood spraying everywhere. His eyes roll back, losing focus, and his body gradually collapses. Finally, Dai Xuan was eliminated from the competition, and the rescue token appeared. Visas happily took hold of it. His teammates mocked him, saying that these trashy guys wouldn't dare to let the boss do it, so they'd dirty his hands instead. "Boss, with these 3 more, we've collected 7 rescue tokens." Visas orders to use the containment form. He whispers to himself, "Jiang Kai, I can't wait to meet you." In the meeting room, the 3 angels looked at the screen in shock. I remember Lu Daxuan's personal strength was extraordinary. His recent ability assessment was also at level S. Yet he was easily killed by this guy. They are worried. Facing him, does Jiang Kai still have a chance to win? The vulture is lost in thought, unsure what he's thinking. The scene shifts back to Jiang Kai's location, now filled with fallen branches. And he still clings to the same branch as before, in the exact same pose, 20 minutes ago. Just as the branch beneath his feet was about to give way, Jiang Kai thought he was about to die. But what he saw next left him stunned. The crystal giant king carries the tree trunk forward, its face cold, stepping steadily with firm steps. Suddenly, the entire body of the giant stone spirit shattered and fell to the ground, along with the tree on its shoulder that was carrying Jiang Kai. At this moment, the system announced that the giant golem had entered hibernation mode, with 19 minutes and 59 seconds remaining. As multiple golems fell to the ground, Jiang Kai is seriously considering. 15 minutes have already passed, and in 5 minutes, these monsters will awaken. Suddenly, multiple groups of people appeared from the forest ahead, and he was startled, thinking to himself that someone was coming. Members of the Singing Nation. The small team of Fidu couldn't help but stir trouble. Truly don't understand why the Hawkman Association keeps losing. With so many people, they still couldn't kill Jiang Kai. Someone sneered. If it weren't for the Holy Dewey leading the attack to trigger the second round, Jiang Kai would have escaped. Just thinking about it makes me feel unsatisfied. They quickly made a decision to deal with the Holy Support to get rid of the threat. Afterwards, we rely on our strength to fight for the top 3. Someone said that Jiang Kai is nearby. Our squad always uses a containment approach to track him. This time he's running wild. Call for a large formation. Everyone look over there. Visar's team also arrived, and his teammates were confused too strange. The target should be nearby. The people around started talking. Isn't that the assassin squad that refused to form an alliance earlier, claiming they wanted to take down Jiang Kai alone? Right now, their team has already suffered significant losses, yet they have fought all the way here without any casualties. Tungvu angrily kicked the stone under his foot. Fine. Today I must take down Jiang Kai. They split up to search, but haven't found Jiang Kai yet. We've looked everywhere around here. He's not here. This is the area we should focus on. Tungvu habitually kicked the nearby tree and cursed. Damn it. Did that kid notice something was wrong and run away? He suddenly raised his head and saw the figure of Jiang Kai. Tengen Wu was stunned. There was someone in the tree. After a moment of observation, his eyes suddenly widened. Tengen Wu shouted in horror. Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai remains unfazed, calmly thinking to himself, What a pity the scent you all risked your lives to chase is actually that of a hunter. The crowd gathering around the fallen tree is over. Where is Jiang Kai? Where is Jiang Kai? Someone has found Jiang Kai. This moment caught Visar's attention. Tung Vu pointed up at a tree and shouted, "Look! Jiang Kai is hiding there." Everyone looked up and saw Jiang Kai standing still. Why isn't he moving? Has he been sealed? Someone approached Visar's. But the immobilization was wrong. Because this person's position had clearly been moving all along. Tung Vu shouted loudly so Jiang Kai could hear. Last time pretending to be a stand-in. This time pretending to be someone under a curse. Apart from petty tricks, what real skills does Jiang Kai have? The key card clearly shows the person can move freely. So stop pretending and leave. The people around are starting to panic too. Yes. He was pretending to be a stand-in to kill Jiang Kai before. Look at his expression. There's definitely something wrong. Jiang Kai looked down, showing clear tension on his face. With about 60 or 70 people around, the situation was unfavorable for him. He couldn't afford to reveal any weakness. He had to hold them off until then. You glance around and suddenly stop at one person. That person is Visar's. He's smiling, surrounded by deadly weapons. Jiang Kai thinks to himself. His aura is truly strong. Visar's walks his sword closer to the tree where Jiang Kai is standing. There's a man named Lu Da Xuan from your Holy Wisdom sect. Right, their team has been completely wiped out by me. His voice was cold as he lowered his sword to the ground, making a terrifying sound. It's pitiful. A bunch of trash who can't even counterattack. I only used this spear. One chop to the head, and the other two were slaughtered with chaotic swords. Visar's looked up at Jiang Kai. Sneered. I am Visar's. Jiang Kai. Don't you want to avenge your people? Jiang Kai clenched his fists as a surge of electricity ran along his spine. This guy had killed their big brother. Visar's didn't hesitate. Swung his sword and struck out. In an instant, he leapt forward with great force. Visar's charged like the wind towards Jiang Kai, swinging his sword and shouting loudly, I want to see if you can kill me or not. Jiang Kai clenched his teeth in tension. At this very moment, Visar's was still rushing rapidly towards him, while Jiang Kai remained motionless. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, causing the people below to panic. What's happening here? A barrage of rocks fell from the sky, targeting Visar's, and the clock started counting backwards. Just as the system displayed the remaining time and the dormant state ended, Jiang Kai sneered. The timing was perfect. Visar's was caught off guard by the falling rocks and fell to the ground. The giant creatures start appearing, throwing huge rocks down at the people below. They panic and shout, look, those rocks. Then more giants charged forward, running and roaring terrifying screams. The others saw this and fled desperately. This is bad. It's an enormous army of crystal stone people. Damn it. It's uncertain whether the recent information displayed on the screen included monsters. But now if we don't run, everyone will die here. Jiang Kai stands on the tree, coldly saying, if you want to run, you haven't earned the right to breathe yet. Death card. Go. And the card immediately shoots forward. Wherever the card flies, stones immediately fall, chunks being thrown down on the fleeing crowd. The card flies toward the ogres holding large sticks, who then slam their sticks into the ground, sending those people flying and pierced through by the card. Some are caught by the ogres and crushed in their palms. Others can't escape and are immediately trampled by the ogres. The giants keep throwing large stones, knocking people to the ground, and screams echo everywhere. Visas was so confident earlier, but now he's completely panicked. Jiang Kai is with these monsters, damn it. How did he manage to tame them? He was retreating when suddenly a giant stone fell right in front of him, causing him to stop. A giant creature rushed forward, hitting Visas with a club, and he was thrown back. But at the same time, Visas quickly activated the bone clone, and then he suddenly vanished into the air, replaced by a broken piece of wood. Dozens of stone tablets gather and surge toward Jiang Kai, while the giants continue their relentless attack. As he throws stones and strikes the ground fiercely, the ground immediately cracked open, forming deep, sucking canyon-like crevices, causing the falling people to be unable to stop. They scream in despair as they fall into a bottomless canyon, while Jiang Kai remains motionless on the tree, his body shining with a blinding golden light. At the same time, the system announced that the rescue card was successfully used, and you have successful J-True the control status. Immediately, Jiang Kai joyfully leapt into the air, causing the branch beneath his feet to break in half. Jiang Kai looked down at the ground, a triumphant smile on his face. I did it. And then he descended from the large branch from above. The scene in front of him is a chaotic mess caused by the king-level bosses. As expected, they are using the king-level bosses to harvest heads, clearing them out faster than expected. Jiang Kai remembered Visas's treacherous face with regret. Unfortunately unable to take revenge for the Brotherhood, that bastard got away. You excitedly watch the golden cards floating in the sky, Jiang Kai's eyes shining as he mutters to himself, but suddenly realizing that having so many rescue cards like this might be a bit too much. On this side, a military building appears. A conference room, standing in front of multiple surveillance screens. The Vulture orders and directs, then reverses, reducing speed by 10%, and intensifying analysis of the residual shadows at 9. 2 seconds. Ngok Sam quickened his pace and followed after accepting the request. Yes. The image of Jiang Kai gradually became clear on the big screen. Shen Feng was stunned and couldn't believe his eyes that it was little Jiang Kai, who was hiding inside the tree. No wonder we couldn't find him all this time. Beyond expectations. Weiyang realizes that Thon Fong still has doubts. So this is your plan, Zhang Kai, commander of the guards. What is really going on? He calmly clears each doubt of Thon Fong. That monster is called a stone spirit giant. Very powerful, but with a weakness, no sense of smell or hearing, relying on surface vibrations to hunt prey. Ung added that as long as he stays above the ground before it encircles him, it won't be able to detect him. Tan Tri thought of Jiang Kai cleverly hiding from the bosses. And from the beginning, when Jiang Kai was imprisoned, he must have been on top of the tree, so the stone giant did not detect him. Then, that tree became the weapon of the Level King monster, and he could only follow its actions. The perceptive angel acknowledged that cleverness, yes, even in captivity, although unable to act. But everyone saw earlier that he has a secret weapon. I guess that weapon can be controlled by thought. In this situation, for Jiang Kai to still be alive, I am truly impressed and amazed, the eagle silently added, explaining that imprisonment is just the beginning of the battle. What he and the Harmony God must face next is the true challenge. Jiang Kai on this side continues to move. And half an hour later, he stops and looks around as if he has realized something. And this feeling is about to begin again. A large beam of light shoots down from the sky, marking the end of the second stage of the global battle, and the beginning of the demon phase. The system warns that monsters are advancing further into the area. On the map, the rate of monster infiltration has increased by 200%, with the speed also up by 200%. It further explains the rule that each squad will have an additional captured member who cannot act on their own but can be moved, rescued, and killed by others. Illustration of a body exploding after 30 minutes. If the captives are not rescued within 30 minutes, they will self-destruct and die. The system screen introduces a type of tool, and the rescue zone will have an additional functional tool. Jiang Kai was tense before the harsh transformation. The competition is even more brutal now. Self-destruction. If I hadn't escaped successfully, I would have been shattered into pieces after 30 minutes. The system screen shows you quickly finding a place to hide. For the third time, the random imprisonment is about to begin. Is it still me this time? Just press the button. The countdown is ticking. Time keeps passing with tense wires. 2. 1. What? This time, luckily, Jiang Kai escaped. You exclaimed in relief. Not me. The distant purple beam of light caught your attention. Blending into the atmosphere, Jiang Kai discovered its source. Surrounded by large stones. Congratulations on discovering the rescue zone after touching the stone tablet. Using the rescue card can exchange for the corresponding functional item on the stone. You rejoice upon discovering the rescue zone and step closer to the stones. Using the map card, the teleport card, and the target marking card. There are quite a few cards here, including cards to remove abnormal states and global information cards. Their effects don't seem bad. Standing in front of a card, this is a carved inscription on the stone tablet surface that makes you hesitate and think. Arena card. Select one target from the enemy and one member of your team, including the card user. Enter the arena duel mode, and both sides will compete in a separate combat space, until one side is defeated and can remove this status. During the duel, they will be immune to all external damage. The exchange cost me 30 rescue cards, even up to 30 basic cards. suddenly spending more than half of my rescue cards. Not cheap at all. His thoughts continue to surround him. But this price also proves that the system values its strategy more than other cards. Gyunkai's palm glows with a golden light, forcibly targeting the arena floor. It seems to be the only card with an offensive capability among the cards, the floating yellow cards in the air. I prefer to take the initiative. So with your unwavering determination, you have sacrificed everything for one final game. Time has passed. 3 minutes later, the system panel appears after the transaction, with remaining rescue cards, 5 arena cards, 1 map locator card, 1 teleportation card, and 2 more cards exchanged. The issues have almost been resolved. The trapped prisoner has been freed, and 3 more item cards have been obtained. Now the important thing is to gather with the guild master. Still, Jiang Kai, lost in thought, looked at Sa Sam, unsure who among them was imprisoned this time. On this side, it's a different world. Nguyen Nu's legs are frozen and can't move. Everyone around is worried for him. Nguyen Ngu, a tear falls along with his helplessness, and the leader realizes it. Speaking out as Honhan nervously searches for a way. It seems that this time the person imprisoned is An Nguyen. The third stage is starting too quickly. We just successfully broke through the ambush and collected 4 rescue tokens. But it's not enough to save Nguyen Ngu. Noan recounts the team's predicament, explaining that due to the fierce battle, everyone is quite exhausted. With this intensity, they must find a way to rescue more tokens while also searching for a solution, which is very difficult. The system notification appears, delivering the latest overall news and the current status of the competition. Now only 305 contestants remain alive in the competition, with 75 teams advancing into the monster invasion zone, facing 542 level leader monsters and 61 level king monsters within a 38 kilometers radius of the arena. Upon hearing the big news, Hon Han exclaimed that over 600 people had been eliminated in the second phase. And now, with the beasts accelerating their invasion, the final battle might be just around the corner. Those sparks in the dust drew the group's attention. Who? The 2 cunning traitors, Vuvu and Bak Vien, took turns to step out. Having observed these people for a long time, the 4 members of the small team were all wounded. Moreover, 1 is imprisoned. 1 is a doctor. So only 2 wounded soldiers can fight, and 4 rescue tokens are already at the door. With such a good opportunity, we won't miss it. The 3 immediately took a defensive stance, daring to fight the fire god. Hon Han and Vien Chu quickly responded as the 2 bullies, abusing their strength over the weak, charged forward with weapons. You can't even hold a sword steadily. Who are you trying to scare, Billy? Kill them quickly and seize the rescue token. Fine. I want to behead you to ease my sorrow. From where the 2 fiery red darts flew, and the 2 evil ones burned them to ashes. Nuo looked at her darts with joy and said, "These familiar darts." And Hon Han felt the same. This familiar sneak attack technique, like his 2 friends. Yuan Zhu excitedly recognized this familiar way of fighting off attacks. As expected, the shadow of Jiang Kai truly appeared. Sorry. I was just casually dealing with 3 ambush groups and arrived late. The cheerful atmosphere reached Jiang Kai's team before you did. Kai. Vien Chu seems suspicious. He pinched my cheek hard. Wait. It hurts. I'm not dreaming, like Kai. Aren't you being held captive? Hon Han asked Jiang Kai, in agreement. That's right. We haven't been able to find you yet. So how could you find us? Calmly respond to them. But the story is quite long. In Phase 3, the beast tide speed increases by 200%, with time running out. Save Nuanagu first. I'll talk about my own matters later. Vien Chu looked worried at Jiang Kai and said, "You're good. But we still need 1 more rescue card." In front of his friend's amazed eyes, Jiang Kai stepped in to rescue Nguyen Ngu, and the rescue card touched his body. Immediately, Nguyen Ngu returned to normal, holding the spear, and exclaimed, "I am free again, successfully using the rescue card. You have lifted the confinement status." The whole team looked at him in surprise, mixed with excitement. The cans scattered on the ground. Does that mean you've always been acting according to the stone spirit giant? Listening to Jiang Kai's story, everyone seems to be impressed by your bravery. Only Captain Kai dares to exploit a king-level boss. The boss doesn't even bother to look at who it is. That's just too arrogant. Once again, Visas makes you feel regretful and nostalgic. But it only means I still lack the ability to avenge our boss. The difficulties Jiang Kai faces. We all want to help him by drawing rewards. Kievu. Avenging for the boss isn't just your responsibility. It's ours too. Noan hands Jiang Kai the 4 reward cards. Yes, that's right, Kyovu. These are the 4 reward cards we just received, plus 5 special reward cards from the system, making a total of 23 cards. You look at now and add, for now we don't know what the rewards for the 4 special cards are, so let's keep them for now just in case. So what do we do next? Jiang Kai reports the plan to the team, finds the remaining members of the Red Squad, and then devises a new combat strategy. Bloodstains are scattered along the road as Tran and Ha support each other. The Crimson Squad. And suddenly the sound of footsteps scraping against the ground startles them both. That is Jiang Kai's team, and they are overjoyed to meet the two of you. Tran and Ha. The two of them couldn't help but be surprised by this appearance. Mr. Tran exclaimed in astonishment. Xiaojiang, how did you guys know our location? Wait a minute. Could it be that you managed to get the overall information? Jiang Kai happily admitted, yes, that's right. Ha looked at the young people and kept thinking about the rescue area they passed earlier. We also want to change. But unfortunately, the rescue teams are all used for freeing prisoners. Young people like you really are full of potential. Tran looked surprised and immediately asked, yes. The Sun Ha Squad. No need to hide it from Jiang Kai. He bitterly lowered his head and replied, the Lu group has already sacrificed everything, like a powerful blow that leaves them speechless. Jiang Kai, with deep determination, observed them and seriously shared his plan. Tran and Ha, I now have a plan to accelerate straight to the finals. But it's a bit risky. Consider whether you want to join us or not. And both of them looked at each other carefully, with each powerful sword thrust into the ground with determination. What is there to consider anymore? The fierce battle has taken away our 3 brothers. Now every breath is a hard-fought effort. The bravery and determination once again belong to these 2 people for the divine. Also for the brothers we've lost. Even if it means crossing mountains of pain and seas of fire. I will flatten them all, facing that unwavering determination. Jiang Kai's group also felt encouraged. But suddenly the pain struck Tran, causing him such agony that he collapsed from blood loss. Along with that, everyone rushed to him. To Tran. To hide the children's laughter, his body trembling. Gang tried to speak, but this torn body might cause him to fall. Luckily, Non stepped in just in time to treat their wounds. Non, don't worry. Leave your injuries to me. Does this tree have something special about it? That's right. After we heal. I brought you here. But I haven't told you the plan yet. Jiang Kai was describing while imagining the level king boss. Previously, I encountered a team of monsters ahead. That was a group of giant stone spirits, including a king level 1. I used the targeting mode to pinpoint its location. So you think it's about to lead the team here? A small smile curled at the corner of your mouth, adding that as long as we follow them all the way, we can avoid fighting. He reached the end, his trembling hands stitching up the wound with a feverish glow. What? Following a king-level monster? Are you sure you want to go? Or are you just risking your life for nothing? However, with our current state, it seems that the only way for all Chu members to reach the end is to take a risky strategy. That's right. Since it has come to this, we have to go all in. Xiaojiang, we believe in you. Yuan Chu has successfully ensured safety through his persuasion. Don't worry. The 2 big brothers. Following others might be pointless, but following our lead definitely won't be a problem. The giant foot stomps on the ground, making a loud noise. Jiang Kai shouted to signal. They're here. Everyone is watching intently as the monsters move aggressively, destroying everything around them. Jiang Kai signals everyone to jump and hold onto the trees tightly, as long as the roots touch the ground. They won't be detected. Under the command, everyone move to counter the monsters' attacks. Yes. Over here, the shadow of a heavily injured man appears then sitting exhausted by the river. Thinking about Jiang Kai's attack, I feel a sudden rush of danger. I couldn't dodge it. But how can that kid, Jiang Kai, control a level Kingstone giant? A faint sound makes him alert, quickly taking a fighting stance before anyone else. Get out here. Wait until his power truly unleashes to destroy the great mountain. Someone's footsteps softly approach, carrying both the divine-level reincarnation talent and the blood demon illusion of the great swordmaster. Willis gradually reveals himself before him, along with his techniques, while the squad and the water spirit, Visa, have always been underestimated in strength. Visa stared at them intently, thinking that information about reincarnation might have already been known by some countries. But I have only revealed the blood demon image less than 3 times. He looked at the blonde-haired guy in front of him, who was smiling arrogantly. And surprisingly, he knew. So, Visa casually asked directly, "Who are you?" The blonde-haired man introduced himself while reaching behind his back, saying, "I am Willis. Don't be so tense. I have no intention of fighting right now." The brown-haired guy then pressed a syringe into his hand. Willis tightly grips the syringe. "This is a Type 3 super recovery serum that can replace all the blood in your body in 3 minutes. A gift from a friend who practices alchemy. I don't need it anyway, so I'm giving it to you." Faced with Visa's high alert, Willis only sneered. "Whether you're wondering why I help you or thinking there's poison inside. Oh, well. That really hurts." Visa readied his sword, frowning in suspicion at the person before him. Willis stepped closer, winked at him and said, "Don't worry, I look down on fighting soldiers. You know, there's someone named Jiang Kai in this competition, right?" Talking about Jiang Kai, Willis calmly said, "I heard he hasn't reached level 40 yet, but he turned the tide in the qualifiers with a single match. It's a pity I had an urgent mission to leave at that time, so I didn't get a chance to fight him. It's really unfortunate." Then he reached out his hand in front of Visa's. "Such an interesting person. I think he must be very interested in him too." Visa's gritted his teeth, still not lowering his guard. "So what?" Willis didn't answer but stared intently at Visa's, the wound looking like it was caused by a king-level monster. "And this toxin, in 3 more minutes, will invade the heart," he continued. "If they encounter other squads taking advantage to ambush again, they will surely die." Does anyone really accept that Visas could do nothing but stand motionless? Seeing that, Willis moved even closer to Visas in this contest. "The only ones I consider rivals are you and Jiang Kai. I am truly curious about who is stronger between you two." He stands in front of Visas, grinning provocatively. "After all, only someone stronger has the right to be my opponent." Willis brushed past Visas so quickly that he couldn't see him, holding out the syringe, and said to Reem, "Our smart Visas won't let us down." Visas hesitated for a moment, then slowly reached out to take the syringe from Willis's hand. He leaned against the tree, injecting it into his right arm with his left hand. Reem watched every move of him, nervously asking, "Giving supplies to the opponent. Is that really okay, considering our rank?" Willis calmly stretched and replied, "Rankings and those clouds are nothing special. If it weren't for the opponents here, it would be pretty boring. Plus, dealing with those old fools in the army is such a pain. I only came here because of that." He stared intently at Visas, a sly smile spreading across his face. "After all, in which country? It's been a long time since I met a soul-hound opponent. In the end, I only promised those old men to secure a top 3 position, and the exact ranking is up to me to decide." Reem sniffed slightly at this statement and said nothing further. Reem watched Willis's back as he carried his bag and left, a look of displeasure on his face. Willis glanced back, smirked, and said, "Fine. I know you're annoyed, but you can't beat me, and if you doubt my decision as team leader, I'll eliminate you right away." Reem, don't just stand there watching Willis walk away, thinking to himself, "That arrogant fool." Go back to Jiang Kai's side. The giants are still carrying trees and marching on. The entire forest seems to be trembling. Anha is up in the tree, constantly marveling that this is just too incredible. Aside from the shock of the journey we've had so far, everything else has been almost completely smooth. Ho Nan hugs the tree trunk, eyes full of pride. Captain Kai's parasitic beast strategy is truly top-notch. And also, did you see just now, when the Sun team from the water country found us hiding in the tree before they died? Their expressions mouth wide open, almost stuffed with a whole chicken egg, were hilarious. Nguyen Nagu went along and said, "I knew it. I knew it." The boss added, "They were actually planning to ambush our holy wine, but unexpectedly we caught them all off guard. Truly a bunch of rascals." Brother Tran's eyes are passionate, with a hint of regret in his tone. "If I had thought of this method from the beginning, maybe the red team wouldn't have lost anyone." Suddenly, the scholars slowed their movements, walking gently rather than forcefully, like before. And Now was a bit surprised. Seems like their speed has decreased. Maybe they're tired. Jiang Kai frowns and activates his demon eye, his gaze shining brightly. Does everyone remember that the rules mentioned that, as time passes, the monster will move inward, narrowing the range of the hunter's activity. Jiang approached cautiously, sensing a powerful yet concealed energy fluctuation nearby, with strange energy streams truly appearing in the sky. Jiang looked thoughtful and spoke in a deep voice. I used to wonder what kind of force could control the pace of the monster's attack. Now I understand its barriers. Suddenly, the entire forest shook violently, even more than when the veterans moved. Nguyen Gu shouted loudly to warn everyone. Earthquake! Earthquake! Jiang immediately tensed up, suddenly turned his head to look around, sensing something rushing quickly toward him, and shouted a warning that other monsters were coming. In the place where they couldn't see the deadly beasts rushing wildly toward them, Jiang immediately realized that these stone people hadn't noticed us, but the others might have. Meanwhile, the former humans are moving more and more sluggishly as they step into those strange energy streams. Jiang quickly runs along the tree trunks, then leaps into the sky and says, taking the chance now. His body easily passes through the transparent wall, and the others all follow Jiang quickly. Nguyen.Nu landings and stops to look at the monsters. Seeing they are blocked outside, he exclaims, indeed the monsters can't get in. Jiang turns to remind him. Once the illusion wall disappears, the monsters will immediately attack. You lead the group and give orders. But before this scene ends, we quickly move forward, keep our distance from the monsters, and everyone follow Jiang lead loudly. And now, cut to 10 minutes later. They still haven't left the forest, and a group of strangers is watching Jiang run from the branches above. They are lurking behind the large trees, and Jiang immediately realizes someone is watching. Everyone instinctively looked up, but Jiang reacted the fastest, quickly creating several throwing knives with flames wrapped around them. Jiang flicked his hand and the knives shot straight ahead. Shouting "Tiger Roar," she immediately raised both hands, using water and snow to create a Bagua compass while chanting, then unleashed her ice magic, pushing away the fools. Two sharp blades cut through the branches, causing those people to fall to the ground, and the giant truncheon is slammed forcefully onto the ground. The people from Country D, the Tribe Squad, and the Leopard Squad are the owners of the giant hammer. Henry joked, "We've been discovered. Over there." The team from Country M, Kwai Tuyet Squad, and Tin Than Squad also praise each other. Those guys from Thondu are quite alert. Alice looked at Jiang with a pleased smile and praised him for his quick reaction and sharp appearance. Then her gaze hardened as she chuckled and said, "Do you think we came here unprepared?" Jiang remembered 3 minutes ago when Non was running and opening the system panel, where a message appeared, sending you the latest overall news about the remaining survivors in the competition. There are 25 people, 11 teams remaining, with 100 monsters, including level leader monsters and 100 king level monsters, operating within a 298 kilometers radius of the competition area. The leader couldn't help but exclaim, "Only 11 teams left now." Non calmly replied, "After all, under the pressure of the monsters, the squads are all approaching the central area. The chances of crossing paths are higher, and the battles will be fiercer. It seems this competition for dominance will end soon." Jiang sternly said that besides the 2 remaining teams of Thondu, among the 9 other teams, there is a high chance that some are like us, coming from the same country, familiar with each other's skills, and capable of direct combat. Everyone remained silent, listening to him. And it was also possible that the remaining teams would form alliances again to ambush our Saint Dio. Jiang turned to look at the dense forest ahead and said, "This is a natural hiding place. There is a high chance that the enemies are hiding inside. Everyone should stay alert and be ready to fight at any sign of movement." Back in the present, the people of the neighboring country, the Special Squad, the Envoy Squad, and the Holy Knight Squad approached and prepared for battle. "Hey Alice, now's not the time to be distracted by boys. Deal with these holy diviners first. Our 3 nations still need to settle the score." Brother Tran and Brother Ha were a bit cautious, but Brother Ha still said, "As expected, these people are exactly as Xiaozhang described. They have already formed an alliance." Jiang sternly asked, "Are all of you here?" Feeling a bit puzzled inside, "No. That's not right. I clearly sensed a familiar aura just now." Henry rushes forward, shouting, "Kid, I can handle you alone and turn you into minced meat." But a series of sharp ice shards shot toward him as William shouted, "Jiang is my prey," piercing Henry's arm before he could react. The henchmen immediately rushed forward when they saw Henry's severed arm, shouting "Boss!" Without paying attention to William behind him, he swung his sword across all three of his henchmen, watching them fall to the ground. William cheerfully said, "Lucky us. We've lost another group of enemies." Another voice suddenly spoke up. "Jiang Kai, I didn't expect that." The one approaching was Visar's, who looked down on him with contempt. "In the end, you're just like Thon Du's useless squad, all unable to escape my grasp." Jiang Kai's entire group looked towards Visar's, but only he spoke up. "As expected, you're not dead yet." Then Jiang Kai glanced at Willis, who was grinning behind Visar's. He found it strange and wondered why these two looked like they weren't from Y country, especially the blonde-haired one, which caught people's attention oddly. Honhan adopts a fighting stance, stepping forward and asking loudly, "Did he really kill the Alliance leader today? I will avenge him." Nguyen and the other leaders shout in unison. That's right, Visar's charged straight ahead and slashed, showing that even if you begged for mercy in front of me, you wouldn't get it. Jiang Kai quickly stood up, threw 3 daggers and a whip. "Don't be too arrogant. I will avenge you and take his life." William immediately slashed a deep cut into the ground and loudly ordered, "The Holy Virtue Group is the largest. Seize this moment to eliminate their squad first." Alice is not far behind, using her magic to create a bright, ghostly spell of repentance. Then sneering coldly, "Do I still need to say anything?" Jiang Kai's group all froze in place as the faint mist spread around them. Yuanju, Nguen, Ngu, Non, Non, Honyan, Unha, and Antran suddenly stopped. No one moved anymore. Jiang Kai, startled, turns to look at the sphere trapping them, as William seizes the opportunity to charge forward with his allies and orders to eliminate them. Jiang Kai gritted his teeth, thinking this isn't good. The guild leader might be controlled by their magic. If this continues, they'll definitely die. He quickly turned around and ran toward them, telling himself to save everyone first. But Visas has no intention of letting Jiang Kai go. He soared into the air, laughing mischievously, and said, "Kid, I told you you're my prey. Look." Visas swung his sword and used his instant teleportation skill, and Jiang Kai suddenly shouted loudly and turned into a phantom. A faint dark magic shot toward Visas, catching him off guard. On the other side of the screen, Tan Feng, the angel, and Wei Young are watching the battle intently. Then Feng can't help but say, "It's too dangerous. I think Jiang Kai was cut down." Seeing the members of Jiang Kai's group trembling from the magic Alice created, then watching a subordinate trembling and begging, "Oh divine spirit, please forgive me. You are guilty," Wei Young nervously explains, trembling in repentance. This mind control spell will cause people to sink into endless feelings of guilt. The more you try to resist, the heavier the guilt becomes, until you have no strength left to fight back. The angry angel slams the table and scolds. Now Jiang Kai is worried about himself. Damn it. Could it be that the holy wine will really be wiped out entirely? Nguyen Nu suddenly smashed the bottle in frustration. What repentance? Captain Bei was not wrong. All 3 of them were startled by Nguyen Nugu's actions on the screen. He smiled brightly, holding his shield and running while calling out, "Thinking of you. My hero is here." Nguyen Nu rushed in front of Alice, swinging his sword, causing her to startle and shout, "What?" Alice quickly raises her staff to block Nguyen Nu's slash, panic in her voice as she shouts, "Fatty, get lost." The magic holding everyone back suddenly shattered, and Ha turned to ask Tran, "It seems like we were winning earlier. So why did it suddenly change?" Honhan quickly explained that this Nguyen Nu guy, once he drinks alcohol, naturally resists mental attacks, just like when he faced the terrifying scream of the ghostly maiden. Another bottle of wine is shattered. Yuanzi leaps high a meter, sparks flying from his body. He firmly declares, to be the ultimate warrior. Demon god. Cut down and kill 10,000 enemies. Till. Yuan-Tu swung his sword down to the ground, causing a huge explosion that knocked back the enemy, then rested his sword on his shoulder, confidently provoking, "If you want to touch the battle god, you'd better ask my sword first," William exclaimed in panic. "This is primal energy, delicate and harmonious." Nguen Ngu. True too. Well done. He just stood to the side watching, and couldn't help but be stunned, drinking and seeming to become a different person. Willis watched Visas and Jiang for a while, without them confronting each other, and then spoke. Reem. Guess who is more powerful between them? He slowly replied, I don't know. It seems neither of them has used their full strength. Willis spun the coin with just one finger and cheerfully said, Bingo. As expected. Even I can tell. Then he clenched the coin in his hand. A fierce aura emanating from Willis. And he lowered his tone. It's time to remind these two lazy cats to step back. A bright, cool ray of morning light shoots up from the middle of the forest into the sky, creating an enormous wave of energy. The system interface appears, announcing the start of Phase 4 of the global competition to break the monster encirclement. The barrier wall was immediately torn down. Willis chuckled softly and said in a teasing tone, It seems I don't need to step in myself. The angry roars of the monsters echo from afar. Jiang Kai glances at them anxiously. We're in trouble, those monsters. We can't fight against so many powerful bosses. You jump high, fanning out a series of cards and shouting loudly. Death card. Go. Jiang Kai silently thinks to himself, I must quickly kill the opponent and end the battle for supremacy. But what the death card pierced was a decoy. And Jiang Kai immediately realized something was wrong. It was a substitute. Visas is now right behind Hon Han. Vu asked, Zhang Kai, do you know how my pain can become sharper? You hurriedly shouted. Honan, be careful. But as soon as you said it, Visas pierced into Hon Han's stomach with a teasing tone. Driven by its bloodthirsty hunger, Jiang Kai strides forward and shouts loudly. Ho Nyan. The ground suddenly pushes up and cracks apart. A group of level 70 elite monsters burst out from that corner. Jiang Kai turned to look at them. Sihid. These little creatures have already launched their attack. On Visas' side. He suddenly widened his eyes. And although Hon Han was stabbed, she still slightly turned to face Visas. She tightly held his hand and asked loudly, Want to run? Hon Han froze Visas' hand with ice and then calmly said, Hunter. And the beast. It's time to change positions. Visas looked pale and muttered to himself. I didn't expect this girl. Hon Han didn't hesitate, summoning all her strength and shouting, No. Attack now. She immediately obeyed the order, throwing several poison pills toward Visas and saying, I've waited too long. He immediately used the shadow step and blood boat escape technique to create blood-red wings behind him, then made himself fly away with a shield. After all, fighting is not their profession. They are still too weak. The poison-filled glass shards shattered onto the ground, breaking apart easily as Visas effortlessly destroyed the barrier created by Hon Han before her surprised eyes. The blade is yanked out, and Hu Nuan cries out in pain as Visas says, Consider yourselves lucky. If time wasn't of the essence, I wouldn't let you off so easily. Nuan saw her fall to the ground and hurried over to call out. Hon Han. Visas had already appeared behind Nuan, teasingly saying, Little sister, you'd better take care of yourself first. The instant Shadow Champion strikes, the sharp sword was pressed against Noan's head. But Jiang Hai from afar shouted, The arena card, then threw out a yellow card that pierced through the monsters. Visas bit Jiang as it shot straight toward him. A massive explosion erupted, heat and smoke forming a huge sphere. The system screen quickly displays a notification it has detected that you forcibly entered the designated target's arena mode along with them. Do you confirm? Jiang Hai firmly confirmed that this person is too dangerous and must be dealt with personally. Visas was stunned as her body suddenly stopped moving. The space around Jiang Hai seemed to freeze. And at this moment, Now was only focused on treating Hon Han, crying out her name. Ho Nyan. Don't move. Let me treat you. Her face had turned pale from blood loss. Junjun's gentle voice urged. Noan. Conserve your strength. Her compassionate doctor persona might be our final trump card. Noan tears up and immediately refuses. No. Ho Nahan Jun reaches out to touch her hand and advises, Don't cry. It's like we forced that bastard to use his life-saving skill right. Ho Nahan's body had already begun to vanish. But she gently reminded Noan to remember to help Captain Kai's team. We must win. She hugged her body and cried out. Ho Nyan. Those water-muddled fools. But the opportunity to rise again is here. And the order is to kill her. The medic is the weakest. The master radiates sparks all over as he leaps high, resolutely saying, My friend, the battle god, it's not their turn to touch us. With those words, the owner of the ring slashed down at the ground, creating such a powerful explosion that it sent the others flying. William rushes from behind with a sword, shouting angrily, sacrificing the child, turning his back on the enemy. That was the stupidest decision he ever made. Uandoktich. The master just casually turned to dodge his attack, because the system just notified, increasing speed and agility. The scene shifts to Gyeongkai and Visas, who are now facing each other with a magical barrier surrounding them. The venomous beast roared loudly, revealing its sharp fangs. But it was now blocked outside the barrier where Visas and Gyeongkai were facing each other. He looked at him seriously, assessing. This guy's movement technique is extremely strange, leaving no gap for him to dodge. Seeing Gyeongkai look at Visas, he smirked provocatively, assumed his stance, prepared his move, and thought to himself, I must strike first. Visas charged forward without hesitation, using the blood snow slash, cutting once to deflect all of Gyeongkai's attacks. You bite Jiang and think that once you unleash the deadly strike, the power will be hundreds of times greater than before. But this guy somehow counters the deadly strike. Visas slashed out a few more sword strikes, each one blocking Gyeongkai's moves, so he quickly dodged. Too slow. Too slow. Visas smirked mockingly, taunting Gyeongkai. Your speed is just too slow. Gyeongkai refuses to give up, continues firing his sharp attack cards at Visas, even though he can easily block them. While Willis and Grimm leisurely lie on the flying carpet watching their fight, Willis calmly watches and says with interest, a cunning and unpredictable opponent, and one who acts lightning fast. Truly fascinating. Between these two monsters, who will ultimately win this fight proves it's not worth the effort to support either side. Daka notices Willis and Grimm and roars before spewing a foul substance toward them. The quick-witted carpet swiftly moved upward to avoid the toxic substance. Grimm stood in front of Willis, his body emanating a purple magic aura from the shadowy spell. The two suddenly disappeared, startling Dunya, who looked around frantically for Willis and Grimm. Seeing Dunya head back toward the forest after failing to find them, he happily praised himself. His skill to hide his aura is really convenient. Now I can watch the show. Alright. Down below, Jianghai is squinting his eyes. Focusing intently, he jumped up to dodge Visar's strikes while throwing out another set of cards. Seeing his smug face, Jianghai suddenly realized that no, he couldn't actually counter the brute force. In that moment of pain, he carefully aimed at the side of Trui Men's face and used minimal force to change Trui Men's direction. Finally, relying on the extremely sturdy defensive barrier of the arena to completely eliminate Trui Men's violent power, Jianghai also wiped his sweat, threw a card, and shouted, Go! Visars quickly used his blood eye magic, unleashing a thick cloud of smoke explosion. Jianghai shot through the smoke days ago, but Visars had already disappeared. He looked furious, cursing inwardly for letting him escape, wondering how many tricks this guy has to stay alive. And in such a confined space, the death card still can't reach him. Jianghai suddenly widened his eyes and shrank back. Visars appeared behind Jianghai unexpectedly, his face dark as his sword pierced into him. Visars happily exclaimed, A true swordsman, like a demon. As his sword grew a series of sharp spikes when he uttered words soaked in blood, he thrust even harder, causing Jianghai to scream in pain. But suddenly he grabbed Visars's wrist. Jianghai slightly turned his body to block him, and a bright glow radiated around his hand. Visars still pretended to be cunning as he spoke mockingly. Your feeble resistance is just the struggle of the weak about to die. In my eyes, it's not worth mentioning. Visars tensed up, a thick black aura bursting out from his arm. Jianghai frowned, confused, and asked what. Visars sneered triumphantly, thinking that the special effect of this sword was only to draw blood, wanting to exchange a life for a life with me. How naive and pitiful. He rushed forward and used the blood sacrifice technique to stab through Jianghai's body. The boy couldn't dodge in time and was struck, crying out in agony. When Yuanju saw that scene, he couldn't help but feel worried. Hai and Wen Nu beside him also looked on with shock, and Ha suddenly reacted with his pupils constricting in panic when he saw Yu injured. Non from afar saw Jianghai being wrapped up by countless red tentacles. She was filled with anxiety. Right. As Non screams reveal her location, the giant monster suddenly rises from the ground and charges to attack her. Seeing the monster about to attack Non, Brothers Tran and Ha quickly rushed in to fight it carefully. The owner, furious and losing control, charged to fight back. Damn that bastard. Unforgivable. William and his accomplices saw the owner's mistake and seized the opportunity to attack. Nguyen Nu tried to step in to help as the situation grew tense. But unfortunately, he was kicked away along with his sword before he could act. The reckless one also wanted to save her. Alice and her companions quickly joined the group, her face full of pride and a triumphant smile, unaware of his limits. He might die. Over here, he's no better. As Visas's blood sacrifice lifts him up and slams him down hard. His blow nearly took Jiang Kai's life. He sheaths his sword with a smug expression. The dust has settled, revealing only your body covered in blood, with Jiang Kai lying motionless on the ground. Nguyen anxiously watches from outside. Desperately trying to break through the barrier, he still lies there motionless, his vision blurring and thoughts becoming hazy. Nguyen watches Jiang Kai lying there. He's badly injured. Is he still alive? Nguyen was overwhelmed and about to cry. She used her healing ability to save him, calmly and immediately starting the treatment. Nguyen is trying to break through the barrier when a notification appears, indicating that your healing target is currently beyond the possibility of being saved. She was stunned when she saw the notification. Zico, Reem, and Willis, standing above, watched everything from the beginning and finally spoke up. That barrier of light seems to separate from the outside world. Willis beside him squints and assesses. The life is hanging by a thread but cannot be saved. It looks like Visas is still stronger. Willis recalled his previous encounter with Jiang Kai, remembering his arrogant expression. If he meets a saintly drinker again, he should kneel and take a detour. Watching intently, Willis sighed. This guy is interesting. His mood seemed unpredictable just a moment ago, but Willis has already passed away. And Reem. For some reason, I feel a bit disappointed. In the military classroom, Heavenly God and two others are observing the battle situation. And Vi Ung is the first to speak. No matter how much you try to comfort him, Jiang Kai hasn't reached level 30 yet, leveling up through battles with top-tier fighters. His strength isn't just at level 60. You really did your best. The angel beside him nodded slightly in agreement. That's right. Tian Cheng's expression turned cautious. He warned everyone. And also, everyone. Visas. Remember this name. One day in the future, he will surely become the greatest threat to the sacred wine. He saw that you had lost your fighting ability but didn't let it go. And Visas struck a few more sword strokes, causing Gengi to be unable to withstand the injuries Jiang Kai had already suffered. He paused to observe, feeling strange because Jiang Kai had truly lost all fighting ability. This guy isn't resisting at all. Could it be he's accepted his fate? You bite down hard on Jiang Kai Gengi's shoe. Like this. Maybe that's enough. Jiang Kai smiles as a glowing gold sheet appears in your hand. Jiang Kai tightly grasps the golden body in his hand, hope shining in his eyes as it opens a golden space, and his body is being recreated at the center of the giant golden clock. The electronic board flickers. You are in a near-death state. The effect of consuming the body from the Wheel of Fate. Activated. The Wheel of Fate has started moving. So is there any movement? You in the form of a cloud of white. Jiang Kai resolutely and bravely says, "Move for me." The clock hands gradually start moving. Then, speed up. Spinning wildly like a gust of wind. The clock stops with both the minute and second hands at exactly 1200. And the Wheel of Fate has completed its turn. The hidden panel flickers repeatedly, granting the primordial attack power talent for 60 seconds. Activating the talent doubles the strength and duration to 60 seconds. The punishment is to choose one innate talent, which cannot be activated, lasting for 10 minutes. Another calculation table appears, offering super-level multiplication, super-level burst, agility enhancement, and a divine network, inviting you to choose an invalid innate talent. Jiang Kai quickly made his choice without hesitation, selecting the super-enhanced multiplication talent and the agility boost talent. He analyzed carefully, knowing that the super-enhanced multiplication wouldn't be very effective in actual combat. As for agility, even with enhancement, it's not faster than this guy. So better to look for an opening. Focus on the power of the attack, with a blue light surrounding him. And the spreadsheet updates again. Your super-level talent and agility enhancement have expired. Congratulations. You have received the Primordial Energy Attack talent, which can be used to defend yourself or inflict primordial energy damage when attacking. Qiankai's entire body glows with a blinding light, almost dissolving into nothingness. His body continues to fade away, and his consciousness is being pulled back to reality. Damn it. Life force is indeed fading away. Even though the wheel still grants me a new talent, it still can't save my dying body. In the midst of despair, Qiankai's body seems to be healing, with green plus signs appearing as he is revived. His pupils dilated and flashed with a fiery red light, indicating that outside, Visas was watching over Qiankai as he was on the verge of death. After a long while, he looked surprised that the body hadn't disappeared. Could it be that this guy still wasn't dead yet? Visas smirked with self-satisfaction. He swings his sword a few times, using his ultimate shadow slash to completely eliminate you. Suddenly, Qiankai opens his eyes wide, the red glow still not gone. In fact, it's even brighter than before. Qiankai seems to have gained extra strength, sitting up with a fierce expression, his gaze like he wants to tear his opponent apart. Qiankai quickly reacts and launches an attack, pursuing the enemy, because he thought you were about to die. He didn't even guard against you and was suddenly struck by your attack. He's unbelievably surprised. What is going on? Both of them land facing each other at the same time. Qiankai stared intently at his opponent, warning him. I told you, when you meet a saintly figure, remember to kneel and take the detour. Shen Feng watched from afar and was surprised, thinking to himself, am I seeing things, or is this real? Even the angels could feel his intense fighting spirit. And that's not all. I could even feel the fighting spirit pouring through him. What is really going on here? Vulture stands beside the evil emperor. He doesn't know what to say, so he continues to watch. Grimsura hesitates, his words caught in his throat. How is that possible? Willis seems intrigued and continues to watch intently. Things suddenly got more interesting. Hans wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Do you have the gift of healing wounds? Qiankai didn't answer immediately, still standing still as if waiting, lost in thought. About an hour earlier, everyone was arguing among themselves. Kai. This is a glowing gold token floating in Qiankai's hand. This is a battle body I spent 30 bodies to rescue and chase after. It can imprison an enemy and an ally inside an independent space immune to external damage for a decisive fight. You only stop when you die. Hearing this, Honhan was very worried. She was anxious about the independent space. If it can be immune to external damage, then it also can't receive supplies from outside. So once wounded, it has no choice but to follow fate. And Nguyen Nu also nodded. That's right. Non remembered something and spoke up. Maybe we can try this. The latest experimental product from Professor Ly. The human symbiote. Then Non reached out her hand, revealing two crystal-like flowers. One blue and one pink. They emit a strange light. The symbiotic humans, with blue and red flower wings on each side, can sense each other, within 3 meters, ignoring the space shield, transmitting energy. With 10% energy consumption for transmission now, Non handed him the pink crystal flower, surprising them all, even though it can pass through the space barrier. Qiankai wanted to ask Non something, but 10% energy loss is not low. Non. Don't push yourself until it's absolutely necessary. Take care of yourself. Non smiled and nodded without hesitation. Returning to reality, you look to another side and nod. Non, only to see outside the barrier. Non collapses helplessly at some point, her entire body trembling violently. Non struggled to lift her head and encouraged Qiankai, saying, you have to win. After saying that, she collapsed and disappeared. A few pink lights are gradually fading, including my own power. Your eyes radiate a fierce aura. Qiankai is determined. Non. She uses the symbiotic human to transfer all her energy back to herself. Visas, crazed with madness, laughed mockingly and challenged. Qiankai, you've exhausted yourself trying to force me into this barrier. Could it be that you're waiting for me to unleash destruction? But you can't defeat me. And after I kill you, I'll hunt down and eliminate the Holy Ones to the end. Hearing his threatening words, he became angry. Qiankai clenched his teeth and prepared to fight, launching an attack with countless shifting blue lights, forming a figure of death. The decaying fire. The blue energy of Qiankai rushes straight into Visas's red energy. The two forces clash fiercely, and he carefully observes to seize the moment. Which is now. A book propelled by that energy stream. The angel was stunned. Could it be an attack source? He's not a martial artist. How could this happen? Visas immediately lunges forward, declaring that a loser deserves a loser's death this time. He'll tear Jiang Kai apart, bone by bone, and cast him straight into hell. Soon the distance between Visas and Jiang Kai narrowed, and he raised his sword to slash out the bloodwind destruction slash. Jiang Kai coldly ordered, noticing the opponent's slow sword draw. As the ground beneath Visas suddenly cracked open, his dragon roared in panic. No, no, this can't be. Is this a joke? You laugh wildly and ask now you know, who is the real Zhao? A treasure with fiery power emerged from his waist, causing Visas to suffer agonizing pain for hours. Yes. He couldn't accept the truth. His eyes bloodshot. So he lost. Facing a formidable opponent like Jiang Kai, Visas could only accept his fate as each sword stroke cut through him. His body collapsed with a crack, blood spraying everywhere. At this moment, fragments of the outer shield start to break apart. Visas's figure gradually disappears, silently watching what is happening before his eyes. Jiang Kai felt a great sense of relief. Finally, the monsters here stood still in a corner. Nearby lay the bodies of Visas and others scattered on the ground. The soldiers are trying to stab their swords into Tran's chest. He screams in pain, daring to destroy my holy wine. Tran's whole body erupts with power, knocking the soldiers back. If you want to pass, then step over my corpse first. He thrusts his sword into their bodies with determination. What if we all perish together? In this moment, I am invincible. At this moment, the figures of Tran and Ha gradually disappeared. On the side of the pillar, the one holding the sword and rushing forward with fiery flames clenched tightly. They left a message and then handed it over to you. The sword was plunged deep into the opponent's shoulder, pinning him to the tree. He spoke up. Look carefully. Damn it. This is the fate of angering the heavens and the most determined war god. The opponent is in so much pain they are grinding their teeth but can't do anything. William hooks his hand into the core's stomach. He's planning to play a game of fishing with a torn net. No way he's going to let it happen. Damn it. Things aren't looking good for Alice as the monster charges fiercely, causing the ground to crack apart. As the thick smoke gradually dissipated after being destroyed by it, my whole body was covered with wounds of all sizes. And Wennu looked to stand firm after the recent shock. His eyes lit up when he saw Alice's battered appearance but couldn't hide her fiery spirit. This girl is really spicy. Truly stimulating. I like it. Just then, the savage beasts appeared, looking ravenous and howling loudly. I was terrified and shouted out, "Damn it. The beasts are hungry." Willis sat on the mat, looking down and teasing, as if the adorable kids were exhausted from hunger, while Jiang Kai still lay motionless on the ground. Vin Tru is currently fighting for victory with William, stabbing his sword into him while he pierces his hand into the wound in Vin Tru's stomach. Nguyen-gu-bit-moi, his body trembling with each breath. Unable to hold back a cry of pain, Alice struggled to steady her staff on the ground to keep from falling. Willis sneered. It seems that before these people settle their true victory, the adorable kids will wipe out everything first. Then a horde of fierce monsters rushes in. William saw the situation was dire, his hand stabbing into Vin Tru's abdomen suddenly glowing. He shouted in horror. William had gone mad. He screamed. The beast's time had come. Let's go to hell. You dog. At this moment a flaming dart shot towards him. It pierced straight into William's body, saving Vin Tru from a life-and-death crisis. His agonized cry echoing loudly. Jiang Kai was panting, his hand still raised from the attack, and he said, "It's over." At the same time, the monsters from afar hurriedly retreated, and the other monsters turned around to observe. I don't know what happened, but all the giant monsters retreated in unison. Everyone looked on in confusion. Is it the beast's mercy? Retreating now, suddenly, a beam of light shot down from the sky, accompanied by a system notification that the top 3 teams in this global competition had appeared. All the survivors will fully recover their strength before proceeding to tally their achievements. As the sarcastic voice pauses, Jiang Kai's body is quickly healed, and the host clears his throat, feeling his wounds gradually healing. Nguyen Engu drunkenly hugs the monster's tail and laughs foolishly. Beauty. This tactile sensation, this elasticity. Alice, despite being treated, was startled and frightened. Jiang Kai looked at the throwing knives in his hand with uncontrollable joy. His strength and all had returned. At this moment, Nguyen Nue also regained consciousness, his gaze falling on the mismatched eyes of the monster. Nguyen Nugu shouted in horror. There's a monster. As he ran over and hugged himself, Jiang Kai wondered, Nguyen Nugu, are you okay? At this moment, the system appears, displaying a report that lists the surviving members of each team and the number of rescue tokens, while also ranking the remaining teams. First, Alice received a golden key. The elite squad from the Nuo country has 1 member left. They rescued 38 people, ranked 3rd, and received a Dilac tree key. Then Willis received his reward. The Diao Yu squad from the Dai country has 2 members, with 98 rescue points, ranking 2nd, and receiving 2 keys of the Lac Tri Dia. Willis looked disappointed, only managing 2nd place, and he raised the key to his chest as he spoke to the person behind him with a sorrowful tone. Grim, I tried so hard but still lost. It's so painful, and I didn't get any words of comfort. And in the end, Jiang Kai's team, with 3 keys, and Thon Dio's Fire God squad with 3 members, with 108 rescue tokens and 3 Lac Tri Di keys. The owner was still stunned. Jiang Kai took the keys happily, joking. What is that person doing? You smile confidently. Tundia has won. The Vienshu, now regaining composure, also says we did it. The 2 happily rushed to hug Jiang Kai, cheering. We won. I knew it. The joyful scene was shown on the screen, capturing every moment in the meeting room. Shenfeng still hadn't fully regained his composure and stammered. Am I dreaming, or is it really our Saint Dieu who won the global first prize? Everyone in the hall couldn't hold back their joy and jumped up excitedly. Fire God. Well done. The angel quickly turned around, wanting to announce something. Everyone, listen to me. The angel clenched his fist and placed it over his chest as he declared emotionally that today's victory of Saint Yao is linked to every hero fighting to the death on the battlefield. This is the spirit of Saint Yao's army. From today on, the reputation of Saint Yao will resonate across the entire world. Regarding the General and the Divine Wind Commander and others like Trung Mok Cam XUC, they proudly put their hands on their chests and said in unison, yes. The reward system for this mission is very generous, with huge prizes appearing one after another. And the global competition arena will close temporarily in 10 minutes. Winning team, please bring the keycard to re-enter the arena at 1 p.m. On the 15th, explore the lost relics, open the mysterious treasure vault. The shifting green barrier is gradually disappearing. Now all rescue and function cards in your hands will be revoked. A swirling green vortex appears as the space gate opens. Quickly leave the arena through the teleportation battle. Alice hesitated as she stepped into the space portal, walking slowly and groaning, finally able to go home and take a shower. Her whole body sticky and disgusting. Bianchu, seeing everyone gradually leaving, excitedly slaps Nguyen Nu on the shoulder and says, let's go. Let's go. Kai. We should quickly go back and share this good news with the Noan Society. Nguyen Nu agrees from afar and nods. Jiang Kai's gaze grew more determined, the sacrifices of everyone finally paying off. He shifted his vigilance, his cold eyes flicking to the other side. Jiang Kai notices Grimm and Willis talking behind him, but the others still demand attention. He observes and silently evaluates the opponents. He felt that everything was not as simple as it seemed. Having secured 98 rescue cards, their strength was indeed formidable. Moreover, they could even forge alliances and travel alongside someone as arrogant and proud as Visars. Jiang Kai suddenly recalled a moment from the earlier fight. He remembered they had used some kind of hidden skill to avoid hostility. Yet they weren't attacked by those monsters. You focus intently and try to guess the opponent's purpose. I have a feeling that guy is definitely up to something. Jiang Kai always keeps a close eye on Willis's outward appearance. Never fooled. Very alert and sure of his judgment. He's much more dangerous than he looks. Suddenly, Willis turns to where Jiang Kai is standing, startling him. You can't help but be surprised that he's also looking at you. Willis slowly steps toward Jiang Kai, his intentions unclear. Willis stopped and smiled, extending his hand to introduce himself. Hello, Jiang Kai. My name is Willis. I've heard about you for a long time. Jiang Kai still keeps a composed expression, not daring to let his guard down. He knows my name. Willis smiles kindly to ease the atmosphere. Don't be so tense, my friend. Your potential exceeds my expectations. And your performance today was spectacular. I'm also very curious about your profession. Zhang Kai, without showing any respect, immediately turned and walked away. If I remember correctly, you and Visas are from the same group. I don't think we're friends at all. Master, Nu and I are leaving. You don't want to get involved with this guy. So it's better to set boundaries immediately. Don't get too entangled with such dangerous people. The two owners and Nguyen Gu saw their friend and followed suit. Yeah. Willis didn't let the guy go and used super speed to rush and block the path. The owner saw that guy trying to pick a fight with my friend and got angry. Hey, you shameless bastard blocking there. If you really want to fight. Willis stood there with a cold, deadly face, gathering his power to form a small blue sphere. Jiang Kai reacted instantly, blocking his friend from getting closer and then rushing forward to attack. Master, don't come any closer. Jiang Kai released 3 small blades, but the small sphere seemed to sense from afar and avoided all of them. It flew straight at you. Jiang Kai's 3 small blades missed their target and plunged straight into the ground. The small blue sphere nearly touched his face. And Jiang Kai, caught off guard, was so startled he froze in place. Nguyen and the master looked worriedly back and shouted for him to get away quickly. Captain Kai. Jiang Kai was stunned by the speed of that sphere. It was too fast. Just as the blue sphere was about to hit you, it suddenly changed direction and shot up into the air before exploding with a slight shockwave. The fragments from the sphere are coming together to form a letter with a skull seal. The letter falls into Jiang Kai's hand, emitting a distinctive blue light belonging to its owner. He looked carefully at the letter. Then Willis entered, and Reem also stepped into the portal and left. Before leaving, Willis politely said goodbye to Jiang Kai. Happy to have met him. Zhang Kai, the 3 of you still don't understand what's going on and are just standing there, looking at each other. Willis enjoys the moment a little longer, waiting for our encounter, while Jiang Kai, from afar, can't help but watch him with concern. Reem followed Willis through the teleportation gate and hesitated before speaking. So, what exactly did you tell Jiang Kai, if someone from the army asks? Before he could finish his sentence, 3 arrows shot out simultaneously, almost hitting Reem, who nervously looked at his hair being cut off in front of Willis's furious gaze. The dark-faced man sternly reminded him to stop interfering in his affairs. I hate it. I have to say it again. Then Willis stretched and yawned as if nothing had happened, seeming a bit hungry and thinking about treating himself to something delicious. Reem was so scared she broke out in a cold sweat and blurted out, thinking about the Holy Guild, where Jiang Kai, Nguyen Gu, and Vien Chu were gathered. Vien Chu looked at the letter in Jiang Kai's hand and asked, Kai, are you still thinking about this letter? Jiang Kai just touched the letter, and a magic circle appeared, emitting a cold aura that froze his finger. Jiang Kai was startled, frowning as he looked at its condition. He quickly withdrew his hand, pondering deeply, unsure of what was inside, as he still hadn't been able to open it since receiving it. Captain Kai, I just remembered that I heard there is a profession called metallurgist. They will craft some tools with special magic. Maybe this letter has been sealed with some kind of spell. Jiang Kai repeated Nguyen Yu's words while imagining a spellcaster and a seal. The owner of the Jade sternly said, that Willis guy clearly isn't a good person. Who knows if he's involved with this seal? Kai, maybe we should ask the military to check it. Jiang Kai remained silent, lost in thought. No. That guy is hiding his true strength. If he wanted to kill me, he would have done it long ago. His strength is clearly far superior to mine. Yet he willingly gives up the chance to claim first place in this competition. He looked at the letter in his hand, full of confusion about what he was planning. And in half a month, I must find him to get an answer. Suddenly, Lu Tuan's voice rang out from behind. I guessed you were here. Seeing him and the 2 guards approaching, Jiang Kai asked confusedly, Mr. Lu, why are you here? Lu Tuan joked happily. Why did you come here? Do you know how many people are crowding the mountain pass, waiting for the heroes to return victorious? You guys are always sneaking back, secretly hiding away? Jiang Kai quickly explained. Lu Tuan just winked and said, You might not have met the others, but you haven't met the guard commander either. Jiang Kai nervously asked. Commander Wei is also here, Lu Tuan straightforwardly replied. It's not just Commander Wei. There are also senior officials in charge of this operation, including General Hua Tianshen. They all came especially to the mountain pass. Gyangkai exclaimed in surprise. So many people. What's going on? Unlike you? Nguyen, Ngu, and Vien Truc cheerfully exclaimed, this time we look impressive, Kai. Since I joined the army, I have never seen such a magnificent aura. Liu Zuan nodded gently. All right. I know you're humble. I already sent word for everyone to disperse when I saw you earlier. Hearing that, Jiang Kai let out a sigh of relief, then suddenly remembered there was something to ask. Yes. Mr. Liu, I want to ask about Trut, Ho Nyan, Non Non, and Hoyan Liu. How are they doing now? And Nguyen Nugu also chimed in. Can we visit them? Vien Tru agreed immediately. That's right. Is everyone still okay? Lu Tuan replied. Visiting might not be very convenient. But don't worry. All members involved in this operation will immediately receive the highest level of psychological treatment from the military. It will probably take no more than 7 days to fully recover. Jiang Kai, Nguyen Ngu, and Vien Tru all felt relieved after hearing the information. Lu Tuan spoke again. And besides, the Fire God team has made great contributions this time. So the Special Commander requests a special policy for you, allowing you to use the green path like the military. Jiang Kai couldn't help but exclaim. The green lane. Lu Tuan explained slowly. That's right. To ensure smooth mission execution, all members of the army after Oplight will have the right to skip the line from the beginning. Quickly prioritize logging into the Demon Crystal. Skip the line. And prioritize logging in. He looked serious as he said that if the application is approved, the Fire God Guild will have 100 chances per year to access the green path. So in these 100 times, even if you are killed by Oplight, you can still prioritize returning to the Demon Crystal. And all three shouted together. Teams times, Nguyen and Ngunua. So this time Hunhan can also return immediately, with Noan. The pillar put his hand on Gyang Kai's shoulder and said, Kai, soon our Fire God squad will be able to reunite. Liu Jun once again spoke. That's right, Jiang Kai. There's one more thing I think I should tell you first. Liu Jun looked at Jiang Kai with a determined expression as he spoke. Concerning the mysterious guild, your face tightens again as the voice asks. What? Have those bastards from Hoangda been bothering your older brother and my brother lately? Liu Jun quickly explained. Don't worry. Since you defeated Hoangda's people in the challenge match, Hoangda has stopped for a long time. He thought of Hoang Vai sitting curled up and muttering, kill them all. Then he told the story, saying that after the last time Hoang Vi was killed by you, he's been going crazy ever since. Then Liu Tuan remembered the scene where Huangda hesitated and shouted, Stop, I don't want to go online. Then continued telling the story Huangda, still being haunted by the trauma of being abused and killed by him. Hearing his name drove him to madness and despair. Then, Liu Tuan mentioned Huang Thong, who just heard that you won the championship today and was so angry that he spat blood and fainted on the spot. The followers saw him like that and shouted, President. Liu Jun continued speaking, saying that to avoid disrupting the operation of the entire guild, the Xuanwu Guild had appointed new personnel, and the position of guild leader previously held by Huang Tong was now managed by a newcomer. He introduced each person one by one. Her name is Ha Thi, a strong woman, not very old, decisive and loud in her actions, with 4 powerful generals behind her, all top experts, known as the 4 Noble Flowers, whom ordinary people dare not provoke. At this point, Liu Tuan seriously advised me to be careful of that Ha Ti. Hearing that, Jiang Bai felt puzzled inside was Mr. Liu Tuan warning him. An Tian approaches, pats your shoulder to encourage you. After all, Ha Ti is a distant relative of the Hoang family, so she might have prejudices against you. But I hope your worries are unnecessary. The owner of the villa jumps in confidently, saying that whether her family name is Huang or Ha, if you want to bully Kai, you have to take down this owner first. And Nguyen Yu agrees, including me. Jiang Bach turned to look at the 2 people and firmly said, Listen, you 2. After all, I am the captain of Hoa Than. The ones having nightmares are the troublemakers. The scene shifts to 7 days after Liu Tuan's meeting, with Jiang Bai's group fighting against monsters, blood-sucking water spirits of elite level 45, and level 65 commanding blood-sucking water spirits. As numerous water spirits rush out of the surface fiercely, Nguyen Nangu ran towards them, muttering harsh words. Little ones, your skin is so soft. Let your brother Nu take you to bathe in the hot spring together. A flash of lightning suddenly struck, cutting through the large water spirit. The one who created that lightning was none other than Gai Kai, whose body was radiating sparks. The water demons just fell, and the system screen appeared, indicating you successfully killed 20 elite blood-sucking demons. But a few other monsters remain unaffected and are still rushing toward you. The largest water demon with a terrifying expression and sharp teeth growled and chased after the others. Giankai gently smiled and said, "Ending the game." Then he leapt powerfully off the ground, are spun in midair, and threw the death card. The card of death, decay, and fire. The card pierced through the stomach of each water demon, and the system notification kept appearing. You have successfully killed the blood-sucking demon-level war General X3, and you have successfully killed the blood-sucking demon-level elite X35. Giankai just landed, and the notification appeared. You have successfully killed 40 elite-level blood-sucking water spirits. Congratulations on reaching level 31. He looked at his hand, feeling unexpectedly surprised. It's been less than 7 days, and I've already reached level 31. But I don't really feel anything special. Giankai looked up in surprise and said, "This is the AI brain appearing before him. The system screen displaying that you have successfully leveled up to level 31. Activated the talent super upgrade. And below are your current basic attributes. The screen keeps updating strength 280. Physique 224. Agility 552. Spirit 442. Talent activated. Agility enhancement. Your agility has increased by 40%. Giankai's eyes paused on the attribute list. Strength 280. Physique 284. Agility 772. Spirit 442. And he excitedly thought, finally activated super-level multiplication. So, as the introduction text appears on the screen, it says, weak physique. Any damage will cause more serious consequences. At the same time, enduring twice the pain. He thought to himself that after leveling up his talent last time, the chance of a super upgrade increased by 3%. It seems not much has changed. But now it appears once every 33 times instead of every 100. And this probability has increased quite a lot. Seeing his strength displayed as 280, Jiangkai secretly thought that even his weakest attribute, strength, is now close to 300 points. Much higher than a level 40 warrior. Then he glanced at the strength stat of 772, feeling even more excited inside. And his agility was over 700 points, which is usually the agility of a level 40 element class, combined with equipment that can reach 450 points, making it very rare. Giankai gently moved his hand and silently marveled. Just this attribute alone, he had already reached the level of the combined 4 attributes of others at the same level. He thought of Willis's cunning face with the magic orb in hand. Jiangkai clenched his fists and said firmly, if he met that guy again, he would definitely not lose in speed. 10 minutes later, Nguyen Nu's potion bottle was discarded on the ground as he looked at the system display. Explore. Nguyen Ngu. Profession. Fallen soldier. Level Harmon Sneech. He immediately cheered up. Captain Kai. I've now reached level 34. Just 6 more levels and I can prepare for my next class change. Jiang Kai approached, patted Nguyen Nugu on the shoulder, and praised him. Well done. It's been tough these past few days, but your progress has been incredible. He patted his head, chuckling and replying. It just means the master is with the military now. Otherwise, with Captain Kai leading, he would definitely progress much faster than me. Jiang Kai cheerfully said, after all, the master is also part of the military, and the army has other arrangements for him. He looked towards the forest and then changed the subject. Judging by the time, Hon Han probably has already returned. Let's head back to the guild first. As they had just gone a short distance, they encountered a group of people. Nguyen Nu curiously asked, so many troops. Where are they headed? Jiang Kai, watching them, replied, that direction. I think it's the quarantine zone, guarded by the army. Specifically for monster ambushes. You startle when a female voice calls from behind. Jiang Kai. Oh, it's Lam Lam. She asks as she approaches. Why are you guys here? Jiang Kai quickly explained that he had just finished training with Nguyen Gu and was about to head back. Coincidentally passing by this place. You look at the armed group and ask if the sudden deployment of many soldiers to the quarantine area is due to some important incident. Lam Lam unhesitatingly explained that 2 months later, the army was preparing to team up with major guilds to hunt map bosses on the military side. Both Jiang Kai and Wen Yu shouted together, then went to hunt the map boss. Lam Lam explained seriously. The map boss not only defeats the king-level boss in terms of rank, the most terrifying thing is that every time they launch an attack, they will awaken the beasts and attract countless monsters to attack the quarantine zone endlessly. Jiang Kai hesitated and repeated, "Countless monsters." He felt a bit scared inside. The boss of the merfolk in Vindong Island was only at the king level, like the city buried with an army of 200,000 people. That's right, and the stronger the boss, the larger the scale of the beast tide. According to government data, the scale of the recent beast tide reached millions. Jiang Kai and Wen Yu exclaimed again. Isn't that extremely dangerous? Lam Lam solemnly explained that to open up new territories and secure the chance for rebirth and survival, the quarantine zone must not fall. Therefore, we are deploying at least 5 million troops to counter this upcoming beast tide, even if it's dangerous. We have to fight. Hearing her say that, Jiang Kai could only stay silent. The scene shifts to the psychological treatment area, and as Hon Han sees Jiang Kai and Nguyen Ngu arrive, she immediately exclaims, "Finally, you two are back." She quickly rushes over to embrace them, still crying out, "I thought I lost you both." Jiang Kai held Hon Han's shoulders and asked with concern, "It's pretty crowded sitting here in the mental health center." She immediately started explaining. "After all, Non, and I have been fine for a long time, but the military insisted we needed to be observed for a few more days. If it weren't for re-watching the global competition video to cheer myself up, we would have been bored to death a long time ago." Hon Han suddenly looked serious and said, "About this, Captain Kai, when you handled that visa issue, you were so cool. Consider it as a little help with my anger." However, Jiang Kai modestly replied, "I was able to get the visa, and I must thank you and Non for your help. Now, both of you are safe and sound. That's the most important." Suddenly, Jiang Kai's inbox appeared with 36 unread messages. He opened it and explained that they were application emails to join the guild. Nguyen Ngu looked at the incoming messages with delight. Surprised that so many people wanted to join our guild, Jiang Kai frowns as he reads the letter. But Nguyen still responds, "Actually, since winning the challenge to join the guild, people have been continuously applying. Just not quite the right fit." His gaze suddenly stopped. Jiang Kai hesitated and said, "This person," looking at the information displayed before him. "Exploree. Artist. Profession. Aesthetic. Rank. Level Harman Ketu." Jiang Kai hesitated to mention, "As a hardcore cultivator, I remember the shopkeeper who sells the 6-water lotus formula once mentioned that the person who discovered the 6-water lotus formula was also a hardcore cultivator. Vow to stand firm. A hermit must venture deep into desolate lands, endure hardships in cultivation, and from there discover secret realms. Mission activation opportunities are also the greatest among all professions." Hon Han thoughtfully suggested that Captain Kai might be able to provide us with a lot of intelligence about the side missions. "Do you want to keep him?" Jiang Kai just smiled and concluded that, "We'll see what happens." The next day, in the Hongyue forest, Shen Ge was sitting under the waterfall, letting the water pour directly onto his body. He was suddenly awakened by the call, "Tham Nge." In front of him are Jiang Kai and Hon Han, Nguyen Ngu happily waving, the sound of the waterfall echoing endlessly. As soon as Tham Na stepped onto the ground, he spoke up. "Chairman Jiang, you arrived sooner than I expected." Jiang Kai didn't hesitate to speak directly. "I don't like beating around the bush, so I'll be straightforward. You can join the Fire God Guild, but at the same time, you need to prove your sincerity and worth. For example, providing intel on a certain dungeon." Tham Nga just listened silently to what you said. In the end, he decided it was no problem. "But I also have one request. Help me reach level 40 first." Honyan frowned, blocking the way. "I've never seen anyone like you, wanting to join our guild but still making demands." Tham Nga usually explains that choices are two-way. "I want to join you guys, but at the same time, I could also choose to exclude you. Isn't that right? If you feel like making it difficult." Before he could finish speaking, Jiang Kai cut him off. "Just level 40, Tham Na said with a smile. "Not bad tone. Reaching level 40 still takes a whole year. Kai's lips also curled slightly. And he said softly, "A year. At most 5 days. Or even less than 5 days." The scene shifts to 3 days later. Still in the Red Moon Forest, where the water spirit is pierced so deeply that it screams in intense pain. As it fell at Thom Nga's feet, the system notification appeared. "Congratulations on reaching level 40. He couldn't hide his excitement, shouting out, "Level Nijven. I've reached level 40. Kai stood beside him and congratulated, saying that, after finding the material for class change, he could do it again. Sham Inga excitedly replied, "Wow. I can't believe it. In just 3 days I've leveled up 8 times. And the experience gained in these 3 days is even more than what I've accumulated through a year of hard training." Hon Han runs over, pretending to scold. "Now you see the power. Let's see if you still dare to look down on Captain Kai." Nguyen Nu running beside also added, "That's right. I'm not joking. Our Captain Kai is really powerful." Thom Ng looked directly at Jiang Kai and said very seriously, "President, I am convinced and willing to hand over the intelligence I possess to the guild." Sham Inge slowly recounted, "Do you still remember when you found me? I was training in front of the waterfall. Actually, behind that waterfall, there is a mountain cave. Every 6 days, a mysterious light sphere appears." Hearing that, Jiang Kai was startled and exclaimed, "The mysterious light sphere." Hon Han and Wen Yu were also wide-eyed with amazement. Sham Art continued, "That's right. But the speed of that luminous sphere is extremely fast. It only appears for about 10 seconds before disappearing. I tried to catch it earlier, but I was knocked back like being hit by a stone." Jiang Kai asked casually, "When did the light sphere appear last time?" Thom Nga checked his calculations and said 5 days ago. "So it should appear again tomorrow." Hon Han turned to Jiang Kai and said, "Captain Kai, it doesn't seem like something we know. I have a hunch this might be a clue to some kind of opportunity." Finally, Jiang Kai decided to give the order, since they had found it. He would go see for himself. The other 3 happily agreed, and they headed to the waterfall, where the stream was still flowing. "The 4 of us entered the cave, and only then did Thom Nga explain that I had lived here before. The belongings untouched. Probably no one had come here yet." Hon Han looked up at the ceiling of the cave and couldn't help but praise it. "This cave is much bigger than I imagined. But how did you start to discover this place?" Thom Nge patted his head awkwardly and explained that he had only come up here to see if this place was suitable for cultivation. "As a result, I encountered that energy ball. The rocks shattered and nearly knocked me out. After waking up, I started cultivating to recover in the waterfall. After that, I didn't dare to go play with the light sphere anymore. Luckily, it wasn't interested in me, and I was safe." While he was saying that, Jiang Kai approached the stone wall nearby. He reached out to touch the watermark and silently calculated in his mind that the cliff here is extremely hard, but it could be shattered like this by that light sphere, showing how dangerous it truly is. Jiang Kai suddenly glanced to the side and saw the dazzling bright light of the magic sphere appearing near the shop. He immediately shouted, "It's here." Jiang Kai quickly threw out 3 fire-encased knives and commanded, "Catch it." The light sphere darted around the cave randomly, and Jiang Kai looked at it and exclaimed, "Too fast." Even its tail was touched by the trace of its movement. The luminous sphere rushes toward Hon Han, and he shouts, "Watch out. She's now my target," and commands, "Ice Silver Technique." But the orb kept flying past Hon Yan, startling her and making her cry out. "What is that?" That sphere actually crashed straight into the mountain, causing rocks to fall. Jiang Kai drew a knife and shouted loudly, "Hun Han, step back." She immediately followed his command, stabbing the big stone to shatter it. Jiang Kai chased after the light sphere and ordered to block its path. Thom Na and Nguyen Nu had already blocked the other end. The enemy responded. That's it, but the glowing sphere shot straight back before they could react, quickly striking Nguyen Nu and knocking him off balance. Shen Yi quickly braked and said nervously, "The initial attack wasn't that strong. It seems it knew there were many people here, so its attack was several times more powerful than before." Jiang Kai activates his demon eye with focus, confidently throws 3 knives after giving the signal, timing his gamble. One of the knives strikes the core of the luminous sphere, causing everyone to immediately shout and attack them. The knife kept sinking deeper into the sphere. Jiang Kai shouted in horror, "My fate is sealed. It's gone inside. The energy sphere will head straight up into the cave ceiling, rocks falling everywhere, and a large stone crashing down directly onto Jiankai's face, catching him off guard. But luckily, Nguyen used his shield to break the stone into pieces. And Thamna also used his spear to smash the large rocks. Honhan then creates ice to shatter the surrounding rocks. And all three stand in front of Jiankai, saying together, "We will help protect you." The orb rushes forward once again. Jiankai throws out a card and loudly reads, "Death card. Life is fleeting." He silently thinks to himself, "Let's see if the person can still endure this afternoon." The real death card was thrown at the magic orb, but it was also sucked inside. Jiankai shouted in surprise. What? Could it be that even the death card is swallowed by this? Seeing it fly out of the cave, he shouted, "This is bad. It's trying to escape." Jiankai quickly ran after the magic orb and shouted, "Death card. Come back to me." The three people chasing after him anxiously called out, "Keep running." President Kai. He clenched his teeth and thought to himself, "What the hell is this thing, after all?" The light sphere suddenly stopped and emitted a burst of blue energy. Seeing the sphere expand more and more, Jiankai thought to himself that he could sense the existence of the death card with his mind. He glimpsed a corner of the connecting plate and recognized that it was still here. At this moment, Jiankai quickly thought and shouted, reaching out to grab the leaf, just as his fingers were about to touch the sphere. Its light burst out in all directions with immense intensity. The system notification appears, revealing that the divine realm was accidentally blocked. And Jiang advanced to the hidden secret realm level, discovering that the secret realm was blocked by the master con artist. The divine weapon monopoly was established as a gambling divine weapon. So Jiang Kai fell into the place called the divine realm of light, and his eyes gently opened after waking up. Looking at the misty surroundings, Jiang Kai wondered confusedly where he was and what the divine realm was. The hidden secret realm mentioned earlier seemed very different from the ones he had encountered before, suddenly opening his eyes in surprise. Wait a moment. Upon seeing the card on Jiang Kai's face, he immediately recognized it as a divine card. And there are others. From afar, Honyan, Nguyen and Thamnya are running over. Everyone is here. The system screen now appears again. Congratulations on entering the hidden secret realm, the divine light realm, in 3 minutes. The demon army will launch an attack on the divine light realm. You and your team need to protect the light god order for 300 seconds. And after completing the mission, your team will receive a hidden treasure vault and an additional weapon based on each member's contribution. In this scene, S-rank items cannot be used due to the current level of expertise. Jiang Kai was startled and turned his head back with a look of surprise. Nguyen and the whole group slowly approached, marveling. Is this a secret realm inside this bridge? Jiang Kai paid no mind and tried to recall the card. The death card cannot be retrieved. Indeed, divine weapons cannot be used in this secret realm. Suddenly, Honhan looked up in confusion and asked what that was. A shining angelic badge appeared before them. And Jiang Kai, puzzled, recognized it as the Lightbringer's decree. He carefully examined the card and thought for a long time. It seemed like they had mentioned a weapon exclusive to the gambler profession earlier. So, it's probably this too. The second, godly badge. The bright god order. And suddenly, a triumphant smile appeared on Jiang Kai's face. Suddenly, Honhan panicked loudly. Captain Kai. The ground is starting to shake. Jiang Kai silently activates his Eye of Law, focusing his gaze. His eyes immediately scan like a radar for any abnormalities. Jiang Kai saw a legion of demons and reminded everyone that it was the demon army. Dam Ngi, hearing this, couldn't help but feel tense and hurriedly asked, "Chairman, should we go stop them?" "No. I disagree with Tham Inge. If we go down to the foot of the mountain, the defense line will be stretched thin, and the four of us can't hold such a long front." Then Jiang Kai turned back and sternly ordered, "We stay here to block the entrance until the mission is complete, and they will receive the orders." The system display appeared, counting down 10 seconds until the demon clan attack. Sheer. A broken vial signals the fierce battle ahead. Zhou. Ba. Jiang Kai's team is completely unprepared to face the enemy. Ci. Liu. As they dodge, a tense expression flashes across his face. Wu. Su. San. With magical tools in hand, Shenyi and Huohan concentrate their energy. With the shattered crystal in front of him, a crack opened to reveal a water portal. No. The countdown had ended, and the demon army charged wildly forward. And Jiang Kai leapt into the air. He shouted to everyone. Everyone focused. And the battle began, his hand holding the fire talisman. A series of flames shot toward the three-headed wolf as if to burn it alive. A faint smile of confidence appeared on Jiang Kai's face. Then he launched a fierce attack, but the three-headed wolf grew even more ferocious, howling angrily. And you realize it's unharmed. Jiang Kai immediately launches a physical attack. Damn it. Those beasts are fearless of fire. Go. Use a decisive strike directly. The knives aimed at the three heads of the wolf target and pierce them, causing the giant monster to lose strength and fall before him. It crashes into the demon army, causing many of them to be counterattacked and killed. However, the army's numbers remain overwhelming, launching relentless attacks. Jiang Kai struggles to fend them off alone, when suddenly a beast takes the opportunity to strike him. Then Nguyen Nu quickly jumps out to stand in front of Jiang Kai. Full of excitement, Nguyen Nu raises his shield and strikes the wolf beast, causing it to howl in pain. At the top of the mountain, lightning is gathering in one place. Hun Han raises her magic tool and issues the command, summoning an overwhelmingly powerful rain spell from the universe. Suddenly, thunder roared as the army of demons descended. Nguyen Nungu saw the explosion in front of him and shouted, "Thinking of you. Don't run anymore." Jiang Kai saw the situation was unstable and loudly warned. He grabbed him again. Tham Inga received the order to rush forward and grab his wrist. "Let me go. Don't block me from enjoying these beauties." There's a fierce bombardment happening there, with strange things with red eyes flying out. Hon Han stared in shock and asked, "Captain Kai, what is that? I don't think I can stop them." His eyes flashed with amazement. What? A large number of monsters appeared, and Jiang Kai immediately recognized them as mud monsters. As they gradually merged together, two mud monsters fused into one solid mass. They merge into a giant boss monster, a towering creature rising from the swamp, with smaller monsters escorting and clearing the way, giving 180 seconds to break through their formation. Someone reports that the reinforcement speed is too fast, basically impossible to catch up. Jiang Kai urgently activates the decoy fire, shifts, and enters stealth mode. You order Tham Inge to release Nguyen Nu. He obeys. Understood. Then Jiang Kai turns invisible and runs forward. You just run past the monsters while Nguyen Nu's singing echoes. "Oh, my beloved lady." He sings so passionately he seems to forget his mission. "Let me give her a passionate kiss." The monsters in front of Nguyen Ningu are still unaware of what's happening. The swamp monster glared with red eyes and turned to look back. It is sensing danger, its face showing confusion. At that moment, Jiang Kai, hidden in invisibility, struck with a sword. The sharp sword slashed towards the monster, forcing it to endure that overwhelming power. You sing out, "Ho Nyan," taking this opportunity to break through. She gathers lightning, the universe's ultimate superpower, trembling as she goes. "You bunch of trash." The lightning bolt flashes towards the monsters. They panic and scatter. But just as they are about to reach the lake girl, every ounce of strength was unleashed to pierce through them. Jiang Kai coldly declared, "This blow will send you to hell." They are now surrounded by monsters and rushing water, and their numbers overwhelmingly outnumber them. 2 minutes later, as the smoke gradually dissipates, Jiang Kai struggles to endure the overwhelming sensation. His strength is almost gone. Only 33 seconds left. Nguyen's side is still singing passionately. A group of stunning young beauties. I like them. Right behind him, a monster is rushing toward. Suddenly, the holy light orb shone brightly like a sphere enveloping the giant monster, knocking it backward and forcing it to endure the trial. It was Jiang Kai who launched the attack. The monster exploded in that brilliant light. The countdown timer shows 10 seconds. You wait as each second and minute pass by. At the 9th second, 9 seconds remaining, Nguyen suddenly collapses to the ground. By the 7th second, Hon Han still hasn't lowered her guard. By the 6th second, the monsters are rushing forward, and there are 3 of them present there. Counting down to the 5th second, Jiang Kai was so tense he almost wanted to curse. Damn it. Just a little more. Suddenly, everything changed, leaving him stunned and surprised. Jiang Kai unleashes his full power, the indestructible divine core. The magic weapon sparks with flames, and rocks and dirt fly everywhere as the shockwave spreads. Tham Nga's techniques, cause the land to collapse and push back the demon army as they press from the center of the formation. Gyangkai understands his intention and anxiously calls out to Tham Nam. Honhan was panicked, quickly summarizing the information about the techniques. They are innate talents, the indestructible core of ascetics, which can enhance the body for defense after activation. Mia transfers all physical and mental damage, but the entity itself cannot act, and the transfer effect lasts only 3 seconds. Something's wrong. Shen Yi can no longer hold on, struggling to withstand the adverse reaction from the divine technique. Jiangkai understood the meaning, and at this moment, he drew his weapon to deliver the final blow. To end it all, Luong Songruk Ro Vigs Tan Xian Trong Matak. ZD8, Kadang Kwe Trong Chopmat. Dong Lukdu. Dong Ha Dem Gok Chuyen Sang Mao Lu Va Ve Khom. A banner gradually unfolds in the middle of the sky, shining so brightly it seems to envelop the entire space. Gyangkai's eyes immediately light up with joy amidst the swirling wind. This is the Holy Light Divine Order, always shining from its peak, unleashes a radiant aura that spreads across the entire space. The monsters from the demon clan vanish in the glow. Honhan happily shouted, "Captain Kai, look, the demon army has disappeared." The healing effect spread all over Jiangkai's body, making him excited. Could it be the healing power of the Holy Light Command? So everyone, Honhan looked at her body full of energy and couldn't help but marvel. It's too powerful. The wounds are healing so quickly. I can feel the strength overflowing all over me. As for Nguyenju, he still looked dazed, not understanding what was happening, while Shen Yi watched his wounds gradually heal and softly said, "I'm not dead." The mission board appears and announces congratulations to those who completed the challenge, awarding rewards based on the total damage dealt by the 4 of you to the demon race. Seeing the savior, the entire team looked up eagerly as the items gradually materialized. The system slowly introduced that the challenger, Tham Nge, received an A-rank weapon from the ascetic, the Asura Mirror. The higher the difficulty level of the cultivation zone, the greater the benefits for the ascetics. The Demon Lord's Glass can increase the difficulty of the cultivation zone by 1 level and also strengthen it. Awakening, at a certain level, in a state of enlightenment, greatly enhances the effectiveness of cultivation. Tham Nge happily accepts his reward. This is great. Next, Nguyen Nu is granted the S-rank weapon of the Death Demon, which can increase the explorer's death count by 50%. This increases the chance to enter the advanced drunken state by 30%. Nguyen Yu looks at the item with interest. This is pretty good. The equipment before only increased death toll by 20 or 30% at most. This can increase up to 50%, and also boost the chance of entering the high-level drunken state by another 30%. That's too much. Honhan pats your shoulder encouragingly. Well done, Nguyen Nagu. With the divine spirit, your chance to enter the deathly coma state will increase even more. It's Honhan's turn. The challenger, who receives the only weapon from the fortune-telling class, the Storm Thunder Staff. She stands stunned for a moment, eyes wide with amazement. What is this? It introduces a new weapon, the Storm Thunder Staff, with 72 points of mental energy, 44 points of strength, and 11 points of agility. Effect 1. Increases the owner's mental energy recovery by 50%. Effect 2. Summons a Thunder Tribulation. Effect 3. Using the Storm Thunder Staff to summon a bolt of lightning, dealing a fraction of 10,000th of the lightning's damage to the target only. Can be maintained up to 9 times. Effect 3. Wind 5 Shelter. Level Edge. Can control the power of wind. After activating this effect, maintaining it will consume mental energy and materials needed for upgrading. Lightning Strike Wood. And Wind Control Spirit. Honhan looked at the staff in her hand with a sense of anticipation. A wind and lightning staff I, Honyan, also have the only level weapon now. Nguyen Ngo couldn't help but marvel that the only level-upable weapon was so powerful. Honyan, now you can develop your burst area. Even Tham Nge praises you. Suddenly increased by over 70 points in mental strength. That's powerful, and the effect is very strong. As expected, of the only level weapon, Jiangkai gently glances over each person with a warm smile on his lips. It seems everyone's harvest has been very good, so then is the exclusive weapon of the gambler class, the Light God Order. You turn your gaze back to the shining token, and suddenly a burst of light erupts, sweeping across the entire space. Finally, the system calls your name. The challenger to Jiang Kai receives the exclusive gambler's weapon, the God card, the Holy Light Divine Order, Nguyen Ne and Tham Ne with Hon Han. Upon hearing this, also become excited, Jiang Kai just barely parts his lips, a subtle smile as if he already knew. Indeed, the badge shoots out swiftly, carving a bright line across the space. It flies straight toward Jiang Kai as if seeking its owner. Jiang Kai looks at the card in his hand, reading its functions carefully. The Bright God Order. The God card. The gambler's exclusive weapon. It can increase the owner's 4 basic attributes by 20%, with a penetration ability boost of 50 points. It permanently increases the critical hit chance by 15% and critical damage by 150%. Although holding the treasure, he couldn't help but feel contemplative, as these basic attributes were about to exhaust the death card. The death card is powerful but has a deadly flaw: its high consumption. I wonder how effective the Divine Order of Light will be. But the system, as if it were the only one, immediately jumped up. Effective once, but then faced enemies it couldn't defeat. The Holy Light Decree will automatically keep firing between obstacles, inheriting the user's attack attributes, without consuming additional stamina or mental energy. Hearing that, Jiang Kai immediately became excited. Continuing, each counterattack comes with full damage capacity, equivalent to a powerful attack, with hardly any additional consumption of stamina and mental energy. The system provides detailed guidance on how to use this treasure, like spending one attack to gain multiple chances to deal damage. As long as you control it properly and unleash a fierce attack, dealing high damage is no problem. Jiang Kai exclaimed happily. Well done. The system continues to explain the item's effects. Effect 2. Divine Descent. Consumes the user's strength. Radiates outward from the center, creating a wide area attack that inherits all of the user's attack damage. When the number of kills from Divine Descent reaches 100 or more, it will refresh the status of the user and 4 surviving allies whose total attributes are lower than their own within range. The cooldown period for this effect is 30 days. The final system of the Light God Order is Effect 3. The Divine Weapon recognizes its master. The Light God Order cannot be damaged after receiving it and can be controlled, summoned, compressed, and recalled through telepathic commands. Listening to the 3 effects of the talisman, Jiang Kai immediately activated it, as this ability can help 5 people on the battlefield, including himself, recover their states, even though the activation conditions and refresh times are very strict. For example, refreshing our previous state, you might want to recall the feeling of recovery after the battle. But even if the illusion is broken, it means I still have a powerful trump card. And thinking of this, Jiang Kai gently smiled. Suddenly, Hon Han shouted to the team, "Everyone, look, this is the dragon treasure." A hidden dragon suddenly appeared before their eyes. As the team leader, you step forward, and Hon Han eagerly urges you to see what it is. Tham Nye agrees. That's right. Jiang Kai slowly opened the treasure chest, revealing a layer of concealment that spilled out with countless rare items inside. A special reward for them. Seeing that pile of items, you quickly reached out, and Tham Nye immediately grabbed one, marveling at its brilliance. The Quangquak frame can greatly increase the hardness of defensive weapons. This is a top-quality material that master blacksmiths desperately desire. He eagerly picked up each item to examine them closely. The Feather of the Dreamwing. A king-level monster. This structure is perfect for making weapons, nightmare clocks, and other rare items. The more Shen Nge spoke, the more excited he became. And the Slim Gel Detox is the main material used to make high-grade disguise masks. There is also a mid-grade metallurgical solvent, which is said to be able to dissolve and perfectly recombine any metallurgical material. The value of this pipe is enough to buy the most prosperous commercial street in St. Ruo. And he confidently introduces each type of item. The harvest from this secret realm is something I never even dared to imagine before. I must be dreaming. Right. Seeing Tham Nge so captivated, Nguyen Nu happily confirms that it's true. But Hun Han gently reminded us that although they are all rare high-quality materials, it seems we can't use any of them, except for one thing that could strengthen my nourishing staff. Jiang Kai spoke up and suggested that our 4 pieces of equipment are already very good. At that point, exchanging these materials for class-changing materials for everyone could also save a lot of trouble. She completely agreed with his idea and was excited. After all, selling these items alone could be quite profitable. If our holy guild wants to fight the Huyen Vo guild to the end, we need to accumulate more resources. The entire team was in high spirits when the system alert sounded. Announcing the treasure has been activated. Please leave the Light God realm within 1 minute. The space gate is gradually opening. Jiang Kai said. Everyone, it's time to continue the journey. The three of them responded loudly, and then followed him closely. Meanwhile, a giant monster was destroying the city, roaring fiercely, its roar echoing as if it wanted to tear apart the entire sky. Suddenly, a figure rushes through the chaos, and Thithi leaps high, sword in hand, facing the monster head-on, as if pouring all their strength into the sword and then striking down, splitting the monster in two, before it can even scream. It collapsed heavily behind it, while TT landed softly on the ground outside the laboratory. A researcher praised. Truly talented. No wonder she's the leader, as she broke her previous record for top speed while running. Her/power matches and even surpasses the strength of a 250 km/h train. As the sound of high heels approaches from afar, a sweet voice rings out. Chairman. TT quietly turned her head to observe. Then Xuansheng stepped forward, and TT asked, "How did everything go?" She replied thoughtfully and with dissatisfaction. According to the plan, Tuongfang has probably been transferred to City L, where the beast gods are active regularly. But our application has been rejected. So hearing that, you immediately frowned and looked uncomfortable. Wei Eng, is that right? Xuansheng nodded slightly in confirmation. Yes, that's right. After all, Tuofeng also has a fixed team at the War God Temple in Jiangzhong City. Wei Eng does not agree we can't touch him for now. Thithi pursed her lips, confidently crossing her arms and saying that it was part of my plan. Tuongfeng is a member of the Huyen Vo Guild, guardian of Jiang Kai's family. You can't be without someone backing you up. She hesitated and asked suspiciously, President, do we need to continue? Her violet eyes shining with mystery. She replied calmly, not in a hurry. Now is a better opportunity to replace Jiang Kai. 2 days later, Jiang Kai's team returned to the villa after the battle. Ho Nian, exhausted, stretched and sighed. I've been so tired these days. I miss my forest so much. Nguyen Ngu only thinks about food. And now I'm so hungry I could eat a whole crab, before letting them rest. Jiang Kai called back to inform them that he knew they were both very tired. The day after tomorrow will be the day to return to the Lakchi Palace to search for the treasure. For now, just rest well. They cheered happily. This is amazing. Captain Kai is still alive. The system quickly sent a notification. Honhan stopped to eavesdrop. Could it be that someone wants to join our guild? Captain Kai, you're very busy right now. Unlike what she expected, it's an urgent notice about an emergency battle, with a boss fight about to happen. The pressure on the southeastern defense line is increasing rapidly, and your guild's main deity guild has not yet reached the minimum number of fighters required. 100 people should be temporarily assigned to the Bright Light Guild for cooperative defense, and confirm acceptance of the detailed assignment within an hour. Jiang Kai pondered as he read the notice. So we are being assigned to the Brightness Guild to participate in the battle. Honyan couldn't help but furrow his brow in confusion. But where did the Bright Light Guild come from? If it was not small in scale, I should have heard about it before. Yuan Yu immediately agreed. That's right. I don't remember any impression of the guild when I participated in the guild challenge. Thamna carefully explained to his teammates that when he researched information about guilds before, he had noticed the Bright Light Guild, which was newly established half a month ago and had a very strong momentum. Hoi Truong, named Tran Xuan Xin, is a 2-star war god at the War God Temple in Jiangzhong City, and she couldn't hide her surprise upon hearing this. I heard that the Battle God Hall will rank battle gods from low to high based on their strength and achievements, like 1-star battle god, 2-star battle god, 3-star battle god. And I didn't expect the leader of the Bright Light Guild to be a 2-star expert in the Battle God Hall. Nguyen Nugu also reflected on this. No wonder his ability to rally people was so strong. The number of new guild members could reach over 100. Tram voiceover regretfully recounts about Xuan Xin. And additionally, Tran Xuan Xin has another identity, the former branch leader of the Huyen Vo Guild. All three are stunned by the news. What is it? Jiang Kai fell into a state of deep contemplation. You said the Bright Light Guild was established half a month ago. Right. This timing is quite interesting. The new leader of Hunvo has just taken office. And coincidentally, Tran Xuan Xin left Hunvo to establish the Kwangmin Guild himself. His eyes grew colder. filled with a sinister aura. And more fittingly, this time he was assigned to command our guild's deity leader. Honhan still looked puzzled, and asked again, "Captain Kai, what do you mean?" Gyang Kai sneered to himself. People often say the new leader of Hanvo is quite cunning. So how could a 2-star war god easily leave? It seems she's really eager to deal with me. You startle and turn around sharply. Who is that? Honhan is getting on my nerves. She dares to speak loudly without respect. Where did this stray dog come from to try to fix her issues? Daring to barge into the Divine Guild's territory. Get out now, you're the most shameless. Laughing at me. A mere guild. In front of my bright guild. You little brats call yourselves a guild. What a joke. Zhang Kai, with an arrogant attitude, barged into the private area uninvited, acting haughty and defiant. Are these the rules when the Bright Alliance cooperates with others? He replied in a haughty tone. Isn't it true that Jiang Kai has been very prominent lately? Listen carefully. I am the leader of Team 3 Inches, this boss battle of the Bright Guild. Everyone must listen to my arrangements. At that moment, the system beeped repeatedly, immediately simulating the mission battlefield, and then notifying, this is your defensive battle mission. If you fail to complete it, the losses will be borne by the guild leader himself. The main team must have at least 4 members participating and establish a telepathy team, which is their mission, summoning the king-level boss outside the defensive perimeter. Huan Yan angrily complained. What are you joking about? Our average level isn't even 40. Which guild would send a team below level 40 to bait a king-level boss? And Gwen Gu couldn't help but show his attitude. A typical level 40 squad can't even handle a level commander. And you're telling us to deal with a king level. Are you crazy? Liu Hian just watched on the side and made a subtle remark. Normal teams can't do it. But the Guild of the God Lord is different. It's the top in the global competition for dominance. So what does that prove? It proves that you are the strongest level 40 squad. Very skilled Giang. As the team leader Zhang Kai couldn't hold back anymore and stepped forward to confront him directly. Liu Hian's eyes gleamed with pride as he sneered. A team this strong is obviously meant to face the king-level boss. Right, Zhang? President. He's deliberately saying that to make us sacrifice ourselves. Liu Xian sneered again and continued to mock, knowing that the greater the ability, the higher the responsibility. Our guild is so honorable. We entrust you with such heavy tasks. We truly trust you. After satisfying his petty revenge, he led his team away. All right. I've delivered the message. We're leaving now. And I look forward to seeing your impressive performance then. Let's see how cocky they still are. That's right. Honhan cursed the weather angrily. Damn it. But Jiang Kai just slightly pursed his lips and softly said, Honyan, today's weather is cursed by magic. Don't you think? She immediately understood and happily responded, obeying the order. When suddenly dark clouds and thunder rolled over Liu Hian's head in the clear sky. Right after, heavy rain poured down on his troops, and they complained. What kind of cursed weather is this? Just rain and rain. Damn it. My clothes are soaked through. Liu Hian angrily turned back and shouted, Stop talking so much. Hurry back to the guild. Wherever they go. Storms follow, and there's no escape. Honhan smirked as he watched their distant figures disappear. Senior members of the Bright Guild. Walk slowly now. Watch your step near the edge. Ko Hao proudly shows off to Jiang Kai. Captain Kai. Look at how scared they are running away. Wanting to go back to the main hall. Now they've turned into a bunch of rats. Nguyen Yu laughs happily. Let's see if they dare to cause trouble here again. Are we really going to become the boss's bait in the king-level battle? Chairman, I'm worried. Jiang Kai looked serious. Pondering. Our mission is just to lure the boss out. Not to kill it. So there's probably no way to break the deadlock. After careful consideration, Mr. Ha ordered Honhan and Nguyen Nu to rest well for the next 2 days. And on the morning of the 1st, follow me to the Temple of Destiny, Manga. When we weren't here, the guild assigned you. You received the order clearly. The gang leader responded to Jiang Kai. No problem. Guild leader, he smiled softly, satisfied. And before leaving, he promised the 3 of them that once the boss battle on the map was over and they found the treasure, he would lead everyone to complete the new class change. They cheerfully agree in unison. Got it. The next day, at the teleportation point of the Lakchi Palace, Jiang Kai looked in amazement at the people before him. The guild leader stared in surprise and asked him, Kai, I just heard that the guild master of the Divine Church will also join the boss battle and will be assigned to the Brightness Guild. Is this really true? Nono also asked curiously. I heard that the leader of the Bright Guild, Transwanson, comes from the mysterious guild. Doesn't that mean you guys will be in danger? Jiang Kai, slightly panicked, replied that it's true, but don't worry too much. I have a plan. Lu Tuan looked serious and said that these days, the commander has been busy with other matters. And when he heard this news, he no longer found it appropriate to get involved. You confidently replied with a smile. I understand, Lu, brother. Some doors must be crossed on your own. Jiang Kai's smirk of pride grew. If escape was impossible, he might as well seize this chance to demonstrate the boss's royal authority, secretly planning to also test the new divine light order he had just received. Lu Tuan proudly patted Jiang Kai on the shoulder and said, As expected, Jiang Kai is the person you and Commander Wei know. Very brave, I sincerely say. Luan, there is still something I might need to bother you and your team with. He was not surprised by that request. It's about your eldest brother and your sister. Right, rest assured. I have already sent someone to protect them. Jiang Kai felt reassured. His words sincere. Thanking Mr. Liu. The teleportation array was activated, and he said it was no longer early. He led the group into the trap zone. Where did they start from? Inside the Lac Chi territory. At the central area, Jiang Kai and Hon Han are the first to enter, and he is surprised to see Alice's group. On the other side, Willis and Grimm's team also just appeared in the trap zone. Nguyen Nu felt very confused. Exploring the land of chaos required the whole team to act. So why are there only 2 people from the small squad? Hon Han explained that during the final confrontation, he thought their teammates had already been killed. It now seems that this team originally only had 2 people. Daring to participate in the competition with just 2, they are very confident in their strength. You take a breath and assess the opponent. Willis speaks first. Greeting you, Jiang Kai. We meet again. What exactly did the letter you gave me last time say? He sneered and said, That letter wasn't from me. My job is to deliver mail. I am only responsible for delivering letters. You wonder, if it's not your brother's letter, then who is it? Willis's eyes turned cold, smiling faintly. You don't need to know the sender's identity. To be precise, he may not be human, but he still has to congratulate you on beating Visa and securing this slot. Jiang Kai has countless questions for the guy. So how do you open the letter if the sender isn't human? What does that mean? Willis Wood replied cryptically that he didn't know about this either and could only tell him that if he couldn't open it, it meant he was not yet qualified to read this letter. The editor immediately became furious and asked, How could you not know? Pretending to be mysterious. I think it's probably just talking nonsense. Jiang Kai has been silent all along, just thinking quietly. No. Jishua told himself that he wasn't lying. But unfortunately, he probably won't be able to get any valuable information from Willis. The system screen suddenly appeared in the tense atmosphere, welcoming everyone back to the competition arena where 500 lost Z-chests are scattered, each accessible with a key to explore a different area. Each Z-tich contains 100 glowing treasures, with only 1 item in each treasure. The treasure levels are divided into 4 tiers, with purple treasures ranking from lowest to highest, like copper, ngun, kim, and hidden have a low chance of finding glowing treasure chests. There are no beasts in the Z artifact, but there is a chance of triggering a critical trap. If a member dies, they will be immediately offline. After the Z treasure opens, it enters a sealed state until the team completes their exploration. Each team's exploration lasts 1 hour, and when time is up, all members are forcibly teleported back. This exploration will not have a live stream, but the reward lists for all 3 teams will be announced in full. Starting from the sky, light gathers again to create teleportation arrays. Alice takes the key and enters the battlefield, not forgetting to sneer a little. Everyone only has 1 hour to explore. It seems, even if you win first place, that's all there is. Ada and his team disappeared after the trap. Let's go. Willis and Grimm follow behind. What surprises await us? It's so exciting. Well then, good luck, my most adorable friend. No one said, seriously. Kai, since we've won first place, we need to find a way to maximize my benefits. Do you agree with her? Yes, I think so too. Jiang Kai laid out his plan. The Lost Relic site is relatively safe without wild beasts. We will split into 3 teams to explore simultaneously. Juzi, you and Noan will form one team. Then he took out another lock of thread. Honyan, Nguengu, you two form a team. He cautiously reminded everyone to watch out for traps. Even if they obtained the treasure, they shouldn't let their guard down. She looked at the magic stone and said, Captain Kai, I did a quick divination, and there might be a surprising discovery in the northeast. Gyang Kai nodded and ordered, all right, this can't be delayed. Let's start the action. They all received the order simultaneously. And there, at the Lost Relic, beneath an ancient tree in the Exile Forest, the teleportation array appeared. You step out, scan your surroundings, and the system notifies you that you have entered the ruins, the Exile Forest, and the exploration timer has begun. Gyang Kai quietly observes the surroundings. The Exile Forest. Its name doesn't sound like a good place. I wonder if Hon Han's fortune-telling is accurate. His green eyes lit up when he noticed something unusual, a lone bronze phallus beneath the ancient tree. A treasure of copper. Gyang Kai remains alert. Holding back his attack. This is too easy. Could it be a trap? Pursuing him? The attack erupts loudly around the bronze duong with a wide radius. The explosion stopped. The white smoke gradually dispersed. The bronze duong opened wide, and system information appeared on the screen. 15 kilograms of top-quality celestial mineral can be used to refine celestial jade and directly upgrade A-grade equipment. He was amazed and hurried over, surprised that the enhancement materials could directly upgrade the rank of A-level equipment. Gyang Kai chuckled to himself, thinking that after refining with celestial mineral, most high-level equipment couldn't be upgraded because they lacked the corresponding enhancement materials. Therefore, the rarity of the enhancement materials is even more exceptional than the equipment, and both the bronze-grade treasure and the supreme celestial mineral are stored inside his space. Gyang Kai looked excited as he searched through the loot, but even a low-grade bronze treasure chest contained top-quality celestial mineral. Well then, let's see what other dangers await suddenly. Something caused the entire ground to erupt. He immediately entered a state of alertness. What kind of monster is causing this tremor? No, that can't be. The rules clearly state that no monsters should appear in the lost ruins. Gyang Kai stared in disbelief as he looked down. Wait a minute. That is, the boiling hot red lava erupting from below, causing the ground to shatter into pieces. The lava bubbling and churning. You suspect that opening the treasure chest might cause the entire forest to erupt and fall into the underground lava, damn it. Or is this place called the Fleeing Forest? The Escape Forest. Zhang Kai Hoi Ha Chai. Long Day Oan Trak Honyan. Kudalam. Tua Kondonra. Meanwhile, elsewhere at the Lost Relics in the desert wilderness, Hon Han suddenly sneezed. She looked confused at the sphere in the middle of the bagua. Strange. Why did it suddenly stop and start humming? Nguyen Nog excitedly shouted. Honyan, look over there. There's indeed a treasure here. And it's silver. Hon Han hurried over. Lucky indeed. This is already the 8th silver treasure we've found. Nguyen? Nguyen. Open it quickly. He nodded. All right. Nguyen Nas, sword tip, touched the surface of the silver treasure. The silver orb opens, and the system screen displays information, the heart of the fire spirit lord, containing a crystal with pure firepower, which can be forged into a weapon to grant immense fiery strength. He excitedly held the heart of the fire spirit lord in his hand. A crystal with fire, attribute power. According to the description, this can be enchanted onto weapons. Her fox eyes gleam with delight. No wonder this silver treasure is never disappointing. She looked around again, her voice tinged with sarcasm. But I thought the wilderness Qiyuan was really terrifying. Turns out it's just some moving sand and an old, dilapidated house that scare people. Honyan's eyes lit up, and her mood became excited. With this progress, we will soon be able to explore all the surrounding areas. She raised her weapon, sneered and charged forward. Yes. Seize the momentum and explore thoroughly. Nguyen Nu also followed behind. Let's go. The scene shifts again to a lost relic. A maze garden. Nuan looks at the device's notification and speaks up. We've found it. The bronze gate opens, and the system displays an explanation. Congratulations. You have discovered the material formula for level 120 class transfer of martial gear. The guildmaster excitedly shouted. I can't believe we found the level 120 class transfer formula by chance. We're so lucky. The vines silently moved as the two focused on the treasure, waiting for the right moment. They lunged to attack, feeling the danger is approaching very close. He glances around cautiously, and the owner swings his arm to cut the vine. Seeking his own death, a vine has successfully wrapped around the boss's ankle. He ignores himself and anxiously asks her, "Are you okay?" She quickly steps back and replies, "I'm fine." Luckily, you reacted quickly. The boss winced as he looked at the vines. Every time he opened his precious treasure chest, these strange things kept appearing. It really is hard to guard against, although it's not toxic. Being wrapped up makes it itchy and numb. It would be great if we could burn it all away. Nora kneels down, staring intently at the vines. Perhaps they can disappear without setting fire. After a moment, she strokes her chin thoughtfully, looking at the water bottle in her hand, explaining as she sprays the vines. This is a spray that eliminates the smell of the same species. In theory, just spraying this, the plants will mistake us for decayed and dangerous relatives, and won't dare to approach actively. The vines retreat, no longer wrapping around the commander's legs, and as they pull back, he cheers happily. We've succeeded. The owner's confident gaze fixed on Noah, maintaining this pace to explore the area within the allotted time, probably conserving strength, and she nodded in agreement. 40 minutes later, the giant screen displays information about the exploration time and the actual combat achievements of the Fire God Squad, showing their status as still exploring, with 5 purple treasure chests, 9 red ones, and 19 silver ones. While Dankai is doing something, 40 minutes have already passed, so he only managed to open 2 silver treasure chests. Lucky was also surprised but not picky. That's right. Dankai's strength must be incredible. Ngok Sam typed nervously and reported that a purple treasure chest appeared in the loot list of the Diao Yu squad and the Kwai Tiet squad. Pham Mao suddenly exclaimed, "A purple treasure vault. Could it be a special material exclusive to level 120 professions that has never appeared before?" Lakai stood up suddenly. If a level 120 profession is about to appear, then Water Mist and Water Flow could use this to become the focus of Lam Tin. The angel calmly analyzes the situation, with little time left. And now Nuok Mo and Nuok D have become the winners. Man's performance seems a bit off. Could he have fallen into some trap? The eagle also shares his thoughts. That might be the case. The relics are of many types. Some have very low danger levels, while others pose deadly threats. Back inside the battlefield, 15 minutes later, Dankai is fleeing desperately from the lava. His face was covered in sweat as he pondered, finally finding an opportunity to open the silver door. And sure enough, the rate at which this forest was collapsing had increased again. A large rock carrying an entire tree hurtles toward Dankai, who jumps high to avoid the impact. Dankai was so excited when he saw the golden light emanating from there, the bright golden glow that might be the tail of his own eye. Dankai reaches out and rushes toward the golden-colored sun orb, risking everything to touch the sun. It was pulled into Dankai's space. The boiling lava erupted with power, causing the ground to collapse. His face turned extremely serious. Things are not looking good. The entire area is about to sink. Dankai suddenly accelerates, swiftly passing through areas not yet submerged in lava, using his sword to hit a rock and slow down, causing a burst of white smoke. Suddenly, the lava erupted right beneath Dankai's feet, making him feel hot and causing him to quickly lift his foot back. Behind him, the space was almost swallowed by the lava, but Dankai still ran forward. Just a little more. Faster. He had to go even quicker. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it. His speed is dropping too fast. He can't shake the chase. If this keeps up, he'll be swallowed sooner or later. The lava is now right at Dankai's heels, a deadly beam of light illuminating the entire space. You glance suspiciously. Could that light be the legendary shining treasure emerging from the ruins? The countdown timer appears on the screen, showing the military classroom. Then images of Non Non and Vine Chu, the Chungguo of the Fire God Squad. The purple treasure orb. Everyone exclaimed that it was a purple treasure orb. Ingok Sam cheered loudly. Vien Chu and Tu Non Non had discovered the purple treasure orb, their eyes shining with divine light. Great. Than Dieu finally opened a purple treasure orb. The notification sound rings out, confirming the success of the Fire God Squad. He kicked the table and stood up in surprise. What, the Diao Yu squad has already opened 2 purple treasure chests? Lakai nodded and explained the situation. The true value of the purple yang is the highest. And although Hoathan's total treasure yang ranks first, the number of purple yang still lags behind. He looked at Jiang Kai with disappointment. Too bad. I thought this time Captain Fire God could surprise us. But his performance ended up at the bottom. You currently have 1 yellow yang, 1 silver yang, 2 bronze yang. And another person agrees. That's right. Wei Ung furrowed his brow, his eyes complex as he looked at the screen. Zhang Kai, what trouble are you facing? At the same time, in the Mystic Martial Guild, Titi sat on a chair holding a glass of wine, with 4 beautiful girls behind her. Hua Bon Mua. Dong Tit was the first to speak. So there are only 4 treasures. But isn't it said that Jiang Kai is the strongest under level 60 worldwide? Yet his achievements are even less than his teammates' odd numbers. 4 seasons flower. Summer flower. Sneers and continues. The look in the army's eyes is becoming more interesting. Someone like this. Not even fit to be my shoe cleaner. Yet they treat him like a treasure. Hua Bon Mua. Thulan grew angrier the more she thought about it, thinking about how the Royal Guild was defeated by this useless guy. Truly the biggest stain on Huyen Vo. If I ever face him in the arena, I will make sure he can't get up. Springsheng remained silent, only nodding slightly in silent agreement with Thulan. Then looked down on Jiang Kai's achievements with disdain. The number 1 spot in the global competition for dominance. That was just your old dream from the days of exploration. Yang is 1. Silver is 1. Copper is 2. Look at you now. Even failing in exploring relics. It's not just embarrassing sneering with narrowed eyes. Zhang Kai, it seems your worth is only this much. Dong Tuet, annoyed, said I'm so bored. And we even went out of our way to arrange the Bright Guild to deal with Jiang Kai. I didn't expect you to be so weak, Ha Hoa said with her hands on her hips. Isn't it bad, or do you want to get your hands dirty for him? Spring looked serious as she stared at her phone, her eyes wide with surprise, exclaiming that drew the attention of the other 4. What's going on? This time she had to stare in amazement at what just happened. Thi shouted angrily. How could this be? The system screen displayed information. Exploration time. And the glowing treasure at the same time. Rewind time by half a minute to the Peach Vong Forest. Jiang Kai was very puzzled. The legendary glowing treasure was supposed to appear in the mountain. The blazing lava stream shoots straight up from behind him, and Jiang Kai's steps grow longer and longer, with no way to retreat. He jumps really high to land on the orb and then fights with all he's got. Jiang Kai moves at high speed, closing in on the giant circle of light. He reached out his hand to grab the glowing orb. Jiang Kai felt hope fill the sky. Good. Now's the chance. You hold the glowing orb close to your chest, tears streaming down your face. Finally having it. Jiang Kai opens the orb's lid, and a blinding light erupts. He looked around and saw that the ground was breaking apart, and Jiang Kai, with the glowing orb, was falling freely into the boiling lava below. He struggled to push himself onto the rock surface to survive, while the lava below continued to spew upward. Jiang Kai helplessly clutched the glowing orb as he fell. Damn it. I've reached my limit. A faint smile tugged at his lips as he silently thought. Houn Han. This is a good spot you chose. As Jiang Kai was only a few meters away from the lava, his body gradually disappeared, and the system announced the end of the exploration. Jiang Kai narrowly escaped the battlefield before being swallowed by the lava. Then the lava erupted again, leaving no ground to stand on anymore. The angel slammed his hand down on the table, breaking it apart, and he was so excited he couldn't help but praise. That kid Jiang Kai is truly a god. When he doesn't act, it's fine. But once he does, it leaves people in awe. Tianqi looked at the screen in amazement. In the last few seconds, he managed to open the glowing treasure chest. How did Jiang Kai do it? Mo Fan stood up in confusion as the glowing treasure chest appeared. Isn't it possible to obtain the level 140 profession materials? Noxom confirmed. Even if it's not a level 140 material, it must still be the highest quality material available right now. Viung let out a sigh of relief. But it seems Jiang Kai tricked him, and the harvest from his fallen land might soon change the status of the sacred wine on the international stage. Somewhere else, something fell heavily to the ground with a loud noise. Jiang Kai frowned in pain, opened his eyes, looked up at the blue sky, and wondered if he was still alive. Hon Han and Nguyen Hu hurriedly ran over. Captain Kai, Nua, and the villa owner also rushing right beside them. Kai, what are you doing? Your way of leaving the field is so cool. You're surprised. Is everyone here? Gyeongkai analyzes the situation. The molten lava is crazy. This place is the land of lost souls. You remember the system notification. Slowly stand up. The exploration time is over. That's right. It must have been then, she asked softly. What's wrong with Captain Kai? He looks so strange. She stroked her chin and thought. In Captain Kai's dazed state. Could it be that the loot from the ruins wasn't good and he's gotten excited? Yuan Ju saw Gyeongkai's dazed face and waved his hand in front of him. Kai, are you okay, Kai? Don't scare me. How much can the Duangko Bao open? Just do what you can. Don't let a trip to the ruins turn you into an idiot, or we'll lose a lot. Gyeongkai held out his glowing hand. Smiling confidently, Duang Shining suddenly appeared. Honhansua was speechless. This is, she stammered. Heavens and earth. Duang Kobao radiates a brilliant light. Could this be the legendary thing? Gyeongkai proudly declared that the Duang Kobao was shining. We got it. The other four were all stunned. Staring at the glowing Duang in his hand, he happily rushed over to Gyeongkai. This kid, you're not an explorer. You clearly just made a new miracle. Honhan and Nguyen Nagu also rushed over to hug you. Praising you. Kai, you're so cool. A familiar voice from behind caught Gyeongkai's attention, so it really is the glowing Duangko Bao. Alice and Atazi Ta Toy's teammates stepped out of the battlefield. How could they have already activated the glowing Duangko Bao? Vin Tru stepped forward to shield the four of them and responded firmly, There's nothing we can't do. Stop underestimating others. Don't forget, on this arena, you are the defeated ones at our hands. Honhan chuckled mischievously, winking as he continued. Now we understand where the true strength difference lies between the top rank and the third rank after an hour of exploration. Alice was furious, but couldn't do anything. Zhang Yan and the others gritted their teeth. Ada's teammates were furious, shouting at each other. Alice frowned and shouted at him, saying, He's not embarrassed enough. Turn back for me. They all retreated, and Alice ordered, Let's go. The owner laughed loudly. Kai, look at how angry they are. Huh. So amusing. Gyeongkai's lips curl up slightly. Strength is the best way to dispel everyone's doubts. He nodded in agreement. The five of them walk into the forest together, while the two of them stand behind a tree observing everything. Grimm says, No need to greet old friends, eh? Willis took a breath and smiled knowingly. No need. I think we will meet again soon. Watching you joke with your teammates, he thought to himself. Gyeongkai. Hello. I am Tanwu, the head of the military committee. 3 minutes later, your team was transported out of the battlefield. Chairman of the military committee Tan Vu congratulates the members of the Fire God Squad on achieving outstanding results in this expedition. You look at him with suspicion. Tan Vu extends his hand politely and introduces himself. I am Tan Vu, the head of the military committee, and I wanted to meet the legendary Fire God Squad last time, but unfortunately you have already left. And this time I finally arrived in time. You politely respond. Hello. Commander Tan, Honyohoi Kurorang. Ui ban lagji. Quan, li, kak, kong, viek, a. Ko gi thik. You can understand it as the unified management of military organizations across the country. Even the commanders must follow the management. Gyeongkai's face turned serious again and said, Commander Tan came for the loot division. Right. I had already discussed the split ratio with Mr. Liu beforehand. He shrugged calmly and replied, There's no rush on this. From the results announced at this arena, we've gained the most. You all have worked hard today. Tomorrow we'll discuss the division details within the military. What do you think? Nhon.ca.noi. That ko tin noi. Dan chi hui kon tan thiet nhu vai. Giang kai dong i voi tan vu. Duok rai. Havu voi vatoi goi an. Dan chi hui. Tan vu traloi. Sao vai. She whispered into his ear that the transfer of Tuang Fong to City L was happening, and you could hear every word clearly. And he exclaimed in surprise, What? Are you saying Tuang Fong is about to be transferred to City L? The four of them were all stunned after hearing that information, and the leader broke out in a cold sweat. Could it be that City L is a dangerous area where beast gods are active? Tanvu nodded and replied, Yes. What's going on? Do you know? Tuang Fong, his face was very serious as he answered, You think he's my friend? Commander Tan. What's really going on with this transfer? He didn't hide anything and explained everything to Jiang Kai. Tuang Fong is under the management of the Huyen Vo Guild. But for some reason, recently the Huyen Vo side suddenly wanted to have him leave. However, he is also a member of the War God Hall in Jiangzhong City, and the guards won't let him go. This issue will persist, and Honja snorted angrily, blaming the wicked people of the Mystic Martial Guild. It's clear that he deliberately made things difficult after supposedly removing Captain Kai, and the head of the sect agrees with her. That's right. This is clearly personal revenge under the guise of official business. And Nguyen Nu is also extremely furious. It's truly outrageous. Inyon Yon Gui Kao. Kai. Zhang Kai Yi. Em Lang Kong Noisy. Nung Bante Danam Chadan Mukrun Ray. The scene shifts to nightfall. With a full moon on the dark sky, you lean against a tree, arms crossed, silently gazing up at the sky. Footsteps approach, along with the landlord's voice. Late at night, when everyone is asleep. But I came out alone, pretending to be lost in thought. Jiang Kai looked surprised as he saw you holding 2 bottles of beer. My lord. He asked a question you couldn't refuse. Have a drink with me. Jiang Kai comfortably takes the beer. Are you okay? Master. Don't go around claiming to be the #1 war god later and disturb the people. The owner chuckled and glanced at his teammate. Someone from afar said they saw a moon-shaped stone standing here. Guessing it was you. Thinking about your matter and the division of the spoils. You clenched the beer bottle tightly. He nodded thoughtfully and clearly told Jiang Kai that he couldn't take Tuang's share. But the division of the spoils had already been agreed upon by everyone on the way back. Everything has been assigned to you for organization. Tomorrow. Just discuss with the military how to proceed. We have no opinion. Hearing that, you felt deeply guilty. These are all rewards earned through your risking your lives. And they relate to everyone's future. The owner of the villa angrily patted Jiang Kai on the shoulder, cutting him off and saying, Idiot. In my opinion. Kai Hu, you're a good person in many ways. You just overthink and trap yourself in a cycle. What are we to each other? Brothers? A team. Everyone risking everything for you. Are you really still thinking about some materials? He still felt uneasy in his heart about protesting. But the owner didn't let Jiang Kai say anything more, and sincerely looked directly into Kai's eyes. No matter how good the equipment is, isn't it more important than everyone's feelings and the future of the guild? The Fire Spirit Squad went from being a useless team in everyone's eyes to risking everything to win the national competition. Could it be that they rely on these materials? He remembered every moment when everyone fought together. We rely on trust, ready to back each other up. And even in our last breath, we must stubbornly carve out a way to survive from despair. It's the trust that even if we're shattered and torn apart, we must hold the last fortress for our brothers. The owner points at Jiang Kai. These things are more valuable than any material, so don't get them mixed up. It seems you've realized something, and a light begins to shine in Jiang Kai's eyes. The leader reassures you, so don't let unnecessary worry become your burden. You are our team leader, the backbone of the Hoathan squad. We support all your decisions unconditionally. Jiang Kai felt deeply moved by his words. Then he gave a gentle smile. The leader, the boss, and his hand softly patted the boss's hand. Jiang Kai returned to his usual confident demeanor. Thinking I was wrong, with you guys here, I will definitely feel safe and go ahead confidently. The scene shifts to the next day. Lin Gak sees Jiang Kai's group speak up, inviting them in, with him leading the team into the room. The former military committee group was already waiting on one side, and Jiang Kai politely said, Sorry to keep you waiting. Tan Vu stood up and pointed across. We just arrived too. Please have a seat. Before sitting down, he whispered softly, Nuo Nuo, and she nodded in response. A flash of light jumped from Nuo Nuo's palm. The cards collected by Jiang Kai's group floated in front of her. Tan Wu eagerly looked at the items, which were all the treasures from the star relic. Jiang Kai, what exactly are the purple and glowing treasures? Have you finished discussing how to divide them yet? He replied, The purple treasure is the key material for the level 120 swordsman's class change. With a total of 10 pieces, Jiang Kai just pointed to the glowing treasure. As for the glowing treasure, I secretly glanced at the military committee members. We only kept this one. The rest belonged to you. Tan Vu's face was full of amazement. His eyes filled with disbelief as he stared intently at the person in front of him. He asked, So you kept the glowing treasure reward? Jiang Kai replied, Yes. Before Lu and I agreed to split the spoils 60% for us and 40% for the army. But these rewards are very hard to measure in money. It cannot be divided equally at all. Tanvu agreed with your opinion. You are right. And he said it seriously. Actually, you took a breath too early. Pause for a moment, and then continue. But you also know that the shining treasure chest is what the army cares about most. Maybe it can change a lot of things. At this moment, the editor, sitting opposite in front, turned around, one hand resting on the back of the chair, and looked at Tanvu, one hand on the table, calmly saying, Commander Tan, you can be confident. Just remove the words maybe, and go. Tanvu didn't understand and asked again. What do you mean? Jiang Kai gently smiled as he held a card featuring a treasure map, blocking out the surrounding rainbow rays. His voice is confident because it contains 3 complete sets of level 140 transformation materials. Tanvu couldn't believe what he was holding, his eyebrows furrowing deeply as he stared wide-eyed at Jiang Kai. Luke Vu slammed the table in shock. 3 sets. There are actually 3 complete sets of level 140 martial gear materials. This means that Saint Du not only hopes to produce level 140 gear, but 3 at once. So whether it's cultivating demon crystals or facing beast gods, we are more confident than ever. At this moment, Tanvu is deep in thought. And after the kid suggested the division, he didn't rush to leave. It seems he's waiting for his turn to negotiate. On this side, Jiang Kai acts as if nothing has happened, takes the cup of water, and closes his eyes to enjoy it. Tanvu looked up at Jiang Kai and said frankly, Brother Jiang, just say it straight. If the army wants this card, what are they willing to exchange? Jiang Ham lightly reveals a smile and replies, Fine. Commander Tan is straightforward. 4 conditions. And places the glass down on the table. You set the conditions. First, I want each complete level 40 class change material for martial artist, doctor, feng shui master, little demon, and ascetic, plus 2 sets of materials for the destiny transformation. Tanvu asked again, Celestial fate. You mean defective materials? Jiang Kai nodded slightly. That's right. Tanvu relaxed and generously replied that these requests were not difficult. He would send someone to the warehouse to get them later. So, what are the remaining conditions for you? On Monday, I confirmed that Tuong Fong has wanted to leave the Hidden Martial Society for a long time, but the Mystic Martial Guild refused to release him, claiming they had already spent a lot of money on his training. At this point, his elegant demeanor disappeared, and with a sharp and serious gaze, he said, I hope the army will help him pay off his debt and take him in. Tanvu seemed to have anticipated this, and calmly said, I see your relationship is very close. Willing to use a royal token to exchange for his safety. Fine. I agree to this condition. Seeing Tanvu agree, Jiang Kai continued to set the condition for the next 5 years. He must not be transferred to the Yongwei commander or leave Jiangzhong City. Tanvu heard that, and, confused, frowned and asked Brother Jiang Kai, where does this request come from? Now beside him looked on silently, wondering if Kai was worried about the martial arts guild turning against the commander. No matter how much you try to comfort him, Brother Lu's association is protected by the commander. But the commander has always fought alone at the front, with no support behind him. For the vanguard commander who always quietly protects others, Kai is also using his own way to repay this protection. At this moment, Jiang Kai's eyes were cold and he didn't explain. Commander Tan, the reasons are complicated. I just need to consider whether you can meet my conditions. Tanvu thought for a moment and said, although I still don't fully understand your intention, I agree to this condition. So what is your final condition? I want you to disband the Huyenvo Guild from now on. Tanvu's eyes widened in surprise and he asked again, what do you mean? Next to him, a bald man stood up and slammed the table, saying, Jiang Kai, are you kidding me? The Mystic Martial Society is one of the 10 major guilds of St. Yao, serving as the core force for pioneering in the front lines. Without them, our rate of expansion would slow significantly. Havu also spoke to explain that the Mystic Martial Guild is a military-industrial complex of the Mystic Martial, and whether online or offline, it is crucial to the overall strength of St. Yao. Asking to disband the Mystic Martial is probably beyond your reach of intervention. Hearing that, Jiang Kai immediately stood up without hesitation and said, if that's the case, then I will pretend I never mentioned it. Goodbye. Another person from Tanvu's side stood up and loudly said, Zhang Kai, What's the use of taking a level 140 martial artifact material? You're not a martial artist. In the end, you can only sell for money. How much do you want? Name your price. We'll pay to buy it. Giangkai turned around, glanced and asked, item enough to change the country's status. How much do you think is reasonable? But unfortunately, no matter how much money, I will not sell it. Tanyu looked intently at the person in front of him. It seemed that this young boy had made up his mind to confront the Mystic Martial Guild. He gently rested his chin on his hand, pondering. The influence of the Mystic Martial Guild is undoubtedly significant. But even if it disbands, its members and the Tak Nguyen will still be absorbed and integrated by other guilds of Than Dieu. From a national perspective, the overall strategy remains unchanged. Jiang Kai led his group and said, "Let's go." Nguyen Nagu gave a soft grunt and followed. Tan Vu stood up at this moment, shouting loudly, "Wait everyone, brother Giang Kai, stop." Jiang Kai slowed his steps but did not turn around. Tan Vu approached the group and said, "It's honestly embarrassing. I don't know what grudge you have with Huyen Vo that's brought you to this point. But frankly, dissolving Huyen Vo is truly too difficult. However, I have a suggestion for adjustment that you might consider." Giang Kai's lips slightly curl as if he's achieved his goal. He gently turns his head and calmly responds, inviting Commander Tan to speak. Hearing that, Tan Vu continued, "Trying to disband a large branch of the Huyen Vo Guild is the biggest effort we can make." At this moment, in a large hall, Thithi is holding her phone with a look of horror on her face as she listens to the voice on the other end. "Wow, that's hard to believe," he said loudly. "What do you mean? Wanting to disband the Mystic Martial Guild branch in S City? How dare Jiang Kai make such a request?" Hearing TT say that, Xuan Xin and Ha Hoa were shocked about dissolving the branch. On the other end of the line is Ha Vu. She continued, "President Ha, actually the committee is holding a meeting. Issuing the notice is just a matter of time." Thithi, hearing that, with a sweaty face, anxiously asked, "What do you mean? Could it be that the value of mystical martial arts is even less than the transfer materials? Out of dozens of types of promotion materials for Saint Yao, we have contributed so much. And this is how we are treated," Ha Vu explained. "President Ha, don't get too worked up. The key issue is that Jiang Kai has materials for level 140 martial arts transfer, which is enough to change Than Dieu's ranking internationally," Thithi reluctantly said. "Weren't we already sending people to extract the new blueprint? So we might be able to gather those materials quickly, waiting for a response from the other side. That is, maybe," Ha Vu's voice continued. She also knew how great the pressure from the beast god was right now. "We don't have time to wait. Maybe her item will be ours. Plus you only lose one branch." Thithi wanted to speak again, but her words were cut off. Not like before. "President Ha, you shouldn't provoke Jiang Kai." Her eyes widened as if she had received a strong shock, and her phone slipped from her hand, smashing onto the table. At this moment, Thithi seemed unable to stand firm, her body trembling, her heavy breathing like a choke in her chest. Xuansheng at this moment said that Huyen Vo has been able to stay in the top 5 among the 10 major guilds thanks to the contributions of the branch in S City. Ha Hoa replied that at least half of the core team members were selected from there. "And if we disband, our future strategy would suffer a minimum loss of 40%. Thithi's face was full of fury as she said. After preparing for so long and finally setting everything in place, he turned the tables on her. Damn it. If he hadn't gotten the glowing treasure, I would be dead soon. He's crushing my head and neck. As soon as she finished speaking, the phone screen lit up. A voice announced that the decision had been made. Chairman Ha, dissolve the S City branch by 3 p.m. tomorrow. She froze in place, her mind in chaos, unable to speak a word. Her face was expressionless as she suddenly slapped away the phone, with Spring Sin and Ha Hoa worriedly speaking up. Chairman, TT was now frantic, secretly thinking, I must kill you. Zhang Hai. The next day, at the Huyen Vo Guild branch in S City, a military base with a modern touch appeared. A message appears on the gate, announcing the base is in Area A, waiting for reception, as whispers and murmurs spread among the crowd. What's going on? Why are they disbanding? Is there some mistake? That's right. Huyen Vo is one of the 10 major guilds of Than Dieu Ma. A branch can't just be dissolved without an explanation. There must be an explanation. and someone quickly stepped forward to clarify. Everyone, please stay calm. This is the decision of the headquarters. The crowd didn't hear and rushed forward to ask questions. Nonsense. Where is Ha Thi? On what basis does she get to disband our branch just after being promoted? That's right. Tell Ha Thi to come here and explain herself. We need an explanation. At this moment, outside, Jiang Kai's group was watching the chaotic scene on the screen with focused eyes. Who looked pleased, praised the efficiency of the army, and said it was truly outstanding. It's only been a day, and they've already handled what they promised us. Ha is furious, and the owner is laughing out loud. Now I can't help but imagine Ha Thi's twisted angry face and not laugh. Jiang Kai stepped through the gate, greeted everyone, and asked if everyone was here. Wenyu smiled and said, Captain Kai has arrived. The boss walks over and slings his arm around Kai, saying, why are you only back now? Come watch the show. You'll regret missing it. Honhan also chimes in. That's right. Right now, the Huyenvo branch is in chaos. Jiang Kai quietly said that Mr. Ozus. Liu just told me that the Huyenvo branch in S City has been ordered to be shut down before 3 p.m. today. You look at everyone and continue to inform them that this incident has caused quite a stir within the Huyenvo organization. For this boss battle, Huyenvo is retreating, and the Cha Ma Guild will step in to ensure the harmony of the fight is not disrupted. Honhan asked, so the Bright Guild. Jiang Kai explains that the Light Alliance, although supported by Huyenvo, is independent of Huyenvo, and not only unaffected, but even recruiting former talents from Huyenvo to strengthen their power. Hearing that, Honhan pursed his lips, crossed his arms behind his back, and said, so we still have to listen to that annoying Lu Hien in charge. The image of the rainy day, with his face full of humility, appeared again in everyone's memory. Jiang Kai calmly replied, just in time. I also want to see what they can actually keep. In another place, a tall, imposing building appears, with a face showing on the wall. A man with white hair gasping for breath. Over there. An Tu held the watch in his hand and happily said, that's great. 3 minutes and 20 seconds. A 5-second improvement from last time. At this moment, the boss was gasping for breath, his hands resting on his knees, exhausted, and did not reply to the girl. Tuang Ligan. Quantum Noi. Anka. Han Lao Mahoidi. Nu Khomzo Toi Vao Sebikam Lengzo. Daika. Nyan. Lei Kan. Jiang Tulam. Bezo An Khom Kon Ye Nu Chuok Noroi. He wiped his sweat and said, with this progress, he thinks it won't be long before he recovers quite well. So go help Kai. Anh tu nghe vay nhung khắc jan do. Vay cung phai chú ý. Anh không chuộc học theo anh hay sao? Suốt ngày kê mần. Hai ngôi giang nói chuyện vui vẻ. Một tiếng hát ghi truk. Og suat yang. It's Jiang Kai, carrying 2 bags in his hands, happily saying, no wonder you've been singing lately. Turns out someone has been talking behind your back. Big brother and I saw you suddenly appear and happily called out Kai. Second brother. In the room, the boss placed the fruit platter on the table and said, Jiang Kai, I saw how you performed in the painting competition. I didn't expect you to be so strong now. And Tun Goi, sitting beside him, nodded in agreement. That's right. Second brother. You're really too cool. She scolded him. But second brother, you really are. You didn't even give a warning about such an important matter. I was so scared I fainted then. Luckily, the army finally brought the news that you were safe. Jiang Kai gently patted Antu's head and apologized, explaining that in the urgent situation, he was just too anxious. And he didn't mean to worry everyone. She finally agreed to be careful and warned me. It's good that you know that now. And you must not scare me or Big Brother anymore in the future. I brought out 2 test tubes containing the essence. Big Brother. Brother 2. Let's put my matter aside for now. Today I came not only to personally report everyone's safety, but also to hand over these 2 transfer documents to you. Both of them stared in shock at the item. Jiang Kai solemnly introduced. These are 2 pieces of destiny documents. And your special skill is to transfer from the destiny documents. You analyze this special type of transfer document that can change your profession based on the user's characteristics. And Yi must marvel in amazement. It's truly extraordinary. You give her a bottle and advise her. Elder Tin, you're still young. I hope you finish your studies first and then decide your path. So I will temporarily hold on to your part. The remaining bottle Jiang Kai gave to the elder brother. The demon spirit can leave at any time, but that path will be much more difficult than expected. He needs to think carefully. He accepted his younger brother's kindness and has made his decision. Big brother still feels guilty. He was bedridden before and only wished to recover quickly, risking everything in the demon star. But his body just wouldn't cooperate. Anh tu nghe vậy thì lo lắng. Day ka. Ko yu ro. Like Levinoi song tung da nen moi kiet suk. Beijio lai tu trak ban then. He continued speaking. But I heard that most explorers on the demon planet undergo long-term training. He has no experience and a weak physical foundation. So he's worried he might not even pass the novice training. But he is determined to train himself to the limit. Jiang Kai pats his shoulder to reassure him. Big brother, don't put too much pressure on the new trial. I have a way. And I believe you can also walk the path ahead. He revealed that once he reaches the superhuman level, he can also extract current attributes. Then, in Lam Tin, he could be like the divine singer, and the big brother thinks, fighting divine beasts and avenging loved ones. Ozzy put on an apron and told them that these days the big brother has been cooking. And I'm also free and not used to it. Today the big brother will stay and chat with the second brother for a while. I'll call you both after dinner. Big brother happily agreed right away. To sure. He turned back to discuss the main matter with you. Big brother thought he had mentioned it. Your guild will be responsible for luring the king-level boss in this map boss battle. So An too is worried, so he hasn't told him yet. Jiang Kai, tell me honestly, do you have a full retreat plan? Jiang Kai assures me. Don't worry. I will pay attention to safety. But he's still not at ease, because it's a king-level boss. Kai, you're worried. Explain the situation to me so I understand. Big brother, this map boss battle is not only about expanding the Holy Light's territory in Kwai Tin, but also about the confrontation between all Lam Tin humans and the beast gods. Jiang Kai's tone became resolute, with the great battle approaching. No matter how dangerous the task of luring the king-level boss is, someone must step up to do it. And you cannot back down. Seeing his face turn grim, you nervously asked, Big brother, are you leading the charge? Big brother sincerely shares. You fool. He's happy to see you now grown into a man who can shoulder the world. He's so proud he can't hold back. How could he hold you back? He didn't forget to remind me. But there's one thing, take good care of yourself. If you're obsessed, come home. Remember, Big brother and A2 will always be behind you, supporting you unconditionally. And with their support, Jiang Kai can rest assured. Yes, boss. A few days later, inside the dungeon, Honhan happily announced that she is now a spirit communicator, a spirit master. Captain Kai, her information shows that the explorer, Honyan, is a spiritualist at level 41. Nguyen Nu jumps up happily and says, I have also become a drunken fanatic. Explorer Nguyen. Profession, Tu Kwang. Level Nejvenage. Jiang Kai asked with interest. What are their talents like? Honhan reported that her talent is Crying Wolfhound, which allows her not only to communicate with Vong Hon through the spirit realm, but also to command Vong Hon to launch attacks on targets. You seem quite surprised. Is the attack power of the Vong Hon high? She awkwardly smiled and replied, Not really at the moment. Mainly disturbing the target, with a certain chance to cause a disruption effect. Jiang Kai hears this and knows that for now, the attack isn't enough. But your control is already very strong. With the internal director's protection and the rare talent of Crying Lang Hao, there are two major controls, making it difficult for others to kill him. Upon being praised, she blushed shyly and said, I think so too, Nguyen Nu excitedly reports. Captain Kai, as a wine fanatic, my new talent is the drunken song of Tung Tu. Jiang Kai compares. The Tung Tu crazy song sounds more powerful than his previous drunken duality talent. Han Yan urges. Nguyen Na, tell us quickly how crazy this crazy song of Tung Tu really is. He revealed that this talent can activate my innate nature and body instincts, and also has a certain chance to trigger the state of true self. This shocked both of them, the state of true self. Nguyen Ngu, holding his sword, punched repeatedly and said, That's right, although I don't really understand it well. But this talent is very special. Different states of the true self will produce different effects depending on the circumstances and emotions at the time. Honan agreed and said, Impressive. but I've never heard of it before. Qiang Kai stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, people who can transform from deathly spirits to death maniacs are extremely rare. Combined with personal talent, there are countless variations. Not hearing about it before is also quite normal. I think the rarer it is, the more meaningful it becomes, which means unlimited potential. Nguyen No's face turned red as he proudly let out a joyful sound of recognition. At this moment, the watch on Jiang Kai's wrist started vibrating. As if he had received some notification, a 3D screen appeared. And Jiang Kai happily said that his master told him, and Nuo Nuo had also successfully changed their classes. Honhan happily replied, great. Now that we fight together, we'll be even stronger. Jiang Kai continued. And with Tham Ge having successfully class changed 2 days ago, you all now have new professions, increasing your basic attributes by 100%. And I have also reached level 40, just missing the materials to change class again. Honhan immediately asked, Captain Kai, do we have to continue leveling up today? With Jiang Kai's serious gaze looking out, standing at the doorframe, your calm voice replied, on the first day we head to the boss battle area. Call Tham, NGE. And we set out immediately to the quarantine zone to prepare for combat. Honhan and Nguyen Gu with determined expressions replied in unison. The next day, at the military base, a majestic scene unfolded with mountain ranges like giant horns piercing the sky. Below is an area seemingly set up by the army, with tanks, vehicles, and observation towers all in place. Shadows of people can be seen nearby, walking around the area as if on guard or investigating the surroundings. Someone points behind them and asks Jiang Kai's group, have you all understood? Then points to the other side of the forest and says, the Guildmaster's mission is to lure the king-level boss in that direction. Don't get it wrong, Jiang Kai confidently replied. Don't worry, we won't make a mistake. He lightly touched his chin with one finger and whispered, remember this. Do it well. And don't die in the boss's hands. He said that, and then left without looking back, leaving Jiang Kai's group behind. Nguyen Yu itched to say something and muttered, damn it. Just look at that guy's face. He clearly wants us to go die. Honhan also agrees with Nguyen and Gu. That's right. Jiang Kai nonchalantly reminds him, when the time comes, follow my lead and don't respond until I give the signal. Jiang Kai and the others stand in the forest, discussing for a long time and preparing for the upcoming battle. In another place, Guangming Guild leader Tran Xuan Xin looked at the person in front of him and said, at that time you must ensure that Jiang Kai's guild obediently goes through that area. So, have the Mai Fuk members been chosen already? No using our guild members. Internal conflicts are forbidden during this critical period. Liu Xian with a fake smile said, yes, President. Rest assured. I have paid a large sum to hire secret experts to complete the mission, and we won't reveal our involvement. From here, the sinister and treacherous look on his face, he continued, I will also stay close to Mai Fuk, ensuring nothing goes wrong. Tran Xin thought maliciously, Jiang Kai, Master Huyen Vo Hui Huang, how glorious you are. But you keep failing in his hands again and again. This time I will make sure you die without a place to bury. At this moment, the sun has set behind the mountain, replaced by thousands of stars and planets, creating a mystical scene. Below, everything is silent. As if everyone has fallen asleep, the light gradually appears beyond the mountain. Unsure whether it's sunlight or something else, the ground suddenly trembled. Rocks shattered and scattered, as hundreds of monsters with various appearances charged forward through the swirling dust and smoke. Standing above, a man with horns growing from his head, veins bulging on his face, thrusts his hand forward. The army received the signal. Soldiers took their positions and began attacking the monsters. Hundreds of shells and gunfire continuously firing straight at them. Amidst the flames, a passionate cry rings out. For the divine. Fierce. As the clenched fist shouts loudly, hold on and endure until the 5 great guilds defeat the boss. Team 7. The left flank. Connect and move quickly. The ground beneath the surface suddenly exploded. Rocks shattered, and hundreds of fragments shot upward. 3 monsters leapt from below onto the surface, their bodies covered in sharp spines like scorpion fish. Attacking everyone, a soldier shouts loudly. Squad 3 surrounds the golden-horned dragon. Absolutely must not let it break through the line. Squad 4 attacks with firepower. Move quickly. The gunfire hitting the monster's head was like scratching an itch, leaving no injury. It charged like a bullet, knocking people back, and screams of pain echoed everywhere. Taejeong sat on the ground, badly injured, shouting for help. These wyverns are too strong for us. We can't fight them. As he finished speaking, a wyvern appeared behind Taejeong, opening its mouth full of fangs to bite into his head. The scream was cut off, and blood sprayed from the monster's mouth. On this side, Jiang Kai looked at the explosion ahead, causing the ground to tremble, and quickly pulled the group away. Sweat dripped down the young girl's face as Hoang nervously asked, "Damn it. Are these mutants' armor made of diamond or something?" Jiang Kai said nothing, his sharp eyes silently staring ahead. Manga clenched his teeth, his face serious. The level of the long-grade awakened commander was already difficult to deal with. I can't imagine how terrifying the king-grade monsters would be. Nguyen No didn't speak, only nodded silently. Unsure of what to do, Jiang Kai suddenly spoke up. Now is not the time to panic, no matter what. We must be ready to fight at any moment. Each monster appeared one after another, with different appearances and sizes, but all were cruel and bloodthirsty. The crowd saw the scene ahead, their eyes wide with panic. It's not good. The king level monster has arrived.